Okay. Okay. I'm just playing with things now. So that's the soundboard. I figured out how to use it. I just haven't really. It took me so long to get to this point that I really don't have time. I've been messing around with the format. Like you can see at the top of the screen. Tell me if you guys think that's easier to read now, because I changed the font. It's more bold. So at the top of the screen, you're going to see all of my affiliates. Okay, and actually, I do want to talk about one. Did I put it on there? Yes, midterm cheat sheet. I did add it. I added midtermcheatsheet.com. That's something I've been working on. I don't know if you guys I've talked about it before. I haven't talked about it enough because I haven't had time to update it. But the midtermcheatsheet.com, let's actually go and check that out right now because it's important. It's something that I'm trying to do. I really wish I had time for this. Like, I really do, because this is my passion, doing the online stuff, the political commentary, etc. But I really do have to do my other job, guys. I wish I didn't. But I bought this website, and I put this website up here. Okay, so your essential guide to the 2026 midterms. Okay, what we're going to be looking at is targeted races only. All right, we're identifying the most winnable and crucial races. The primary challenges. This was definitely something I wanted to do. I kind of did, but I did not have time because in the primaries I would have had to be updating it every week, and as I just explained, I just don't have the time. But we are going to be concentrating on seats that we can flip. And this is the deal. It's a cheat sheet. It's going to be a literal cheat sheet. It's not going to be some in-depth, extensive, here's all of the things about all of the candidates. No, it's going to essentially look like this, okay? This is what we did for the primary, right? This is what I was able to do. Ed Galrain versus Thomas Massey. We're picking Ed Galrain, okay? Thomas Massey. No, we did not pick him. And we won on that one. Mike Collins, John Ossoff, this was not necessarily a primary, but it ended up, Mike Collins ended up being the primary winner. So now this is going to be our pick for Georgia Senate. These are crucial key races. Ken Paxton versus John Cornyn. Now it's going to be Ken Paxton versus James Talrico. You see what I mean? And we're going to make it a little easier to navigate on here. I'm not sure I like this whole big blot in your face. Well, I'm going to play with that, but I have to spend a whole weekend working on that. I think we're going to be looking for about maybe between 18 to 25 races for the midterms. On top of that, I've been waiting to bring this up, okay? But there is a website called Sway, and the if you look here, okay, we have the map of the U.S., okay, and I'd like you guys to join this if you wouldn't mind. I was talking crap about this website, right? Here, let me take out my teeth. I was talking crap about this website because I saw MTG posting about it, and I was like, okay, so, and I fell into the judgmental, just very little information, talk crap about something before I actually looked it up. Sway is a website where we can build a group. I can build a coalition of all of my supporters. And when you join the group, I'm going to be able to see where you are. I'm going to be able to take the midterm cheat sheet and use it in conjunction with Sway. And I'm going to be able to sort of start message you and send out information that you can use so that we can win the midterms. Ground game, okay? We have 5 months. I'm going to be wrapping up my job Friday, finally. And I haven't scheduled my other job for this month. I literally am going to be taking, I'm going to be taking like a week or two off because I need it. I need it for mental health and physical recovery. But I also really want to work on all of this. I want to get these last final little podcast things done. I want to build this website properly, and this is going to be between midterm cheat sheet and sway. This is going to be how we win the midterms, right? Just my little part that I can add in. It's very similar to the way Early Vote Action and TPUSA does things. So if you look here at the right below me, right here, beacons.ai/the Misfit Patriot, okay, you're going to go to this right here. It's on my Instagram, it's on my X, it's right here. You have to type it in. If you go here, you're going to see Misfits Midterm Cheat Sheet. It'll take you to that same page. Or you can go to sway.co/misfits and you can join this group. I'm going to see, I have the races that I have picked out. We have races that we are going to, oh, these are recommendations. Okay, so these are recommendations. But you can, where is it? Here we go. Hated by all the right people. Either way, here, copy. You can copy this. You can send it. Between these two websites, one group, one website, I want to build a coalition of my followers so that we can start getting out the vote. This is not just going to be for the midterms. We're going to also do this for the upcoming elections after that. This is just the first. This is how we start building. This is how we win elections. All I see on the internet is people bitching, and more bitching. It's just nonstop bitching. Very little ground game. Very little get out the vote. Very little. I mean, Sean does it. This is my way of jumping in. But I see people like, oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And if you don't hate the Jews, I'm gonna walk away. Speaking of, let's get to the thumbnail for today. Eli crushed this one. The walk away of shame. All right, the walk away of shame. Tucker Carlson and MTG have officially left the Republican Party. Me and Trump standing on the porch drinking our coffee while they take the walk of shame. All right. So, we're going to get to that. But here's a little preview. Okay, Tucker says I'm done with the GOP. Where's MTG? MTG. Tucker's not the only one who's done. Yeah, we get it. You guys are supporting Al Qaeda pretty much at this point. But we'll get to that. We also have the Daily Breakdown. The Daily Breakdown on top of TDS Tuesday. Why does that sound so loud? Hold on. You know what? I think I know exactly what it is. I think I turned this up way too much. Here. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, but we're going to have to kick the volume up here. Okay, I think I fixed it. Guys. How are we sounding now? Does that sound better? It sounded really cracky in my head. It sounded crackly in my head. I think it sounds way better now. I was messing with settings. I'm playing with this thing too much. Don't play with it too much. You'll go blind. Anyway, but we also have the Daily Breakdown on top of TDS Tuesday, where we go on the internet. I type in the word news. We break down whatever pops up. These are the stories for today. Put all of the links in the permanent comments, please. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to internet. You guys, are you not understanding? Did I not make it clear that I don't know how to do this? I'm not good at the internet. Zach, you need a Chewbacca clip for the board. Not a Chewbacca. What? How would that even sound? I don't know how that would sound. Maybe just with like a bar mitzvah music behind it. Chewbacca, that's a good one. I'll figure that out. We'll get that. We'll write that down. We'll figure that out. Okay. Anyway, I don't know why I feel really slow today. Yesterday I felt great. Today I actually didn't feel great today, but I made it through. Today I feel like it's Monday for my sites. I just told you there's a thing right under me. Can we not type in? Hold on. I'm going to count it. I'm going to count how many letters there are in this link right here. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It's 25 letters. Type it. Type it. Type it out. Beacons.ai / the Misfit Patriot. This is not. I redid the whole show. I got everything up here, down here, all this, and now all of a sudden, I can't. I need QR codes and stuff. Just type it. I'm at work. I get it. You're at work. You're typing letters at me right now. You're typing more than 25 letters at me right now. Type that. Type that right there. All right, signed up and shared for Sway. Good. Thank you guys. Thank you in the chat. Look at this. I got the people helping me out. Typing. I'm talking. By the way, I'm just messing with you. I hope you don't take this offensively. I'm just messing with you. But also type it. But yeah, guys, definitely check out Sway. Like I said, I publicly on them in a post, and they reached out, and the people over at Sway reached out, and they were like, they go, yeah, we saw your post. They go, we saw your post, and we wanted to convince you that it's actually not like what you think it is. So I did that. They do not store your data, so you don't have to worry about that. They are American owned. They personally reached out to me and wanted me to join. So if it was some crazy, Antifa site or something like that, then I highly doubt they would do that. They want to come off nonpartisan. Yeah, the owners are connected to some Democrats. Whatever. One of the owners is an Iranian American. So is Patrick Bet-David. Guys, get out of the conspiracy mindset. It's rotting our brains. It really is. It's rotting our brains. Everybody's paranoid about everything. Stop it. Okay? Nobody cares about your data. Nobody cares about your data. Okay? Jesus, who are you? What are you? Are you a spy? Are you 007? All right, if you really are, if your data is important enough where you think that you are like really if you think that you're just somebody that the government can't have my data, right? Like then fine, don't join. Okay? I didn't realize that I was talking to a spy. I didn't realize that I had all You guys need to stop. Like, dude, do you have any idea what's on my phone? It's like if the government has that and like sorry. All right. I'm sorry. I'm going a little all over the place today. Oh man. I need Adderall. I'm just kidding. I get prescribed it. I don't need it. All right. I do have really bad real ADD. Midtermcheatsheet.com, sway.co /misfits. I don't know why I didn't put that up there. Sway.co /misfits. But everything up here is also all in one location. It's all in one location. It's right here. Beacons.ai / the Misfit Patriot. All right, enough of that. 20 minutes? Holy crap. I didn't realize I just went 20 minutes on a freaking Brain fart. All right, let's get to it. I guess we should probably do the show. What do you think? You think we should do the show? I think we should do the show. 20 minutes in, might as well do the show. Okay. Here's the news of the day, the news du jour. Democrats Jeffries and Mamdani wings face off in New York from Axios. The wings of the Socialist Party and the Communist Party, because those are the two wings now of the Democrat Party, face off because it's from Axios and they're being gay. They're not going to let us read it. So I'm just going to give my 2 cents on this. The Democrats are done. Okay? The Democrats are done. And I mean the Democrat Party. It died a long time ago. They just didn't realize it. Okay? It is now a socialist party. It is now their party is. What do we say all the time, guys? What do we say? Hey, let's play a game in the chat. What is the Democrats' policy? What is the policy of the Democrat Party? You guys want to play this game? Let's do it. Guys, what is the policy of the Democrat Party in 2026? I know you know the answer. I know you know the answer. Here we go. Come on. I know there's like a 5-10 second delay. Ah, there it is. Great guy Gary. Anti-Trump. That is the party. The whole party. Orange man bad. Trump bad. Pro-algae. Right? What is it? That's not a party. That's a crazy cult. Right? Hate Trump, get Trump. Exactly. Anti-Trump, orange man bad, Trump bad. Correct. That is the Democrat Party. That is not a political party. Okay? That is a crazy cult. So, the Democrat Party died a long time ago. What is the actual Democrats', I guess you could say, policy? Like what do they want to implement? Right? Open borders, higher taxes. Everything that they want to do is some form of socialist agenda, right? They want the warm embrace of collectivism, and both sides, like on both sides of the Democrat Party, quote, right, want this. So the most reasonable Democrat, actually, there's one that's kind of reasonable. He has brain damage. His name's John Fetterman. That guy's like reasonable. He's like I wouldn't even go that far. I wouldn't go 80s or 90s Democrat. He's like a 2005 Democrat, where it's like he's kind of still pretty. He's still like, pro-trans, and he's still very liberal. He's still kind of stupid. Bill Maher, same way. Bill Maher, he's not an 80s or 90s. He's not an 80s Democrat. He's a 2005 Democrat. Those are the most reasonable. One of them has brain damage. The actual Democrat Party, the people in power and the base and the majority of their voters, they are socialists. They are socialists and communists, and their policy is orange man bad. Their actual implementation is higher taxes, open borders, everything that's bad for you. So, the Democrat Party's done. Now all we need to do is make sure that we don't turn the Republican Party, into the National Socialist Party. And I am so glad that the trash is taking itself out, because these two, they're not in the Republican Party anymore. Good. I mean, I don't know if I'm technically in the Republican Party. I'm not independent, but I'm a registered Republican. I vote Republican. I'm just not, I'm a constitutionalist, so I don't know what to call myself. All right. Next up, U.S. issues sweeping Iran oil sanction waivers, unlocking billions in revenue for Tehran. Okay, chill the F out right now. Chill the F out right now, because I can already feel it. I can already feel it coming. Oh my God, Trump gave Iran $10 billion. Trump didn't give Iran $10 billion. Shush. Hush, woosah. Woosah, hush, hush, woosah. Okay? This is what they do. This is what the fake news, the media, the PSYOP, this is what they do. They play on your emotions. They expect you not to do research. They put a headline that is going to trigger an emotional response from you. So your reaction is, oh my God. Woosah. No, he didn't. They are going to be removing sanctions. We went over the entire 14-point MOU. This is one of the points. I believe it was from, I want to say 10 or 11. I want to say like point 10 or point 11. One of them is the sanctions relief, right? Now, I don't necessarily like it, but I get it, right? It's also a negotiation. This is not finalized. It's going to be for 2 months, and they can take this away at any time, all right? You can put on sanctions, you can take off sanctions, you can put on sanctions, you can take off sanctions. They're framing this as if there is going to be a pallet of cash on a tarmac like Obama. That's not what's happening. Okay? They can freeze, unfreeze, they can take, untake. I get it, money's fungible. I don't like it. However, this is not the end of the world. It's part of the negotiations. They're giving a little and they're getting a lot. We're getting the better part of this deal. If you want, go look at my episode where we went over the entire 14-point plan. But chill the F out. You have to stop allowing stuff like this to cause an emotional response. Because you need to look at everything logically. Let the left do emotional responses. Let the left freak out. Let the left do Orange Man bad. Don't do what they do, because we can all see they are retarded. Make sense? All right, let's read it so that we can be educated and informed instead of emotional. The U.S. has issued sweeping rollback of sanctions of Iranian oil, allowing dollar-denominated trade for the first time in more than 4 decades. By the way, this was already what they wanted. Remember the left? They were like, Greta Thunberg came out and was like, I can't believe the Strait of Hormuz is closed. It's like, wait, I thought you'd be happy, right? Let them be dumb and emotional. Yes, if the Strait of Hormuz is open, that would have meant Iran was making money too. The U.S. Treasury on Monday issued a wide-ranging 60-day exemption. Important to remember, this is a 60-day exemption. This is not a permanent policy. This is part of and by the way, if you're in my chat, if you're a P1, if you're a supporter, I'm not talking like a baby to you. I'm talking like a baby to the morons who are watching. Just to be clear, I know my chat is not dumb. However, you're not the only ones here. Okay? How many people we got in here? We got 1,400 people? Yeah, we're good. All right? So there's going to be, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be at least 1 or 2 people in here who don't agree with me, who are watching this and they're going, no. And I'm like, okay, shush, 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 shush. All right, let's keep going. They're allowing Iran to produce and sell crude oil for 60 days. Petrochemical petroleum products through August 21st. Okay. Under the so-called General License X, vessels and entities previously subject to U.S. sanctions are also cleared for transactions. The waiver also theoretically reopens the door to U.S. imports of Iranian crude, a trade which has effectively collapsed since the 1990s under the weight of heavy sanctions. Okay. So the U.S., this could work out for us too. Okay. The move on Monday marks the most sweeping rollback of American oil sanctions since the '79 Islamic Revolution. It's a 60-day rollback, by the way. Just to be clear, it's 60 days. Reversing years of pressure designed to cripple Iran's economy. It's expected to deliver billions in oil revenue for the Iranian regime in 60 days? No. I don't think so. The license could unlock a floating inventory of around 67 million barrels of Iranian crude stranded in the Gulf, handing Iran a potential financial windfall of 8 to 9 billion, according to Miad Maleki, a former Treasury sanctions official who's now a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, a Washington-based think tank. Huh. Wonder if he is pro-Trump or not. Look, let me summarize this. Iran will make money. We don't like that, right? But what do you want? Do you want war? Because just say it with your chest. You can't have both. You can either negotiate with these people. You can give them something. You can, like, Trump has caused trillions of dollars in damage. I don't know if you know what a trillion is. It's 1,000 million. And a million is 1,000,000. Right? Wait, no. A trillion is more. A trillion is a billion is 1,000. A billion is 1,000 million. A trillion is 100,000 million. No. Geez, I don't even know. It's a lot. It's a lot. You can't make $1 trillion. Elon Musk is the only person to ever make $1 trillion. Out of billions of people, one guy did it. It's a lot. It's 1,000 billion. Thank you. It's 1,000 billion, not 1,000 million. A billion is 1,000 million. Most of you aren't even going to make $1 million. Not most. Some of you are not going to make $1 million. Right? Most of you are definitely not going to make $1 billion. $1 trillion is 1,000 billion. And Donald Trump caused $1,000 billion worth of damage. I hate to Rain Man that, and not even in a good way. Like, that was the dumbest Rain Man ever. But if they make $8 or $9 billion, which they won't in 60 days, but if they made $8 or $9 billion, a whole country in 60 days, they're about $991 billion short of recovering from what Trump did. Okay? Just stop it. Just stop it. It's too early for math. Too early for math lessons. I agree. I need 4 to 7 coffees before I can even start doing simple math. Okay. So essentially, with this story, what I'm trying to tell people is, right? You're obviously there is an obvious, right, mass psychosis on the pro-Israel side, the pro-Iran people side, where they look at a headline like this and they go, blah, right? Like, I can't believe it, right? I think that I am probably one of the most anti-terrorist, anti-jihad, anti-Islam people. And if I'm not freaking out, you shouldn't be. Okay? If I thought that there was some, reconstitution of the IRGC over the next 60 days because of this one MOU, which is not even the final deal, then I would be screaming it from the rooftops. When I saw the TikTok psyop, I screamed it from the rooftops. When I saw Andrew Tate trying to infiltrate MAGA, I screamed it from the rooftops. How was I screaming those things from the rooftops? Because they were definitely not being taken seriously. People were not freaking out enough about it. But then I also see stuff like this where I'm like, you're freaking out a little bit too much. You're freaking out a little bit too much. Okay? Just woo-sa. Woo-sa. You know what? Actually, I got a good post for this, right? Because I just posted this last night. Unless you believe that Donald Trump turned into Obama overnight, then you should not be worried right now, okay? Like, on the screen here, unless you truly believe, if you truly believe this, freak out, okay? If you truly believe this, you should be freaking out, okay? But if you don't truly believe this, don't freak out. If you truly believe that Trump spent 40 years saying Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, and then he bombed the out of them for 3 months, destroyed all the enrichment sites, killed every one of their leaders, killed their replacements, then killed the replacements, unless you truly believe he destroyed their Navy, Air Force, took over the Strait of Hormuz, threatened to take out Karg Island if they didn't come to the table, if you truly believe he did all that just so he could make a deal that would help them continue to do all that stuff, which forced him to turn into Don Wick, if you truly believe that, freak out. If you truly believe that, freak out. I don't. I don't think that Donald Trump turned into Obama in the past week. All right? I don't. I think he's making a deal. I think we need to let him cook. It's perfectly reasonable not to trust the Iranian regime. Nobody does. Trump doesn't. Okay? He's making a deal. Let him make the deal. If the deal gets us past the midterms, and we can lower gas in this country, okay? Look at come closer. Come a little bit closer here. Get in here. Get in right next to your microphone. Right next to your speaker. Okay? I got the microphone. You get next to your speaker. You do that right now. Have you ever considered that Trump is just trying to get us through the midterms? And then when, not if, when the Iranians break their word, he's going to finish the job. Have you considered that? Have you considered that? Have you considered that? Jeez. You guys act like you don't trust the Iranian regime, but you trust everything that comes out of Al Jazeera. It's weird. It's weird, man. You guys gotta chill. I mean, I like Mark Levin. I think that he's great, but he's Ben Shapiro. A lot of them. You guys are losing your mind over something you should not be losing your mind over. You have to think. You have to think. What is the track record of Donald Trump? Use your head. Anyway, moving on. Zach, if you are Christian, you need to be sharing your faith. I do all the time. Don't tell me what to do. I mean, what do you want? What do you want from me? This is a show about politics. This is a show about daily news. If it's not a Christian show, but I do talk about my faith. I got Jesus right behind me. I got Jesus behind me. Why is that there? Oh, that's from last week. Okay, we'll get rid of that. There we go. I think that people just need to learn to relax. Learn to relax. Because I used to be like this. I used to have I still do sometimes. But I used to have the overreact to every news story, and it's not helpful. It really isn't. It doesn't help anybody. It's not helpful. No panicking. Don't be panicking. All right. Ransom note claims Nancy Guthrie died after abduction. If TMZ withheld that, that's not good. I felt bad for Nancy Guthrie. She obviously died very quickly after this whole thing. And I don't know what the heck went on with this news story. I don't know why it was pumped in the media 24/7. Like you couldn't turn on your TV without it. But I do feel bad for Nancy Guthrie. I mean, unless she's the one that was involved, which I don't think so. Right? I think that there's something really weird went on with this whole thing. But apparently, a ransom note sent days after the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie was abducted claimed she had died. Really? The note was one of two addressed to Nancy Guthrie's family and sent to the news media days after her kidnapping. The first demanded millions in Bitcoin, but the second stated that she had died. Why didn't we hear about that? The note from the possible kidnappers reportedly stated they did not mean for her to die and included an apology to the family. The Pima County Sheriff's Department declined to comment on the contents of the note, but said the investigation remains active and ongoing. What the hell? Because we were told she was like, there was so much. Look, I mean, maybe they were like, well, that's not proof just because somebody said that. But that should have been conveyed. That should have been conveyed because if they knew that, then we were essentially all people that were. I mean, if you're going to push that story 24/7, if you're going to do that, then yeah, you should include that part. Why is that off? This is bothering me. There we go. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know. I think that story's been sort of beaten into the dirt, so we'll move on. But that is very interesting, at least. Door Slam McCroin joined your beacons.ai. No, it's not misfit. It's 1S. 1S. Misfit. It's right there. But thank you. Thank you. Join my beacons. Just join Sway. Like I said, go to beacons.ai. Beacons.ai / the Misfit Patriot. Join Sway. Once I have enough people, once I have enough people in there, and the website's done, I'll be sending out messages. I'll be able to see if you're in. Look, and let's go real quick. I'm sorry, guys. This is actually one thing I wanted to add in here. All right. Here we go. So just real quick, right? Oh, look at that. Oh, dude, you guys are awesome. Looks like we just added at least 4 people. Beautiful. 9 voters. Beautiful. Guys, sway.co / misfits. This is great. This is amazing. We want to fill this map, right? You see the green here? We got 4 verified voters in Texas. We got 1 in Nebraska, California, Michigan, and New York. What we want to do is we want to fill this map because when I get in here as the leader of this group here, right, I'm going to be able to go in and I do the research so you don't have to. I'm going to be able to say, hey, you're in California, all right? Put this on your Facebook. Spread it around to your friends, right? You're in Nebraska, right? Or you're Missouri. I thought it was Nebraska. You're in Iowa. This race is in Iowa. Get this message out. That's how this midterm cheat sheet conjunction with Sway is going to work. It's going to be a game changer. So join my Sway. It's sway.co / misfits. And midterm cheat sheet will also be the place that you can direct people to no matter where you are. So we're covering both angles here. Anyway, yeah, beacons right here. Join that. Moving on. What is it, 8:44? Yeah, I think we're, Iran denies plans for nuclear site. A dead duck was, oh my God. New images show what's behind the tarp. Okay, so these 3 stories, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay, let's get to the meat and potatoes. The walk away of shame moment. Tucker Carlson. I'm out. Good. I don't think that you guys realize that that's what we wanted, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene. Tucker is not the only one who's done supporting the Republican Party. There is a lot of us that are absolutely fed up and will not support a party that betrays its voters and country. That does not mean we are turning into Democrats either. No, it means you already have. But we are done with the America last Republican Party. Okay. I don't think you realize that's what we wanted. Here we go. So here's Tucker talking about his exit from the Republican Party.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens? That's it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News, CNN,
Right.
MSNBC. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a political party in a democracy is charged
What? Rewind.
of what a political party in a democracy is
Oh, no. I'm sorry. One more time.
of what a political party in a democracy.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're not a democracy. Yeah, we're not a democracy. You know who talks like that? Democrats. You know who says democracy, we are a democracy all the time? Democrats. Democrats say democracy because they think we're in a democracy, because they want us to be in a democracy. In a democracy, 51% of the country can tell 49% of the country what to do, right? It's popular vote. The last true democracy was 4th century Greece. It's what led to the death of the Spartans, right? It's a horrible, horrible political ideology based on majority rule. We are not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic with representative government. Tucker Carlson is telling on himself. That seems like something that maybe you're like, oh, you're harping on that. People say Trump said it one time. Trump was wrong. Yeah. Anybody who says that we are a democracy does not understand what they're kind of sort of alluding to, right? We are a constitutional republic, which is why the Republican Party represents the country better than the Democratic Party, which represents democracy. Democracy is terrible, right? We have democratic processes for elections, right? For instance, we have the Electoral College, right? So we have districts, and in those districts, in the smaller districts, you have popular vote, right? Like 51% will elect your representative, but then that representative goes to Congress, and then they represent their whole party. So it's not democracy. There's a democratic process in our constitutional republic. And I don't think that's a small admission, because I hear it all the time, usually from one side. Democracy, 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 democracy. Who's a threat to our democracy? Donald Trump. Orange man bad. Donald Trump, threat to democracy. Tucker Carlson's a Democrat.
Of what a political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own voters, its own citizens, its own nation. And they're not doing that. So, no, I'm out. And if I'm out, then I think a lot of other people are out. I would not support the Republican.
Okay, so my question is, all right, so you're leaving the Republican Party. So you're not the Republican, but you supported the Republicans, but the Republicans are immoral, okay? And that doesn't mean you're going to be a Democrat, even though you didn't say that they are immoral, because they hate Jews, so that's the moral position. My question is, like, why should any of us give a shit? Sorry. Why should any of us give a that you have now left the Republican Party? There are two parties, right? There's two parties. So you've left one of them. You're not joining the other one. Okay. I mean, technically there's a third party, Libertarian. Libertarians are pretty much Democrats. I mean, who's the Libertarian candidate in the last election? He was some pro drag queen story hour LGBT weirdo, right? You're a Christian, so I assume you're not joining the party who represents that morality. But why the hell should anybody care that Tucker Carlson is removing the R from in front of his name? I don't care. You have no power. You're not in Congress. Right? It's one thing when a representative changes parties. That's something that matters because it means votes. in Congress. It means there's actual consequences. Tucker Carlson leaving the, quote, Republican Party means absolutely all. It doesn't mean There's no consequences to Tucker Carlson leaving the Republican Party. Period. It doesn't matter. This is literally me. This is Tucker Carlson going, I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. Okay. Who cares? MTG, same thing. You're not in Congress anymore. Who cares? No, please stay. Stay and help us win. What do you mean? Cares? Crazy Moan McGroin just brought up a great point, because this is the way I feel, right? I don't support the RNC. I don't support necessarily the Republican Party. I support my choice of candidates who so happen to be Republicans, right? Like, I look at, if there were, it's not going to happen, but if there were a Democrat who was more aligned with the Constitution, right, and Western values and traditional values, if there were a Democrat, for instance, RFK Jr. probably, right? I don't support everything about RFK Jr., but let's say it was a choice between, let's say he was still a Democrat. If he was still a Democrat and he was running against, let's say, Thomas Massie, right? I'd vote for RFK over Thomas Massie. Okay? So, like, there's no cult thing that keeps me voting Republican. It's the candidates who are Republican represent me more. Tucker Carlson is saying that the whole party, so I guess every Republican now, they represent something immoral, so he's not going to vote for them. Okay, who are your other options? Okay, because it is a two-party system. One side's going to win. So you're saying that you're leaving the party that is immoral. The other party, which you're also saying you're not joining, so essentially you're just done. You're just leaving politics. You must be just leaving politics, I assume. That side with the, cut your kids' junk off, drag queen story hour, open borders, warm embrace of collectivism, pro-jihad, anti-Jew, etc. The Democrat Party, you're not joining that one either. So who cares? What are you talking about? Where are you going? Move. This is not an airport. You don't need to announce this. I mean, the Republican Party is immoral. Why? Because they support genocide. You sound like a leftist. Bye, Tucker. Bye. Thank you, by the way. Honestly, I mean that. Thank you. Thank you. Because here's one thing you were doing by being a Republican. You, MTG, Nick Fuentes, all of you people, when you leave, we throw a party, right? Because what you were doing is, even though you didn't represent the right, you were convincing people that you were in our tent. You left the tent. Now we can say, you're not in the tent. We're now going to be able to use that clip. And guys, I mean it, save that, right? You were going there, that clip. Anytime anybody says Tucker, be like, he's a Democrat now. What do you mean? He left the Republican Party. No, he said he wasn't going to be a Democrat. He kind of acts like one. So when Tucker Carlson does crap like this, right, we can now go, oh, he's not with us. Even he said it. He's not with us. So Tucker Carlson has on theologian J.D. Hall on the corrupting lie of Christian Zionism. The lie of Christian Zionism. It's a lie, right? Even though I'm a Christian Zionist, apparently I'm living a lie. What is Christian Zionism? What is dispensationalism? What is Jesus Christ's role in dispensationalism? Who killed Jesus? I wonder what they're going to say. At 2626, I bet you it's the Jews. The Schofield Bible. Oh no, the King James Version Bible with notes in it. how Zionism took hold of the West. Tucker, this is every single Tucker Carlson episode. You can literally just change the title. But Tucker Carlson has on theologian J.D. Hall. Who is theologian J.D. Hall? And by the way, I did not know yesterday who theologian J.D. Hall was. I put it into Perplexity, and you'll never guess what popped up. Hall, who was removed as lead pastor of the Fellowship Baptist Church in Sydney, Montana, due to allegations of prescription drug abuse, domestic violence, and embezzling money from his church, entered a no-contest plea to the charges and was ordered to pay restitution in 2024 as part of the deferred sentencing agreement. In June of 2022, Fellowship Baptist Church alleged that Hall had been abusing Xanax and developed a dependency of the drug beyond his prescribed dosage. An elder at the church also told CP in an interview at the time that Hall's wife, Mandy, had reported that he physically abused her and their son, so she kicked him out of their home. He was also accused by the church of theft exceeding over $10,000 of embezzlement, according to the police report. So, Tucker Carlson, what was it, 2626? That's what it was, right? 2626?
He was out of his way.
Who killed Jesus?
To minister to the Samaritan woman, et cetera, et cetera. Like, he's always picking people from outside the tribe.
Right. You know, it's interesting that people ask the question sometimes, like, who killed Jesus? And it's a big debate online. Every couple of weeks, a new fight breaks out on X, where dispensationalists and covenant theologians are fighting about who killed Jesus. And of course, there's an obvious answer, right? Like, the Jews killed Jesus. We know that because at least 8 times in Scripture.
I called it. Obviously, the Jews killed Jesus, right? The Romans had nothing to do with it.
I mean, the Scripture explicitly says that. The first sermon.
No, it doesn't. Go beat your wife. Bye. Go take a Xanax. Go beat your wife. We're done with you. So, guys, this is why this is important, okay? This guy, who is a massive piece of shit, right? Massive piece of shit. He is the moral authority on who killed Jesus Christ. It was the Jews, right? But because Tucker has now left the Republican Party, you can now go, look at those 2 Democrats fucking talking about that. Yeah. Bro, I did not watch that clip before we started this show. I knew that was going to be the answer. The Jews, it's obviously the Jews. We've covered this. I've explained it to you. The Romans killed Jesus. Some Jews helped him. Jesus laid down his life willingly, but somebody did kill him. Somebody technically, physically did kill him. But it's complicated. It's like, can you be killed if you're God and like you know what's going to happen? I'm saying not really, but also there is a physical act. The spear that went into his side, held by a Roman. The people who nailed him to the cross, Romans. The people who arrested him, Romans. So if the question is, who physically took Jesus' mortal life, making him the immortal God? Romans. Jews betrayed? Some Jews betrayed him. Most Jews loved him. Okay, we got a few small stories here. I think we're not going to have time because it's 8:59, but they're not that important. Iranian oil unfrozen egg. I was supposed to tie this into the story earlier, but you get the point. All right. Wow, that hour flew by. It is 8:59. You know what that means. Sean Farish is coming up next. See you all on Woke Wednesday. Woke Wednesday tomorrow is going to be an amazing episode, guys. We have James Lindsay for a 55-minute interview. I'll do a quick intro. It's pre-recorded, but it's well worth it. We cover everything. It's such a good one. You are not going to want to miss Woke Wednesday tomorrow. Quick shout out, Bumba, Miss Mocha Power, T. Hodges, Dave Ferrer, Redneck 1776, Lungta. There it is, 9 a.m. Central. Sean Farish, Ungoverned, up next. Enjoy. I will see you tomorrow.
Ungovernable is the captain's crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. It's going to be a 2-hour show today. 2 hours. Why? Why do you get subjected to 2 hours of that torture? Jeremy's on vacation. He's out for the week. I'll be in for you today. I'll be in for you tomorrow, 2 hours. And on Thursday, 2 hours, 2 straight hours, not divided up, here on rumble.com/LFA TV and everywhere else. So, for those of you who are in the chat, you're gonna have to be our friends today when people are asking why is Sean on for 2 hours. Please respond with the information that I just gave you. We are live. I am live in yet another episode of the Great Feline Civil War of 2026. It's getting worse, not better. So there's that. But that's not what we're going to dwell on today. Brennan is currently right now consoling a cat. So she is not here with me once again. We'll see how long this, we'll see what happens with this part of the saga. But that is what it is. Iran negotiations. Are they on life support? I mean, part of the discussion to me looks like yes, it's on life support. Part of the discussion to me looks like no, it's not on life support. So I look at this, I ask, I look at a bunch of commentary surrounding it. I look at a bunch of, opinions and things surrounding it. And to me, it looks like the negotiations are kind of hanging on by a thread, which is something that I would say we kind of expected. I don't think anything was going to happen overnight. But I also think that what Iran likes to do is they like to talk big. They talk a big game. Oh, we're not going to sit here through the negotiations, and Lebanon and the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and then it's open, and then it's closed, and then it's open, and then it's closed, and then it's open. I'm going to tell you what's not good, though. And I get it. This is the type of world that we live in. And I get it that this is the nature of the beast when it comes to commentary and opinions and the world of constantly being connected, right? Everyone's got access to information all the time. Ironically, right now, X is down, which is hilarious because now you're going to see all of the social media addicts, these pathetic lowlives. I can't post on X. I can't. Good. Maybe do something productive. Maybe get off your ass and, I don't know, take a walk or something. I don't know. But what you're seeing now is and I've noticed this really, I would say, since the beginning of the social media, era, right? Where, and I remember, I started as a sports guy. I loved, and I still love sports. Except soccer. I just don't like it. I'm happy that Team USA beat Australia. I'm rooting for them, but I'm not watching the World Cup. I don't like soccer. I'm not watching it. I hope the United States wins, and I hope they win without me watching. I'm not watching. I don't like it. I'm not entertained by it. I think it's dumb. Whatever. Well, the rest of the world, okay, fine. The rest of the world is wrong. I'm right. That's the way it works. Okay? That's the way it works. I grew up in the, sports radio, sports social media, all this. And it started, I started to see it happening there. Right? Where every decision was an apocalyptic decision. And I look, trust me, when I was young, I would want to fire the head coach after one loss. Right? Like, you can't do that. I get it, for continuity's sake. But how many times have we seen in the sports world, if you were once were a fan or you're still a fan, we're like, a player does a good thing, and now that is the best play of all time, or they're the greatest player at that position of all time, or that's the best catch that we've ever seen of all time, or it's this, the best of all time, the best, the worst, the best, the tallest, the shortest, the strongest, the weakest, this, that. Everything is always like with the hyperbole, right? With the exaggeration, with the of all time. Everything. And the reason why that happens is for attention. The wilder and more dramatic the claim, the more attention that claim, that post, that content, whatever it is designed to get. It's the same thing as, in an older era, 25 years ago, newspapers with a very eye-catching headline, right? What we would call clickbait today was, I would click, read, views, purchase, whatever. It was bait. It was eye candy on the front of the newspaper, right? The big headline doesn't necessarily describe the story, but it's a big headline. Same thing we see now. Because people need attention. Because attention is monetized, right? We've seen this. The point that I'm making here is everybody who is talking about these Iran negotiations, everyone needs to calm the down. Josh Hammer, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin on one side. And then, your anti-Israel Owen Schroyers and Alex Jones and all the Sean Ryan, Tucker Carlson on the other side. Calm the down. Stop going crazy over every single report. You are going to give yourself a heart attack if you keep doing this. Relax. You're not going to get a deal. The MOU is not the final deal. There are people, this MOU is disgraceful. Okay, great. You have your opinion. It's not the final deal. Number one. Number two. This is not going to be done overnight. Oh, Iran's walking out. They closed a straight bomb. Guys, chill. Chill. Now, my position is, just so we're clear, I don't like the Iranian regime. I want to see the regime fall. But under no circumstances do I want to see U.S. boots on the ground a la Iraq, Afghanistan, to make the regime fall. Not our job. Our objective is to make sure they don't get a nuclear weapon as far as I'm concerned. I am 100% behind that. 100%. I want to see peace in the region. I don't know if it's possible with the regime that's currently in power in Iran. I get it. I'm with you on that. I'm there. I support Israel's right to exist. I support the Jewish people's right to have their homeland. If that makes me a Zionist, if that's what that means these days, so be it. Fine. That's my position. I have zero allegiance to Bibi Netanyahu. I don't like him. I have zero allegiance to the Israeli government. They're not my government. They're not my problem, the government of Israel. Matter of fact, a lot of things they have, a lot of policy they have there, especially social policy, is a little too liberal for me over there in Israel. But that's fine. That's their country. I don't vote in their elections. I don't have a say. I don't want to say. I've never been there. I don't even have a passport. I can't even go there. But I ask folks on both sides of this whole this huge, shouting match, whether it's Levin and Josh Hammer or it's these other guys, Schroyer and Alex Jones and all these Tucker Carlson and Candace, just chill out. I get it. You need attention. You need clicks. You need views. You need your audience. You need to fire people up. I understand you have opinions. That's okay. But the hyperbolics, the dramatics, the over-exaggeration, the sensationalism. That's helping nobody. Your vice president right now is in Switzerland trying to get a deal done, and you're trying to undermine it on both sides of this thing? Just relax. Let it play out. And if you want to negotiate a better deal, whoever you may be, then you run for freaking office. Get out from behind your microphone and you run for office. I raised concerns over what I didn't like in the MOU, but did I light my hair on fire and start running around and scream the sky is falling on Friday and Thursday of last week? No. I said, here's where I might be concerned. Here's why I might be concerned. One of those concerns, what was it? Do you remember what one of the concerns was last week that I had with the MOU? It was for 60 days, there's no tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. And I said, I don't really like that. There should never be tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, because that could have a really bad impact, a negative impact on the global oil economy, right? Well, a couple of days, not even, it was a day after I said that. I'm not saying that I'm taking credit for why anyone said it. It was a day after I said, I don't like this, but let's see what happens. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump announced a plan for the Strait of Hormuz in terms of, will there be tolls? Will there not be tolls? Just calm down, please. We've seen what happens when we panic. We've seen what happens when we put the cart in front of the horse. We've seen just go no further than COVID, right? Look no further than COVID. Everybody and their mother flipped out, and what happened? We wound up with lockdowns. There was no toilet paper. Everybody was wearing a mask. There was mandates and curfews and all sorts of insane stuff. Just chill. Just chill. That's all I ask. Because what I don't want to see is Iran and the United States have a falling out in these negotiations, and the next thing you know, you've got people, now we have no choice. Time to put U.S. boots on the ground. And now we have a forever war, and now we have a problem. Just relax. Please. For your health, for the health of these negotiations, for the health of the discourse, for the health of the conversations and the discussions, in, out. I'm going to show you some examples of some of the things that are really, really getting me upset. And I'm sorry, but the super, I'm on, folks. If you are one of these people who are super, super, super pro-Israel, I'm on your side. I'm pro-Israel too. But you're getting crazy. You're getting crazy. And you're turning people like me off. Now, I'm not going to say that Israel doesn't have the right to exist. I will never say that, because they have the right to exist. But my goodness, the hysterics that I'm seeing after a slightly not getting your way is just, it is, I didn't think that side of the argument, that side of the aisle, that side of the discussion was capable of such childishness. And I guess I misread that, because it's getting crazy. So we'll get to that. We'll get to some updates. We got updates on Iran. We've got an update on the country and whether the country has an appetite for more with Iran. That's important too. You have to understand the American people matter in this equation. We are a very big part of this equation. Do the people want to see more conflict in Iran or not? 78% of people say they don't want to see more conflict. We'll also get to the Department of Homeland Security talking about deportations, a very encouraging thing. A former Olympian was arrested for vandalizing the reflecting pool. We've got updates there. The FBI has put together a most wanted fraudster list, so we've got updates there. We've got a ton of updates, a ton of stuff to get to, a ton of news to get to. Before we get to it, I want to get to a word from our friends at OFPfarms.com. That is OFPfarms.com. Oscar Foxtrot Papa Farms.com. They are celebrating America 250. Listen, you know me. I'm an activist before anything else. I love sharing businesses that are built on faith, family, and freedom and hard work. That is OFP Farms. And OFP Farms obviously has been with us for a very long time. So we love to highlight all the great. You saw me. I had to put goat kisses on just before because I had, I'm a lip licker. Okay. I'm a lip licking SOB. They're a small family farm making handcrafted skincare with goat milk, grass-fed tallow, magnesium, and simple ingredients that your skin can actually understand. Their products are made for the everyday person dealing with dry skin, sensitive skin, sore muscles, tired feet, cracked lips, or just wanting something cleaner and more nourishing than what you find on most store shelves. Right now, in celebration of America's 250th birthday, OFP Farms is offering, are you ready? 17.76% off of your entire order. There it is. So here's what you do. Go to OFPfarms.com and put in your order and put in your promo code Sean, and then you screenshot as a when you get your receipt, you can screenshot that 17.76% discount. How about it? OFPfarms.com, 17.76% off. Celebrating America 250. Commemorative screenshot of your purchase. Be like, look at this really cool company. Share it with your friends. This is their way of honoring our heritage, celebrating the freedoms that we've been blessed with, and saying thank you to every freedom-loving customer who chooses to support small farms and family businesses. Go to OFPfarms.com and use the code Sean, SHAWN, for 17.76% off your entire order. That is OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean. You see it on your screen for 17.76% off of your entire order. Not 18%, 17.76% off of your entire order. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN. All right, let's get into this. Iran negotiations continue after day one talks on Lebanon, nuclear enrichment, and the Strait of Hormuz. So there have been some sticking points over in Iran, right? And the sticking point, again, the sticking point in these negotiations have been my biggest issue has been this Lebanon issue. Okay? When you look at Lebanon, it's got to be a two-way street. All right? I'm with a lot of the folks on the pro-Israel side on this. It's got to be a two-way street. Okay? Has to be. Has to be a two-way street. If Israel is going to have to pull out of Lebanon, if Israel is going to have to stop bombing, Hezbollah targets and strategic targets in Lebanon, then Hezbollah has to stop too. It has to be a two-way street. You cannot, in good faith, ask a sovereign country like Israel to just accept rockets being fired from another country into land beyond their borders. You can't, within their borders. You can't ask them to do that. You cannot ask Israel to just accept rocket fire into their country. That's ridiculous. Whether you like Israel or not, whether you support Israel or not, whether you're pro-Israel or not, whether you're a Zionist or not, we can all acknowledge right now, I don't even care if you disagree with the existence of Israel. That doesn't matter. Israel is a sovereign country with its own borders. Yes or no? Yes or no? Israel is a sovereign country with its own borders. The answer to that is yes. Therefore, because they have their own borders and they're a sovereign country, they have the right to defend themselves. Period. Period. Okay? That's it. This is simple. So Israel's a sovereign country, i.e. they govern themselves. They have established borders. Therefore, they have the right to defend themselves. If someone is sending rockets into that country, who is anyone in the rest of the world to say, stop hitting back? Now, you want to critique whether the IDF and whether Israel as a nation during these strikes have been a little reckless? You can critique that. We can have that conversation another day. But if a terror group, a proxy group, a rogue group, a militarized group, whomever it might be, in this case, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, is shooting rockets into Israel, I would expect Israel to say, well, who the hell are you shooting rockets into my country? We have the right to defend ourselves. We're gonna start bombing strategic locations. Now, Trump has been critical of Bibi and the IDF, saying, well, why would you go after an apartment building? Well, we know that in some cases, these terror groups hide their munitions and their operations inside civilian targets so that, you know, it brings condemnation when these countries who are defending themselves have to hit those targets. Oh, Israel just bombed a school. Israel just bombed a hospital. Israel just bombed an apartment building. And it's like, well, they did, but that's because that's where the terrorists were hiding. Well, are you saying everybody in the building are terrorists? No, we're not. But aside from having IDF soldiers going door to door, ripping people out of their homes in Lebanon, this is the only other way they can do it. So if you want Israel to stop bombing targets in Lebanon, you need to get that terror group Hezbollah to stop shooting rockets into Israel. That's fair. That's fair. Okay? I feel like this is as fair as you're going to get anywhere online. This is fair. If Hezbollah, and remember what the MOU said. The MOU said ending the fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon. Well, Hezbollah hasn't stopped fighting. Right? Hezbollah has not stopped fighting, right? Or wrong? Let's start there. The first point of the Memorandum of Understanding said fighting would cease on all fronts, including Lebanon. Fighting has not ceased in Lebanon because Hezbollah keeps shooting rockets into Israel. So that part of the MOU is not being honored by Hezbollah, by Iran. And as far as I'm concerned, Israel's defending themselves here. That's number one. Number two, nuclear enrichment. All right, here we go again with the nuclear enrichment. Quote, topics of discussion have included clarifying some of the confusing messaging from Iran on the Strait and building deconfliction mechanisms to ensure the Strait will remain fully open, according to a U.S. diplomat. We have also worked through deconfliction mechanisms and enforcing the ceasefire in southern Lebanon. We have had robust discussions on all elements of the nuclear deal. We plan to continue working through each of these issues and using today's work as a starting point for ongoing technical talks going forward. Qatari Minister of Foreign Affairs Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, too many names, shared a photo of Vance and himself writing from Lucerne, and efforts and joint work continue. The first session of high-level talks under the framework of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding have concluded in Bergenstock, Switzerland, with the participation of representatives from Iran and the United States and the two mediating parties of the State of Qatar and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The Lake Lucerne Summit was conducted in a positive and constructive atmosphere. Encouraging progress has been made, including the creation of a mechanism for further technical talks. Building on the MOU, the parties have agreed to the establishment of a high-level committee, which will provide political oversight on the mediation. Chief negotiators will report regularly to the high-level committee and lead working groups focused on nuclear, sanctions, and a monitoring and dispute resolution group to ensure the effective implementation of the MOU and other matters. The high-level committee has agreed upon a roadmap towards reaching a final deal within 60 days, laying the foundation for the immediate commencement of further technical talks. In addition, a communication line between the parties has been formed for the period mentioned in paragraph 5 of the MOU to avoid incidents and miscommunication with the aim of safe passage for commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. We keep seeing the mixed messaging coming through from Iran over regarding the Strait of Hormuz, correct? We keep seeing that. It's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed. How the hell are we going to get, how does anyone know what's going on? How does anyone know what's going on? Nobody knows what's going on from the Iranian side. To me, that sends the signal that their leadership is severely fractured. Severely fractured. Okay. On Hormuz, let's play a clip from Fox News yesterday. This is what Trey Yingst said after he had a conversation with President Trump regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for more than 20 minutes, and he gave some new insight and reaction about the ongoing talks that are taking place in Switzerland and the threats coming from the Iranian regime. President Trump telling Fox News that the U.S. may take over the strait in the future if they have to and collect tolls. The president described this as the United States being the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And the president said ultimately that would involve the U.S. taking 20% of the oil that passes through the strait. Remember, this comes in reaction to the Iranians saying they will close the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country. Now, earlier today, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said this about Iranian enrichment of uranium. The president also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment, and they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called President of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this, it has no right to do that.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President Trump told Fox News he better watch his mouth, he better shape up, or we'll take over the rest of the country. And so clearly the president reacting directly to these comments from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian. And also President Trump talked about the broader memorandum of understanding, indicating this is just a ceasefire extension. This is not the final deal with the Iranian regime. And the president says he holds the cards and maintains a variety of options if the Iranians don't make these serious commitments at the negotiating table. He said, I have a 60-day option, and I can do whatever I want after that option. So again, President Trump leaving a variety of considerations on the table and says that the United States could become the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and collect tolls itself while taking oil, around 20%, the president says. As it relates to oil, President Trump also said that 19 million barrels of crude oil exited the Persian Gulf yesterday as a result of this memorandum of understanding with the Iranians. Guys?
So, Trey, as always...
All right, there was Trey Yingst giving you a little bit. I saw a comment in the chat here that makes... I saw a comment in the chat here that makes a little bit of sense. Kimberly _ K says, Iran is simply putting out propaganda to save face with their people. Man, you would think that's a no-brainer, right? Good job, Kimberly K. Let me give you a round of applause. Thank you. You would think that's a no-brainer. You know, it's like you would believe a lot of people could pick that up and say, "Oh, okay, it's just propaganda." But what you have is a bunch of morons in this country who see Iranian propaganda that is clear Iranian propaganda, so clear. Kimberly K was able to pick it out. That's propaganda. And believe it and go, oh, there you go. Israel and, Iran and the Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz is closed and all this. Folks, when When did we lose the ability to distill fact from fiction? Thank you. Kimberly K., another round of applause for you. Iran is simply putting out propaganda to save face with their people. Yes. Yes. Thank you. It reminds me of like last year after Midnight Hammer, and they like retaliated. Remember? Remember when they retaliated? And they were like, we staved off the enemy. And people were like, and there were a few like Luke Rudkowski, who's a complete and utter tool online, where he was like, oh, this is bad. This is going to turn into a world war. And I see our I'm not even going to name Negative Nancy. You know what? Negative Nancy, you know who you are. Oh, we were told they were decimated. They are decimated. Are you insane? They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Their leadership structure is insanely fractured. That's why they can't have a negotiation without changing the story every 30 minutes. They have no air defense. They have no radar. We don't even know if their supreme leader is actually alive or some autopen is writing things for him. But you, the fool that you are, you, Negative Nancy, that's how I'm going to refer to you. You know who you are. Negative Nancy. All you do is bitch and moan every day, and I am so tired of it. I am so tired of seeing, oh, stop attacking your support. You don't support nothing. You bitch and moan every day in this chat, Negative Nancy. Every day. You could have the best day ever, and there's still something wrong. We could have deported every illegal alien. You go, well, how come it didn't happen sooner? Just shut up already with the negativity. I'm so tired of it. Shut up. Or go out somewhere else. Go away. Iran does not control the Strait. The Strait was never closed yesterday. They just said it was. You know why? Because they lie. Because they're a bunch of Islamo-fascists who lie. And you seem to not understand that concept. For the sake of being freaking negative. Debbie Downer. I don't want that type of nonsense in my locker room. Nonsense. Shut up. I'm not saying we have to wear rose-colored glasses, but every freaking word out of your mouth is negative. Shut up. Because it's been months of this crap. And you know exactly who in this chat I'm talking about. I'm not going to give this person's name any oxygen. Get out of here. I'm calling strikes and balls. Negative Nancy, every day, nothing's happening. Oh, go black pill in someone else's show and disrupt someone else's chat. You got to give these negotiations a chance. Well, we were told Iran was decimated. What is your solution? Other than whining. What's your solution? Because we're going to move on to the next point here. This country does not have an appetite for this conflict, period. This country, can you get him out of the chat for the day? Bucklebrush Jones out of the chat for the day. I'm done with this guy. I'm done. Get him out. Nothing but a distraction. Out. Come back tomorrow when you're in a better mood. And if you're not in a better mood, we'll do it again. Out. This is what we're talking about here. 78% of Americans want the conflict. And then this guy's going to whine to me on X. I'm going to block him there. I'm so tired of the negativity. Every freaking day, I got to see this guy's comments in the chat whining about something else. Go away. Go away. 78% of Americans want the conflict with Iran to end now. Now. So this is the only way out. This is the only way out of the conflict is negotiations. Because if we don't negotiate with Iran, then we got to go back to a military conflict. Well, guess what? The country has no appetite for it, and our politicians are supposed to listen to what this country wants. 78% of Americans want this conflict to end now. A majority of Americans want the United States to end the war with Iran right now, according to a recent CBS News and YouGov poll. The survey, which was taken Wednesday through Friday of last week, asked participants the conflict with Iran. What should the United States do now? CBS reported Sunday. 78% said the nation should end the conflict now, while 22% said continue the conflict until Iran gives up more. So if you are among the people who want to hold out like Jack Keane on Fox News, that guy, whenever he comes on the screen, I'm like, here we go. Here we go. Tell me why we should put boots on the ground, Jack. Go ahead. You're in the 22 percentile. You're in the very, very, very slim minority. The poll surveyed Republicans asking what should the United States do now. 60% of all Republicans said the nation should end the conflict now, and 56% of MAGA Republicans agreed. 40% of Republicans said the nation should continue the conflict until Iran gives up more, while 44% of MAGA Republicans agreed. This CBS News YouGov survey was conducted with a nationally representative sample of 2,519 U.S. adults interviewed between June 17th and June 19th, 2026. The sample was weighted to be representative of adults nationwide according to gender, age, race, education, based on the U.S. Census American Community Survey and current population survey, as well as 2024 presidential vote. The margin of error is 2.5 points. So we're well outside the margin of error. There is no appetite in this country for this war to continue. None. Okay? So you have to take that into account. You have to take that into account. Okay? You can't ignore what the American people want. And this is part of what I was talking about last week. There's this ridiculous thought. There's this ridiculous thought that we betrayed the Iranian people. No, we didn't. The United States did not betray the Iranian people because the United States has no allegiance to the Iranian people. Well, Donald Trump posted on social media that help was on the way. Well, let's see. The United States, in cooperation and conjunction with Israel, killed their supreme leader, wiped out several rungs of their leadership structure, fractured the IRGC, destroyed the Iranian military, destroyed the Iranian Navy, destroyed the Iranian air defense, destroyed Iranian radar targets. What else? What else? What else would you like them to do? What other help would you want? Other than we going to hold your hand while you wipe your asses too? Well, they need weapons. All right. I get it. They need weapons. The Iranian people need weapons. You're right. You're 100% right. That's why we love our Second Amendment in this country. How do you suppose we get the Iranian people weapons? Let's go. Is there a weapons ferry? Can I call the weapons ferry? 1-866 weapons ferry now. Hi, this is Sean Farish of the United States of America. I'm looking for the weapons ferry to drop off weapons to the Iranian people. Sorry, she's busy. We don't have a weapons ferry because there is no such thing as a weapons ferry. The only way to get weapons to the people in Iran is what? They can't get there by themselves. We tried to arm the Kurds and have them bring the weapons to the Iranians. That didn't work out. Without putting boots on the ground, how do you put weapons in the hands of Iranian citizens? How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you give the Iranian people weapons without putting U.S. boots on the ground? Because we already saw the polling that a huge majority of the country wants the conflict to end now. Therefore, they don't want to see U.S. boots on the ground passing out weapons to Iranian citizens, because that's going to result in a lot of Americans dead. That's going to result in a lot of Americans dead. We know the CIA will do it. The CIA, you need a massive, robust operation to get weapons into. You're not just passing out 20 guns. You're going to try and arm an entire resistance to overthrow one of the most brutal and established regimes the world has seen in the last couple decades. You're going to need a huge presence down there, and you're also going to have to make sure that the people you're handing out guns to aren't somehow IRGC operatives. You got to vet these people. Who's to say, okay, the United States gets into Iran, they're passing out weapons, word gets out. You don't think the IRGC is going to try and get in there and steal those weapons? You don't think that's going to put these people who are passing out weapons in a terrible position? Are you thinking about any of this? Or are you just sitting there in your recliner saying, we should arm the Iranians? How? Well, we could do it covertly. We could do it secretly. Yeah, maybe if it was like 10 or 20 guns, that's not going to overthrow the IRGC in this regime. How are you going to do it? Let's face it, there is no way to get the regime out of power in Iran without an uprising of the Iranian people. There's no way to do it. And if the Iranian people are afraid to rise up because they don't have weapons, which is justified, I'm not telling you they should throw themselves in front of live fire. But if they are afraid to rise up because they don't have weapons and the IRGC and the regime does, then there is no way right now, the way things currently stand, to overthrow the regime. Okay? So you have to take that part of the equation off the board. At the beginning of the conflict, it looked like, because the regime was already in a weakened position after the protests in January, and they executed 50,000 protesters, and the world was condemning them, and the nuclear ambitions and all this, it looked like the regime was on wobbly legs. And we bombed them, and we thought, hey, maybe this will chase them out of the country, and then somebody will come. Maybe it's Shah Pahlavi, maybe it's that Iranian resistance group, maybe it's another group that takes power, but the regime may fall. The regime didn't fall. You now have to take that possible solution off the board, at least temporarily. That's not realistic right now. If the Iranian people are afraid, and I get it, I get why. I'm not trying to take shots at them and say that they're unjustifiably afraid. No, they have every reason to be afraid. We know that 50,000 of their protesters were killed, and the executions have continued. If the Iranian people are afraid to rise up and try and mount a resistance and a revolution and an overthrow of the regime, then that part of the equation, for the time being, has to be removed from the slate of possible outcomes. What's the next best thing? Well, let's get a deal signed. No nuclear enrichment, no nuclear program. Defund and rein in the terror proxies and keep the strait open first and foremost. That's it. That's all you could do. That's all you could do. Here's Trump's post about the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. There will be no tolls in the Hormuz Strait for 60 days during the ceasefire period, and there will be no tolls after the 60 days have expired unless they are imposed by and for the United States of America should the deal not be completed for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I would prefer if we didn't have to do that. I would prefer it if we didn't have to do that. But it's looking not increasingly likely. Donald Trump is putting that out there saying we'll do it if we have to. One way or the other, Iran is not going to control the strait. I want to play a clip of J.D. Vance talking about the Iranian negotiations that took place yesterday as well, because there were reports, they walked out, they didn't walk out, they're going to walk out. And Trump provoked him on social media, and he's undermining negotiations. And Vance is, folks, let's take a deep breath and watch these remarks from J.D. Vance, because this is somewhat reassuring. Listen.
No, they didn't throw a wrench in the system. The thing with the Iranians, yes, they did threaten to walk out, or at least there were social media threats that they would walk out. But we were negotiating well past 1 a.m. yesterday, so they didn't walk out. And their technical team is still here in Bergenstock working with our technical team actually as we speak, though I imagine maybe some of them are taking a break to watch this news conference. But look, what we told the Iranians yesterday is, when you guys engage in what us millennials might call trash talk, you can't expect the President of the United States not to respond and not to correct the record. So when they say things that aren't true, the President is going to respond to it. I'm going to respond to it. Americans are going to respond to it. When they make threats that aren't rooted in reality, they have to accept that the President of the United States is actually going to set the record straight. That's all that happened. So yes, there was a little bit of threatening, there was a little bit of whining, but at the end of the day, the talks continued and we made great progress.
All right, the talks continued despite all of the reporting yesterday. The talks are falling apart. The strait's closed. The strait's open. The strait's closed. Iran's got a nuke. Iran's doing this. Hezbollah's doing that. The talks continued. The talks continued. Now, I want to highlight something that I don't think is helpful either. And it is the passionately pro-Israel. Listen to me. I don't want to make it look like I'm going full woke right. So I want to be very clear. I am still a supporter of Israel and their right to exist. Okay? But just because I believe Israel has a right to exist, it does not mean that I think that everybody who is on that side is conducting themselves in their best way possible right now. And one of them is this guy, Josh Hammer. I don't know Josh. I've never had an interaction with Josh. I think he follows me on social media. That's fine. Whatever. If he sees it, he sees this. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But this is ridiculous. Trump ties his name and credibility to Vance's dubious Iran diplomacy. Come on. You've got to give it a chance. It has been 3 days or so of negotiations in Switzerland. You have got to give it a chance. And I get it. There's a lot of folks on the pro-Israel side of things don't like J.D. Vance because he's, he had a relationship with Tucker Carlson and he's a little more, of the new age type of MAGA. And, he called out Israel last week. Folks, just because he criticized Israel does not mean you get to decide that this guy's a total failure. You just have a disagreement with him. Josh Hammer says the following: Donald Trump has been the greatest, most clear-eyed, and most transformative foreign policy president of my lifetime. But, here comes the but. Trump is also the famed businessman who wrote The Art of the Deal 4 decades ago. There has therefore always been the risk that the president's novel and often unorthodox approach to foreign policy could be subsumed by a greater deal-making imperative. Prudent statesmanship on the world stage requires setting clear ends and then working backward to calibrate the appropriate means, diplomatic, economic, military, or otherwise, to achieve those ends. Because of his deal-making background, Trump, despite all of his foreign policy successes, was always uniquely vulnerable to confusion of means and ends, prioritizing a deal itself above any end that a deal might be meant to secure. That is how we got to this troubling week in U.S. foreign policy, namely the deeply flawed new memorandum of understanding between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran, which represents the single greatest subsumption of noble ends into politically convenient means in at least a decade of American diplomacy. This is Josh Hammer. Not even a final deal yet, and he's telling you the sky is falling. On one hand, you're saying Donald Trump is a deal maker. He's done this his whole life. On the other side, but I don't trust him in this case. Donald Trump is doing the only thing the country is giving him the option to do. Donald Trump is doing the only thing the country is giving him the option to do. 78% of the country wants this to end, so he's trying to find a way to make it end. Because he has to listen to us. He does not have to listen to anybody else but the people who he serves. He serves us. If the American people, right or wrong, say, stop the war, then he's going to feel the pressure and say, hey, we got to stop the war. And if the way to stop the war is to enter into a deal and take what you can get by getting no nuclear weapons and an open Strait of Hormuz, then that's what you've got to do. Well, he's tying his name to J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance is not a good negotiator. How do you know J.D. Vance is not a good negotiator? It's been 3 days. It's been 3 days. To act like this whole thing is already an undisputed failure is ridiculous. I'm not telling you it's going to succeed. I'm not telling you it's going to be the best deal ever made. I'm telling you this is his only option, and we don't know how good or bad the final deal is going to be because we don't have a final deal yet. And it's one thing. It is one thing to have an opinion. And it is one thing to have concerns. If you remember, back when Operation Epic Fury started, I told you, I came on here and I told you, I have my concerns that this could turn into a forever war. I have my concerns that this could turn into an Iraq or an Afghanistan. I have my concerns that this could turn into another quagmire in the Middle East. And I still have those concerns. But you don't see me making declarations like, oh, this is what's going to happen, or slamming the administration when they are doing the best that they can do right now. And they are doing it on the American people's behalf. Listen, if this poll said 78% of Americans want the United States to keep bombing Iran, and the United States wasn't doing that, I would be saying, hey, the people want you to just bomb them into submission. Why are we doing deals? The people don't want that. They serve us. They don't serve Israel. They don't serve the Iranian people. They don't serve the Gulf states. They don't serve Europe. The people who are negotiating this deal serve us. The American people want it to end. I want it to end. I'd like to see the regime fall. That doesn't look like it's realistic right now. So what's the next best option? No nukes, open strait. Let's go from there. Let's go from there. Let's go from there. This, Vance's dubious Iran diplomacy. This is just somebody who's being a sniveling little whiner who brings up some good points. He says here, the history of Iranian negotiations is littered with broken promises, yet this administration, with Vance as its most prominent salesman, somehow argues this time will be different. I get it. Fool me once, fool me twice, blah, blah, blah. There is zero reason for thinking that will be the case. The mullahs are still in charge, after all. As Roger Daltrey of The Who famously said in the hit 1971 song, won't get fooled again. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. What exactly is different with the current deal? The mind reels. The new MOU with its risks repeating all the same grave mistakes of JCPOA, according to what Josh Hammer says. Yeah, it risks it. What's different? How about the people negotiating the ends of this deal? How about the fact that we've softened them up? That's different. The fact that we killed their supreme leader before entering into negotiations, that's different. There are a few different moving parts. I'm not telling you that I trust Iran. I'm telling you we got to try because it's the only option that we have. The other option is not something that this country has an appetite for. Rightly, wrongly, whatever you might. Oh, the rest of the country's dumb. Okay, fine. Then you think the rest of the country's dumb. I think the rest of the world's dumb for having an appetite for soccer. Okay? You can have your opinion. The point of the matter here is the country does not have an appetite for a prolonged conflict. The country wants it to end now. A deal is the way it's going to end now. Donald Trump doesn't want to keep bombing Iran either. He doesn't like war. He prefers to make a deal. If your argument is you can't make a deal with terrorists, you can't make a deal with Iran, you can't trust Iran, I don't disagree with you. But if it's the only option that we have, then it's the only option we could try out. And we've got to give it an earnest try and not jump off the ship and abandon ship and start hitting the panic button 3 days or 2 days or a day into talks in this 60-day period. And it's going to keep happening. You're going to get mixed messaging all the time in this next 2-month period. The strait's open, the strait's closed. The strait's open, the strait's closed. We're leaving talks, we're coming back to talks. Iran's out, Iran's in. Nukes, no nukes. It's going to keep happening, so be prepared for it. As Kimberly said in the chat before, Iran has to put out their own propaganda to save face with their people. The problem is you've got people in this country who are believing the propaganda, and it just blows my mind. Blows my mind. All right. We're rolling into the second hour here, and I want to get into some more fun stuff. Jeremy Harrell is out this week on vacation. I'll be filling in until 12 noon Eastern time. So for those of you who are coming in looking for Jeremy Harrell on Live from America, you get me, and then I don't remember the rest of the schedule. I could look that up in a second, but there will be others filling in throughout the week. You're going to get 2 hours of me again tomorrow, and then 2 hours of me again on Thursday, doing this exact lineup. So I'll be running from 10 to noon. We'll give a 30,000-foot view on the conversation that we just had about Iran, and then we'll keep moving forward. Before we do that, let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. You know, it's America 250 season, isn't it? America 250, America 250, America 250. Cove Pure is celebrating America's 250th birthday. Folks, I love every 4th of July, I read the Declaration of Independence. I think it's one of the best documents ever written. And I am looking forward to the 4th of July this year as we ring in 250 years of the greatest country on earth. Here's the crazy part, though, folks. 250 years after our country's founding, we're still drinking whatever the government decided to put in our water. Fluoride for your teeth, chlorine to keep things clean. Well, that's not a decision I want someone else making for me or anybody in this house. That's why I use Cove Pure to purify every drop of water that flows into the cups and water bottles and bowls and everything in this house. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. A recent study confirmed that fluoride, you guys know all about it. Fluoride exposure is linked to lower IQ scores in children. It's not a fringe study. That's from JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world. And chlorine, that's not even the worst part. It's what happens when chlorine actually reacts with natural particles in the water from plants and soil. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself calls probable human carcinogens linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. Now, there are some states that are moving on it. Utah and Florida have banned fluoride, but that process takes years to implement. Your kids and your family, they're still drinking that water today. You need something that works right now. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Cove Pure is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, anything that isn't water gets filtered out. We love our Cove Pure. The water tastes great. The machine works very easily. No drilling, no plumbing. Just fill up the tank, plug it in, and it does the rest of the work for you. Don't wait for the government to catch up. Take back control of your water. And in honor of America's 250th birthday, Cove Pure is giving this audience $250 off if you use my link, covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN. Don't wait. Celebrate America 250. covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean for $250 off. All right. Jeremy Herald is out today, is out all week on vacation. I am filling in until noon today, until noon tomorrow, and until noon on Thursday. If you missed the first hour of the show, we've been talking about the Iran negotiations. It seems to be on life support. Is it working? Did they leave? Are they there? Is the Strait of Hormuz open? Is it closed? Do they have a nuke? Is Hezbollah stopping? Is Israel stopping? Is Lebanon an issue? All of these things are still up in the air, and I urge you to calm down. Point number one, calm down. The fog of war is real. There is a ton of just information overload out of there. JLU3 says, just received our Cove Pure on Friday. Such a game changer. Can't figure out the hot water dispense yet, though. Still love it. If you select hot, select an amount, and then you have to hit the little lock button and then press go, it comes out hot. There's probably a YouTube video or something out there anyway. Okay. So you have to give Iran and these, well, you don't have to give Iran anything. You have to give these negotiations a little bit more time before we can start calling them a failure. A bunch of people last week saw the MOU and just went scorched earth on the administration. That helps nobody. Have your opinions, have your concerns. I had mine. You remember I had my concerns last week. I said, I don't like this whole idea that only for 60 days there's no tolls in the Strait. I want to hear that there's no tolls in the Strait beyond 60 days. Well, then you had Vance say this.
Well, first of all, we believe international waterways should be free of tolls. And that's been our position. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the MOU. And when you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiation is going to set the terms of what comes afterwards, right? You said, I think that it's the Omanis and the Iranians, but it's actually the MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the Straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. Right? That's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the Straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again. It's frankly not what the Iranians want. It's not what the Omanis want. It's not what the GCC wants either. So what we're going to do, of course, working with our allies in the region, is to ensure that that is reflected in the final deal. And if that's not reflected in the final deal, there's not going to be a final deal. And that is, I keep coming back to this fundamental structural point of this negotiation, which is that we have all the cards. If the Iranians want the benefits of the bargain, they have to give us the things that are necessary to get those benefits.
All right. So that was Vance last week. Now he's in Switzerland, and part of the negotiations here, there are not going to be tolls charged on ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. There are not going to be tolls implemented by Iran. So, I mean, I had that concern in the MOU and said, I don't like, remember that last week? Do you remember that? Last week, I read through it, the MOU on Thursday, and I said, I don't like that. But what did I do? Did I take it and go, that's it? That's it. This administration's a failure. Now I'm going to start screaming about how everything sucks and we're giving up everything and we got lied to. And Iran, they said we decimated them and we didn't actually decimate them. And now they're going to charge tolls and it's a bait and switch. Did I go crazy last Thursday? Did I go crazy? No. I said, I don't like that. Let's see what the administration's plan is for it before we come up with an opinion. If the administration had come out and said, yeah, no tolls for 60 days, but then we're just going to settle on tolls, I'd say, that's a bad deal. I don't think you should do that. Okay? But now what we're seeing, again, Trump says there's going to be no tolls in the final deal. Vance says there are going to be no tolls in the final deal. Trey Yingst gave a report yesterday about how there's going to be no tolls in the final deal. So that's point number 2 in these negotiations. And number 3, just to round it all out, and just so I'm very, very clear on my position, regarding the players on the board here in this Iran conflict. The United States of America and its leaders serve the interests of the American people, the wishes, the desires, and the demands of the American people above anyone else. That means we serve, our leaders serve Americans before they serve Israelis. Our leaders serve Americans before they serve Europeans. Our leaders serve Americans before they serve Iranians. Our leaders serve Americans before they serve anyone. Period. And with this polling that says 78% of Americans want the conflict with Iran to end right now, that is ironclad data that says there is no appetite for a continued war in the region. So, with what I just said, American elected officials, diplomats, etc., who are in these negotiations, they serve the American people before anyone else. The American people are speaking quite loudly. Get out of there. If the American people were saying bomb them, then I'd be on this show telling you, hey, we shouldn't be working out a deal. We should be bombing them because that's what the country wants. If the American people said, let's just do a boots on the ground thing, topple the regime and then leave, I wouldn't want to see it, but the rest of the people want to see it. Listen, that's the way this system is supposed to work. We can't worry about whose feelings are going to get hurt in the region. We can only worry about whose feelings are going to be hurt here at home. And the American people are speaking very loudly right now. They want this war to end now. They want this war to end now. So I know that there are talking points, and I know that there are opinions out there that say, oh, well, we should do a better job with Israel right now, and we shouldn't bully them in the Middle East, and we shouldn't do this with them and that with them, and we shouldn't say this and we shouldn't say that. And some of it may be correct. I get it. But at the end of the day, who does Donald Trump serve? Who does J.D. Vance serve? Who does our military serve? Who does our government serve? First and foremost, before anyone else, they serve the American people. And over 3/4 of the American people want this conflict to wrap up. So the American people have given this administration really no other path forward than to strike a deal and get out of there. And it may not be the greatest deal, and it may not be the most complete deal, but if it accomplishes an open Strait of Hormuz, no nuclear weapon via development or procurement for Iran, and a cessation of fighting in or around Israel, which is, I'm very cynical and skeptical that that's going to happen, then you've got at least something to hang your hat on at the end of these negotiations. That's it. And if you want the regime to fall, well, then you're asking for the Iranian people to rise up. And they currently, what I'm told, everyone says, they can't rise up because they don't have the weapons. And the only way to get them the weapons, because there's no such thing as a weapons fairy, is to deliver them. And the only way to deliver them is to put American boots on the ground and pass them out. And then you're putting people in harm's way. And how do you know that you're giving weapons to the right people? And how do you know the IRGC isn't gonna attack those services? How do you? That opens up an entire can of worms that, as we said, 78% of the country is not in favor of it right now. This is the only way forward. Make a deal, and that's it. And if the regime falls, it's going to have to be because of internal issues, whether it's the Iranian people or a mutiny between the IRGC and the folks who are in charge now. That's it. All right. All right. The war will be over when the job is done. Don't care what any poll says, period. 45-47. The dash does not mean and. This is a military. Oh, that's okay. All right. I'm going to be nice and not say anything about that, but that's one of those Derek Johnson. There's a military. That's a cute thing. That's silly. All right. Let's take. We're not going to take a break. We're going to move on. Would you like to have a little bit of fun? I'd like to have a little bit of fun. Let's have some fun at the expense of Kamala Harris. Before we have fun at the expense of Kamala Harris, let's take a look at what she talked about on the Don Lemon show yesterday. By the way, the dash on the MAGA hat does mean and. It's not a military operation, okay? I don't care how many episodes of the X-22 report you've watched and you believe otherwise. That's not what it means. This is not a military operation. That's a psyop, and a very silly one at that. And it should be one of these things where, like, you realize, like, after a certain number of times, like, the predictions aren't coming true. You should stop being fooled by it, but whatever. To each their own. Kamala Harris, Trump accountability, 2028. This is what she had to say with Don Lemon yesterday. So remember, when Trump talks like this, he's a dictator. When Kamala talks like this, she's a hero. Watch this.
I'm not a politician, but I think that the people who deserve to be prosecuted or whatever it is for misusing the Justice Department and abusing, I believe, American citizens and American politicians, or whether you want to say political rivals or whatever, I think that they should face, some sort of justice.
Oh, well, I absolutely believe that. And I believe that there should be there should be accountability.
But how does that look like in a legal realm?
And especially for people in the highest roles of power and authority, those who abuse their power and authority should be held accountable, and there should be consequence.
If you are president, let's just say in 2028 you are elected, will you make sure that there's accountability?
Oh, I believe firmly in accountability.
Okay, so when Trump talked like that on the campaign trail, it was like, oh, he's a fascist. He's gonna weaponize the justice system. Now, Kamala Harris basically saying the exact same things, and it's like, oh, how heroic. Yeah, vote for Kamala Harris for accountability. Interesting. So when Democrats talk like that, it's fine. But when Republicans talk like that, it's fascism. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Now, it's time for, where is my fork? Those of you who don't know, this is the word salad fork. This is a big one. All right. Here's Kamala Harris. Here's Kamala Harris with an epic word salad. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've had the word salad fork. It's been a while since we've had this conversation about Kamala Harris making up words and trailing on and on and on and on incoherently. Joe Biden at least had an excuse.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
Right? Joe Biden at least had an excuse. Dementia. But Kamala doesn't have that excuse. So let us get to Kamala Harris's word salad yesterday on the word hope. This is interesting. Watch this.
I really, truly believe this. We each have light inside of us. And we need to know that that is what inspires our hope as much as anything external to ourselves. And when we feel that and not allow an election or an individual to dampen that light, and instead let that light kind of carry us, in particular through moments of darkness, that we not only act on that hope, but we inspire that hope in each other. And in particular at this moment, it is so important that we not only have hope, but that we understand that that should be a verb.
Hope should be a verb? As if hope is not a verb? Is she? Okay. All right. I could just lose my mind right now. Let's go to Google. Let's go. Wait.
Google.
All right, let's go to Google. Define hope. Define hope. Let's see. Let's go to Merriam-Webster. I got along very well with Merriam-Webster. Merriam-Webster is a tremendous person. They're actually two people. Think about it. Merriam-Webster, let's do it. Define, we're going to use it.
Goo-goo.
Goo-goo is on the case. Kamala Harris, hope should be a verb. Hope is a verb. You freaking moron. It's also a noun. It's both. Hope is a thing. It's a thing that you can have, and it's a thing that you can do. This woman, it should be a verb. We should treat it like a verb. Well, it is. Holy cow. She should use Google.
Google what they said
Once in a while. Oh, my gosh. John Yarder says, was that a new "This is your brain on drugs" commercial? I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's a that was just a total mess. That was a total mess. All right. We had some fun with Kamala Harris. Let's move into another piece of, let's do a little bit of good news. Want to try a little bit of good news this morning? A little bit of encouraging news this morning, okay? How about a little bit of encouraging news this morning from the Department of Homeland Security? The Department of Homeland Security is saying that the Trump administration deportations are at a record high. Let's dive into this because obviously, you know, all problems in this country can be traced back to illegal immigration, right? So here it is. Department of Homeland Security says deportations are at a record high. Deportations are at a record high according to the DHS, which is warning illegal aliens to self-deport or risk being arrested. Deportation flights are at a record high, DHS report wrote in a post on X, replying to a post in which the Washington Examiner shared that nearly 900,000 illegal aliens have been involuntarily deported since the start of the Trump administration in January of 2025. DHS added that the American people gave the Trump administration a mandate to arrest and remove criminal illegal aliens, adding that under President Donald Trump and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, the agency would continue to deliver. Data from the Human Rights First organization revealed that in May, the Trump administration carried out roughly 296 flights, removing illegal aliens from the country, the Washington Examiner reported. This represented a more than double increase from the 126 flights removing illegal aliens during Trump's first full month in office. So these are involuntary deportations, okay? How many self-deportations are there? There's more than that. I would imagine the total number at this point is close to 4 million deported. Not enough. Not enough. I get it. I understand. Not enough. But you've got to start somewhere. What is part of the problem now with regards to deportations? Judges, courts, Democrat obstruction, right? Finding the people, processing them. There's a process. You can't just grab them and put them in the Trumpapult like I want and fling them over the border, right? There's a process that unfortunately has to be followed. And these rogue judges and all these obstructionists, they're making the process that much harder to follow, right? So 900,000 illegal aliens have been deported, and the amount of flights that were flown out in May have increased nearly double than what they were in Trump's first full month in office. So we are trending in the right direction. Are we done? Is this over yet? No. But again, I always hear this from the black pill crowd. Donald Trump is backing off from mass deportations. Really? Because 900,000 illegal aliens have been deported in the last year and a half. Involuntarily deported. Then you have millions who have decided to self-deport so they don't get hogtied and thrown in the back of a van and flung into another country and dropped somewhere they don't want to be. Fact of the matter is, millions of illegal aliens who were once in this country are not in this country. And it's a lot easier for everybody and a lot more efficient for everybody if they self-deport versus going in, finding them, arresting them, confirming who they are, going through the process, loading them on a plane, flying them out of the country. It's a lot easier if they just self-deport, which is why the administration is saying, hey, get out. If you get out by yourself, we'll help you leave, and then you'll have the opportunity to legally come back into the country at some point. If you're arrested and we have to force you out, you can't come back. Combine that with the fact that this border has never been more secure. Any of these illegals that are encountered on the border are not being released into our country. And you have a very promising trend developing regarding immigration in the southern border. Anyone who's coming in is being arrested. They're not being released into the country. 900,000 illegal aliens have been involuntarily deported from the country, and a couple million have voluntarily left the country. And so you're looking at around 4 million in the last year and a half that are out of here. That's not nothing. That's not the end all be all. That's not the finished product, but that is something, and we should all be very happy with that progress. If the number of illegals in this country is 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, yeah, you've only gotten rid of, at best, 25% of them, but you've got another 2.5 years. And if we do our job in the midterms and we do our job in 2028, and we have a Republican administration then as well, and we continue to build off of the work that has been, the groundwork that has been laid here by the Trump administration, we could turn the tide here and get them all out. Don't listen to anybody. Oh, only 250,000 illegals have been 900,000. Okay? 900,000. All right. Where do we want to go from here? Where do we want to go from here? Let's go. Let's see. What do we want to do? All right, let's go into this story about Jasmine Crockett. While I annoy you with more Democrats, let's go to Jasmine Crockett, because Jasmine Crockett, let me ask you a question in the live chat. See if you guys pick up where I'm going here. Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most? Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most? In the live chat, let me know. Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most in the live chat? Pretty simple answer. Everyone should agree. Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most? There you go. Everyone says herself or Jasmine. Herself. Her Jasmine. Her eyelashes. Yes. Illegals. True. Jasmine Crockett cares more about herself than anybody else. Okay? Now, what happened to Jasmine Crockett back in, I don't know, earlier this year during the primary cycle? She lost her primary, her Democrat Texas Senate primary, to James Talafrico. Well, now Jasmine Crockett is kind of not being a team player. She's kind of not being a team player with regards to Talarico's Senate candidacy. Here we go. Nick Arama over on Red State. I think the Democrat powers that be thought James Talarico had a better chance against the Republicans in the general election for the Senate seat from Texas than Jasmine Crockett. However, they may have deluded themselves with that thought as the problematic statements and issues in Talarico's past have come tumbling out. You know, Talarico believes God is non-binary. Talarico has said all these insane things. The Democrats are trying desperately. He's a vegan, right? Or he was at one point. He's running a no-meat campaign in Texas. He wants the southern border to be a welcome mat. He's just a weird guy. Democrats are trying desperately to repaint Talarico as not a leftist and clarifying his past statements. They're trying to spin it. That's generally a bad look, and then he looks inauthentic. They also have a Jasmine Crockett problem. They don't have Jasmine Crockett on board to stump for James Talarico, which could do what? Could hurt his performance in the black vote. Talarico's campaign said the winning candidate recently personally phoned the lefty firebrand who lost to him in the Democrat primary in March and left a voice message inviting her to give a keynote speech at the party's upcoming convention. But Jasmine Crockett told the Dallas Morning News late last week that she didn't even listen to the message, ripping it as an afterthought invite, and indicated she does not plan to attend the convention. Kind of sounds a little bit Like Jasmine Crockett got a little bit of sour grapes, doesn't it? So she loses the primary, and she expects James Tallarico to show up on bended knee, wash her feet, kiss her hand, and genuflect in front of the altar of Jasmine Crockett. She lost the primary, but she apparently is demanding special treatment and over-the-top treatment if they want her to stump for Tallarico in Texas and help campaign for Tallarico in Texas. Well, that didn't happen, and now she's insulted by it, apparently. She's not getting enough attention. And that's all Jasmine Crockett is about, isn't it? Crockett didn't just leave it there. She said she didn't know if she would campaign for Tallarico. She says, I have no idea. I'm more focused on down-ballot races in general. She also indicated there could be a problem for Tallarico with black voters. Quote, I have not heard a bunch of kumbaya, she told the outlet, about Tallarico standing among black voters. People don't seem to be convinced at this point, but there's a lot of time between now and November, she noted. Now, if that's true, that is a problem for Tallarico. He is going to need all the votes he can to get over the top. And if he is not coming across and does not have support from Jasmine Crockett in the black community, he's not going to beat Ken Paxton. I'm not telling you if you're in Texas to take your feet off, put your feet up and put your hands back and lean back and relax. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the Democrats are not playing nice with each other in the sandbox. As much as we hear about the MAGA divide and, division on the right, there's a lot of it on the left, too. I'm going to play for you this clip of Jasmine Crockett, who is just, well, she seems offended. You lost the primary. They didn't genuflect in front of the altar of Jasmine Crockett. They didn't wash her feet. They didn't kiss her hands. They didn't, bow down and glorify Jasmine Crockett, who's a loser, by the way. She lost her primary. She's not getting enough attention. She's not being made feel special enough. And now she's kind of like, well, I'm not going to campaign for him. Watch this.
I will say it for the record. I am not currently running for U.S. Senate, and therefore you will not see me on the trail as if I am running for U.S. Senate. I am not running for U.S. Senate. Instead, what I have always said that I would do, whether I was the Senate nominee or otherwise, is that I will be helping down ballot candidates. But y'all are still so focused on me. Bro, like, I'm not running. I'm not running. Okay? So, like, focus on the people that are in the race. So if you have this urge to be like, oh, Jasmine this, Jasmine that, maybe use that energy towards Kim Paxton this, Kim Paxton that. Because last time I checked, no matter how much I end up being a part of the conversation, there is one person that is guaranteed not to become the next senator in the state of Texas, and that's Jasmine Felicia Crockett.
She's not being a team player. Keep doing that, Jasmine. I support it. I'm all about it. You don't want to be a team player? You don't want to help James Tallarico with the black community? You don't want to say, I'm not focused on the Senate race. You had sour grapes. You're upset. You're taking your ball. You're going home. You're leaving him, to die and shrivel up on the vine. Fine. You're not going to see. That's fine. Fine by me. Don't be a team player in Texas. That's cool. She looks mad, right? She seems, I'm not running. Well, you're not running because you lost your primary, right? All right. Suit yourself. So let's say in the midterms now, let's say with the Senate race, right? So there's 53 seats. We're going to lose North Carolina, I think. I don't think we're going to lose Maine. I think we could flip Georgia. So that offsets one of those. That offsets the North Carolina flip. But let's say 53 and you lose, let's say worst case scenario. You lose Georgia. You lose North Carolina. That's down to 52 now. You lose Maine. That's down to 51. I don't think we're losing Iowa. I don't think we're losing Texas. I don't think we're losing Ohio. If you lose Michigan, that's status quo because that's already a Democrat-held seat. So you go down from 53, to 51? I don't think we're going to lose Alaska. However, if you don't lose Maine and you do flip Georgia, and I do think that's a possibility, Michigan could flip. I think that's a possibility. North Carolina, I think, is as good as gone. You could actually expand your lead in the Senate. The bottom line is, I find it very difficult. And remember, we still quote unquote control the Senate if J.D. Vance is the vice president, which he will be, with 50 votes. I think it's possible that the Democrats fail in one of those swing states like Michigan or Georgia. But if the Democrats don't win in Maine, and I don't think they're going to win in Maine, and they don't win in Texas, there's no way the Republicans lose the Senate. Okay? That being said, what's the best way to make sure we don't lose in November? Too big to rig. There it is. Little sneeze there for you as well. I don't think you're losing Idaho either. I don't think so. All right. Let's take another break. We'll get to a word from our friends over at Silent. It's slnt.com, slnt.com, silent.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Say it with me. Silence the chaos and go silent today. Silent.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Jeremy Herald again on vacation today. I'll be filling in for you for the next 25 minutes until noon Eastern time. And then we hand it off to the rest of the coalition that will be handling Jeremy's shows this week. Let us get back. Let us get back to some more hilarity out of Washington, D.C. Did those of you see the pro-algae protest last week? This is one of my favorite stories I've ever seen. Trump derangement syndrome is a real disease. It's a real disease. Anything that Donald Trump stands against, the Democrats are for. And on the other side, the flip side, anything that Donald Trump stands for, the Democrats are against. So Donald Trump was trying to clean the algae out of the D.C. reflecting pool and make an American flag blue and make it beautiful. And what happened? There was this. A group of idiots at the reflecting pool protesting in favor, yes, you saw that correctly, of algae. The Team Algae sign, go algae. If Trump doesn't like algae, we like algae. You know, part of me is like, oh, maybe it's a joke. Right? Maybe it's a joke. I don't think it's a joke. The left, the mainstream media, leftists on social media, they are using algae as a way to try and score political points against Donald Trump, or else CNN wouldn't have done this last week.
And we're going to scoop up a water sample to see if we can get this tested.
CNN independently took the sample of water and consulted with a pool store that regularly tests water to help read the results. It showed phosphate levels far higher than what is recommended to keep algae at bay based on estimates for a pool that holds 6.5 million gallons of water.
If there's already some phosphate fertilizer in the water, that's really opportunistic, especially for the blue-green algae that can fix nitrogen. So they are having a field day out here, probably.
The Department of Interior says they believe some of the initial problem was residual algae that had accumulated in pipes and insists the filtration system called the ozone nanobubbler is working.
All right. So there was no in-depth coverage on CNN about the Somali fraud in Minneapolis that was uncovered by Nick Shirley, or the hospice fraud in California, or the illegal aliens that are murdering Americans, or, the Irna Zarutska story, right? Or the Nowak story out there in the United Kingdom, or the 250,000 girls that have been projected to have been raped by roving rape gangs that forced the resignation of Keir Starmer in the UK. No stories about any of that. No deep dives about any of that. But we got an action shot of a lady. Look at this. Look at the algae in the pool water. Donald Trump is a failure because there's algae. And they're rooting this on. How many people in the live chat have a swimming pool? How many people in this live chat have a swimming pool? I'm curious. How many folks in the live chat have a pool? I want to see some participation here. Rumble seems to be glitching today. That's fine. Whatever. Nobody, as far as we're concerned, ain't no good days happening right now. Okay? All right, so you got a bunch of people in here have a pool. Well, here we go. Shaft had one. Cat Lover has one. Terry has one. Lulu Red has one. Bobbin has one. Look at this. A lot of people have pools. A lot of people. A lot of people have pools. Hollywood used to install in-ground pools. Okay. All right. Now, for those of you who have had pools, or you have pools right now, is algae a pain in the butt? Is it tough to deal with? Do you like dealing with it? Is it a persistent problem? Sometimes we lived at home. When I grew up, we had a small swimming pool in the backyard. We sometimes had to deal with algae. It was a pain. I remember dealing with it. It was a pain. If your levels weren't just right, the algae bloomed, and then it makes the pool green, and it's all over the floor, and it's slick and gross, and no matter what happens, it always comes back. It's a pain in the butt, isn't it? Look at that. Here, Mermaid Mills. Algae is a consistent issue with the pool. It's a pain. Do any of you guys and the gals who have pools in the live chat like dealing with the algae? Are any of you guys like, yes, we got algae. Now it's time to go in and de-algify the pool. Any of you guys in this chat who currently deal with swimming pools, do you enjoy dealing with algae? Yes or no? Any of you guys in the live chat enjoy dealing with algae? Yes or no? Shaft says, no, I don't like dealing with algae. Speak says, no, I don't like dealing with algae. Bobbin says, no, I don't like dealing with algae. Aquariums too, yes. Nobody likes dealing with algae. If you've had to deal with it in your swimming pool, you don't like dealing with it, right? Look at this, it's unanimous. It's always an issue, I don't like it. It's expensive to deal with it. Some have never had a problem. You're one of the lucky ones, as you can see. Cat lovers, I can't believe we're talking about algae. The point that I'm making here in this segment here is that nobody who has a pool likes dealing with algae. It's annoying. It's a pain in the butt. It's expensive. If your levels are out of whack, then it gets cloudy. It's not clear. It's green. It's slick on the bottom. It's gross. All right. Because as silly as this story is, Cat Lover goes, I can't believe we're talking about algae. This highlights how bad the TDS is on the left. Remember, we always talk about the 80-20 issues? This is a 0-100 issue. Nobody who has a swimming pool enjoys when their swimming pool experiences an algae bloom. And yet the Democrats, their protesters, and the media implicitly are like, we love algae. This is not going to go over well with many Americans. I'm not telling you that this factor is going to swing an election. I'm just showing you this is how out of touch they could be. When I made a bit last year in August and I said, we're endorsing oxygen. We love oxygen. We love air. Air is tremendous. You should breathe in. You should breathe out. You should continue to take deep breaths. You should do a tremendous job. We love air. Air is great. It's one of the greatest things in the history of the world. We encourage you to breathe. And we joked and said, now a bunch of liberals are going to hold their breath. That's not a joke if they actually thought that was Donald Trump. That's not a joke if they actually thought that was Donald Trump. When I made a follow-up bit to that, said, don't shower with your toaster, don't lick your wall outlets. It's very unsafe. You could get fried. You could get shocked. You could get electrocuted. It could be horrible. It could be terrible. And people were like, you better be careful or leftists are going to start licking their outlets. It's not a joke. They will take up arms. They will organize. They will take a stance on anything that Donald Trump opposes. He's trying to get algae out of a reflecting pool. They're on Team Algae. And now they have escalated it so far that because there's been vandalism at the reflecting pool, all Donald Trump wanted to do was make the reflecting pool look nice. You would say, no, they're not against. Yes, they are against it. They want to do everything in their power to make sure that whatever Donald Trump does, he fails. Whether it's Iran, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, whether it's tariffs, whether it's legislation, whether it's tax cuts, or whether it's cleaning a pool. They want to make sure that Donald Trump fails no matter what. You cannot vote for these people because they're not concerned about you. They're just concerned about countering Trump. That doesn't help you. Now you've got the National Guard standing around the reflecting pool because people are going in there and vandalizing it. And you have, I kid you not, pro-algae protesters harassing the National Guard at the reflecting pool. Watch this.
$1.1 million for y'all to watch porn scum. Our money's really being fucking spent well for y'all to watch porn scum. Let's go, Algae. Let's go. So the National Guard could come and watch porn scum. $1.1 million a day so the National Guard could come and watch porn scum. Y'all trying to find something to arrest me for, aren't y'all? Right? You're going to try to find something to arrest me for.
Let's go, Algae. Let's go. Harassing the National Guard. Oh, you spent all this money to watch pond scum. Are you serious? Do you think you're winning over hearts and minds with this? Now, granted, I don't think anybody really cares. It's just embarrassing. But you can't find something productive to do? You dressed up in a frog suit with a Team Algae sign and harassed the National Guard? If you worked half as hard at, I don't know, a job, a real job, go play around on ChatGPT and invent something. Vibe code for an hour or two. Build something. Do something productive. This is ridiculous. You're going to vote for these people? Independents need to understand. Those people, the Team Algae, screaming at the National Guard, those are the people who are going to influence any Democrats that win Senate seats and House seats. Those people essentially will be in charge if they win in November. The Team Algae people. You can't vote for that. You can't expect your life to get better if that's what you're dealing with. What a pathetic joke. You got members of the National Guard standing by the reflecting pool because people are vandalizing the reflecting pool because they hate Donald Trump that much. Imagine being consumed, so consumed by your hatred of one man that you have resorted to vandalizing national monuments, cheering on Algae, dressing up in a frog suit and harassing the National Guard. All because you hate a guy. It's a mental illness. And you may look at that and go, it's only a few of them. That's not the whole left. No. Those are the people who are driving the Democrat Party. If you are a moderate Democrat, it is not your party anymore. It is their party. It is the Team Algae People's Party. It is the Frog Suit Party.
$1.1 million for y'all to watch porn scam.
If you are a moderate Democrat, that's the party that you think you still belong to. You don't belong to that. You didn't sign up for that. You're not Looney Tunes like that. And you can't vote for that in November. I know you may say, oh, this is such an insignificant thing. The algae thing, whatever. It's going to be, that conversation's going to be over. It's not just the algae thing. This is a representation of how these people think. No matter what Donald Trump does, they are going to try and stand in the way. If Donald Trump could cure world hunger tomorrow, they'd eat all the food. If Donald Trump could cure cancer and AIDS and all of these terrible diseases tomorrow, they would undermine the cure and ban it. Or push for it to be, push for that cure not to be made available to the American people, or whine that it costs, or whatever. Donald Trump could do anything. It could be for the betterment of the world. It could be for the betterment of them, and they will oppose it. You can't vote for these people in November and expect anything to get better. The Team Algae, Frog Suit, harassed the National Guard, Trump derangement syndrome, stage 5, deeply infected lunatics on the left drive that party. If you are a moderate Democrat, a Kennedy Democrat, even a Bill Clinton Democrat, you do not have a home in the current Democrat Party. You cannot trust these people with your vote in November. You can't. You can't. All right. Quick break, and we'll get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. We got 10 minutes left to go in this 2-hour marathon this morning. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I know a lot of people are looking for Brennan in the chat right now. She is dealing with the cats. I try to make light of it with this feline civil war of 2026. It's not good right now. I'm not going to share what happened this morning, but it's really bad. So again, I humbly ask, if you have outdoor pets, please control them, because this started because someone let their pet roam and it started a fight. Okay? And unfortunately, catnip and laser pointers don't help. Not with what we're dealing with right now. This is really serious. I don't think you understand. So, as much as I want to make light of it, it's not a laughing matter. It's very serious. It's not good. So, it's bad. So, anyway, let's talk about this. Back to the reflecting pool and the vandalization. A former U.S. Olympian was arrested for vandalizing the D.C. reflecting pool. Here we go again. You're gonna go commit a crime because you don't like that Donald Trump cleaned a reflecting pool? I could not imagine being so possessed by hatred for one person to bring myself to do something like this. Now, again, this is just allegations. The person in question, 67-year-old David Hearn, a three-time Olympic canoeist, allegedly vandalized the reflecting pool and was arrested by U.S. Park Police on Friday. He's denying they did anything wrong. He'll have his day in court. Former U.S. Olympic canoeist was arrested Saturday after allegedly vandalizing the newly refurbished reflecting pool near the Lincoln Memorial as the Trump administration vows to prosecute vandals. 67-year-old David Hearn, three-time Olympic canoeist, allegedly vandalized the reflecting pool and was arrested by U.S. Park Police on Friday. Hearn denied the accusation, telling the Associated Press he merely reached into the pool to examine the peeling new coating. I'm a curious citizen, Hearn said. I reached down to see what it felt like. It was very rubbery. Hearn represented the United States in 1992, 1996, and 2000 Summer Olympics. He was also named the USA Canoe and Kayak Male Athlete of the Year. Hearn has a history of arrests with the U.S. Park Police. In 96, he was arrested after canoeing in the Potomac River. Despite an emergency river closure, he was charged with failing to obey a lawful order and eventually won in court after a federal judge ruled that Park Police did not have jurisdiction over the water. In the most recent incident, Hearn was reportedly finishing a 52-mile bike ride when he approached the reflecting pool and put his hand in, only to be confronted by Park Police and National Guard troops. Journalist Emily Miller, who was the one who got the Team Algae protest footage, who was present, said that he had grabbed a hose that National Park Service workers were using to clear the algae. The reflecting pool has stoked anger. This is the craziest part in many left-wing activists who have taken issue with the Trump administration's effort to clean up the monument. All right. You want to have a problem with how the administration handled the Epstein files? Okay. I don't like the way it was handled. You want to have a problem with how the administration has handled the Iran conflict? You want to make the argument that we never should have gotten into it at all? Fine, we can have that conversation. You want to have a problem with the government spending in the big, beautiful bill and all the pork and all that stuff that was loaded in there and the deficit and all that? We can have that conversation. But if you are going to dig your heels in and take the position that it is a problem or somehow a bad thing to clean monuments, you are a freaking lunatic. You're a nutcase. Like, you should be receiving the small room, big needle, long nap protocol. You should be receiving the small room, big needle, long nap protocol on repeat until your behavior improves. You're nuts. You should not be out amongst normal people in society. You're crazy. He's cleaning a monument, and you have a problem with it. This is not something that anybody would think is controversial, cleaning things. Well, he's spending a lot of money. Yeah, government has the tendency to spend lots of money on trivial things. Fine, we can have that conversation. You're going to dig in opposition to making something clean? This is like when he was cleaning up D.C. with the crime. They're like, no, we want more crime. What? You people are nuts. Not you in the chat. But you men and women on the left, and gestating and non-gestating people on the left, you people are crazy. Absolutely insane. And maybe it takes something as trivial as algae in a reflecting pool to make people realize that. Because maybe when we go look at these leftists, they're defending criminals, but they bring race into the equation. And people go, oh, yeah, well, it does look kind of racist. And maybe, when you're talking about mass deportations and, they show up an image of a kid and they detained a child and it looks bad. There's bad optics. There are no optics that the left can spin that people will look at this algae obsession and say, I kind of see they have a point. They don't have a point. And maybe this will be the eyes wide open, wake up, aha moment that many normies have. They go, wow, maybe these people really are nuts. Pro-algae and vandalizing the reflecting pool, and they don't want things to be clean. And it's like, maybe those guys on the quote-unquote right who said that the left opposes the 80-20 issues and are standing in the way of positive change, like maybe they were right about something. Maybe it is the algae. Maybe it is this stupidity that's been on display from the left. Maybe that is what'll help wake up some of the normies. I don't know. You know, you could wish in one hand and drop a duke in the other, I guess. Maybe. Final story of the day. The FBI has created a most wanted fraudsters list. This is pretty cool. And one of the fraudsters that was on that list, who was convicted, he pled guilty to $1.2 billion in Medicare fraud, but then he fled the country, was just arrested in the Philippines. There you go. Most wanted fraudsters list. Fugitive who pled guilty in $1.2 billion Medicare scheme nabbed in the Philippines. A Chicago native who allegedly ran a $1.2 billion healthcare fraud conspiracy targeting elderly victims on Medicare was captured in the Philippines and shipped back to the United States, becoming the second suspect nabbed on the FBI's new most wanted fraudsters list. Herbert Leon Kimball, 60 years old, was arrested in the Philippines, where he had evaded authorities for nearly 2 years, according to federal investigators. In just over 2 weeks, this is the second most wanted fraudster arrested on the FBI's list, led by Vice President Vance and the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud. FBI Director Kash Patel posted on Friday. Kimball was initially charged for his role in the healthcare fraud and kickback scheme and pled guilty to conspiracy to defraud the United States on April 4th, 2019. After years of cooperation against other co-conspirators, Kimball failed to appear at his sentencing on October 7th, 2024. According to the Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General, from approximately 2014 to 2019, Herbert Kimball controlled and operated an offshore call center that marketed orthotic braces for pain through advertisements on television and the internet. Once a Medicare beneficiary called a 1-800 number listed in the advertisements, they would be screened for eligibility and then convinced that they needed the orthotic brace. Often upsold on other braces, the call center would then conduct a telemedicine company whose physician would issue a prescription without regard to medical necessity. The charges included conspiracy to defraud the United States, healthcare fraud, wire fraud, mail fraud, making false claims, and offering kickbacks and bribes. Kimball became the second fugitive to be checked off from the new most wanted fraudsters list, which was created by the U.S. Department of Justice as a part of the National Fraud Enforcement Division to support President Donald Trump's task force to eliminate fraud. Last week, they also got Saeed Abdahali, a Reg 47 who was wanted for his alleged participation in a Minneapolis, Minnesota fraud scheme that exploited the federal child nutrition program during COVID-19. So there you go. Keep cracking down on fraud. Makes our country a better place. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please, if you're watching here, go to any of your podcasting apps and hit subscribe. After searching for Ungoverned, it helps us reach some new people there, helps bring more folks into the LFA family. Coming up next, who is up next? I don't even know. Let me see if I could find out who is up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. Jeremy Harrell is off for the week. I'll be back tomorrow from 10 to 12 once again. Rumble.com/LFA TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your day. Paul Herald coming up from noon to 2 right here on rumble.com/LFA TV. Have a great rest of your Monday. We're back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Hey, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. My name is Paul Herald. I'm host of the Paul Herald program that is on LFA TV at 3 Central. And I am filling in for Jeremy Herald, no relation. Once again, we were here yesterday. We're here again. Thank you so much for being with us. It is my pleasure to come to you in, so it's kind of weird in the chat. I was just noticing people are saying, because the community is so tight-knit. They're saying, good afternoon, and then I look at the clock and I said, wait a second, it's 11. But it's afternoon where you guys are on East Coast time, but on on God's time in the Central time zone, it is 11 o'clock here on June the 23rd, and we got a lot to get to. I'm going to do a couple of things here today on the show. One of them is I'm going to play portions of an interview that I did because I think it's very relevant to the topic of the topic of the show, at least here at the beginning of the broadcast. Yes, hello, Andrea78, Andrea Doctor 78. Good afternoon, Paul. Good morning, Paul. So, see, some people get it. Good morning. That's right. It's still technically morning where I am. But yeah, so I'm going to lay this out because I think it is relevant concerning Tulsi Gabbard. So obviously we all know Tulsi Gabbard, her husband got sick. She left the post. Right before she left, she dropped 2 big bombshells. One of them was that the bioweapons labs, exposing that our government was funding bioweapons, things they can't do within our borders in other countries. Specifically, this was all considered to be, according to the Biden administration, they would never admit to this, even though Victoria Nuland admitted it to Marco Rubio in a committee that, yes, we do have bioweapons labs in Ukraine. Certainly puts a little bit different perspective on the Russia-Ukraine war, just in terms of context, the different variables for why you would invade and that sort of thing. Of course, if you go back to the beginning of the Ukraine war, when it first happened and Russia invaded, all of the Western outlets, and you can go look this up because it was quite obvious what was going on, just, a psychological operation. Everybody was saying, from MI6 to all the Western media saying this word unprovoked, in an unprovoked attack. And when you saw that roll out back in the day, when was that? Was that in 2021, 2022? When you saw that happen, you knew that was a lie. The fact that Western media was obsessed with this word unprovoked means that with the 90% rule in the media, that you can 90% of the time, maybe 99% of the time, maybe 100% of the time, you can believe the complete opposite of what the media is telling you, and that is actually the truth. And they'll even admit it a lot of times. It takes 6 months, maybe a year later, when the conspiracy theorists are proven correct. But when they were all telling us, hey, it's an unprovoked attack, that's how you knew it was, in fact, a provoked attack. Now, what was the provocation? The encroachment on NATO, the growing of NATO, constantly doing the opposite of what we said we would do in terms of growing the NATO forces in the NATO countries. And then they were talking about making Ukraine a NATO country. And, Kamala Harris was like, yeah, I think we could make that happen. And then boom. So it was a provoked attack. And it wasn't just something that happened. The Biden administration, it was years of this, foreign policy when it comes to Russia. But then the bioweapons labs added another variable, another concept potentially as to why it kicked off the way it did. When it comes to, and I'm just speculating here, but when it comes to the Wuhan, China lab and the lab leak and it getting blamed on China, and there are still people in our government that still, we want to blame China. China's the red herring. But what Tulsi Gabbard also released after the bioweapons report, she comes out and releases Anthony Fauci. She comes out and releases the bombshell saying he lied. He covered all of this up. He deleted emails. He punished whistleblowers. He was telling the intelligence community. Don't you love that? The intelligence community. He was telling the intelligence community everything, and they were just taking his testimony, his word, his recommendation as gospel. And we all know the crimes against humanity that happened after that. Matter of fact, I have a story from the Gateway Pundit we're going to get into a little later about this, about the amount of people, millions of people dead. The Gateway Pundit making the point that I made last week when we covered this. W. Mayberry, where is Jeremy? Jeremy is on vacation. So you must have missed his show yesterday. I filled in for him yesterday, and I'm going to fill in for him today. I am not filling in for him tomorrow. Somebody else is. But he is on vacation, so we wish Jeremy Herald, no relation, the best on his vacation. We hope he gets recharged. But W. Mayberry, that is the answer. You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. Yes. Kim Job, thank you, Paul, for filling in. Bucklebrush Jones, he testified under oath to Congress that he never spoke to the intel community. Yeah, I mean, he lied repeatedly, okay? So Tulsi Gabbard, the one thing Tulsi didn't do by the time she left is make public a report that has been ready since June of last year. Reportedly, Tulsi Gabbard did an election integrity, foreign election involvement report from the DNI. That has not been declassified yet, and we're still waiting on that. Logan 23, you might be related to him somehow, meaning Jeremy. No, we spell our last names completely different. So, I mean, I guess you could say maybe there was, the people changed the spelling of their last name. I don't know. But no relation. If anything, I just love to say that, right? Don't you always, I always love that little quip. No relation. Anyway. But so Tulsi has been over the target, right? And in my opinion, Tulsi Gabbard has been the one cabinet official that I think has performed the way we wanted her to perform. Going in, understanding who the deep state is. So a little later in this hour, I'm going to play for you portions of my interview with Congressman Rick Crawford. Okay, we've got some Tulsi news to get to before we do that. But Congressman Rick Crawford is, just so you know, because I know I've got a bigger audience than I normally have, and I'm there's people that are listening that normally listen to Jeremy's show that maybe don't stick around the rest of the day to hear my afternoon show that's on at 4 Eastern, 4 to 6 Eastern. But Congressman Rick Crawford represents Arkansas's 1st Congressional District, which is my congressional district. It's where I live. I live in Arkansas, and I live in the 1st Congressional District. And so I've always had a good relationship with Rick back when I was on radio, statewide radio here in Arkansas. And Rick has been gracious enough in the last year to come on the program twice. And the reason he doesn't come on more often is because I live in the 1st District. I want to have Rick on in studio. I don't necessarily want to do remote interviews because when you have somebody sitting in the chair next to you, there's just something more authentic about it. At least when I think it's authentic to the audience, but it's definitely more authentic to me. So Rick came on 3-4 weeks ago at this point, and okay, I left out the big part. So Rick is the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Rick is part of the Gang of 8, so he receives a daily intel briefing along with the other people about, what's the latest intelligence. Okay, so Rick was on the committee back when Devin Nunes was the chairman. Rick remained on the committee when Adam Schiff, the liar, became the chairman. And Rick worked hand in glove with Tulsi Gabbard. And one of the things you're going to hear him say when we re-air this interview here in just a minute is that out of all of the DNIs, Tulsi Gabbard is the only DNI to actually take her job seriously. And when I say seriously, to hold these other agencies accountable to a higher standard. I would call that higher standard the truth. I would call that higher standard of somebody who's going into the position knowing that the intel community has been weaponized against the American people and that there's a lot of really bad actors that have done things that are illegal that they're not supposed to do and nobody wants to hold anybody accountable. She has been the person starting the accountability process. Tulsi Gabbard is not the Attorney General. Tulsi Gabbard is not a U.S. attorney, but she made several criminal referrals. Okay, so before she dropped these last two on the bioweapons labs and on Anthony Fauci, what else did she do? Well, she revealed that the impeachment was a total hoax. She referred the Inspector General, Michael Atkins, to the Department of Justice for prosecution. She referred the Inspector General, and these Inspector Generals, you know, they were always used as limited hangouts. They were always used as, oh, well, we've got the Inspector General investigating. And if you notice, especially throughout the Obama administration, that's when you heard this phrase, Inspector General, all the time. And we were always thinking, oh, the Inspector General, they're supposed to be nonpartisan. They're supposed to be, you know, they're going to bring some sort of, and nothing ever happened. They would file reports, but then nothing would ever actually happen. Nobody would ever be held accountable. And that's by design, because the Inspector Generals are in on it. The Inspector Generals are there to allow the intel oligarchy, and I call them the intel oligarchy because that's exactly what they are. They are these unelected lifers who hold the keys of our privacy, the national security, all of it in their hands. And I don't like to use the word community. Community sounds so benign. Community sounds like, oh, it's just a community of people living in harmony together. And community, just the word itself, you hear this with the LGBT. I don't like to use the phrase. Sometimes I do on accident because everybody uses the phrase LGBTQ community. I call them an enclave or the Rainbow Brigade or whatever. I don't want to. It is very important to me, anyway. The way I see things is that we take back control of the language that we use. But the mainstream media loves to use the word community. They very rarely, when talking about Christians, will say the Christian community. So just keep that in mind. They'll say things like evangelical Christians or fundamentalist Christians or Orthodox Christians. They'll never, very rarely do they want to use the word the Christian community, because community is a word that is a positive. It does bring feelings of positivity and goodness to mind. So when they say intel community, I refuse to give them that word because they don't have our best interest at heart. A community has the best interests, or you would think, of the people at heart. Holly W., where is Jeremy? I've answered this already, but I'll continue answering it for you guys. Jeremy's on vacation for the week. I'm filling in for him. I filled in for him yesterday, filling in for him today, and some of the other LFA hosts are taking over the duties as well. So Jeremy's on vacation. My name is Paul Herald. I do a show in the afternoon at 3 Central. You can always get it here on LFA TV. You can also get it at the Paul Herald Program YouTube page, as well as Paul Herald Program, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. You can get the show if you ever want to listen in your car, something like that. And you can even get the video version via Spotify. I think Apple's audio only, but you can get the video version via Spotify as well. So where was I? Yeah, I was going off on the word community. You'll have to forgive me on that. So Tulsi exposed that the impeachment hoax was a hoax. Okay. And she referred people to criminal indictment. What did she do before that? Oh, by the way, with that whole impeachment thing, I mean, Alexander Vindman, Eric CIA Ramella, it's really funny. Eric Charamella was the whistleblower that was secretly coordinated with Adam Schiff. They were basically bypassing these laws to try to, bring up this phony impeachment hoax. He's been referred, okay? And it's crazy. The first 3 letters of this guy's name, Charamella, Eric Charamella, are literally CIA. That's why I call him Eric CIA Ramella. Okay, so this guy is the Lord. Sometimes the Lord just lays it out in plain view for you. Like the first 3 letters of this guy's name is CIA, so you know what's going on there. So she exposes that. What did she do before that? What did Tulsi Gabbard do before exposing the impeachment hoax? She, in working with Congressman Rick Crawford, with Devin Nunes, they developed this Intelligence Committee report. Okay, and the report basically says that we now know that Obama himself ordered the intelligence oligarchy to manufacture intelligence, saying that Russia helped Donald Trump. And it was Tulsi Gabbard that went to Congressman Rick Crawford and said, hey, I know you've got this report. I would like to declassify it. And Rick Crawford said he made some enemies by working with her, People in the intel oligarchy made some enemies, but he agreed and he cooperated and he released the report. And then she declassified it. And we found out that Obama ordered fake intelligence and divided this country, and also stoking all of this Russia, 1980s Rocky IV, Red Dawn, really out-of-date talking points about why we should be scared of Russia and why they're the next boogeyman. And not only did we find out that from Tulsi Gabbard, in that same report, we found out that Russia didn't have blackmail on Trump. Russia had blackmail, if anything, on Hillary Clinton, because it said that Russia knew and had evidence of Hillary Clinton's fits of rage, that she would go into these fits of rage. And actually, if you go and read the report and what it actually said, it sounded like Hillary Clinton was possessed by a demon, in my opinion. That's what it sounded like to me, that she was that she was just absolutely nuts. And Russia was going to use that and her meltdowns as leverage against her. That's what the real intelligence said. We also found out in that report, thanks to Tulsi Gabbard and Rick Crawford, that Hillary Clinton was approaching religious organizations, and we don't know which ones. She was approaching religious organizations, and I think, these would, I suspect these are more evangelical than you would expect. We're talking about Megan Basham. Megan Basham is an author and a reporter, a journalist. She wrote a book. You need to read it if you haven't. I've read it, called Shepherds for Sale, and it's basically about how Marxism has infiltrated, light communism, false presuppositions that are basically communistic in and of themselves, to create a safe space for Marxism in churches or in ministries or parachurch ministries and things like that. We still don't know which groups Hillary Clinton was meeting with, but I have a feeling some of these would shock you. And she was meeting with these groups trying to basically figure out how to get them to tell their congregation to vote for her. Vote for a Democrat, baby murdering, pro-sodomite candidate. Also pro-war, right? It was very obvious in 2016 with Trump and Hillary that if Hillary had won, we were going to war with Russia, at the very least in a proxy war in Syria. That was going to happen. And lo and behold, it didn't happen. Trump resisted engagement in Syria. Trump, tried to pull out. I think some generals were rogue. But for the most part, there wasn't a new war. We launched some missiles and things like that. But there certainly was a war once Biden got in office in Ukraine and Russia. And now we're into this Middle East mess, and thank the Lord President Trump is pulling out of this stuff, and he's finding a way to end it and recognizing the cards that are there on both sides. It's really, really fascinating, and we've got a little bit of an update on that we're going to get to as well. I say all of that to say, Tulsi Gabbard leaving is a huge loss, and we don't yet know who is actually going to fill the shoes. Bill Pulte has people on the Republican side and the Democrat side as the acting DNI. They hate this guy, which makes me love him. I don't know anything about him, but I know the reaction from the Democrats and the reaction from the Republicans. Many of these people pro-war, pro-intel oligarchy, pro-FISA. The reaction of these guys makes me think that Bill Pulte is going to do some good things. Maybe he's going to release that election report. There's already reports today that he's begun mass firings in the intel oligarchy, which is good. One of the things Tulsi Gabbard revealed is that they found a group chat of NSA employees, National Security Administration employees, talking about sex toys and the most explicit sexual content, sexual experiences, sexual escapades, I guess. And she fired all of them. And it just confirmed my worst fears that these intel agencies are full of woke sex religion communists that have the keys to surveil you and me, specifically Christians. So, yeah, that is that's something else that Tulsi Gabbard revealed. My point is, as a cabinet official, she did incredible work. Bucklebrush Jones writes in the LFA chat, Russia had no choice but to invade Ukraine after we assassinated Russia top general Igor Kirillov in Moscow for calling out our Ukraine biolabs. Did that actually? I thought Igor was the guy that tried to do a coup against Putin, and then died in a helicopter crash like 3 months later. I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but so Tulsi Gabbard is now resigned. She's now out. Her last day was June the 19th. So she went the other day. She went to a Turning Point USA event. I'm not exactly sure where, but she essentially confirmed what we all know, and that is the deep state has not been brought to heel. The deep state has not been brought to heel. I've often wondered if, well, let's just play the audio clip first, shall we? Let me go here first. Somebody over on X by the name of Quantum Guard says, update, Tulsi Gabbard says there is a war with the deep state going on. Sees the base on X asking why aren't things going faster. Quote, I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. You think the campaign was hard. You think what President Trump went through was hard, and it was. The road ahead will not be easy, and it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly, meaning arrests? I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back. It's only 42 seconds. Let's listen.
You think the campaign was hard. You think what President Trump went through was hard, and it was. The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. And it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly? I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back.
So the deep state in this country, the intelligence oligarchy under President Trump, it's so corrupt, it still has not been brought to heel. I've often wondered, back to the whole Russia thing, and I honestly think we'll have peace in Ukraine and Russia after the Middle East thing is settled. I really do, because normalizing relationships with Iran, and say what you want to, that's exactly what this is, or this is a type of normalization of, if they can sell oil now, if they're getting their assets unfrozen, if the sanctions are being gone, you are normalizing relationships, more normal than it was with Iran. If you can do that with Iran, we can do that with Russia. And the globalists do not want America and Russia in any sort of economic cooperation. That much is clear to me. That's a no-no. They don't want that. They want Russia being the boogeyman. They want Iran being the boogeyman. They want North Korea being the boogeyman, because it's just all this geopolitical nonsense that can distract us from making America great or making America the focus of the electorate and improving our lives, improving our infrastructure, improving our quality of life here at home. That's my opinion on it anyway. The deep state hasn't been brought to heel. I've often wondered if one of the hindrances of peace between Russia and Ukraine is the fact that we haven't arrested a lot of these players that framed Donald Trump for treason. And what you say, why would Russia care about that? Why would Vladimir Putin care about that? Well, imagine, put yourself in Putin's shoes for a moment. Just for a moment. Not only did the intel oligarchy frame Trump and weaponize intelligence against him, his campaign, and against the American people, they framed another country. They literally made up that Russia put Donald Trump in the White House. Now, I've never heard anybody just at least try to put yourself like, if the goal, if in order to have peace you have to have trust, if the goal is trust before peace, you think maybe Russia's looking over me like, have you been able to legitimately clean your own house and arrest those people that not only did what they did to you, but they also framed a nuclear-powered Russia and charged them with interfering or in our elections or basically putting Trump in the White House, saying that he's a Russian agent? I don't know. I mean, I know it's not that black and white, but I haven't really ever heard anybody even posit that question about what it does to international relations, not just what it did here domestically. And that's not me apologizing for, everybody's, oh, you must love Vladimir. It's like, guys, just slow your roll. It's not black and white. And, well, he's a dictator. He's had people killed. That's what world leaders do. Sorry to bust your bubble. Leaders of countries decide who dies and who lives. That's literally part of the job. I mean, honestly, we always think, it's so cute, little kid coming up. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be the president. It's like, well, that's great ambition, but you're actually signing yourself up for a world of really, really tough decisions. Really, really tough decisions. So Tulsi Gabbard is right. The deep state has not been brought to heel. Well, I mean, she didn't exactly say that, but now the reason we know, and if you had been paying attention to my reporting, you would know this because of our interview with Rick, and we're going to get into it here in a minute. I'm going to play it. When the Office of OD&I was set up in 2005, they didn't set up their own computer infrastructure. So this whole time, Tulsi's been trying to hold the intel oligarchy accountable. She's been doing it on CIA computer systems. And the CIA has backdoors. They can see everything that is done. They know everything that was going on. Rob Spencer, my co-host in the afternoons, called it an open book test. So they know it all. They know it all. So she resigned on the 19th. It was her last day in office. She's going on, she's going on podcasts. She goes to this Turning Point event. She's going all over. And you'd think it'd be okay, that you think the deep state would be relieved. We finally got rid of her. And yet, the Washington Post comes out with this story. Headline, Tulsi Gabbard, her guru, and the mysterious messages that helped shape her political career. Written 2 days ago. So 2 days ago, the Washington Post comes out with this story. Now, many of you may not know this. If you're a journalist for long enough, you start to kind of look at different publications in different ways. Like if I want to know, I'll give you an example. If I want to know, generally speaking, what the Republican National Committee, the RNC, if I want to know what they're thinking, I go to Breitbart.com. If I want to know what the RNC is thinking about the events of the world and the day and our country, I go to Breitbart. Because I know that I basically kind of know this is going to be kind of a mouthpiece of the RNC. Not all the time. Now, I'm not disparaging their reporting, but that's just my opinion. Okay, other journalists have different opinions about different publications. But just to give you, this is how I think. Okay, what does the RNC think about this? I'll go to Breitbart. Okay. What does the CIA think about something? Well, what is the Washington Post writing today? If you want to know what the CIA thinks about an issue, go to the Washington Post. If you want to know, you would even probably throw the Wall Street Journal in there. The Wall Street Journal is going to be more like neocon, but the like war, foreign policy. The CIA though is like it's going to be statecraft. It's going to be espionage. It's going to be psyop, Mockingbird media, all of that. If you want to know what the CIA thinks, go to the Washington Post. So the CIA, I can report to you what the CIA thinks about Tulsi Gabbard. They're now, not while she's in office, now that she's out of office, they're now writing they're now doing opposition research and biographical pieces on Tulsi Gabbard's history and her Hinduism. They're claiming she's in a cult, basically doing everything they can to discredit her with Christian Trump voters. That's what this is. Don't trust Tulsi Gabbard anymore, even though she just performed very well at this office. But don't trust Tulsi Gabbard because she's in a cult. Let me look at this lady, Megan Casey. Don't know who she is, but she says add this to the ever-growing list of Hillary was right about everything. Because, Hillary said she was a Russian agent. So breaking down, here's Fact Post News. They're breaking down and they're parroting the CIA talking points against Tulsi Gabbard today. New bombshell reporting reveals Tulsi Gabbard has been a member of a Hindu cult for 30 years, took legislative and messaging direction from the cult's leader, introduced bills and gave speeches written by Butler and his top cult lieutenants, had cult members create fake social media accounts to boost and defend her online, listen to this last one, sculpted her signature pro-Bashar al-Assad stance based on cult directives. So now it's not that she's a Russian agent. Now the CIA is telling us via the Washington Post that she's a cult leader and, again, cannot be trusted. And it was the cult that made her a pro-Bashar al-Assad stance. And, by the way, she was never pro-Bashar al-Assad, the former president of Syria. She was against another Middle East war in Syria. So when we got those reports back in 2014 that Bashar al-Assad had crossed Barack Obama's red line and Bashar al-Assad had gassed his own people, and thankfully a reporter by the name of Seymour Hersh wrote a piece called The Red Line and the Rat Line, and you could go read all about how the sarin gas did not come from Bashar al-Assad and that it came from Turkey, and Turkey was actually false flagging Syria to get the U.S. into a war, that Turkey gassed Bashar al-Assad's own people, trying to get another Middle East war in Syria. That's actually what transpired. And to this day, there are U.S. officials that still say Bashar al-Assad gassed his own people. He did not, in my opinion, according to the reporting that I have. And by the way, that was my first red pill wake-up moment when it came to this neocon foreign policy. Obama puts a red line, and you think about it, Bashar al-Assad had this country in Syria, okay? He did interviews with ABC News or CBS after this, and, after he gassed his own people. Obama gives him a red line. Obama gave Bashar al-Assad a red line, and it was quite odd. Don't gas your own people. Whatever you do, that's the red line. Meanwhile, couple of years before all of this, we had Benghazi, where our ambassador, Chris Stevens, was killed because the CIA and the consulate were involved in running guns, I think, to Syria via Turkey, by the way, where it ended up Muammar Gaddafi before that, Muammar Gaddafi was deposed, was overturned, and sodomized with a pipe by his own people. That's what happened to Muammar Gaddafi. So Obama goes to Bashar al-Assad and says, here's my red line. Better not gas your own people, because if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon. And so Bashar al-Assad, after seeing what happened to Muammar Gaddafi, getting sodomized with a pipe by his own people, but the official narrative is Bashar al-Assad said, I'm a crazy person, and I want to die. And so I'm going to do the one thing Obama said would get me an invasion and would basically ruin my life living in the lap of luxury as basically the king of my country. I'm going to do the one thing. I'm going to throw self-preservation and caution to the wind, and I'm going to do the one thing that's going to get me murdered. He did the exact same thing and gassed his own people. It's preposterous on its face, especially if you've ever seen any interview, agree or disagree with him, any interview with Bashar al-Assad. This guy was not a crazy person. Just like Putin is not a crazy person. You know, if you're crazy and evil, we don't have to recognize you as a human being, and we can just do whatever we want to with you. Okay. So Tulsi Gabbard knew this, and Tulsi Gabbard said, you know what? I don't think we should have another Middle East war in Syria. And so Hillary Clinton said that she was a Russian agent who loved Bashar al-Assad. And now that Tulsi Gabbard, by the way, has come out with her bioweapons lab disclosures proving that the United States is funding bioterrorism, there I said it, across the world, people like Laura Loomer are saying that Tulsi is parroting Russian propaganda. It's the same old playbook over and over and over. And now the CIA is attacking Tulsi after she gets out of office because they are scared and worried. This is not just piling on. I don't even think this is going after her for a potential presidential run, although that's certainly part of this. I think it's that they know what she's worked on and what may be forthcoming after her departure, and they want a reason to discredit the election integrity, foreign interference in our elections report that could be coming out, and whatever else may be coming out. They want, if the DOJ ever gets a spine and actually moves against the people that she has referred for criminal prosecution, they want a way to say, hey, the lady who worked on this is crazy cult leader who's a Bashar al-Assad disciple and loves Vladimir Putin, and so we shouldn't take anything. This is not necessarily to stop her political future, which, by the way, she has one if she wants one, I'm sure. Maybe, I don't know if she can win, but certainly she can serve again in a lot of different intel capacities now that she's done what she's done. This is a way to get out in front of what they're, and she said it herself, they're fighting, they fought her every step of the way. She says they're embedded in every single bureaucracy. And by the way, I don't think you can talk about Tulsi. I really don't think you can talk about Tulsi without mentioning the pipe bomb story. In a perfect world, in the Trump administration, we would have a monolith, but we don't. We have two pipe bomb narratives. We've got the first pipe bomb narrative, that's the official story from Kash Patel's FBI that says, hey, yeah, it was a black autistic kid, and we've got him, and case closed. And then you've got the former Blaze reporter Steve Baker that has this gate analysis, and from what I have been told, the gate analysis that they ran past the government. They purposely ignored the FBI because they assumed the FBI was corrupt. And they went to Tulsi. And all of that stuff happening in the attacks on Diggs and the Directors Initiative group, it happened after it was discovered that the Office of D&I was coordinating with Steve Baker, validating his reporting that the real pipe bomber was a Capitol Hill police officer that failed a polygraph test that now works for the CIA. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, and I really wish in a perfect world we would just have one narrative, right? Like we could just agree Epstein didn't kill himself and that the tapes released don't prove that he killed himself. I wish that we had, uniform narratives about the pipe bomber. I wish it were black and white. But what Tulsi is saying, and you can agree or disagree, but what she is saying is that the deep state has not been brought to heel. And obviously that's the truth because we've had one Trump administration. We're in the middle of a second one. In between you had Biden. But before that, whether Republican or Democrat, they've had decades to recruit communists and the exact type of people that hate average Americans and hate our freedom. And that's who these people are. That's who staffed all of these bureaucracies, especially in the intel oligarchy. So, and by the way, Steve Baker, full disclosure, is now being sued by, I think, the Capitol Hill police officer because of his reporting. He says he stands by it. He says he looks forward to discovery, but who knows? I don't know how it's all going to shake out. But yeah, there's just a ton of work that's got to be done. We have one more clip of Tulsi here. Let's see. She went off on Islamism the other day too. So listen to this.
Which issued a call to action to use American legal and political systems to implement Sharia law. This is already underway in places. This is already underway in places like Houston. This is not something that may possibly happen. It is already happening here within our borders. Paterson, New Jersey is proud to call themselves the first Muslim city. They are working to implement in their own governments these Islamic principles that are forced on people through the use of laws or violence. The bottom line is this: when we talk about the threat of Islamism, this political ideology, there is no such thing as individual freedom or liberty. As Charlie said over and over again, it is fundamentally incompatible with our nation's foundation of freedom. And at its core, when we understand that our freedom comes from God and no one else, we understand the seriousness of this Islamist ideology threat, because it means they deny that God is the one who has bestowed this right to freedom in every one of us.
Now, look, last I checked, and look, I'm a Christian journalist, Christian first, and I'll tell you this all day long. I mean, that God is Jesus Christ. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard has converted to Christianity. That being said, I know an op when I see one, and I know that the CIA, via the Washington Post, is trashing her because they're scared, right? And I'm not getting on board this, well, she was in a cult situation all of a sudden because the deep state just doesn't want to be held accountable. Sorry. Those tactics may have worked in 1995, but they're not going to work now. And when it comes to fighting corruption, there is a Venn diagram out there somewhere that explains it all. That we're obviously going to agree and disagree on a lot of different things. But hey, on this, she's done incredible work. She's done incredible work. And I pray that if she isn't a Christian, that she becomes a Christian. She becomes a Christian and recognizes Jesus as Lord. But yeah, I would say just on a basic level, it does bother me a lot of times when non-Christian politicians use platitudes, without specifically naming who it is we're talking about. But I get it. So let me move on to this now. So let's see. We have one more. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is one more here. So J.D. Vance sits down with Maria Bartiromo on this. So on the deep state, not being brought to heel, still working against Tulsi, still working against accountability. J.D. Vance sat down and talked about just that. Talked about accountability and what has to happen quickly.
I absolutely want to see indictments, Maria. Look, of course, you've got to have the law follow the facts here. You don't just indict people to indict people. You indict people because they broke the law. But if you look at what Tulsi and Kash Patel have revealed in the last couple of weeks, I don't know how anybody can look at that and say that there wasn't aggressive violations of the law. What they basically did is they defrauded the American people in order to take Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign talking points and turn them into intelligence by defrauding the American people, defrauding the intelligence agencies, lying about what the intel said. They would take something that supported a Hillary Clinton campaign talking point, and they would overemphasize it and exaggerate it. They took anything that actually contradicted that narrative and they buried it deep, and through that, they actually laundered Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign talking points through the American intelligence services. That's a violation of the people's trust. That's a violation of what our intelligence services should be doing. And I absolutely think they broke the law. And you're going to see a lot of people get indicted for that. Here's the thing that should really bother the American people. What do you want our intelligence community to be doing? I want them to be catching bad guys. I want them to be making sure that terrorists aren't going to kill innocent American civilians. I don't want them laundering Hillary Clinton's campaign talking points into the American media and giving them this air of legitimacy. It is sick. And it's disgusting. It hurt the intelligence community. It hurt the American people, and it hurt the first Trump administration. We've got to have consequences for it, or we're just going to see the same play repeated again and after
It's
again.
exactly right, to the point where, you always hear, well, the rank and file FBI. No, can't afford to think like that anymore. Well, they're still good intel operative, maybe, but not. You're not going to get the benefit of the doubt for me. No, they're all bad. It's to the point there's such a lack of accountability that even the ones who are on the fence have no incentive to go back to the good side. No, sorry, I don't approve of those qualifications. Well, let me qualify. It's not everybody. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm to the look. They'll frame you and I in 2 seconds flat. So they are guilty until they're proven innocent when it comes to the type of crime that we have seen laid out time and time again, and nothing happens about it. No, sorry, rank and file. Maybe I don't know. Maybe quit your job or maybe expose it all. I don't know. But sorry, yeah, no, it's all of you. And if it were up to me, I would have abolished the FBI entirely. The FBI specifically would abolish it. I would, complete John F. Kennedy's mission to destroy the CIA and scatter it into 1,000 pieces into the wind. That's what I would have done. Now, I know it's not that simple. I mean, here am I. I'm just a talk show host, right? Who am I? I get it. But at this point, if there's no accountability, there's no incentive to never do this again. And if there's no accountability and they get back in power, they're going to do it again, but it's going to be so much worse. Because they know that we know. And it will be totalitarianism on steroids. It will be communism on steroids. You won't even believe it. It'll move so fast, specifically against Christians, because Christians are their greatest threat. Christians in government are their greatest threat. A Christian that knows they're accountable to God, fears God more than they fear men, wants to do the right thing by their neighbor, wants to actually love their neighbor through good policy like protecting them from people who don't share the same values as them. Oh, and yes, most of the time that means they also don't look like them. Cherish the thought. So yeah. This has got to happen sooner rather than later. A few of your comments. Let's go to the comments section real quick and see what we got. Throw these over here. Let's see. We've got Log 23, Paul, so agree with you, abolish the FBI. Kim Jog, I love Vance. Bucklebrush Jones says, rank and file framed dudes for Whittemer fake kidnapping. Exactly. It's such a great point. And by the way, one of the guys that got actually convicted, I know like 3 or 4 of them were acquitted because the FBI set him up, but one of the guys that got convicted, his conviction was just overturned, and now the prosecutors are deciding whether or not to give him a new trial. So yeah, it's all of them. You see that? Remember that old Fed poster? It was one of these events, and they had that photo of everybody with a high and tight military haircut, all wearing khakis or whatever, and they were all look like Feds. Those guys aren't there to protect us. They're there to set us up and entrap us. The over 200 plainclothes agents that we now know were in the crowd during January 6th. Give me a break, man. So, yeah, no, it's no longer a qualification, no longer just the people at the very top. Now, we have to assume that it's every single one of them until we have some sort of admission and we have investigations, which are ongoing. We have referrals, which have happened. We have indictments, and we have actual convictions of hard prison time. And you know what? If it was treason, we know what the penalty for treason is, don't we? And that's why this is so hard. That's why the deep state is pushing hard, because they accused Trump of treason, and by doing so, by framing him for treason, they committed treason themselves. They committed treason themselves. Wycombe Yoakum 1 says, abolish the IRS, it's unconstitutional. Yeah, we're still waiting on that. I hope, if we can get this Middle East stuff figured out, I hope that we get those. I hope we get that narrative back. I hope we start hearing from President Trump again, talking about abolishing the IRS, or Scott Bessent talking about abolishing the IRS. I will say, I'm disappointed it hasn't happened yet, but at the same time, the fact that a president of the United States even suggested it, You talk about being the greatest president in modern history. If Donald Trump abolishes the IRS, it will be the greatest transfer of liberty from an authority back to the American people since the American Revolution, since we broke off from Great Britain and King George. If we abolish the IRS, it would be the biggest deal in the last 100 years. Huge. Let's see here. What are you doing for the 4th of July? What am I doing for the 4th of July? Well, I've got a birthday party to celebrate on the 5th of July, so we normally celebrate that at the 4th. It's not my birthday. It's my daughter's. So family comes over, and I'll fire up the barbecue pit. Don't know what I'm cooking yet. I'm thinking this year of keeping it simple. I could do a brisket, and commit to the 16 hours and all that process, and it'd be delicious, and I love it. I could do a pork shoulder. Love it. But I am thinking this year of just keeping it simple and doing some barbecue chicken. I haven't done barbecue chicken, and I can't decide if I'm going to just get some whole chickens and spatchcock them, which is a great way to smoke a chicken, or I'm just thinking of getting, chicken halves. Just get a couple of chicken halves and doing it like that. I'm going to brine them first. Definitely got to, turkey and chicken are best if you go ahead and brine them. With ribs and pork butts, I don't ever marinate overnight. Especially with ribs. With ribs and brisket, I like to put the rub on and get it right out. I find that if the ribs especially, you can marinate a brisket overnight. That's no big deal. I've even done a pastrami brisket, pastrami beef ribs. That's fun. You got to let it soak for a while. But I've found that the cooking process on pork ribs starts immediately. And I think the texture of the rib is better if you just put the rub on and immediately put them on the smoker and you don't let them marinate overnight. That's just what I've found, though. I don't really think the ribs are thin enough. I don't really think it really matters how much salt penetrates the meat overnight, especially if you're starting at a lower temperature. I think the salt's going to do just fine because it's a thin piece of meat for the most part. Hillary's a pathological liar, DeCluse says. Amen, Vance. KM144 says, hey, I like Paul Herald. Facts, boom, no angry. He just tells it like it is. Thank you, Mr. Herald. You're welcome. That is like the best compliment. That is like the best. Thank you so much. That's like the best compliment I could ever receive. I'm not saying that I don't ever get mad and worked up, because I do, but and in the years past, back when I was on radio, I was not I would probably do things a little differently, but anyway, so here's the deal, folks. What I want to do is, in light of what we're talking about, Tulsi Gabbard and this war with the deep state, I know many of you have not heard this reporting before because you didn't tune into my show. I know I have a different listening audience, in Jeremy's listening audience, than mine. So there is some crossover, but a lot of it isn't. So I want to play a few clips from my interview with Congressman Rick Crawford, because he specifically talks about Tulsi Gabbard. Rick Crawford, again, the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, my congressman here in Arkansas, gave us an interview, did an interview with us a couple of weeks ago, and I think it's something to behold. It's going to add some more context to this war with the deep state. Okay, so we're going to take it at the top, and I'm going to be in and out here, and I'm still active in the chat. Congressman Rick Crawford is with us. Rick, how you doing, sir?
I'm good. Better than I deserve.
It's great to have you back. Let me start with the first question. Could the two of us possibly be looking at the next director of national intelligence? Hit you right out of the gate there,
wow.
Congressman.
Didn't expect that one. I'm telling you, I love doing my job. I love the position I'm in now. If President Trump called me and said, hey, I need you to do this job. Who knows what's likely to happen? But I'm thrilled with the job that I have now, and I'm not looking for a new one.
And you've been on that committee 2018. Is that when you first joined?
2017.
2017.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So almost 10 years. Yeah.
Wow. Being the chair of it now, it would seem only logical, to be looked at hard for that position.
Well, here's probably something to consider too. Our margin in the House is one vote.
Yeah.
That could really throw things into a major uproar, which is why I think it's probably not likely.
Mm.
I mean, I can't imagine that, if the president called me up, hey, I need you to be D&I, and then Speaker Johnson is going to be like, Mr. President, you're insane.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, so let me break in here for just a second. That was our first question in the interview because it's he was on a short list. Okay, so this happened. This interview aired a day before Trump announced Bill Pulte as the acting director. Okay, and I'm just telling you here, there is still a chance, because of what happened over the last week, there is still a chance that Congressman Rick Crawford could be the next director of national intelligence. And let me tell you why it could happen. Bill Pulte, first of all, being the acting director, to the dismay of both Republicans and Democrats, Bill Pulte being the director, you can only be the acting director for 200-something days. Well, right now that would mean his appointment would fail sometime after the midterms. Okay? In the meantime, people were so upset with Pulte, Trump comes in and says, I nominate the attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton. Okay? Jay Clayton, people say, oh, we like Jay Clayton now. That makes me not like Jay Clayton. But then they won't pass the SAVE Act. So Trump comes in and says, okay, I'm pulling Jay Clayton's testimony. I'm not pulling his nomination yet, but I'm pulling Jay Clayton's testimony before Tom Cotton's committee. Tom Cotton was not happy about that. And I'm going to go ahead and make Bill Pulte the acting director until you pass the SAVE Act, and I'm going to veto FISA unless you do. Okay. So you can see at this point the plan A is back before Jay Clayton. The plan A is back in style. Pulte continues. You get past the midterms. Once you get past the midterms, you see, well, did the Democrats win? Well, if the Democrats won, you could still nominate Congressman Rick Crawford as the head of D&I, again, who's been working hand in glove with Tulsi Gabbard. If the Democrats lose and you have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seat majority, well, then you can also appoint Rick Crawford. It's just about seating. We don't appoint, as he'll talk about here. So I'm saying all that to say, we still really don't know what can happen over the next 200 days. We still don't know. And it may be that Donald Trump just doesn't like Jay Clayton as the head of the SDNY, because he's also wanting, before Jay Clayton gets confirmed, he wants Jay Clayton's replacement at SDNY confirmed first, which could end up just putting Jay Clayton out of a job, because if they get the next U.S. attorney confirmed first, and then Jay Clayton gets his nomination pulled, I don't know. It would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Okay, back to this interview.
Those dynamics will probably govern that decision.
Okay. So, Tulsi Gabbard, we've been talking about this for a long time. She is certainly seems to be a consistent bright spot in the administration when it comes to exposing the truth, the intel oligarchy kind of revealed, and she's really done, from what we can see. She's turning everything over, criminal referrals to the DOJ, that sort of thing. Obviously, the last time you were on the program about 6 months ago, we were talking about your work with her, uncovering the fact that, hey, look, you had this report that showed that Obama basically ordered a fake intel assessment, framed President Trump for treason and everything else. So talk a little bit about Tulsi Gabbard. I know you released a statement, but also you worked with her recently again to reveal information about the fake impeachment,
exactly,
how that was a hoax.
Yeah, we had sort of a I guess you might call it somewhat of a battle rhythm. I mean, we were working closely together on some things. She's a great partner, and I just personally, this is a loss for us. I think in the intel community, I think she was doing the things that the president campaigned on, and was giving me the space to be able to partner with her on those things that I campaigned on, along with the president. I mean, this is what Republicans said we were going to do. If you give us power, here's what we'll do. And the deep state is so entrenched that it's very, very difficult. And the stuff's not going to happen immediately, but we were making great progress. We came out of the gate, as you recall. I mean, we came out early on and pushing for the release of those documents. And I mean, I hurt some feelings and ruffled some feathers in the process of it, but not hers. She was a willing partner, and she gladly received that information and was able to declassify and get that information out to the American people, which they needed to see.
Can you tell us which feathers were ruffled?
I mean, people in the IC, that felt like, I was being too aggressive, or, there's sort of this built-in institutional pushback against oversight. That's part of the entrenchment of the bureaucrats that reside in the deep state. That's what we're there to upend. And, made some people mad. That's okay. I mean, I answer to you, I answer to you, I answer to the people in the 1st District that sent me there to do those very things. So if it hurts your feelings, sorry, not sorry. That's my job.
Well, speaking of just a question that it's been, sort of a frustration, I think, with conservatives or Republicans in that, given the House, given the Senate, given the presidency, and there just seems to be this never-ending logjam, especially right now in the Senate, and there's just a lot of frustration. We're seeing right now just constant, people that have, if Trump's not for you right now, you probably are going to lose your primary. Mm-hmm. And I just don't know if that's sending a strong enough message to Senate Majority Leader Thune there. How would you classify the logjam, and are y'all having conversations in the House on what you can do to help alleviate that?
Well, this logjam.
Let me jump in here. So it's crazy. It's so interesting. Rob's question there, because we get back on the intel stuff here in a minute, but Rob's question there starts to talk more about domestic politics, about the logjam, which is essentially the SAVE Act. I mean, that's the big logjam. And it just dawned on me, now that we're 4 weeks out from where we were, the SAVE Act is now part of Tulsi Gabbard's replacement process. Isn't that crazy? It just dawned on me.
There's a legislative logjam, and certainly there's a political construct to that, somewhat of a political dynamic, and we can unpack that if you want. But there's also the institutional logjam that exists, that is created by politicians, and here's why. I don't know who was the first one to do this. I'm not trying to blame any particular president, but when you take your appointees, and the last thing you do as you leave office is take them off your senior executive schedule and put them as a GS in the bureaucracy, they're now there forever. I mean, it's somebody's got to commit murder practically, and then you might even be able to get away with that before you can be terminated as a federal employee. It's not easy to terminate a federal employee. So it's very often the case that as the last thing that an executive does, a president does on their way out, is to populate those middle management positions and put them on the GS so that it's harder for them to be moved. Now you've got your operatives in those bureaus that are there as long as they want to be. That's a hard thing to overcome.
Right.
And so, again, I don't know who was the first president to do that, but it happens all the time, and that's how you create the deep state. It's been going on for a long, long time, and those individuals end up as sort of permanent fixtures in a given agency. And we tend to think about the deep state as the national security complex, that is the IC, the Department of War, that kind of thing. And it's just, it permeates every agency. And USDA. I mean, when you've got individuals that work for USDA that are espousing DEI initiatives and you know, the kind of the woke stuff that they're trying to incorporate into the workplace, that's a hard thing to overcome. And they're there. They're not just the appointees. They're helping the appointees, as the case may be, or they may be pushing back against the appointees, for example, the Trump administration, or they're encountering all these what were political appointees but that are now full-fledged, you know, civil servant bureaucrats that are all in for example, the Obama agenda or the Biden agenda. So,
well, this wasn't on our list of questions to ask here, Paul, but just kind of following up in that vein, do you think the Save America Act has any chance?
You would think after what happened in Texas last night, that should be the clarion call.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is pretty much a 75% issue, which means you've got a significant number of Democrats that are agreeing. And yet, for whatever reason, John Thune has refused to address it. Bill Cassidy, out of the pool. John Cornyn, he's gone. Tom Tillis is punched out, and
he seemed not to have the courage to even run.
Right. He knew the handwriting was on the wall for him, and I mean, there may be some others. My point is, this is easy. This is something that at least 75% of the American people say, yes, let's do this. What's the holdup?
Right.
What's the problem? And then they hide behind this filibuster rule. Okay, I understand. I don't serve in the Senate, and I don't pretend to know the ins and outs of their, you know, arcane rules. But I'm not sure they know the ins and outs of their rules. But what we do know is that the filibuster has become nothing more than an administrative act. Yeah. It's not a physical act like it used to be and what it was intended to be. And that is to say, I don't like this piece of legislation. I'm going to physically go to the floor, and I'm going to block it by my voice. I'm going to stand there in the well, and I'm going to speak till I drop. Rarely does that happen. And there have been times in history when you had people that would go down to the floor and just read the Bible. Because they don't have to say anything. They just have to claim the time and speak. So they'll find anything in the world to read so that they're consuming their time and making that point that we're going to stop. Now, it's like they just go, filibuster.
Yeah.
And then leadership goes, oh, okay, he said filibuster, so we have to capitulate. What about making them actually do it instead of, you know, an administrative box-checking exercise?
I think that's the government that we're entitled to as Americans, and it kind of dawned on us a couple of months ago when the talk about the filibuster was at its height, and I realized the average age of these senators on both the left and the right, you know, pulling a 24-hour or 48-hour might put them in the hospital, some of these guys. And I don't say that as trying to be mean. I'm saying if you look at some of these, the job with the original filibuster, the way it was meant to, and it was meant to have a robust debate and have, you know, guys that are able to physically do the job. And so it kind of dawned on me, some of these guys physically aren't capable of doing that.
Well, 100%. And that's part of the deal, okay? If you are physically incapable of actually going down to the well of the Senate floor and engaging in the physical filibuster, then maybe you need to think differently about what they've done. They've made a special accommodation for folks that, well, maybe, you know, he's got, you know, a problem that he can't stay on the floor for more than 30 minutes. Well, we'll just go ahead and he claimed the right of filibuster, so therefore we'll recognize that and acknowledge it. Well, then everybody's doing it that way.
Yeah, sure.
You know, so does the filibuster exist or does it not? And my way of thinking is it does not exist anymore. What they're doing is no longer a filibuster. It's an administrative objection that's being sanctioned by our leadership. The majority is saying, okay, you said filibuster, so that's good enough.
Yes. So
that's a problem. And look, if you're going to,
so we're in the middle of this this interview here again. This was a couple of weeks ago with Congressman Rick Crawford, and I just have to interject here. Number one, the filibuster as it stands now is unconstitutional, and number two, again, it's fascinating to me that we're talking the SAVE Act. We're about to talk more about Gabbard and what she meant to the Intel Accountability Project. And yet now we're at a situation where whoever's going to replace Tulsi Gabbard is dependent on the SAVE Act and passing, and also FISA is in there as well, which is directly tied to the Intel oligarchs' ability to spy on Americans. It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
If you're not for nuking the filibuster, okay, then just make it work. And I guarantee you, if you actually make the filibuster work, fewer and fewer people will invoke filibuster, because if they know that this actually requires an action, they're not going to do that because they don't want to miss a fundraising dinner or whatever, you know.
Well, good. You know, us, we conservatives, we can't predict the future here, but it just, I don't know if it's call it a black pill or just call it a pessimistic view of it, but we just feel like there's no chance that Chuck Schumer won't nuke the filibuster when he gets back into power, because I think there's just going to be an immense pressure on him from the far left.
The evidence was Harry Reid.
Mm-hmm.
Harry Reid did it. I mean, and then, you know, we acted like we were surprised by that. We shouldn't be surprised by that, and I think everybody knows, you know, going to nuke the filibuster. They say they're going to do things. Believe if they get in power, that's what they're going to try to do, because they've demonstrated it time and time again. Yeah. They say they want to expand the Supreme Court. If they get in power, that's what they're going to attempt to do. If they say they want to nuke the filibuster and they get in power, that's what they're going to do. And you know what? The only way to prevent that from happening is a preemptive nuking of the filibuster. That is to say, if you're going to claim the right of the filibuster as the minority and then turn around and promise to get rid of the filibuster when you're in the majority, that's a problem. And you should probably just say, well, guess what? We're just going to make you, force you, if you're going to, exercise a filibuster, it's actually going to be a physical filibuster. It's not going to be a paper transaction.
And we may be naive about it, Congressman, but from our perspective, if two things were to happen, these redistricting attempts continue to be successful. We suffered a setback there in Alabama. We'll see if that holds up if it goes to the Supreme Court. But with the redistricting and all of that, and then the Save America Act, where, of course, people are going to continue to find workarounds to it, right? But if they're having to actually produce that identification and prove that they are a United States citizen, we've got all of these blue states that are issuing driver's licenses to non-citizens coming across the border. Here's your driver's license, here's your Medicaid card, all of this stuff, right? It's very frustrating. Those two things give conservatives a lot of hope that, hey, this is not going to be a bloodbath in November, that hopefully we can still hold these chambers and we can get this log jam undone here because that filibuster is out of the way.
Yeah.
I know we're talking a lot about the Senate there, but it's just it's just very frustrating, and we're seeing the fallout there with Cassidy. I think Cassidy was a sitting duck as soon as he voted for the impeachment.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, here's the thing, and I know Cassidy. I've known him for a long time. I don't know him well. Never really worked closely with him. But what I'll say about him and several others, when they made the decision to vote yes on impeachment, the calculation was this will be the end of Trump, and it'll be the end of MAGA.
Perfect.
And so it'll be safe for me to do this. I'll be protected because on the other side of this, people will go, what a hero. He helped end, the reign of Trump and MAGA and all this. And they thought they were taking this principled stand, convinced that Trump was never coming back. This was going to lead to the complete and utter removal of him and anybody who followed him. And this was sort of a reclamation of the GOP and their image. They didn't calculate on what the people thought.
Yeah.
They didn't calculate on him having the ability and what he was saying, having the long-term resonance with the American people. Gross miscalculation. He's not the only one. There's some House members that suffered the same fate, and there may be one or two senators that are still to go. But this was one of the most egregious I mean, this was done specifically because he thought he could outlast Trump.
And this was the second impeachment, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
The January 6th.
Right, which of course, I think a lot of Americans believe that it was just a giant effort to squash populism and make sure Trump could never run again. We now, have the information about the plainclothes FBI agents that were in the crowd. A lot of people just they don't believe it was as bad as 9/11 like some of the Democrats said. It just comes across now as, and there's a reason that term Fedsurrection comes up. There's a lot of people that still have a ton of questions about it, and being given guided tours of the Capitol, that sort of thing. So the whole thing just stinks to high heaven. And but I think the impeachment question kind of goes back to the first impeachment. So let's talk about that, okay? I think it's incredibly coincidental. I think God has a sense of humor that this guy, Eric, I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. Charmella. Well, I pronounce it CIA Ramella because literally CIA is in the first three letters of this guy's name. So Eric CIA Ramella, tell us about these new revelations that the first impeachment was essentially bogus. There was no evidence. There's a criminal referral. Even an inspector general's been referred to the DOJ for prosecution over this. And, of course, your favorite guy, Adam Schiff, is involved as well.
Yeah. So lots going on there. This guy, Eric Charmella, he was given whistleblower status. There's a reason why that whistleblower statute exists to protect individuals who are coming to Congress with real information that's necessary for us to engage in our Article 1 oversight authority. So we are sensitive about the protection of whistleblowers. In this case, I don't think he was a legitimate whistleblower. I think this was an op. He was involved with Adam Schiff. I think he was being handled. I don't know if he was being handled by Adam Schiff. I don't know what Adam Schiff is capable of handling, but he was involved with Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell, I believe, as well. And that is how we got the first Trump impeachment. And this was done. There were a couple other people involved. One of these guys is now running for Senate in Florida, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. By the way, his twin brother is a member of Congress from Virginia. And you want to talk about a scumbag of the lowest order, both of them, in my opinion, are. And Vindman was one of these that was brought in to talk about, that he was present during this, phone call in question and all this other kind of stuff. So this was what they were going to do, as characterize this phone call that Trump had with Zelensky. And that was out of bounds, but they didn't say anything about Joe Biden basically holding $1 billion over the head of Ukraine based on having their one of their political appointees fired, or we're going to withhold the money. So nothing was ever said about that, but they focused in on President Trump and that obsession. And of course, that was the essence of his first impeachment. Complete and utter fabrication. And keep in mind also, we're dealing with Zelensky. I mean, I can give you my assessment of Zelensky, which also sort of makes me question the validity of this impeachment move, because Zelensky is as corrupt as anybody. And there are a whole lot of Ukrainian oligarchs that have gotten rich as a result of Zelensky being the president of Ukraine. But he is our corrupt guy because he's standing up against Putin. So therefore, he's our guy. You see the problem that we have here?
Yeah.
So I've had a problem with the whole Ukraine. I don't want to see Ukraine fall to the Russians. I tend to call them reflexively the Soviets, because the reason I say that they don't exist anymore except in Putin's mind, because he is a Cold War Soviet spy that is trying to reconstitute the Soviet Union. May not call it the Soviet Union, but he's trying to rebuild that former greatness of the Soviet Union. And it starts with Ukraine for a variety of reasons. Number one, his mother's Ukrainian. A lot of people don't know that. Believe it or not, agriculture has a lot to do with Ukraine and the value to the Soviet Union. in the previous iteration of that empire. So from Russian perspective, it enhances their ability for food security to have this vital and prolific ag region under their control. There's a lot of considerations. Their access to the Black Sea, all those kinds of things, vital to the expansion of Russia. And Russia has throughout history been sort of a xenophobic type country where they have surrounded themselves by satellite states for protection. Heck, their Kremlin is built that way. I mean, it's all part of their history, and the Soviet Union built on that, and they created these Soviet republics. And you see now Ukraine is one of them. That's a former Soviet republic, along with others that have broken away, and some, like Poland, have embraced capitalism and have moved to the West and have moved to the United States. Ukraine kind of did, but that just really did not sit well with Putin, going back to 2014 when he essentially annexed Crimea without ever having to fire a shot. And what did President Obama do? He provided blankets to the Ukrainians. Not necessarily bad to have blankets, but not necessarily what you would qualify as a defensive application, unless you were going to smother Russian soldiers that were coming across the border. Then it probably wouldn't be a very effective weapon. So you get my point. And then so President Trump comes in, has a conversation with Zelensky, and that conversation is characterized by Eric Chermella and validated by Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and now we've got an impeachment on our hands.
Yeah.
And that's what that whole thing was predicated
I
on.
remembered Vindman was constantly going on CNN, MS Now. He would always wear his military garb when he would go on there, had the glasses.
Yeah, but it wasn't necessary.
By the way, you don't wear a uniform in the White House. Now, you do have military that do wear uniforms. Mm-hmm. They are typically there as sort of White House aides. They serve kind of like hosts. Mm-hmm. So you'll see uniformed military lower, generally going to be 03s and below. And then the enlisted ranks, obviously the Marines that are guards and so on. But this is a guy who was on the National Security Council. Those guys don't wear uniforms. But it was important to him that when he showed up to the intel hearing, that he showed up in uniform.
Theater.
Right.
Yes, because he wanted to make sure that everybody knew that, by gosh, he's a lieutenant colonel. And he even attempted to dress down Devin Nunes. When Devin Nunes referred to him as Mr. Vindman, he said, "Excuse me, I am Colonel Vindman." Mm-hmm. And I just said, if it were me, you don't even want to get me started on that.
Yeah.
Because that was done to remind everybody that, because he's military, he is above reproach.
Yeah.
Bull.
Back to the phone call, though. There was also something, there's a lot of people that think that the content of that phone call, what he was impeached over, wasn't actually what made the intel oligarchy upset, because President Trump did mention CrowdStrike having the server, the DNC server, and I don't know. Do you know anything about
No,
that?
I mean, there were a number of pretexts, for that action. And it's hard to keep track of all of them because they were just grasping at straws to try to be able to pull together some viable impeachment proceeding. And
well, it makes you want.
All right, so we're in the middle of going over this because we were talking about Tulsi Gabbard. So, for the interest of time, I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit and talk about see if we can get to this part. Or today, I can't remember, has moved his trial from July, granted his request to move it from July to October. What are your thoughts? Okay, real quick, that's the James Comey situation. Hang on here. Monitoring Tulsi Gabbard's, here we go, Diggs group. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, as somebody who's, you're the chairman, your committee, Intel, is oversight. I'm not saying that it's unprecedented. I suspect it's probably not, but it's been public. It's public knowledge now, if her report is accurate, that they were pushing back against some of her mandates, whether it was JFK assassination, RFK assassination, COVID origin, direct energy weapons, And I'm probably leaving one out. But
yeah, even unconfirmed reports about her office being raided, which we found out that was not really
not
true.
raided, but the boxes apparently were taken back. What are your thoughts on this? What do you do in this situation?
So I think you've kind of got to revisit the entire history of the DNI, which is not long. The DNI is a result of the 9/11 Commission review and recommendation, and it was 2005, I believe, when they stood up the ODNI and the first DNI was named. Tulsi is the first DNI to actually be a DNI. The rest were figureheads.
Yeah.
She took the job seriously, which is why it's a big loss for us. She was doing the job. See, the rest of them were occupying a chair. And like, well, look at me. You know, they were rubber stamping, they were doing whatever, but they never really were. If you look at the org chart, here's the DNI, here's the rest of the IC. They never took that mandate. Never. She's the first one that said, here's what we're going to do, and started doing it. And that really upset some people. So she started the DIG, that's the Directors Initiative Group, to do, very aptly named, to start digging. But we have to go back to 2005 when the ODNI was stood up. They never did create their own computer system network. They operated on the CIA system, still do.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where you run into problems. And so it's not necessarily to say that the CIA is monitoring in as much as you're on the same network. Yep. That's probably true. So I'm not going to characterize this by saying that the CIA has got some sort of op that they're running against the DNI. I don't think that would be appropriate to make that characterization or any kind of assessment. But when you're on the same network, then it's safe to say you've probably got some accesses that, that's where that's the mistake I think that was made when they stood up the ODNI. Prior to that, you had the Director of Central Intelligence. The last Director of Central Intelligence was Porter Goss. When they stood up the ODNI, they named him CIA Director, and then the DNI was named. And I can't even remember who the DNI was, but on the org chart, the DNI is supposed to be the administrative overseer of the intelligence community. That is the traffic cop that makes sure everybody, all the lanes are working like they should, that everybody's communicating together as they should. And nobody took that mandate seriously until Tulsi Gabbard.
So is it I would say it's probably fair to say it's your assessment that there needs to be a wall put in by the next DNI?
I think they're working on that. And that
nobody took that job seriously other than Tulsi Gabbard. If you want to see the full interview with me, Rob, and the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Rick Crawford, you can go to the Paul Herald Program YouTube page. Just go to YouTube and search for Paul Herald Program. While you're there, please subscribe and click the little bell to receive notifications. But you can get the full interview there. It's about an hour long. We listened to about 30 minutes of it. I skipped around towards the end there. But that is why the CIA is now attacking Tulsi Gabbard via the Washington Post, because they are scared of not only what she's done, but her work product moving forward, and that's why they are terrified. I hope that's why they're scared of Bill Pulte getting in there and continuing to release a lot of this stuff that still hasn't been released and needs to be released. Todd Blanche has a press conference. I saw this while that video was playing. I was able to see some latest headlines. This is one of them, where Todd Blanche is announcing a multi-billion-dollar fraud, Medicare and Medicaid. Listen to this.
Today we are announcing federal and state charges, all of which were charged or unsealed at some point over the past 2 weeks, the past 14 days. Coordinated nationwide action. Since June 8th, we've charged 455 defendants, across 56, like I said a minute ago, U.S. attorney's offices, and 45 U.S. states and territories. As alleged in the various indictments, these individuals participated in healthcare fraud schemes involving over $6.5 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. The team around me will get into more specifics, but here are a few points that stand out. In one indictment, we're bringing charges against a corporate executive in Arizona in connection to over a $1 billion fraud involving unnecessary wound grafts.
Again, Todd Blanche announces a healthcare fraud, $6.5 billion fraud in Medicare, Medicaid, and other programs, 455 defendants across 56 U.S. attorneys' offices. It's a big deal. And this is certainly a part of what many of you voted for, what I voted for. But I'll say this, though. I think $6.5 billion, that's a gargantuan amount of money. And even that sum of money is a drop in the bucket for how much fraud is going on. When you think about, and Rob has said this many times on the show, that he thinks, year to year, it's $1 trillion a year that we are literally just giving away to criminals and fraudsters. And I wish Eric were here. Eric Haynes, he may be joining us in the afternoon show tomorrow at 3 Central, 4 Eastern. But he works in the healthcare industry, and he has been doing this for a very, very long time. And he's been on the show saying things for a very long time, saying that the fraud in Medicare, Medicaid is absolutely outrageous. I mean, you've already seen it with the beginning of live care. The beginning of live care being the Leering Center. Oh, we got to take care of the kids. We've got to give them the daycare. We've got to spend this money, and then they just fraud us. Then you got the end of life care. Oh, we've got to take care of them. We've got to have the hospice houses. They're frauding us with they're taking these services that an honest American assumes is for the most vulnerable, kids and the super old. And they're taking our own compassion, our own Christian compassion, of trying to love our neighbor as ourselves. And maybe that's why we, shouldn't use the government to do it. But that ship has sailed a long time ago. They're taking our they're manipulating us emotionally, and then they're just fleecing us, and then they're using that money. They're tithing that money back to political campaigns. It's basically, Medicare, Medicaid. These fraudsters are doing what the NGOs do with USAID. They're doing what the NGOs do with USAID, and it's absolutely disgusting. And it's even worse than just the $6.5 billion, because it's only 455 people. How many criminals do you think there are? A lot more than 500 people. I'll tell you that much right now. I know 535 that are in Washington. I joke. We were just talking to one of the good ones, so 534. But yeah. Speaking of the USAID thing, people have started to notice that South American elections are going towards more right-wing candidates now that USAID money has dried up. Less communists have won, and more right-wing people are winning now that USAID has been eliminated. Some more stories here that we want to get to. Anthony Fauci is now backing out of his voluntary testimony. This I think has to do with the fact that Tulsi Gabbard just made his life much more complicated on her way out the door. Red State writes, Fauci backs out of voluntary testimony. Rand Paul then slaps him with a new subpoena. Rusty Weiss says that Senator Rand Paul has announced that he has issued a subpoena forcing Dr. Anthony Fauci to appear publicly before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee next month. The move comes after the former National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases director abruptly backed out of a voluntary testimony agreement he had already made. Rand Paul continues his quest as one of the very few members of Congress willing to hold Fauci accountable for his handling of the pandemic, if not for playing a significant role in unleashing it. This man is guilty of mass murder. Anthony Fauci is guilty of mass murder. And you know what? I'll keep that comment to myself. Here's another one about this is the point I made in my monologue last week. In my monologue last week, I made the point that if because of what Tulsi Gabbard revealed about Fauci, that essentially the United States of America, if you want to get technical about it, is now guilty of, let me say this again, parts of the United States government, if you want to get technical about it, are now up there with some of the worst mass murderers in human history. Mao, Stalin, Hitler. Headline, Fauci was using USAID to fund COVID research in Wuhan labs, resulting in 7 million international deaths. That's the number that I came up with. Actually, I think it's higher than that if you go to like all-cause mortality. I can't remember the number, but it was something close to that. So let's think about it. 7.1 million international deaths. 7.1 million. This guy funds gain-of-function research, and the one thing I disagree with Tulsi's report on Fauci is she says that the virus accidentally leaked from the lab, that it was an accident. And I know we don't have evidence that it was intentional, but I think it was intentional. I mean, come on. The whole 2020 saga reads like a giant movie script. It reads like a movie. It's like even worse than V for Vendetta. I mean, I mean, obviously minus the superhuman strength and that sort of thing. So what does that make the United States government? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what does the rest of the world think? And then we've got the bioweapons labs, where we're trying to essentially create more and more deadly pathogens and toxins. And how is it not a form of biological terrorism? How is Anthony Fauci not labeled universally at the dinner table? The sky is blue, the sun rises in the east, and Anthony Fauci is a bioterrorist. An at-large, unindicted, unconvicted bioterrorist. Gateway Pundit's Jim Hoff says, crazed Democrats are piling on President Trump and Elon Musk for eliminating USAID Democrat slush fund that was used to fix elections for socialists around the world and to fund the Wuhan laboratory COVID research. Democrats have watched as their socialist brethren have lost several elections in South America now that USAID is no longer funding the communists and socialists. At least 7 elections were lost by the international left since USAID was disbanded. Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Honduras, Colombia, and Costa Rica. The far right are winning those. The international left lost another election this weekend when the socialist cartel lackey Gustavo Pedro lost to Trump supporter Abelardo de la Espriella in the presidential runoff election. Western Lensman published an amazing video, he writes, of how Democrats are running their mouths and lying about alleged deaths caused by eliminating USAID payments to crooked regimes and Democrat slush funds. Just 2 months ago, Democrats lied and said defunding USAID had resulted in 2.5 million dead children. Now Democrats claim defunding USAID resulted in 4.5 million deaths. What a complete crock of BS, he says. For the record, the study Democrat Ro Khanna uses to support his claim about 4.5 million child deaths was funded by the socialist Spanish government. The crooks miss their slush fund. Mike Benz pointed out that USAID was funding the COVID research at Wuhan labs in China. COVID killed 7.1 million innocent human beings since it released from the Wuhan labs, and it was funded by Dr. Fauci and USAID. Benz then added that USAID likely killed more people by creating COVID than the totals from the junk leftist studies. Really good stuff. Trump was right to defund USAID. 100% he was. Again, though, what does this mean about us? What does this mean about our own government? Parts of our own government, ladies and gentlemen. Parts of our own government are now in the history books as being responsible for the deaths of millions of people. And that's not and Fauci is even more culpable because of the remdesivir, which we talked about last week, because I don't know if you know this, but he was the one that recommended remdesivir, and many of these people that walked in with COVID or the flu or whatever they had were given remdesivir, and remdesivir is deadly. If you went to the hospital with COVID and you got remdesivir as a treatment and you survived, you need to get down on your knees and thank the Lord, because statistically speaking, you had very, very low chances of walking out of that hospital if you went and got remdesivir. Very, very low. I actually have I know somebody who got remdesivir, and she she's very grateful that, obviously she's grateful she survived. But the remdesivir that Fauci recommended was based on a study that was Ebola, and the Ebola study that they were doing, they were testing several drugs to try to combat Ebola, and after 6 months they had to quit using Ebola as part of the test because it was killing people. It was shutting down their kidneys, hence why New York doctors came out and said, we don't understand why people are getting these secondary kidneys infections. They're not draining fluid off, and they were dying. They were drowning. Fauci's responsible for that too. Of course, the hospitals rule it a COVID death. Hospitals were saying motorcycle wrecks were COVID deaths. So it's just insane. And this guy's just going to be able to walk. This guy's just going to, because he got some pardon with an auto pen from a geriatric patient wearing diapers, didn't know where he was. It's criminal. He's committed crimes against humanity, and he and other people. It's not just him, but hey, he's still going on. He's still conducting interviews saying we got to be prepared for the next pandemic. This guy has got to have a reality check. A reality check. President Trump has sounded off. Everybody's been trying to criticize Trump by criticizing Vance. Well, let me say this. People have been really desperately trying to criticize J.D. Vance by not criticizing Trump. This is the Vance deal, the Vance-Iran deal, as if Vance is not doing this on behalf of the President of the United States. It's hilarious. All these people that were for the war, let's go, are now abandoning Trump. Yesterday on the show, we had a slew of comments in over on X that we highlighted. Now you have people that are literally saying President Trump hates Jews because of the memorandum of understanding. The meltdown is absolutely eye-opening. Mask off moment, very, very revealing. So people are really wanting Donald Trump to disavow J.D. Vance as if this is not his plan all along. And here is Trump yesterday in the Oval Office, and he's not taking the bait.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. What's the latest you've heard from the Vice President? Are you happy with his negotiations?
Yeah.
And can you share a little bit about what Secretary Rubio will be doing in the Middle East this week?
I think that they're doing a fantastic job. Our secretary is fantastic. I think he's maybe going to go down as the best ever. And I thought J.D. Vance this morning was fantastic. I watched his news conference, and from Switzerland, he's a very smart guy. Did a great job. When I look at the Democrats, I call them the Democrats. They're dumb. The Democrats. When I watched that, where one of them thought it was World War XI. She said World War XI. She read World War II. You know about that, right? This is one of their potential leaders, Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country, by the way, illegally. But when I watch AOC have no idea on a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watch somebody like JD or Marco. I said, what a difference. What a difference. What a difference a brain makes.
So he's like, they're doing a great job. This is part of the plan. Okay? We want the global economy to open back up. We want these things to happen. And President Trump knows where the people's opinion is on this. He just dropped this on Truth Social yesterday. New polling from Fabrizio shows overwhelming support, 67% in favor. And, of course, Washington Examiner had a report yesterday, 8 in 10 Americans are in favor of the peace deal. They want this thing over. They want to move on. And then there's CBS had a poll showing, 68%, I think, want this thing over. So President Trump is on board with this. And, is it a fragile process? Could shooting break out again? Is Israel going to withdraw from Lebanon, or is Israel? I mean, who knows? Is Hezbollah is the fighting going to continue? Is Hezbollah going to keep attacking? I don't know. And at this point, I think President Trump giving Iran the license to sell their oil on the open market. There's another report about $12 billion today have been unfrozen for Iran. I think this is an attempt to allow Iran to see some of the fruits more immediately and not make the Hezbollah Lebanon thing the deal breaker. Although they still have the cards of the Strait of Hormuz, but the strait is open, oil is going through, and gas is falling where I'm at. I don't know what the cost of oil is right now. Hang on, let me look it up as of this moment. Let me find this right here. $73.12 a barrel. So it is still much better than $9,400 a barrel. I'll tell you that much right now. Also, he was asked about Netanyahu specifically, and this is how it sounded.
Here's another beauty. What's this one?
Well,
Here's a real beauty.
earlier
Go
today,
ahead.
the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point.
Who did he tell that to you?
He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't?
Well, I'm not going to
sabotage
tell
the
you
deal?
what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problems solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, there you go. Now, in the meantime, this is all happening. You're going to, the next 60 days as they try to get to an actual agreement, I think it's going to be some of the most volatile information war that we've seen in a long time. Because there are, obviously there are forces within the administration. There are forces, obviously, like Mark Levin and others that they don't want this thing to stop. And it's very strange because, I mean, the options are pretty limited. I mean, we know what the options are. I mean, if you want Iran to cease as a country, okay, the only way that happens is with boots on the ground and thousands of Americans dead because, unfortunately, Iran is not Iraq. Iran has a conventional military. Even though we've bombed them, they still have a lot. They also have soldiers that have been preparing for this generationally for multiple generations, for 50 years. And the American people don't have the stomach for that, and it wouldn't be over. Even if we sacrifice American blood, you still have the aftermath, which is going to be an Iraq 2.0 and another 20-year commitment, and it's just absolutely not what the American people voted for. When they got into the conflict, they told us point blank, the Trump administration, this is not going to be a forever war. So that's not on the table. The other table is a nuclear weapon, which, again, a nuclear weapon in Iran would undoubtedly not just kill Muslims, not just kill the leadership, it would kill Christians because there's millions of Christians in Iran. So that's not an option unless you want to be a really historic president, the kind of president that, and really any sort of moral high ground that we could ever claim again, after how the war started and everything else would just go out the window. So that's not an option. And in the meantime, the entire geopolitical world seems to be shifting. And I said this on the show right before, so when the first memorandum of understanding came out last week, we talked about this in terms with Russia. Right before Russia was attacked deep in the heart of Moscow, the previous day we said, what's interesting here is this really could shape up to be a total geopolitical reshuffling. Hear me out. Trump, very upset with NATO, because NATO wanted no part of this. So it's possible that we abandon NATO, which I'm fine with. I know many of you are fine with. Could get out of NATO because of this. Because President Trump's like, I hate that you guys didn't have my back on this. Then you have a situation where Iran we are, and I can't even believe I'm saying this, but we are normalizing relations with Iran. We're normal. I mean, we still may call them our enemy, or Israel's certainly going to continue to call them their enemy. But we are lifting sanctions, allowing them to sell their oil, giving them a license to do so, freeing up money, going to give them loans, all of this stuff. That is normalizing relations with Iran. If you can normalize relations with Iran, wouldn't it be easier to normalize relations with Russia? As I said at the top of the show when we were talking about Ukraine, Russia, and everything that's involved there, it makes sense economically to have an economic relationship with Russia. So you got to wonder, right after the memorandum of understanding, and as soon as I said, and I'm not saying I was the catalyst for this, I certainly wasn't, but I just thought it interesting. As soon as I said, hey, if we're normalizing relations with Iran and trying to secure peace and saying Iran can be a country because the memorandum of understanding says we're going to respect your sovereignty, then if you have peace in the Middle East, wouldn't it be easier now? I mean, is it kind of a foregone conclusion? There's going to be peace between Russia and Ukraine, and things are going to open up, and then it's like, boom, Zelensky got jealous. Everybody was talking about Bibi Netanyahu, and everybody was talking about Middle East, and all of a sudden Zelensky and NATO start drone striking the middle of Moscow, like, oh, over here, hey, don't forget, there's another war over here. We still got this war going on, and you just wonder what exactly is going on. And the similarities between Bibi Netanyahu and Zelensky are not lost on me in terms of the fact that, I know there's a corruption scandal against Netanyahu in his country. There's people that want to prosecute him. There's, I think, a trial that has been delayed several times because of the war. So the idea of peace and Israel winding things down, some people speculate that will mean the end of Bibi's political career and maybe even, a conviction. Likewise, if there's peace between Russia and Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky has canceled elections, and there haven't been an election now in years. And he's very unpopular in Ukraine because he's, kidnapping young kids off the street and sending them as cannon fodder to the front lines. So isn't that weird that if there's peace between Russia and Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky's gone? He's now all of a sudden no longer relevant, no longer in power. And by the way, no one is ever going to use him for any sort of puppeteering ever again, because he's shown himself to be untrustworthy, ungrateful for all of the money that we've sent over there to fight this proxy war that is just, it is what it is. Like, Vladimir Putin's not going to give up those Western provinces that he's taken with Russian blood. That's not going to happen, and it's just delusional. He doesn't want peace. He wants all these unrealistic demands, and he's also, just known as being a coke addict. He's just a known drug addict. And also, do you guys realize that Volodymyr Zelensky was, he was an actor who did some really weird stuff on like variety shows where listener discretion advised. He played a piano, he would wear masochistic dominatrix type, really, really gay stuff. And he played the piano with his genitals. Do you know this? Yeah, this is the culture of Ukraine that we're all, oh, yeah, this is a Western civilization. Yeah, it really is Western civilization. Yeah, oh, yeah, big time. But as an actor, he played on a, kind of a sitcom type drama or sitcom type show, not a drama, where he was a teacher. And the plot goes, it's just a teacher that somehow gets elected president of Ukraine. That's his. This guy is literally a glorified actor, and they programmed their own people they preconditionally programmed their own people to accept Volodymyr Zelensky as their leader in a sitcom. This is right out in the open. That kind of stuff to me is not just, what a coincidence. Surely it's not to you guys either. All right, a few of your comments, Lee. Let's see, what do we have here? What in the world? Okay, so we've got Annette Smith says, yeah, Zelensky is gross. People talking about how they like their coffee. If you have real butter, it's a great sub for cream in coffee. Sounds odd, but it works. Yes, I've had butter in coffee. I've also had clarified butter in coffee. Wilson, W. Wilson. Clarified butter in coffee is good too. It's especially good if you are, if you've ever tried. I tried like a low carb diet or a ketogenic diet or whatever. Of course, you can have heavy whipping cream on that diet too. So, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to not like some heavy whipping cream in your coffee. Like that, to me, that's like the zenith of all coffee. We've got Debweth17 says Zelensky, $2 says Zelensky reminds me of the movie Less Than Zero. The movie Less Than Zero. What is that? I've never seen that movie. Let's see what that is. 1987. What's the plot of the movie? Less Than Zero film. It says here, 1987 American drama film directed by Marek Kanevska, loosely based on the 1985 novel Bretton Easton Ellis. Film stars Andrew McCarthy as Clay, college freshman returning home for Christmas to spend time with his ex-girlfriend, both of whom have become drug addicts. The film explores the culture of wealthy, decadent youth in Los Angeles. Less Than Zero received mixed reviews among critics. Alex hated the film initially. Okay, so it's about a drug addict. Well, I've never seen that before. But yeah, glad to read that. Let's see, what else do we have in the chat? Clesully, Zelensky is an impotent leader. Yes, I would agree with that. Jennifer 1333, Zelensky was seen in a weird video in high heels and leather. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. And then there's another one where he like had this weird, what was it? It was just this weird piano. He liked to play the piano with body parts that are not his fingers or toes. So you figure it out. Folks, I'm going to hand it off to Will Johnson. That's all the time I have. It's been a pleasure subbing in for Jeremy Harrell the last 2 days. Hope he has a great time on vacation. And I will be back here in 2 hours for my show, The Paul Herald Program, at 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern. Rob Spencer will be with me. God bless everybody out there watching. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you in a couple of hours.
The Paul Herald Program.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is The Culture Wars.
There's no cure in sight.
Was that good or what? Was that good or what? When I saw that, I said, okay, it really doesn't have too much. I mean, actually it does, because we're talking about TDS. All of this stuff evolves around TDS when it comes to these leftist lunatic liberals. All of it. They have lost their minds. So what I want to talk about today is socialism, and socialism is part of their TDS. So I got to looking at this and I was wondering, why are they so keen on pushing socialism? Why is this like a number one thing for them right now? Why is this something that they feel like they can't do without? And I believe the reason why socialism is happening the way that it is because of President Trump. What do I mean? See, I believe that President Trump actually woke up the sleeping giant. I believe President Trump has people actually paying attention. Not to say that people didn't pay attention before, but I'm talking about on a scale that the Democrats never thought would actually happen. People are actually waking up to what they've been doing to the country, and even the rhinocrats. President Trump has opened the eyes of so many people that they're no longer going along with the establishment. They're no longer going along with all of the stuff, all of the evil, wicked things that the Democrats have been pushing. And of course, a lot of it came to light when COVID took place. When COVID took place, people started paying attention to all the stuff that they were teaching their kids. And they're like, this is unbelievable. You're actually teaching our kids this stuff? And a lot of parents would drop their kids off at school thinking that, okay, their kids are safe. They're not going to be teaching them about homosexual acts, how to have sex with Tyrone, how to have Kimberly do extra stuff with Beverly. None of that was taking place in the minds of parents. They thought they were learning how to do English, math, social studies, geography, learning how to be good citizens. None of this other woke stuff, but all of that came to light after COVID. And because of President Trump, I started paying attention to politics like I never had before. Now, I paid attention to it a little bit with Obama when he was in office, and that was my turning point when Obama lit up the White House with the sodomite colors, because he was full support of homosexuality, and he didn't keep any of the promises. And actually, to be honest with you, I don't even recall Obama saying that he's going to do anything to help black people out. I think it was just an assumption that we all had, seeing that he was the first black president. We just knew that we're going to finally have a president that's actually going to do something to try to fix the black community, to try to stop all the violence, all the activity that was happening in Chirac, especially because he was senator from Chirac. And you know what Chirac is? It's Chicago plus Iraq, right? Chirac, all the shooting, or maybe we should call it Chiran. I think that's more fitting, especially for right now. Chiran. I'm going to start calling it Chiran, because Iran, they want to destroy the planet along with the Democrats. But everyone was under the assumption, including myself, that Barack Hussein Obama was actually going to do something about Chicago, and he never did. It never happened. And even over the weekend, I talked about it yesterday, Juneteenth, all of the violence took place. Has Barack Hussein Obama said anything about it? I've yet to see a statement from him. Nothing. Completely silent, just like it was when he was 8 years in office, completely silent about all the violence that was taking place there. He built a plantation there, and still nothing, because this is something that they're accustomed to. This is something that they want. They love the fact that black people are killing themselves constantly in the United States of America. They love it. They absolutely love it. But socialism, where does socialism work? Now, of course, the Democrats will say we have socialist programs like the streets, because we get taxed to death for our streets, for our street lights, because we have Social Security, because we have different programs that help out the elderly, they help out the homeless, which of course we pour money into these organizations, and the Democrats don't even, 9 times out of 10, don't even funnel the money to these programs, what they're saying that they're going to get the money for. They get the money and they spend it on everything else other than what they say they're going to spend it on. This is the reason why we're seeing all of this fraud come to the surface right now. Billions of dollars in fraud. This is what the Democrat Party is all about. The Democrat Party itself is an entity for fraudulent activity. That's all it is. If you could look up Democrats in the dictionary as a definition, it would show fraudulent activity, or at least it should. A party that is support for fraudulent activity and criminal activity alike. This is the Democrat Party. But what do? We sit there and watch it happen. We sit there and watch it unfold, and we support President Trump because President Trump is just the opposite of the Socialist Democrat Party. The Socialist Democrat Party in the United States of America, again, is trying to flip everything upside down. The problem that I see with all of this, and one of the main reasons why I'm talking about this, is because socialism is on the rise. Remember, Bernie Sanders was supposed to beat out Hillary Clinton in 2016. In 2016. Bernie Sanders should have won, but they kicked him out because they were thinking in their mind that the country's not ready for socialism. But now they have a different point of view on it, all because of President Trump. See, according to them, President Trump has radicalized us. President Trump has gotten us to go against them. So they believe that it's perfectly fine now to implement socialism. Now, I want to share some of this with you about the whole socialist tactics that we've been talking about, or at least that I've been talking about. And of course, the Democrats want everyone to believe that socialism is the way to go. Take all the money from Elon Musk, take everything you can from him, because he doesn't need all the money that he worked hard to get. He's the first trillionaire, and they're upset about it. But I want to show y'all a couple of clips that I have on this just to show how the socialism is on the rise. I mean, they're sounding the siren for it.
In the last 8 months, progressive and democratic socialist candidates all over this country have been winning major victories.
And actually, that is a true statement. And the reason why they're going with socialism more than any time before, because it is anti-Trump. Can we be honest about it? It is 100% anti-Trump. So this is the reason why they're all getting behind it. Kamala Harris is a socialist. Can we be real about it? Kamala Harris, her whole ideas that she did come up with, if she came up with them herself or someone just told it to her, but her whole idea was socialism, wanting to take from the rich and give to the poor, give to the people who don't want to do anything, want to sit on the couch all day and do nothing. In a country that operates like that is not an actual country. It is a socialist country. And all it's going to do is cause the country to collapse. And this is their main thing. This is what they want to do. They can care less. But Graham Plattner, besides Bernie Sanders and AOC, they're going to elevate this dude. Let's just say he makes it to the Senate. God forbid he does. But let's just say he makes it to the Senate. He makes it to the Senate. He's going to become the leader of the Democrat Party. I'm telling you right now. Just like Hitler had his minions and everything else and everybody else rose through the ranks, he's going to become their leader. Because this dude has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. And all of them complain about Nazi this and Nazi that. But this dude has an actual Nazi tattoo on his chest. But because he's a socialist, communist, Democrat, he's anti-Trump. He's anti-American. He is the model Democrat. He is the model Democrat. And of course, what does he say?
The start of this is going to be building power. At the end of the day, I firmly believe that we are facing fascism in this country.
Really?
Historically, the only thing that's ever beaten that is a broad-based working-class coalition.
Really? So here it is. This guy with the Nazi tattoo is telling everybody that they have to fight fascism. This dude here with the Nazi tattoo. And I went ahead and asked Eli to put it on Bernie Sanders and the guy Roe, because all of these are socialist communists. They're all supporting their leader, Graham. They like it. So I said, can you make sure, put them all, no t-shirt on where they're hugging each other, you know, they're all tighty. But people, one of the main reasons why I'm talking about this is because we need to pay attention to what is actually happening here. We need to pay attention because they are actually pushing for this crap. They're giving a pass for the socialism. They're giving a pass for Graham. And again, we talked about it so many times. It's technically old news, right? But it's not old news because the socialism is on the rise, meaning the same ideology that Hitler had, the actual fascists, the actual Nazis, the same ideology that they had during that time, the Democrats are doing the same thing today. When are we going to pay attention? And I'm kind of nervous about it. Why? Because Republicans typically don't get out and vote during a midterm election. They only get out and vote during a presidential election. I don't know why it's like that. The first time I heard that is when I became full-on MAGA Republican, and I was talking to this white guy in California, and he said he's a Republican, but he says he didn't even vote in the midterm election. And I wanted to slap that dude. Forgive me, but I did. I thought about it. I wanted to slap him because the problem is that when we don't vote during the midterm elections, the Democrats take power, and then guess what happens? They stop President Trump, or Republicans that actually want to do well for the American people. They end up stopping them from doing it. But we're at a crossroads. We're truly at a crossroads. These Democrats, all they can think about on their mind is eliminating President Trump. Not just stopping him, but all they can think about is eliminating everything that he has done, everything that he is. Everything. And they're not going to stop until they get what they want.
Come on. We're better than this. And we need to be better than this. And we have to stop dividing ourselves so much and try to find the common ground and unify, especially within the Democratic Party, because the person who is inflicting so much damage on every New Yorker's lives on a day-to-day basis is not 6,000 miles away. He's in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And that is who the enemy is that we all need to unify to stop.
He's saying that President Trump is the enemy. Come on. He's saying President Trump is the enemy of the people in the United States of America, which there again is going to end up leading to someone trying to assassinate President Trump. How many times did y'all see Republicans when Joe Biden was in office, or Barack Hussein Obama when they were in office? How many times did you see politicians go on national television and say, you know, Barack Hussein Obama or Joe Biden is an existential threat? How many times have you heard that? Now, I think right now, because of everything that we've seen, everything that was been going on around the world, I think right now, without trying to be mean or hateful about it, I think we all can agree right now that the Democrats, they're not looking out for the best interests of the American people. The Democrat goal right now is to destroy everything that President Trump has done that has been successful. I mean, just really quick, I'm not going to get into it like I did yesterday, but the reflection pool. That's just a prime example. President Trump is trying to do something to make it look beautiful. And the reflection pool is something that everybody can enjoy. President Trump didn't do the reflection pool just so Republicans, MAGA Republicans, can go stand and take pictures by the reflection pool and say, oh, look how beautiful it is. No, President Trump did it so everybody in the United States of America can actually see what it was meant to be with the reflection pool. But what do? They want to go. And me personally, without no evidence, I think that a Democrat put algae in there. Me personally. But this whole thing was socialism. Let me get back to it before I get off track here. The whole thing was socialism. The Democrats are so embracing socialism right now because, again, like I mentioned multiple times already, it is anti-Trump. Does anyone disagree with me on that? Now, I've said it multiple times. Is there anybody that's in disagreement with me when I say that the Democrats embrace socialism because it's anti-Trump? If socialism at any point was saying that, you know what, President Trump's programs is actually going to benefit the American people, if there's any socialist organizations out there that would utter those words, they would eliminate that social program. they would burn it to the ground. You can't even take a picture. And I thought about getting this. There was a senator and two congressmen, and they were at a soccer game. And for 30 seconds, they weren't talking politics. They weren't at each other's throats. One's a Republican, one's a Democrat. They took a picture. But because they took the picture, none of the MAGA Republicans was attacking the Republican. Oh, how dare you take that picture? But the radical leftist lunatic liberals say, how dare you take a picture with him? And see, I'm going to tell you this much. I think these radical leftist lunatic liberals are onto something that we as Republicans have not picked up on yet. See, they're at war with us, and we haven't realized it yet. If the Democrats get their way, they're going to put us in prison camps. They keep talking about President Trump picking people up and putting them in camps. Oh, my goodness, he's putting these people in camps, concentration camps. Knowing good and well that's not the case. But the only reason why they're saying that, so when they do get back in power, they're going to come along and say, well, you didn't say anything when President Trump was putting them in concentration camps, so now we're going to put you in concentration camps, and you better not say nothing. Hear me now? Believe me later on. But these people, these socialists, they won't stop at nothing. And as I mentioned before, just like with Elon Musk, they want to take Elon Musk's money away for socialism. It's all about socialism. See, Elon Musk making all this money. If he was a Democrat, they would not be going after him at all. They would love the Elon Musk. Actually, at one point they did, because he was going green, electric vehicles. He was donating to Democrats. They loved him. But then Elon Musk said, no, wait a minute, hold on. I want free speech. Now they want to end him. Now they want to end him. How many of you think that Elon Musk or the Democrats are for free speech? Oops, sorry. How many of you think Elon Musk is for free speech, or you think he's not for free speech? Oh, here, hold on, sorry. Got the wrong one. Okay. How many? Right? It's not even a trick question. It's not a trick question at all. But let me play this one.
But think about this, Jennifer. For 5% tax one time on Elon Musk, you could have universal child care in America, $10 a day for every family. That's one person, one time, 5%, and he wouldn't even miss it because the market would grow by 15% and his wealth would still grow. And yet they're opposed to something as basic as that.
Have you ever known for the Democrats to say, okay, look, we'll just take 5% of his wealth just one time. Just one time. Just one time. Have you ever known for them to do one thing one time? You know, the whole thing with taxes. When they started taxing people in the United States of America, and don't hold me to it, I can't remember. I think it was during World War I. Okay? Because we weren't paying taxes in the country. Well, they said, well, because of the war, we just need to tax just during the time of war, you know, so we can have the money to build the bombs and stuff like that. And the people in the country, the United States of America, said, well, we understand because it's a time of war. Okay, we'll pay some taxes, you know, to help fund the war, because we, the American people, were funding our survival. But they were the politicians after the fact. They go, oh, wait a minute. Let's just leave it in place. I mean, they're already paying for it, so they're already feeling the pain of it. So let's just leave it in place. So year after year, they've left the taxes in there, and they started taxing people more and more and more and more and more. And then here come this dude wanting to tax Elon Musk, just say 5%. Well, just one time, just one time. If they were successful in doing that, it wouldn't be just one time. It'd be one time, and then it'd be another time, because all of the money that they would bring in would not go to any programs that's actually going to help the American people. If anybody is going to give 5% of their income, per se, Elon Musk, let him do it. Let him decide where the money goes. And then let him create a team like Doge to monitor that money. I don't trust the federal government. Now, we have President Trump there, but President Trump is not going to be there forever. The Democrats, because they're afraid that President Trump is going to do so much to damage them on his way out, and I pray that it happens. The Democrat Party needs to go away. It needs to be abolished. It should have been abolished after the first Civil War, after Abraham Lincoln and the Republicans defeated the Democrats. But no, they were being nice guys. We're going to get along. You lost the war, so let's bring the country together. Let's get along. That's the downfall of the Republican Party. Let's get along. When the Democrats, just like right now, just like today, they're still trying to figure out how they can harm the American people. They're still trying to figure it out. They're not holding back. Not at all. These Democrats are pure evil. Pure evil. Here's another one I want to show you that's pure evil. And this is Cory Booker. Cory Booker is one of those idiot Democrats that's asked a question, per se, like Graham Plattner, Nazi, because they're all against Nazism, right? Except for when it comes to Graham Plattner. Again, because Graham Plattner is a socialist communist, which is anti-Trump. They're all embracing it.
Opportunities to elect a new leader is in Maine. We have a competitive contest. Democrats just nominated Graham Plattner. Despite past offensive comments about a tattoo associated, or past offensive comments, he's got this tattoo that's associated with the Nazi symbol. He also said he didn't understand the meeting. He's covered it up. And he's also faced allegations from former girlfriends of abusive behavior, which he denies. Do you think Graham Plattner has the character to serve in the United States Senate?
Well, this is what campaigns are for. He certainly has a lot of issues and a lot of questions to answer and address. And I think the people of Maine are going to give a lot of examination to this going through in this election. For me, I certainly hope. For me and people of the state of New Jersey, dear God, we need to get the Senate back so we can start checking this out of control president. And that's why, again, I'm going to be doing everything I can all over my state of New Jersey and everywhere I can to help candidates across this country to get to that end, which is Democrats regaining control of the House and the Senate so we can check and balance a president that's chaotic, cruel, and corrupt.
Well, you mentioned Texas and Ohio. Will you campaign in Maine?
I don't have any plans to campaign there now.
Opportunities to.
So he doesn't have any plans on campaigning there right now because just in case there won't be any association. How many people in this country actually going to embrace this whole socialist agenda? How many people are going to embrace it? See, the Democrats, when they were targeting children with their perversion in schools, that actually turned a lot of parents off from the Democrat Party. A lot of them. But they don't care. They were like, okay, well, that's a small group. We'll lose them. Because more and more people hate Trump in the TDS. You know the rest. They can care less. I wasn't even trying to make that rhyme. But they don't care. They absolutely don't care. Now, I want to ask y'all a question. How many people think that the Democrat Party is for free speech? And I put this up here because I want to see your comments here in the chat. How many people believe that the Democrats are for free speech? Now, the reason why I bring that up, because we're talking about socialism. In a socialist world, economy, et cetera, you can't have free speech. Socialism and free speech doesn't go along because they want to dictate what you can and can't say. Anyone disagree with me on that? I mean, I think everyone completely understands exactly what that means. So let me put it this way. And I'm pretty sure you receive it too. Every time I put comments on social media, and my last one, I put this really simple comment. And, Threads, I'm going to have to tell y'all right now, if you're not on Threads and you like triggering Democrats, then you're missing out. I mean, even the Democrats are so triggered that they're triggered more on Threads than they are on TikTok. And TikTok is like a how do I want to say it? Like a cesspool of liberals, Democrats. But on TikTok, I'm sorry, but on Threads is like something else. Maybe, and it has a lot to do with a lot of black liberals. Maybe that's what it is. But the white and black liberals on Threads is like unbelievable. So anyways, I put this comment on there and said, I'm still MAGA because I like my freedom. Me just putting that little comment on there has blown up, and they have lost their minds just because I put that little comment on there. And it's because of socialism. In a socialist, communist world, you can only say what they agree to. I think everyone watching understands that, even if we have any trolls on here. And you know, most of the time the trolls go over on YouTube. And I got the chat from Rumble and YouTube right here on the screen. But most of the time when you see it, the trolls are hanging out on YouTube when they do chime in. I don't know why that's the case. I guess because YouTube is kind of like, you know, there's a whole bunch of liberals. It's still a platform that is anti-Trump, anti-American for the most part. They're only allowing people to say stuff right now because Elon Musk opened up the free speech, so they all started jumping in on the free speech because say, hey, we're losing viewers, they started seeing a decline in interactions on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube because of Elon Musk, because Elon Musk allowing free speech. So they've opened it up, and they've even actually right now on Threads, they've opened up free speech more than they have on X. And the reason why I say that, because they call me every nasty word you can think of, which, look, I believe in free speech, even when I don't like it. But they even threaten me on Threads, and nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens to them. But the reason why I bring up, do you believe that the Democrats are for free speech or not, is because they're trying to say that they're the ones that own it. They're the ones that own freedom in the United States of America. Shapiro, this dude, which is, oh, sorry. There we go. This dude here. I believe they're going to push him for 2028. He's kind of really quiet about it. I don't think Gavin Newsom's going to be the one, because Gavin Newsom has so much baggage. He's in trouble right now. All of the fraudulent activities starting to come back to haunt him. So I think they're actually going to push this dude. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, I guess they could push Pete Buttigieg out there too, but he's not going to make it either, because you cannot win an election with just one party. You can't. You have to have people on both sides to vote for you.
Freedom, real freedom that allows. I think Democrats are the party of real freedom that allows women to make decisions over their own bodies, allows parents like me and my wife Lori to make decisions over what vaccines our kids are going to be able to get, that they can read the books that they want to read, not have certain one banned by certain politicians. The point I'm making here is that we can be a pro-freedom party and a pro-growth party, a pro-safety party, a pro-education party. That is what we're doing in Pennsylvania. We're winning in Pennsylvania, in the toughest state in the country to win in. And that is what I think we need to see more of, not just in our party, but all across America.
Did you hear all of that? Did you hear all of that?
I think Democrats are the party of real freedom.
The Democrats are the party of real freedom. And then he talked about books. Now, of course, just like clockwork, they always leave out what books he's referring to. Books in schools teaching little children how to have anal sex to little boys should not be in schools. But he left out that key detail. That's not for children. Now, him being the sick adult that he is, If he wants to go read about somebody having anal sex with somebody, then he's an adult. I don't need to know about what he's reading. I don't care. I don't need to know about it. That's going to be between him and whoever. I don't need to know about it. But they're targeting children with that perversion. The Democrats want to end free speech. The Democrats are not for free speech. And you know what? There's actually a video, and I'll see if I can find it here, where it's kind of long. I would just play for a couple seconds if I get it, if I can find it again. But they're on there constantly talking about how we need to take away free speech. Remember, when President Trump was in office, the first time, during the end of his term, what happened? They removed him from YouTube, from Facebook, from Twitter. They removed him from the primary platforms. Why? So no one could hear him speak. And even today, President Trump is still kind of like, let that slide. And the reason why they did it, because of the federal government at the time. The federal government went to these tech companies and said, you need to silence him. You need to silence him. But all of this, with the silencing, those that want to say something that they disagree with, is all geared up for socialism. Just like in socialism, we can tell you how much money you can make. We can tell you where you can live. We can tell you how you think. This is socialism. Socialism is not good, but they're trying to push it like it is good. Socialism is something that they think in their mind is good. And here's more proof, more evidence of how the Democrats are embracing socialism more than any time ever before. More than ever before.
When we talk about democratic socialists, how are they viewed inside the Democratic Party?
Yeah, you know, you mentioned New York, you mentioned Vermont. Obviously, there's the D.C. mayor. We've seen it in Pennsylvania as well. The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
Among Democrats, it's interesting to see who they like more. All right, and you've used this number before. I always find this fascinating. When you compare socialism to capitalism, how are they doing right now?
Yeah, how are they doing right now among Democrats? This Democratic Socialists of America more positive than congressional Democrats. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, the favorable rating among Democrats on socialism and look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism.
Now, that is of Democrats. See, the Democrats, and this is where I was like I'm saying I'm a little concerned. And the reason why they're doing this is because it's anti-Trump. They have turned away from capitalism, which has made their lives beautiful in this country because of capitalism. Socialism is just the opposite of that. Of course, we already know this, and it's just the gateway to communism. But in 2025, the Democrats are turning away from capitalism. Why? Because they know President Trump is a capitalist president. He's a businessman. He's all about making money. He's all about the country prospering. That's not a socialist country. A socialist country is not about prospering. The socialist country is about having people live in poverty. That's what it's about. That's about controlling what you can eat, what you can't eat. It's about creating grocery stores in New York City and saying, hey, we're just going to hand out food, but somebody has to pay for it, the food to get on the shelves in the grocery store that they're just going to hand the food out to. Someone has to pay for it. And when that money runs out, because all the rich millionaires and billionaires leave in the States, no one's going to be there to pay for it. And all the people that are there remaining talking about bombing because they're actually attempting to do this crap. Now they're begging people that don't have anything to pour more money into it. These people are just right down dumb. Dumb, I tell you.
Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket. Look at this. 2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. So socialism is on the rise among Democrats. Capitalism is on the decline among Democrats. And again, this is part of the longer-term trend in which we are seeing Democratic socialists doing considerably better among Democrats, electing a mayor right here in New York City, for example.
And as we said, there are primaries next week with Democratic socialists named.
Primaries next week with Democrat. There's nothing democratic about them. I don't know why people can continue to refer to the Democrat Party, or without putting the N in there, the Democrat Party as the Democratic. There's nothing about them that's democratic. They're the Socialist Party of America. They should actually get rid of the whole Democrat and just call themselves the Socialist Party of America. Now, they do go by Democrat Socialist Party of America. There is that organization, and they're all running to that right now. And they're probably pouring money into it. Millions and millions of dollars into it. All right, I got some more on this when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1-month supply. You get a 3-month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research. But it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
And when politically motivated, serious and false accusations made against me, Maine, you have my back.
Years ago, the mantra was believe all women. Do you believe her?
Yes. And I don't think our side should be attacking her. And I appreciate her courage from coming forward. But he says that he was in a dark chapter of his life. He became an alcoholic, and there were years of acting that he really regrets. And he asked for grace and redemption, and he thinks he's a changed person, a transformed person. I believe him.
So you can believe him, right? No, #believe the woman. And all of this is going because he's a socialist, communist democrat. All of it. Just like Bernie Sanders. How do you go all of this time, all of these years, saying that you're against Nazis, saying that you're against fascists, but then you actually embrace a Nazi and fascist? How do you do that?
When you have a president commenting on a march by Nazis and white supremacists who then declares, well, there are nice people on both sides. Mr. President, there are no nice Nazis.
There are no nice Nazis out of Bernie Sanders' pie hole. Now, let's hear what he has to say about the actual Nazi.
I'm not overly impressed by a squad of media running around saying, what do you think about the tattoo on Grand Platner's chest? Between you and me, there might be 1 or 2 more important issues.
Make it make sense. There are no nice Nazis, hello? But there's more important issues. We have more important issues. Okay? We have more important issues. More important issues than a Nazi tattoo on Graham Plattner's chest. That's not important. Just out of curiosity. Out of curiosity. How many of you think that Graham Plattner is going to make it? I mean, sadly, I think he probably will make it. And the reason being I say that is because they're going to pour money into him. And Susan Collins is, I mean, she's old, and there's a whole bunch of people in Maine that are tainted by the establishment Republican Party. She's part of the establishment Republican Party. And for the most part, the establishment Republican Party, if they hate Trump just as much as the Democrats do, almost, not quite, but they're really close, right? They'll vote to impeach President Trump, the establishment Republicans. They will do that. As long as it looks legit. It doesn't have to be legit. The establishment Republicans will go along with it. Just make it look legit. So then that way, when the people come back and say, well, look, I did the right thing. I didn't want to do it, but he forced my hand. They want to look like they're doing the right thing. Come on, people. You know what I'm saying is true. But Graham Plattner, I know I'm not trying to make this whole thing about Graham Plattner, but he is like their leader when it comes to this socialist movement. He's the leader. He's the leader of the Democrat Party. They all keep asking, well, who is the leader? How many times have y'all heard that? Now, they haven't come out and said that he's the leader because he hasn't made it as of yet. He hasn't been elected. But he is the leader of the Democrat Party. No one in the Democrat Party, predominantly, is saying that, oh, no, he should step down. They said, well, he has a bad pass, but because of their TDS, they're willing to give it a pass. Willing to give it a pass, which is kind of interesting because Susan Collins actually, she supported Brett Kavanaugh, and they want to get rid of her because she supported Brett Kavanaugh becoming a Supreme Court justice. But he has a Nazi tattoo, and we'll let that one slide. We'll let that one slide. But listen to this. This one, he's endorsed by Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood has endorsed Graham Plattner. Didn't the Nazis back in the day get an endorsement? Didn't they endorse Planned Parenthood back in the day when they were killing black people? Y'all remember that?
Part of that, as many of you know, is that I firmly believe in a universal healthcare system. I believe in it because I have in many ways received it with my VA benefits. I also say that many of my female friends and my wife throughout their lives have received some form of that same kind of support from Planned Parenthood. I have friends who even today get primary care.
Now, I've never known for men, that's just me. I mean, maybe some of you know, but I've never heard of a man going to Planned Parenthood to get any kind of assistance. It's always been women, primarily ones that they want to abort their children. I've never heard, this is like the first time I've heard of it. I had no idea that you can go to Planned Parenthood and they can check you for STDs. He went there for that.
Planned Parenthood. I myself, at a younger age, received what's the word?
STD.
I got STI checks. At the Portland Planned Parenthood. And it's not an embarrassing thing, it's a smart thing to do, especially when you're younger.
It wasn't an embarrassing thing to do, but he struggled to talk about it. Did y'all pick up on it? He struggled to tell people about it. And then when he told people that he was going to get checked for STDs, They all laugh like, oh, this is so great. Yeah, you got to check for STDs. See, this is the problem with our society. We should be teaching our children not to have sex until they get married. This is what we should be teaching them. Save that wonderful act with your married wife. Now, of course, a lot of us hadn't done that because our society has gotten away from that. It's pretty sad. I mean, it really is. But we should get to the point or try to get back to the point saying, look, wait until you get married. But they're all on that. This just goes to show how wicked. Now, most of us, a lot of us that had relations and sex before marriage, we're not going back and saying, oh my goodness, it's such a wonderful thing. Oh, it's such a wonderful thing. Many of us will say, if I could go back, I would do differently. But that's with everything, right? That's with everything. Well, here's another one with this dude.
It's important, I think, to remember that when we regain power, it's not going to be enough to go back to what we had. We need to build new rights, new definitions of freedom. Definitions of freedom that include material definitions. The idea that you don't actually have a right to something if you can never, ever afford it or never, ever reach it. Even before Roe was overturned, there were lots of people in the United States who still barely had access to reproductive rights. If you have to drive 8 hours, if you have to go to another state, if you have to, within your state, go to the one clinic that's available, and the cost of it is out of the possibility for you or your family, you don't actually have access to that. That isn't actually a right. People deserve access to their rights, material access. That's what will make them a true right. That is the kind of future we have to think about. We need to redefine how we talk about rights and how we talk about freedom.
What is there to talk about? If you're going to deviate from the Constitution, there's nothing to talk about. I don't want to hear anything you got to say about it. I don't want to hear nothing. I can care less what they have to say about it. Unless it's the Constitution and you're going to comply with the Constitution, just like I told y'all, their objective is to change free speech. They don't want us to have free speech. They want to take it away. I just got a couple minutes here, and I can't find the video I was talking about. It's a video that has a whole bunch of idiot politicians, and they're all just talking about doing away with free speech. And I can't find it right now, but I apologize for that. I didn't think I was going to play it, but you don't really need to see it to believe it. I mean, you already know. You already know what they've been doing. You already know what they've been saying. They're not going to stop until they get what they want. And that's why I said Graham Plattner is their leader. They've constantly been screaming about leadership. Who is the leader of the Democrat Party? It's Graham Plattner. I'm going to be the first one to say it. Be the first one to call it out. Am I wrong? Is anybody thinking I'm wrong? I mean, it's perfectly fine. Of course, it's my opinion. But he is the model what they want. He's the straight up model. Is just pure evil. And they're not even hiding it. Not even hiding it. All right, let me do one more here. One ad and then we'll come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, On sale for $17.98. Wait on it. Mega sale only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Father Michael Flager addressed the comments made by President Trump.
Shut up, Donald. Just send money and restore the money you took away from gun violence prevention for the city of Chicago and across this country. Give the money back now.
Oh, come on, man. I talked about this yesterday. For all of you that was tuned in yesterday, you heard me talk about how the federal government pours money into Chiran, and Iran. Chiran poured millions and millions of dollars in there so they can fight crime. I talked about this just yesterday, and I just saw this video before we came on today. And now they're upset, and this dude, to my understanding, is a pastor or something like that, and he's on there complaining, telling President Trump, shut up, just send us the money. All of these years of them receiving money to fight crime, to prevent the crime, they have not done it. President Trump, he says something about the crime in Chiran. What did Obama say about it? How come Obama is not on television doing a video saying, we need to stop this? Obama crickets. But they're going to come out there and say, President Trump, shut up and just send us money? Are you kidding me? That's the problem. That's the problem. President Trump should cut him off 100%. Not a single dime from the federal government. And you know what would end up happening? They would start taxing the people in Illinois and everywhere else in Chiran. They would start taxing them even more. Why? Because the federal government is no longer giving them money. They're not putting the money where it's supposed to go in the first place. They're putting it in their pockets. It's another fraudulent activity of the Democrat Party. Imagine what we're talking about here. Just think about what I'm saying. This is absolutely true. This is not something that I'm making up. This stuff is actually happening. And how is it not disturbing to everybody? Now, of course, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's not disturbing to the radical leftist lunatics. They completely ignore it. Nope, just send us money, and they're putting the money in where's the money going? Somebody's putting the money in their pocket. Same thing in California. The whole issue with the medical fraud that they found out. Medical fraud. Okay, we got just over 2 minutes, and I want to share this one with you. This is some female going around the country, apparently, waving the Hamas Palestinian terrorist flag at every, location that says the state. And then she goes to California, and she's waving this flag, and people are giving her a piece of her mind. Apologize for the enhanced language. Look at this. Look at this. She thinks she's in California.
Not one car, 3 cars filled with people screaming and cursing at me. Now I'm shaking. California, man, I thought the state was going to be a better state. Gotta calm my nerves down. I had to stop on the side. I turned around a couple of times, made sure nobody was following me. That's it, though. This is it. It's funny that out of all the states, the state that I'm moving to is the state that this happens in. The sad thing is, they don't understand.
Really?
Or they do. And they're just evil.
They're evil. We're evil. You slaughter people. You throw gay people off of buildings. Not that we agree with the whole homosexual act. But your culture throws gay people off of buildings. You want to kill people because they're Christian, but you call us evil? What do you think was going to happen? Can I go to your country and wave the American flag? Hello, idiot. Can I go to your country? Can I go to Iran? Can I go to Saudi Arabia? Can I go to Afghanistan? Can I go to any of these countries in the Middle East and wave the flag? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They will put me in jail for waving the flag in their country. Wow, this hour went by so fast. God bless you all. Loud majority. Kevin, right here on LFA TV. I'll see you tomorrow morning and Rise Up. God bless everybody. Stay cool in the culture war.
That's the most oil in the history of the Strait. There's never been any, you've never seen anything like that. It's called an oil gusher. And most importantly, we are ensuring one thing very importantly, because this is why I did it. I did it for this reason, 99% for this. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. But remember, this wasn't easy. We had 47 years with American presidents and other people, other countries too. We're not the only one that never did anything. They were the bully of the Middle East. And now we're leaving Iran with no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no missile capability, no nuclear program. We're leaving them without any nuclear capacity, and they've agreed to that. And we're getting along quite well, although if you read the fake news, you never know. Think of it. The fake news, they have no army, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft. We can fly over Tehran just at will. Nobody going to do anything to us. And then I read the fake news that they're doing quite well. They're not doing quite well. These people right there, look at all of them. Whoa. 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 That's a lot of press. That's almost as much press as Bo had at the White House last week when he knocked out his opponent in the first round. Right? I think you had more. Bo had more press. But the Iran economy has been crushed and their defense industrial base has been damaged so severely that it'll take them many years to rebuild, many, many years. And now we're trying to work out a deal that's fair. And we also want to work out a deal. You know, the stock market hit a new high today again. And oil, for the first time in months, hit, think of it, $70 a barrel. So we got at 70. That equates to a very low price. That oil is going to come charging down. And with oil comes everything else. Because I inherited from these Democrats. You know, they're Democrats. I changed the E for a U. It's very simple, Democrats. I don't know why I didn't think of that 9 years ago. I just thought of it about a month ago. They're Democrats because their policies are so dumb. Men and women's sports. You know, Bo is with one of the great champions, Tony. Tony, could you have taken most women in the heavyweight championship? He was the heavyweight champion of the world. Do you think you would have had trouble with a woman of approximately your size? It'd be hard to find a woman of your size, but if we did, I think you would have been okay. What do you think, Bo? Could you have handled it? I think so. What about you, Bo? Could you handle a woman of approximately your, 182 or something? Think there's a 182-pounder that could give you a little tussle? I don't think so. I don't think so. He's such a nice guy. She'd say, no, not really. I don't think so. When she looked at those ears of Bo, when she looked at those ears, she'll say, I'll take a pass. She'll say, I'm not going to fight that guy. The average price of gasoline nationwide is down 60 cents a gallon just from a short while ago. And remember this. We had to make this detour. We had to go to Iran. You can't let them blow up the Middle East and then us, if that's possible. We would have gotten them before, but they would have blown up Israel. They would have blown up the entire Middle East. You can't let that. You want to see a bad economy? That's a bad economy. So, but remember that our oil in the middle of this conflict was less than it was for sleepy Joe Biden. And we're putting out a fire. Biden, Clinton, Bush, all of them. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of Barack Hussein Obama? None of them did anything. Obama gave them 1.7 billion in green cash. Remember, on a 747, they flew over piles of cash. $1.7 billion. Gave them hundreds of billions of dollars and thought they could bribe them into peace. No, the only thing they understand is what these guys in the front row understand is the hammer. Because if you look at what we did to their nuclear capacity with those beautiful B-2 bombers, that was truly a hammer. In fact, we named it a hammer, Operation Hammer. But our economy is ready to soar to levels the world has not seen before. I believe that, David. I think it's going to levels that nobody's ever seen before. All these factories are being built, and they're going to be occupied, and they're hiring people now. And it's going to be something very beautiful. I don't know who's going to follow me, but remember that I was the one that did it, okay? Somebody's going to walk into office, and they're going to have the most successful country in history, and they're going to be bragging what a great job they did. Now, we did it. In 4 long years of the crooked Joe Biden administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investments. So think of it, Crooked Joe. What do you like better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready? Sleepy Joe. Crooked Joe. I'm surprised. I like Sleepy Joe better, but Crooked Joe. They're both good. I use them both. But in less than 1 year, so they did much less than $1 trillion of investment from outside the world. Much less than 1 trillion. We just have the final. We had 11 months at 18, but we just got the final. $19.1 trillion in 12 months. Can you believe it? Investment from all over the globe. And since the election, the stock market has set 73 all-time records. In other words, yeah, sit down. We've got plenty of time here. It's an honor that you're all standing. Oh, look who we have, the Wall. Stand up, Wall. Look at this guy. Oh, I'm going to get a suit just like that guy. I'll bet he's been to 200 rallies. Him and, where are my guys? Oh, look at my guys, front row Joes. I got these front row Joes. And where are the women from North Carolina? They're here. They travel all over the world. I don't know what the hell's with their husbands. These beautiful women from North Carolina. They travel all over. They went to 200 rallies. How many rallies have Front Row Joe's gone to? Hundreds. Everyone. And then it was very sad. My last rally, I said, I may never see you again, right? And then we won the election in a landslide. And who the hell do I see? I see my Front Row Joes. So I'm happy about that. Thank you. What a group. We had some group. We'd be all over the place. And when they didn't make the front row, it was very demeaning to them. They were not happy, right? But the front row, they became actually very famous, Front Row Joes. And the typical 401k, as you know, is up almost $30,000 in, it was 12 months, it was 13 months. It's up 44%. Think of that, up 44%. Because, you know, as goes the stock market, so goes a lot of your own wealth. And I tell about this police officer. I met a police officer first time, similar thing, but now the numbers are even more. I was in New York. I met a great police officer, New York finest. And he said, sir, I want to thank you. I said, for what? He said, my wife didn't think much of me very much. We were having marital difficulty, actually. She thought I was nothing. I'm a police officer. I'm a tough guy. I looked at him. The muscles were all over the place. He didn't suffer from that. But she thought maybe that muscle wasn't so good because he was always losing money in the stock market. And he said, sir, in the last year and a half, my 401k is up 74%, sir. And she thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm a super genius. I said, how are you getting along with her? He said, well, I'm not so sure I like her anymore, but I won't tell you that. I refuse to say that. He's getting along just fine. But a lot of people have come up to me, David, and they thanked us. 401ks, you know, the stock market. Who has a 401k here? Yeah, look, a lot of people. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country, and we've created over 32, think of this, 32,000 new jobs just starting in Pennsylvania alone. David, you have to get credit for that. And in the last few months alone, We've added 2,600 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs, and that number is going to go much, much higher as the factories start to open. Because right here in Lehigh Valley, Eli Lilly has just announced, great company, by the way, drug company, a $3.5 billion investment in a brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility right down the road. That's going to create over 1,000 jobs, just that one. Nokia is investing $30 million to expand its semiconductor testing and packaging operations, thousands of jobs. And B. Braun has announced a $20 million expansion of its medical device manufacturing operation in Allentown. I love Allentown. I love any place that votes for me, which is the entire state of Pennsylvania. The entire Commonwealth. Never make the mistake of using the word state. Well, I'm not sure that people care, but the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania voted for us at levels that nobody's ever seen before, David, and you too. And we're proud of you because you had guts. This man had guts. He lost one time to a tough candidate. Then he did it again to a tougher candidate. And I tell him, if he didn't win, his wife, who's a beautiful woman, would have left him. I'm telling you. Dina, she would have left him. So he had great courage doing it a second time. He was a very successful guy. He ran. Stand up, David. She would have left. I was so worried because he's a friend of mine, and that was a tough race. You know, he was running against a guy 24 years that his father was in for like 30 years. That's a long time, and he had to beat him knowing the pressure. That's called pressure. Knowing his wife was gone if he didn't make it. She was gone 100%. But he's married actually to a terrific woman. She probably would have stayed. I'm not 100% sure. And last year I saved a great American company, U.S. Steel, and we're keeping its headquarters in Pennsylvania where it belongs. And $17 billion has been invested by a great company in saving U.S. Steel. They were gone. I think they were closed up and they were ready to go. And now they're building factories like nobody's ever seen. They're expanding the operations and building a couple of brand new steel plants. They're up to over $17 billion, which is a lot more than they even told us, because they've fallen in love with this Commonwealth. They've fallen in love with your whole area, the people. I think they've fallen in love with the people more than anything else is what they told me, because they've done more than they said they would. And thanks to our great Republican majorities in Congress last 4th of July, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history. We gave you the biggest tax cuts in American history. Not bad. Not bad. We delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great Pennsylvania seniors. No tax. And our tax cuts are projected to boost take-home pay for Pennsylvanians by an average of more than $10,000 a year per household. Think of that. Not bad. That alone should win us the midterms. We got to win the Muser. We got to win the midterms. Muser's another great guy. Stand up, Muser. Been with me forever. He was thinking about running for governor. I think he would have won, but he was thinking about running for governor. And I said, I want you to stay in Congress. I want you to stay. And we appreciate it. You've done a great job. But always remember, every single Democrat in Congress voted against our tax cuts. So think of it. All of those tax cuts and many more, they want to raise your taxes, not lower them. They voted against tax cuts. You know, all my life, I sort of been political in that I found it very interesting. I was a very successful real estate person, but I love watching politics. And my whole life I've watched politicians say, we will cut your taxes, we will cut. I never heard these people say, we will raise your taxes. This country has gotten very strange politically, especially with all the communists that are up for election. You know, you have communists. These aren't socialists, these are communists. And they're all up. How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal, and they're trying to say so for 8 years, 10 years, they said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy with a tattoo on his chest. It's unbelievable. But they voted against no tax on Social Security. They voted against no tax on tips. They voted against no tax on overtime, and if they got into office, you will have all of those taxes and all of that money that you're saving, including the big savings on Social Security. It's going to all be terminated. You're going to have to start paying it. They want to pay it. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They voted in favor of the estate tax or the death tax on your farms and your businesses. You know, farmers and small business people, they love their children. If they love them, it's great. Most of the people love them. Some can't stand. I know people that can't stand their kids. They're not going to leave them 10 cents. But if you love your child, you want to leave your farm, especially from these farmers, it's born in them somehow. They want to have their children on the farm. The children don't want to leave, but sometimes they're land rich and cash poor. You know, I've known that expression too. I've oftentimes been land rich and cash poor. It's not a good period of time. And you die and you have a estate and they tax you at 40, 50, 60%, and they end up losing their farm, losing their small business. And in many cases, you don't read about this, they commit suicide. They actually go out and commit suicide because they're forced off their farm by a bank. They have to go out and borrow money from a bank. And they're forced to go out, borrow the money. They're unable to pay the loan, and the bank, even if it's a nice bank, they give them a chance, they give them another chance, and then they ultimately foreclose, they lose everything, and in many cases, they commit suicide. And I said, we're not going to have that crap go on. So you have no estate tax to pay on your small farm, small business, on your farms, your businesses, and you can, if you love your children, you can leave your farm or your small business to your child, and they're not going to lose it. If you don't love your children, then don't listen to what I'm saying, because it doesn't matter. If you don't like them, don't leave them anything. The hell with them. They probably deserve it. But think of it, the Democrats voted against the border wall. The border wall gave us the safest border. We have the safest border now in the history of the country. They voted against voter ID. You know why they voted against voter ID? Because they want to cheat. There's only one reason, Mr. Wall, right? Correct. Where do I get that suit? One day, I don't know if it's very presidential, I'm going to walk up in a suit with the design of the wall on it. I don't know. What do you think? I already have a lot. You know, I have a very elegant wife, and she says, darling, please, please, don't dance. It's not presidential. I said, but the people love it when I dance at them. And she said, please, please, the men and women's sports, please don't do the weightlifting thing. And don't do the swimming thing. You know, the weightlifter where he goes up, and the record stood for years and years and years. And this young lady, she's trying out for the Olympics, and she's going to do it. And the record stood for 19 years, and they put an eighth of an ounce on one side, an eighth of an ounce on the other. They have to understand, Melania, who's now a movie star, she got the #1, but can you believe she hit big with a boom? That's not good. There can only be one star in a family, please remember that. But they put a little eighth, like a feather on one side, a little bit, just to break the record. The parents are sitting right there where Big Bo is. He's a nasty guy, that punch he threw. Got to be very nice to Bo. I got to be very nice. Got to make sure he's never angry at me. But she said her parents are right there in the front, and they're so proud. The father's not so proud because he knows she's not going to do it. Because she's a woman. It's a lot of weight. The mother, though, is screaming, darling, I love you. Do it. And she gets over the weights, and she stands there. And then she gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming, darling, I love you, darling. And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see it? Drops him. And she's like devastated for the rest of her life. And then a guy comes along who transitioned. That's the term. I've gotten very good at that term. I used to take a lot of heat for my definition of the movement over. But he transitioned. He was a poor, very poor, bottom of the line, male weightlifter. But now he's a female weightlifter. And he looked at the amount. I think it was like 210 pounds or something like that. Well, that's a lot for a woman, but not that much for a man. You could do it with one hand. And he goes, looks down at the weight. I think he did a few things for emphasis. And he won the medal. And everyone said, oh, isn't that wonderful? Are we crazy? Men should not be able to participate in women's sports. Right? That's a 99% issue. Do you ever hear the fake news? They say, that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's not. It's 99-1. You know, I've been doing politics now for 10 years. Not that long, considering I've won 3 elections, you know, so it does. But we did great in the second one. It was a rigged deal. But pretty short. But with all of that, and all of the time I spent speaking to people, they say, sir, could you cut taxes on this? Could you get me a tax deduction on a car loan? I did that. By the way, I did that. If you borrow money to buy a car, you got to do all these things. They asked me for hundreds of things. Not once did anyone ever come up to me and say, sir, please, this is so vital. You have to be able to have men play in women's sports. Please, sir, could you pull that off? I've never had anyone ask me for that. So I say it's a 99-1 issue, not 80-20. The fake news back there, they say, oh, that's a tight issue. But I don't like talking about it because I want them to continue on with that. I want them to continue on with they're in favor of the mutilization of your child for transgender purposes, the mutilization of your child. And I would say politically, it's a very good thing to run against a person that's in favor of that kind of stuff. So we let them, we don't bring it up during off-political seasons, but we have a political season coming up. And they'll be doing all of that nonsense, and they're going to lose a lot of elections. And now, if you look at New York, we have all communists running. They're all excited. They're going to win their primaries, but I can't imagine they can beat a normal Republican. So I think it's a good thing, Muser. What do you think? I think it's a good thing. Wouldn't you like to run against somebody like that? Well, Shapiro's not that much better, to be honest with you, but I won't say. They're all being forced. They're all being forced. A guy like Shapiro, he's going to be forced to the left. Otherwise, he's not going to get the nomination. But they voted against proof of citizenship. Think of it. We'd like to have proof of citizenship. You walk into the voting booth. Would it be okay, sir, if I looked at your citizenship? How dare you ask me for my citizenship? You know, in California, if you ask that question to a voter, you are criminally liable. In other words, they can put you in jail. If you say, sir, do you have proof of citizenship? They put you in jail if they ask that question. You're not allowed to ask that. Did you know that? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen going on. Hey, did they screw the kid, Pratt? Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in? An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win or certainly be in the runoff. And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold, he didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. He was up in front, just about leading, no problem. And all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 days after, this is after the election's over, they said, Steve Hilton is starting to lose votes. I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. Attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. Attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election, too. I guess they called up. They said, this is the U.S. Attorney call. We have your great U.S. Attorney here today, by the way, and your assistant U.S. Attorney. They're doing great. David, thank you. But so over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. Attorney called. We want to check your votes. About an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So had I not made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home. So I don't know, you know, he would have a great chance, but the election's totally rigged. California's totally rigged. All mail-in ballots. It's a disgrace. We got to pass the Save America Act, okay? Got to pass. You got to pass Save America, you, McGee. Look at these guys. What love. A friend of mine is a very big real estate developer, but he's got a problem with speaking in front of crowds. He chokes, he chokes like a dog. He said, how do you do it? I say, it's easy because there's so much love in the room. There's so much unbelievable love. It's easy to do, No, he's got this tremendous fear of speaking. He said, the guy's a major player. Most of you have heard of him. And he's a killer. He destroys people for a living, financially, not physically, financially. Physically, he can barely walk. He's a basket case. But he's up here. He's very smart. And he destroys people. He's very rich. But he can't get up in front of a crowd and talk. I said, what's wrong with you? He said, I don't know. I have a fear of crowds. Do you believe it? All sorts of people. A lot of people want to do what I did. A lot of people, well, David did it. David was very successful, but he's a great speaker. But a lot of people, they say, well, Trump became president from being a very successful businessman. He became president. I want to do it too. And that's when they find out that they might have the flaw of speaking, or even worse, is a terrible past. The past will come out to haunt you. It's not an easy thing to do, but I love it. I say it's real easy to do when you have people that love you. I guarantee, who here voted for Trump? Who didn't? Well, this is dangerous, so don't raise your hand. Think you're going to be cute, because you might be in big problem. Then they'll blame me for causing problems. Who did not vote for Trump? Young man, he wants to be. He's a young man. He thinks he's being cute. As he gets pounded on. No, he just said, no, I did. I was the first. He said, I'm the first in line. But the Democrats voted in favor of Iran having a nuclear weapon, and they voted against military spending. But I overrode that. Let me tell you, if the Democrats get in, your 15,000 trucks that Mr. Roy is looking to get are dead. They're not going to have 15,000. They're not going to have 15 trucks. They'll be back to the number I originally guessed, right? How many are you making? 15? 15,000 trucks will be down to nothing, zero. And they'll make you put electric on it, electric, so that when you're in the middle of a jungle someplace and you need a charge, where's my charging booth? As opposed to carrying a nice tank of diesel on your back, throwing it in and taking off, right? Where's my charging booth, they'll be saying. They created we created the strongest military in history, and you see that with Venezuela. Venezuela, one-day operation, great. Good army. And now we're making a lot of money with Venezuela, and Venezuela's doing great also. It's a happy country now. But it took us exactly 48 minutes to win that war. We have the greatest military in the world, 48 minutes. And we've paid for the cost of the war, wait till you hear this, 28 times already. More, but 28 times. So the cost of the war, we've already, because we brought millions of barrels of oil out, and we're getting along great. The people running it, they're our people, they're great people. And the people are happy in the country. They have smiles. They were miserable. They were starving. But they have a lot of oil under that ground. You know how you find oil in Venezuela? Just look at the ground. You'll see oil bubbling up. They have so much oil. They don't know what to do with it, but they had a bad system. They're making more money now for the country than they've ever made before, and we're making a lot of money too. But also Iran, we knocked them out. 1 week, it was essentially militarily over. Much bigger country, 91 million people. And much different ideology. The ideology of the Muslims is slightly different than the ideology of the Catholics. We have the Catholics and the Muslims, slightly different. But Venezuela's been great and Iran's been great. I mean, if Iran's reasonable, if they're smart, otherwise we'll have to finish the job, which will take about maybe less than a week. But they're going to be okay, I think. They're going to do what they have to do because we want to have it done. But they voted against lower energy prices, the Democrats did, and then they went on to create the highest energy prices that we've ever had in the history of our country. People don't realize that. Much higher than ours during a war. They had the highest inflation in history. The highest inflation in history, they say 48 years, but that sort of history as far as I'm concerned. And they were absolutely terrible on affordability. Remember, I got here, my first day, the fake news is screaming at me, what about affordability? I'm only here one day. Remember, eggs were up about 5 times higher than they ever were. And we have prices are coming down right now at levels that you've never seen. And now with oil crashing, you're going to see something really amazing. And to top everything else, they let 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals and thugs and people from mental institutions and drug dealers. They even let 11,888 murderers into our country. Murderers, 11,888, more than 50% of which have killed more than one person. And I've gotten the worst of them out. We've gotten them out, Tom Homan and our whole group of people. But the Democrats want open borders, and they want them all to come back in. You can imagine that. The people of this Commonwealth will never let that happen again. What they allowed to happen to our country, we can never allow to happen again. As an example, the war with Russia and Ukraine would have never, ever started if I were president. We can never let elections get rigged again. But we're pleased to be joined today by one of those Pennsylvanians who's benefiting from the historic tax cuts, Sergeant Sam Elias, with the Bethlehem Police Department, who's a great guy. Ooh, they know him. Sam works the night patrol so that he can help his wife take care of their 6 beautiful children during the day. And I'm told their youngest is named Melania. Can you believe that? They named Melania. Where did you come up with that one? After our great First Lady. So Sam is taking home thousands of dollars extra because of no tax on overtime. And Sam, do you want to come up and say a few words? Come on up. Come on up, Sam. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to express my appreciation to President Trump, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, and the entire White House administration. As a father of 6 children in a single-income household, I can tell you the Working Families Tax Cuts is a policy that helps my family. Hard work should pay off, not get punished with higher taxes. No tax on overtime, no tax on tips means more money in the pockets of working Americans. For my family, these savings have translated to what was once a day trip to the park, is now an overnight stay at the Jersey Shore. Bigger tax returns have allowed Americans to create new family memories and save for future projects. As the President said, I also work night shift as a police sergeant in the fine city of Bethlehem. Thank you. A shortage in police recruitment has left our department depleted of officers. Our officers get called out for overtime to cover these shortages. Some pay periods, officers are working over 40 hours of overtime. That's why I'm grateful for no tax on overtime. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also thankful for the support President Trump and Congressman McKenzie have shown for law enforcement. You understand that communities thrive when we invest in public safety. Congressman McKenzie has stood strong with public safety and working families. And that's why he's been endorsed by the brothers and sisters of Bethlehem FOP Star Lodge 20. Congressman McKenzie has been on the front lines in supporting public safety. He secured $700,000 for the Bethlehem Police Department for much-needed technology and equipment upgrades at our police department, along with bringing home $1.6 million in funding for volunteer firehouses and infrastructure. Thank you, Congressman. I'm a very grateful American, a son to Lebanese immigrants who came to the United States 50 years ago in pursuit of the American dream. My 80-year-old father is here with me today. He would often tell me, work hard and it'll pay off. Well, 50 years later, thanks to President Trump and Congressman McKenzie, my father's dream has come true. I thank you for that. Thank you. Additionally, thank you to President Trump and your entire administration. After more than 50 years, the Lebanese people finally have an American ally who advocates for a sovereign and independent Lebanon governed by the Lebanese people. Thank you for that. Mr. President, you have the support of almost 20 million Lebanese people worldwide. Leadership is more than a title, it's action. I'm grateful for the actions coming from President Trump and Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Your actions have prioritized the American dream. Less taxes, safer communities, and America First policies. I thank you, President Trump. Happy belated birthday, and happy birthday to the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You know, I just looked at all these pages. I said, oh, we're in trouble. But you know what? That was good. That was a good job. I was a little worried when I saw the pages after page. Very good. Great job. Sam, where's your father? Hello, Pop. How are you? Got a good boy. Got a good boy. Yeah, taking care of your people. So our administration is also delivering one historic win after another for another group that works a lot of overtime, and that's our great auto workers. We have a lot of auto workers in here today. But just as I promised, the UAW workers, and we did great with them, you know, Republicans, I don't know, for whatever reason, they don't do like I do. But in the campaign, I ended Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, that crazy mandate, which meant that in a short while, all cars had to be all electric, and many of them would be built in China and others in foreign countries all over the world. That's what was going to happen, and I stopped that. I ended it in my first week in office. I ran on it. And you know what? If you like electric cars, I think that's great. I wouldn't say Elon was thrilled with what I did, but he understood that. But if you like electric cars, I think it's great, but you have to have the right to buy a regular, I mean, we have more gasoline than any country anywhere in the world if you want to have gas. If you want to have a hybrid, you can have whatever the hell you want, including electric. But I terminated Biden's disastrous fuel emission standards that would have crushed Mack trucks. Mr. Roy, your company would be crushed if I didn't do that. You wouldn't be bidding on anything, neither would anybody else. It was the most insane environmental regulations ever conceived of by man. It was totally unreasonable and ridiculous. And you can sell trucks for much less money that are now much better trucks that work, that actually work. And we made interest on auto loans, fully tax deductible, but only if you buy a car that is made in the USA. Otherwise, we're not interested. Otherwise, we're not interested. And I saved the auto manufacturing business in America. We have more auto plants being built today than we've had in 60 years, than I think maybe ever. And bigger and better. They had a big one in a certain state that I love also. I love a lot of places. And they took out this old plant, but it was big. And I said, did you redo it yet? They said, we're not redoing it. We're ripping down and building a brand new one, a beauty. You know the one I'm talking about, David. But we're pleased to be joined today by Pat McHugh, a Marine Corps veteran, a great guy, who spent 28 years with Mack trucks. And he leads the cab assembly and serves as new product line launch leader. It's a big deal. And Pat's grandfather worked here, his dad worked here, and now his son is working here and doing well. And they know how important it is to keep manufacturing jobs in Pennsylvania. Pat, say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. Good afternoon, Mr. President. It is a profound honor and privilege to have you here with us today to help celebrate the upcoming 250th birthday of our America. And most recently, our 125th anniversary of building Mack trucks. My name is Patrick McHugh Jr., and I am a proud Marine Corps veteran. In addition to that, though, I am an even prouder Mack truck employee. Standing here with me today is my father and my son, both Mack truck workers. Together, they have a combined 78 years working experience building the greatest trucks on earth. You can say Mack Trucks runs in our blood. At Mack Trucks, we work hard to build the trucks that help build America. And we are proud that those trucks are built in the United States of America. Along with our UAW colleagues, we're open for business, and we're producing the best quality trucks we ever have. On behalf of our entire team, we warmly welcome you to our plant, Mr. President, home of the finest trucks in America, built by the most skilled and dedicated workforce in the trucking industry. So, Mr. President, I want to say thank you for choosing to highlight Mack Trucks on your visit today, and thank you for supporting our American workforce.
Thank you, Pat. That's a good family. That's a great family. Great people. They're proud of your company. I want to also thank two people, very special people, because I know them and I know what they do, and it's not easy, but they've done a great job. David Durgan and Timothy Herzog of the UAW committee. Where are you guys? Thank you. They do a good job representing you. Ease up just a little bit so they can get the contract, okay? Just a little bit. Thank you, fellas. Get this congressman elected. That's what you got to do. But we're pleased to be joined also by Labor Secretary Keith Sonderling. Keith, where are you, Keith? Where's Keith? Hi, Keith. Good job. Is he treating you guys good? Is he all right? He better treat you good. A very special guy, somebody that everybody wanted. I have to tell you, everybody wanted him. He's some person. He was actually an astronaut. He went out. He made a lot of money because he's smart. And he's now the NASA administrator. You saw that rocket 2 months ago up and go around the moon in record levels, the furthest any ship has ever flown, and come back. And he's working very heavily on the moon. But what he's done with NASA is amazing. and he's a very special person and a brilliant one, Jared Isaacman. Jared, thank you. Great job. As well as, I introduced him a little bit only by the name David, because he knows me, and I know him by David. But David McCormick is your senator, and he's a brilliant person, brilliant businessman. And he loves the Commonwealth. He loves Pennsylvania, and this is where he wanted to be. And he had a rough fight. This is a rough beating, like 24 years, and a father for 24 years. I don't know. I said, I don't know. You sure you know what you're doing, David? But you won, and you won easily. And I'll tell you what, you have a great senator, one of the best in the country. So I just want to thank you very much, David. Thank you. And 4 warriors for Pennsylvania in Congress. These are warriors. Lloyd Smucker is here. Lloyd, thank you. Thank you. John Joyce is here. John, thank you. Dan Muser is here. Thank you. And these guys are all in good shape, but we got to get Ryan McKenzie elected. We got to get Ryan. I'm not here for them. I'm here for him. We got to get Ryan elected. Run up here, Ryan, fast. Nobody wants to hear you. Come on, just run up. Nobody wants to hear you, Ryan. Do what David did. He'd go up for 1 minute. Thank you very much, everybody. It's nice to be here. And everybody thought he was the greatest speaker. Okay.
Well, Mr. President, I can't thank you enough for coming here to the Lehigh Valley, highlighting the great men and women of Mack Trucks, doing all the work that you do in Washington, D.C. for our veterans, our first responders, and everybody across this country to continue to maintain America as the greatest country in the world. You are the president that is fighting for all Americans. Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you, sir. Great job. Thank you for being here.
That's great. Wow, that's great. He learned something from you, David, huh? That's great. We also have one of the greatest writers anywhere in the country who knows more about the Commonwealth, Pennsylvania, I think, than anybody. She's a terrific person. Right from the beginning, she said Trump is going to win, therefore I like her. She said Trump is going to win in 2015. In fact, she wrote an article in 2014. She said this guy Trump should run. I hadn't thought too much about it. I was having a lot of fun putting up buildings, but she was very early on, and I really mean it. I don't think there's anybody that knows more about. They used to call it the Rust Belt. I call it the Money Belt now. It's gone from the Rust Belt to the Money Belt. Either one is okay, but there's nobody that knows more about it than Selena Zito. She's fantastic. Where are you, Selena? Where are you, Selena, with your beautiful daughter? Thank you, Selena. Selena's an incredible woman, and her daughter is following in her footsteps. She's just been so good. Very powerful writer, actually. Some of the biggest papers in the world. It's nice to have good stories on occasion, truthful stories. Thanks as well to the president of the NRA who's here with me, Bill Bockenberg. Bill, stand up. And they always give me their endorsement because I saved the Second Amendment, and you think it's easy. On occasion, it was not easy, right, Bill? But we did it. We did it with your help. And we're doing a couple of other things, working with you and your people. But I think you've done a fantastic job. The NRA, everybody, they really have been. They've been with me right from the beginning. And Bill asked me, would I support the national right to carry legislation? How do you feel about national right to carry? That's my free poll. You know what that is? That's a free poll. I don't have to pay $300,000 to somebody that doesn't even do polling, you know, to give you phony numbers. See, those are real numbers. National right to carry. Yeah, we're working on it. And we have a very special guest who you just saw on the highest rated fight show ever in the history of television, the UFC Freedom 250. So this guy, well, I just have to set it up a little bit if I don't mind. Because I'm thinking, you know, I'm a similar size. I weigh more than he does, actually. So therefore, I have a tremendous physical advantage over him. His muscles are slightly harder and slightly younger. He's a lot younger. But I think I can do it because I'm a great athlete. He knows I'm a very good golfer. And I'm much better off on the golf course against him than I'm on the wrestling mat. But he went virtually undefeated. I mean, he won 4 years. He was the top wrestler. His friend, Tony, who's another champion, I'll introduce you to, Tony. But these two guys were on the Penn State team. And Bo Nickel went, I mean, you couldn't defeat the guy. And then he had every battle. I guess he was a 3 or 4 time All-American. But then he turned pro and he went to the UFC. Did you find them tougher? Yes, a little different. You know, a little different. But he's won just about everything. But he had a big fight last week with a lot of pressure, with the White House in the background. And he's a guy that I like. I met him a while ago. I looked at the years. I said, man, this guy's a fighter. You can tell a lot by the years. And he told me, no, he doesn't mind the years. He likes them. It's almost a symbol. For great fighters, it's a symbol. That's why I'm worried about you, Tony. You have pretty normal ears. But I got to know Bo a little bit, and I got to root for him. And I almost felt like his father up there. His father's great, but I felt like his father, so I was nervous for the fight. And he was fighting somebody that Dana White, the great Dana White, he's a phenomenal guy. He said, no, Bo's got a tough one tonight. I said, why? Why do you do that to him? Because if you lose at this night, it was the biggest audience they've ever had, by far. The whole world watched it. The people at the White House, we had 5,000 seats around the cage we built, and we had 100,000, more than 100,000 people in the park right next door. We had the largest television audience they've ever had, by far. They said, why do you have to give him such a tough opponent? He was pretty tough. But then it happened. So Bo is known as a great wrestler because he was the best wrestler by far in college. Nobody could beat him. And I figured Bo would be wrestling. But no, he wasn't wrestling. He was punching. I said, Bo, grab his legs and start wrestling. That's what you do. But he didn't do that. He didn't listen to me. And he got a shot off that was brutal. And in the first round, right, knocked him out. He was really knocked out. Great fighter. The guy was a great fighter, is a great fighter. So I just want to thank, you know, he's from Penn State. He loves Penn State. He is the NCAA wrestling champion. And just fantastic. And his friend, and you probably know, is also, I think you were roommates, right? That's a tough room. I wouldn't want to fight these two guys. Let's go picking those two guys. I don't think so. But he was the heavyweight, and he lost a lot of weight. He weighed 35, 40 pounds. I asked him, how much did you wrestle? About 40 pounds heavier. In other words, you want to live, right? You decide to lose it. But he was also the champion, NCAA champion, and his name is Anthony Cassar. So come up here, fellas, because I want to just ask the audience a question. Come here. Come here, Bo. So here's my question. If I work out for the next couple of months, really work hard, lifting those weights, and really, really work, could I beat Bo or Anthony in wrestling? You're very disloyal. You're very disloyal. Say a couple of words about your fight. Appreciate it.
Wow, what an honor to be here. I think walking up here, I was almost as nervous as the fight, but it feels like a fight. Yeah, it feels like it, but this is exciting. I'm grateful to be here with everybody. So grateful to President Trump for making an event that, in my mind, never seemed possible happen. UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn. Unbelievable. I don't think there are too many presidents that have the courage to do something like that, and, you know, just so unbelievable. For me, both my parents were high school teachers. My dad was a wrestling coach. My grandpa was a wrestling coach, and I grew up around sports and just competing from 5 years old, and so to be able to do something like that is a dream come true, and it's just through hard work, effort, discipline, and a lot of time in the wrestling room, a lot of time in the cage that I was able to do that. And that's really because America is the land of opportunity. And if you set your mind to something and you feel passionate about what you do, you can accomplish anything. And thank you. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to tell a quick story about the first time I met President Trump. It was in 2019 at the White House, and our team and I won the Nationals, the NCAAs, and at Penn State we are. Let's go. And we were given the opportunity to meet President Trump, and it was really special because he took a lot of extra time to talk with us as wrestlers. I think he respected the wrestlers a lot, and I told him that when I'm done wrestling, I was going to fight, and he asked me if I needed a manager. And I thought that he has better things to do than that. But really, since then, I feel like we've had a special connection that I'm extremely grateful for. And, you know, fast forward 7 years, I'm fighting on the White House lawn, and I turn and look at my corner, and President Trump is right next to him. And so it really felt to me like he was in my corner. I know that was something that was just so special, and I feel like just incredibly grateful. And overall, the whole week of the experience, everything, the word that kept coming to mind and the emotion that I kept feeling was gratitude. And I'm grateful for President Trump, grateful for all my friends and family and supporters, and I'm grateful to be an American, and it's the best country on earth, and God bless you all. Family and...
How's everybody doing? This is an awesome crowd. I'll keep this really short. It's just an honor to be here. Bo and I have been roommates since our freshman year at Penn State and never could have imagined this, but it's an honor to support Mr. President, this great nation, and the American workers that build the foundation of the United States of America. So as a small business owner, real estate investor, I just want to thank President Trump for the big, beautiful bill, all he's done for small business owners. And most importantly, I pray that God will continue to bless him and guide him to lead this great nation. And God bless all of us. Thank you.
Two great champions. That's great. It's good to have them here, too. We have a lot of champions in the audience. These are two very special people. When you do that, I was saying to myself, you know, going into that ring and you got all these people, we had the richest and the biggest politicians, we had the biggest of everything. You couldn't get a ticket. The tickets were selling for some crazy numbers, I heard. We gave them away to everybody, but somehow some got out. And I was saying that's a tremendous amount of pressure, and you're fighting the toughest people on earth. I mean, these are the strongest, toughest men on earth. No women in the crowd, but which is nice. But these are the toughest men on earth, and it's tremendous pressure. And you know, the muscles, you got the muscles, you guys, you got the big, strong muscles, but you got this muscle too, because it takes much more than just the normal muscle to win those matches. I mean, the strategy and the genius that goes into it. It is a genius. A lot of people wouldn't understand that. But there's a genius. There's a genius in sports. But there's a great amount of courage and power that you have that a lot of other people don't have. So congratulations. Really, great job. Great job. Good to have you here. In everything we do, we're once again fighting for the people of Pennsylvania, and that includes our amazing Pennsylvania oil and gas workers. And I ended last administration's war on Pennsylvania energy, and I signed an order to drill, baby, drill. That's what we did. Right, David? And you helped. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined by a lot. Think of that. Who would have thought that? We were in 4th place. Now we're larger than, and that doesn't include Venezuela. Include Venezuela once, because it's essentially should be included. I also ended the war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania coal. In fact, in my administration, you're not, because you know coal was dead. China uses it. Other countries, very successful countries, use it. The unsuccessful countries use wind, those beautiful windmills that blow around and round and don't do anything except cost you money. Every time it goes around, you lose $10. It's supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. No, wind is every country that's using wind is a disaster. Every country that's using our beautiful substances from underground are doing very nicely, thank you. But in my administration, you're not allowed to say the word coal without preceding that word with the words clean, beautiful. So you say clean, beautiful coal. And I have Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's fantastic, and Chris Wright. And they made a speech about coal, and they mentioned coal like 50 times in the speech. It's all about coal. And they kept saying, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful coal. I said, no, it's enough. It's enough. But we're not allowed to use the word coal without saying, because what they can do with coal today is amazing. It is clean, it is beautiful, they can clean it. And it's a very powerful form of energy. And if you look at China, they're building 57 coal plants throughout, big monster plants all over their country. And then we're not supposed to do that? No, we're doing that. Clean, beautiful coal. We've invested over $1 billion. Big monster plants all over their country, and then we're not supposed to do that? No, we're doing that. Clean, beautiful coal. We've invested over $1 billion to save dozens of coal mines. Big monster plants all over their country, and then we're not supposed to do that? No, we're doing that. Including the Keystone. Invested over $1 billion to save dozens right here in Pennsylvania. Big monster plants all over their country, and then we're not supposed to do that? No, we're doing that. Including the Keystone. To lower the cost for all consumers, and we want powerful energy. Under my administration, the most favored nation agreements on drug prices that we just did are delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in history, with numbers like 400, 500, and even a 600% reduction from where it was. Think of that. That alone should win us the midterm. And the fake news back there refuses to talk about it because they know how good it is, because they can't produce it. They've been trying to do it for years. Favored nation. We paid the highest drug price in the world by far. As an example, for the fat drug, which Bo and Tony don't need to take, but a lot of people are taking. Who takes the fat drug? So in New York, think of it, it was costing a fortune. Many, many times it was costing $1,300, and in London it was $87. And a friend of mine who's extremely fat, sloppy, but very brilliant. He's a brilliant businessman, but he's a slob, there's no question about it. Very neurotic person, which you need sometimes to be successful. But he called me up, he used to call me Donnie. Donnie! Now he calls me Mr. President. That's a sign of great respect. But he said, President, I just came over here and I bought, I won't say it was Epic or whatever the hell it was, but I bought the fat drug. I said, I didn't know you used it because it's not working. And I used him as, he's begging me not to use his name, so I won't, but he's a very successful, he's actually a pretty well-known guy, brilliant business guy, worth a lot of money. And he checked, he just, you know, he said, well, how come in London I just sent out and I'm paying $87, and in New York I'm paying $1,300. I said, because that's the way the prices are rigged. And it's rigged, the whole world is rigged against us. And I said, but you know what? You brought it out better than anybody can bring it out, because I've been looking at it. They all said it was impossible to do. And I went to the drug companies. I said, well, it's not going to be any more. You're going to raise their price a little bit. You're going to lower ours a lot, because the world is bigger than us. So it really worked that way. And they said, well, we'll do it. They were very unhappy, but they knew I wouldn't get it from the countries, because you had to get it from the countries. And I went to France. I said to a very nice man named Emmanuel Macron, I said, Emmanuel, you got to raise your prices on drugs. Of course I will not do that. Why would I do that? Because it's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you, and you're going to have to raise them a little bit, and we're going to drop ours a lot. He said, no, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. He said, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. We're putting a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. He said, yes, I will do that. I promise. And I had the same conversation with Germany, with every country, with UK. Every single one of them within 5 minutes agreed to do it. Nobody could believe it. And they agreed to raise their price, and we have gotten the biggest price reductions in the history of drugs, medical. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So instead of paying $1,300, you'll be paying about $175. Nobody's ever done that before. And this is on many, many drugs. A pill that sells for $10 in London and selling for $150 in Texas, any place, it's all the same in the United States. They basically discriminated. So now instead of $10, it goes to $20, because again, the world is a big place. And we would bring ours down to 20, from like 150 down to 20. This is the kind of price reductions you're getting. Go to Trump.com, by the way. And I didn't name it. That was Bobby Kennedy that did it with Dr. Oz. Everyone thinks I named it. I did not name it, but that site is through the roof. And these are the biggest price reductions in the history of our country for anything having to do with drugs, prescription medicine. So that alone should win the midterms. And there's a real chance that they would end it, because they're totally controlled by these foreign countries, the Democrats. So starting next week, weight loss drugs will be available for just $50. Think of that. For seniors who previously had to pay $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, couldn't pay it. Think of that. Now, they don't want to write, look, they turn the cameras off when I talk about it, because they don't want good stuff for us, because they don't want us to win elections. And why, I don't know. Why they want to have people pouring into our country, why they want to have high taxes, why they want to have all of these problems that took place over the last 4 years in the last administration, one of the worst administrations in history. But the other ones wouldn't be much better, because they have all of these crazy policies. They've gone communist. But just over 1 year ago, we inherited the worst border in history, but I quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country by far. Almost nobody's able to get in. And in the past 13 months, and this is a chart kept by generally Democrat people, in the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. And even I find that argument, but it's 0. I mean, they'd love to have it be high, but we can't do that. We have a country, and we're going to run it well. We don't want to have prisons released into our... Some of these countries were emptying their prisons into the United States of America through the southern border. Prisons, prison population. Some of the countries had no prison population left. You know what that saves them? Some of them had no mental institutions. The mental institutions were taken. All of those people were taken to our southern border and allowed to just walk freely into our country under Sleepy Joe Biden and his group of thugs, their group of real thugs. Weaponization, that's all they're good at. Weaponization and cheating on elections. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded in the history of our country, despite the fact that we haven't gotten all of these criminals out of our country. We had the lowest since 1900, that's 125 years ago. And we cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 56%. That's a big number. And we cut the flow of illegal drugs coming in by water, coming in by ocean or sea. We cut it by 97%. 97%. It's very drastic, but people aren't traveling that way too much anymore. What we're able, we have the most powerful. I built the military in my first term. We used it in my second term, more than I thought, but we have no choice. We have no choice. But think of it, we cut fentanyl. For years they've been interdicting. They've been grabbing boats, bringing them in, putting them in court. They go out by the same night, they're back sending drugs by the ocean, by the Gulf, by the sea. And now it's down 97%. And we're looking for the 3% because I think those 3% are more brave than Bo Nickel was any day. The 3% of the people that are willing to get into a boat to deliver drugs now, they are the bravest people perhaps anywhere in the world. But it won't happen long, but what we've done is amazing. Our military, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest law enforcement. And we have the highest number of recruiting. So a year and a half ago, it was headlines. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Navy, Marine. Nobody wanted to join any of them. Air Force, Space Force, I love Space Force, Coast Guard. Nobody wanted to join any of the military. They had tremendous recruitment problems. And even it carried over to the police. They have great police here. The police and the fire departments. Nobody wanted to do anything with the name America, anything with the uniform. And today, we have the highest recruitment, the most successful recruitment. Every single slot is filled. And that includes, they want to be policemen, and they want to be firemen and women. So we went from the least successful in our history, David, to the most successful in the history in terms of recruitment. It was very embarrassing. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and it all happened from November 5th. That's when we won the election. From November 5th on, everybody wants to be a soldier. Everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Marine. They want to fly the jets in the Air Force. The Coast Guard is hot. Everything's hot. And of course, Air Force. You know, I started Air Force. That was a part of the Air Force. The Space Force was part of the Air Force. I said, no, it's got to be separate. Got to do its own thing. And it's become. So we were in third place 4 or 5 years ago, and I put it in. We were losing to China and to Russia. And now we're totally ahead of both of them, like at numbers that they can't believe. Space Force could end up being one of your most important. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, including millions of illegals, we've launched the war on fraud led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. Doing a great job. Smart guy. We ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we redirected $50 billion to make the largest investment in rural health in the history of our country, hospitals and everything else in the rural areas. And with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will defend our jobs, our factories, our safety, and we will defend our borders like never before. We will crush violent crime, impose harsh new penalties on dangerous repeat offenders that shouldn't be in our country, crack down on Marxist prosecutors and judges, and we will immediately end the most dangerous thing that's ever been put into our country from the standpoint of law enforcement. Is called no cash bail. You kill someone, you go to the judge, they let you out, then you kill somebody in the afternoon. It's crazy. That was the beginning of crime. We will pass the great health care plan to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be much better care at a much lower cost. And we will pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. And in the Save America Act, it's very simple. All voters must show a photo, voter ID. Very nice. May we see a picture, please? All voters must provide proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also, in that same bill, enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for our children. So together with the help of patriots throughout Pennsylvania and all across the land, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. It's all happening. It's all happening. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, folks, that was President Trump speaking at a rally in Reading, Pennsylvania, and we're going to start our show now. But I see all the dance emojis in the in the comments there, so that's very celebratory, if you will. So we're going to talk a little bit more of what I talked about earlier when I was guest hosting for Jeremy Herald, no relation. And also going to talk a little bit about this reflecting pool that I have been avoiding this story because it's just ridiculous. But it's getting to the point where you have to address it because it's, once again, like a deep dive into the minds, the psychosis of the left, as well as these reports about out-of-control health care. President Trump was talking about that, the cost of it all. I want to revisit this because I first figured out there are people that have somehow risen above the medical industrial complex system, and they're putting hospitals to shame, specifically hospitals that are fleecing people, insurance companies. It's really all organized crime, in my opinion. We're going to talk about all of that. The show starts right now.
The Paul Herald Program.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for being with us. Broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. What do you got, Rob?
Oh, I was still doing the YMCA. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, you got to do the. How does it go?
The dance.
Yeah.
You look like Elaine Bennis from Seinfeld.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, Elaine with the dancing. I don't know. It's terrible. So, sorry, my water jug is in the shot.
Little unconventional way to start. We're now 18 minutes past the hour. But
listen, Trump is on. The president's on.
That's right.
Okay. We talked about this, Paul, off air there, that this is all very deliberate, and I think it's appropriately timed for Trump because he's trying to he is trying to like reel in his
refocus.
Yeah, his base. He's trying to rally the troops essentially to lead into this midterms, but also because he's taken a beating with some of this stuff, the negative feedback from the conflict in Iran, all of that. I don't call it a war. I call it a conflict because it's not declared war, but we call it the Vietnam War. War.
I mean, it's whatever. Semantics,
Semantics. Tomato, potato. There's a great Saturday Night Live skit with Christopher Walken with that. I don't know if you've seen it, but anyway. So I love this is Trump at his best. Trump is at his best when he is behind a microphone in front of his supporters, sometimes 50,000. There was one that was gotten up to 100,000 people, at one of Trump's rallies. He's at his best when he is there. And I think the more and more that we can get out of that, the more and more Trump gets refocused on, hey, I'm serving the American people here. Mm-hmm. I'm doing what I can for the American people. I think it's not that he needs a reminder. The dude is he's doing one of the most stressful jobs. We've talked about the pictures of, like what a president looks like when they take office versus what they look like because of the stress and all of this stuff. So he's doing one of the most stressful jobs in the world. He's the leader of the free world in terms of his power and position and all of that. And he's doing it for free. He's doing it, and contrary to a lot of popular belief, he's the only president whose net worth went down. Trump 1.0, his net worth went down. Why? Because he was no longer the head of the Trump organization. He wasn't running. He wasn't that person cracking the whip behind the scenes saying, hey, no, let's get this done. Let's get it on time. Let's get it on budget, all of that stuff. So I love the rallies. There's supposed to be a big one tomorrow evening, Wednesday night. And I'll definitely be watching that one. Looking forward to seeing more of these rallies. I say do one a week until these midterms.
Well, and also I do have to say, you mentioned some of the negative feedback that's out there, the divisions that are out there because of the conflict in the Middle East war. I mean, I'm not afraid to call it a war. I mean, it is what it is. But I'm not saying that you're afraid. I get it. But I would just say that the idea, just think about the optics of this fight continuing, and who knows, it might continue. We may start dropping bombs tomorrow, okay? I don't know. But the idea that continues and then the Strait of Hormuz continues to remain closed and all of that, what would happen with that, and then continue to do rallies to trying to drum up support for the midterms, that's a tall order. If you think about it, you know what I'm saying? Like that would be a tall order to do these rallies with that hanging over the head. And so in a lot of ways, it just this makes, like I've said, the cards in the Middle East are the cards that we've been dealt, that they've got, that we've got. It is what it is.
Paul, I think in a lot of ways, in Trump's mind here, it's over for him. He did what he did. He's gone in there. This memorandum of understanding is going to lead him to this peace deal. In his mind, it's over.
Yeah.
And it may not be because he's like overly cocky about Iran signing some peace deal that they will sort of follow their end of the bargain. I don't know that he's confident for that reason. Excuse me. I think it might be coming from the fact that he's just over it at this point, and just I'm not willing to commit further to this. I could be wrong on that, Paul. I mean, he could send bombs over there tomorrow. I don't know, but I can say that he's over it. You can hear the frustration. He's tired of talking about it. He wants to do more of this stuff, and I'm here for it.
Yeah,
I'm all about it.
Real quick, though, he's talking about the different things that are happening, and I talked about this earlier on Jeremy Herald's show, but I want to get your reaction to this. Tulsi Gabbard obviously left on the 19th, and then she went to this Turning Point event, and she said this.
You think the campaign was hard? You think what President Trump went through was hard? And it was. The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. Yep. And it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly. I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back.
So, I mean, that's like kind of the first indication of her post, where she is saying, yeah, they fought me every single way. It confirms what Catherine Herald said. It confirms what the CIA whistleblower said in Rand Paul's committee. It confirms what Congressman Rick Crawford said in that chair 4 weeks ago. Confirms it all. That, yeah, the deep state, and as I said earlier today, it has not been brought to heel. They're still alive. It's still alive and well, and it's humongous. It's gargantuan. It is a behemoth.
It's hard to believe that any one person, as strong as Tulsi is, as much as I like her, and realize that it's a huge loss that she's leaving, that she's gone at this point. It's going to take more than one person. It's going to take a completely coordinated effort here, and I don't know. He's never come out and said he wants the job, but he sat here and talked to us for an hour.
Wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, and he just said, if the president calls on me, I'll serve, and of course I'm talking about our congressman here in Northeast Arkansas, Rick Crawford, who currently sits on HIPSI, the House Intelligence Committee there. And so what is it called? The House Intelligence...
The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Yes, Permanent Select. It's just
weird. Yeah, I don't know why they call it
the House Intelligence Committee, and Rick Crawford, our congressman, sits on top of it. He sits as the chair of that, and he makes a lot of sense to me as a person to do that, but you can't do it before the midterms because we talked about because the governor of Arkansas cannot appoint someone, and so with a razor thin margin in the House, it's not going to happen. But somebody like that who has who knows where the bodies are buried, maybe literally and figuratively, so he knows where the bodies are buried. That would be a good person to come in right behind Tulsi. He highlighted some of the problems. You could see him measuring his answers because go after the Intelligence Committee too hard, or the community too hard. See what happens to you.
That's what Chuck Schumer said to Donald Trump back in the day.
Yeah, it was a threat. It was a death threat. Chuck Schumer was giving a death threat. We all know that. The CIA killed John F. Kennedy. We all know it. Okay? Killed a sitting president. Can't convince me otherwise. Now, I will say it's still going to take more than a Rick Crawford if he were in that position.
Right. But she's done what she was supposed to do. She's made the criminal referrals. She hasn't, there's more reports that I'd like to see, like the one on election interference and that sort of thing. But, you're only as good as your DOJ. And while Todd Blanche has got a great press conference today where he says, hey, we've arrested 500 people in a $4.6 billion Medicare, Medicaid fraud scandal across 56 U.S. attorneys' jurisdictions or whatever. Yeah, that's fantastic, and that's exactly what we need to be doing. But what we're waiting on are the intel oligarchy being indicted, and that is a much taller order. And it makes for great headlines. And I'm super happy that that's happening. The people that are but what about the people that have defrauded the American people at the top? What about the actual traitors? We need the DOJ to go and arrest the traitors. And unfortunately, the DOJ is still full of communists. Just like Tulsi said, every bureaucracy is infiltrated with a deep state, and I take that to mean communists. Now, what's interesting is, Rob, I'd love to get your reaction here because she resigned on the 19th. That was her last day in office, and then all of a sudden, we have 2 days ago, the Washington Post, which is the CIA's mouthpiece, now is trashing Tulsi Gabbard with opposition research. Her guru, mysterious messages, how it shaped her political career. And in it, they are claiming that, she's in a cult, that she's in a Hindu cult, and that listen to this, that the cult leader is what sculpted her pro-Bashar al-Assad stance. So like all of her anti-war stance this is so outrageous. Like, why would you do this, number one, after she left? Number one, unless you are really scared with the work product she left behind or her future political career.
There's nothing more unfiltered than a former politician. That's a great point. When you leave that office and you're not worried about being reelected, or in her case, she was leaving a position that she was appointed, but that she was serving at the pleasure of the president, meaning she could have been let go from that position at any time. He would just ask for her resignation. When that is the case, you are measured far more than you're going to be. Like, if she goes back on her podcast, my gosh.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a return to podcasting? Dan Bongino's show was very, very popular. One of the huge podcasts. I don't know that he's built his following back up. I don't know where it's at. I have a lot of positive feelings about Dan Bongino, but maybe some frustrations on some things. But with Tulsi, I would be listening day one there and just hoping.
I think a lot of people would.
That actually, she would be opening that closet and saying, "Look, here's all the dirty secrets. Mm-hmm. Step inside if you want to find out how sick and twisted this deep state is. Just step inside this closet, take a look, because here are all the skeletons."
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Again, a recycled clip from earlier today, but here is J.D. Vance talking about accountability.
I absolutely want to see indictments, Maria. Look, of course, you've got to have the law follow the facts here. You don't just indict people to indict people. You indict people because they broke the law. But if you look at what Tulsi and Kash Patel have revealed in the last couple of weeks, I don't know how anybody can look at that and say that there wasn't aggressive violations of the law. What they basically did is they defrauded the American people in order to take Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign talking points and turn them into intelligence by defrauding the American people, defrauding the intelligence agencies, lying about what the intel said. They would take something that supported a Hillary Clinton campaign talking point, and they would overemphasize it and exaggerate it. They took anything that actually contradicted that narrative and they buried it deep, and through that, they actually laundered Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign talking points through the American intelligence services. That's a violation of the people's trust. That's a violation of what our intelligence services should be doing, and I absolutely think they broke the law, and you're going to see a lot of people get indicted for that. Here's the thing that should really bother the American people. What do you want our intelligence community to be doing? I want them to be catching bad guys. I want them to be making sure that terrorists aren't going to kill innocent American civilians. I don't want them laundering Hillary Clinton's campaign talking points into the American media and giving them this air of legitimacy. It is sick. And it's disgusting. It hurt the intelligence community, it hurt the American people, and it hurt the first Trump administration. We've got to have consequences for it, or we're just going to see the same play repeat.
Yep, that's exactly what we've been saying.
We've got to have consequences.
Or we're going to see the same thing, and it'll be way worse.
It'll be way worse because they'll feel emboldened.
Yeah.
Right. When you think about the amount of voter fraud that has happened, each time that they don't get, like, okay, I equate it to a thief. What thief starts out at this massive, huge, midtown Manhattan bank robbery, right? That's not where they're starting, right?
You work up to that.
Yeah, you start by stealing from a convenience store, right? And then you move on up to something bigger, and then you do a jewelry heist, and then you do all this stuff. Like, I don't know what the playbook is, but you understand, like, you're stepping it up because you didn't get caught, so you're more and more emboldened. Well, that's the intelligence community on steroids. Mm-hmm. That's what they've been doing because they get to lie in the darkness here and use all of these government-issued slush funds. The taxpayers are paying for the intelligence community to commit treason against them, working against their interest. They don't care. The intelligence community, under no circumstances, believe that the President of the United States is the most powerful man in the country.
Absolutely not. You are exactly right on that.
They don't believe it, and you know why? Because they're kind of right. They're right. If the intelligence community is living in the darkness and doing whatever they want behind the scenes, the President of the United States is not in charge. We see that right now with Trump's executive orders. We see that right now with everything that he's trying to do. A judge, a low-level judge somewhere in Oregon or wherever is just stepping up and stopping the president temporarily. Of course, it's getting overruled, but how many times? What about all the cases that the Supreme Court's not going to take up?
Yeah.
What are we going to do there?
Look at this latest one right here.
Okay, let's take a look.
Judge Sparkle Suknanan.
I have zero confidence in objectivity when your Stupid A name. When your stupid name is Sparkle, your parents are retarded.
Does that sparkle with all the girls?
Oh my! Stop. We can't just skip past that. It's Souk Nasty is her last name, apparently. Sparkle Souk Nasty.
Souk Nanan.
Souk Nanan.
Souk Nanan.
Whatever.
Souk Nanan.
Let me just tell you something. Her parents are retarded.
Sparkle Souk Nanan.
Yes.
Souk Nanan.
They're naming their kid. I swear, I went to college with this. There was a college class. There were 2 girls in the same class whose first name was Precious. Precious.
Isn't that from a movie?
Oh yeah, there's a whole movie.
But that would
about
have been
that.
later. Right?
Yeah, and I'm like, they're naming their kids Precious. Like, what are you doing that to? Why are you doing that to your kid? There was one where her name was L-A, and the professor goes, Law. It's Ladasha. Ladasha. There were some twins. I met a girl that worked at the dentist office, and she said these twins came in, and they were Tamara and Tadasia.
Oh no,
Tamara and Tadasia.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yes, and one last one for the stupid names. This guy was a former elementary school principal. He said there was a girl in his class in there, and she was 5 years old, and her name was Gabriella Lachelle Plachette. And that was her first name, Paul.
Oh, my goodness.
Gabriella Lachelle Plachette was her first name.
I took a college class one time, I think, with a girl named Shakonda. Shakonda?
Shakaka.
And
makes me think of Ace Ventura.
In college, I mean, you don't really call roll in college, but I mean, I think on like the first day, the professor's trying to figure out who's who, so they do.
Yeah.
And they mispronounced it. I don't know how the professor mispronounced the name, Shakandi or Shakanda, and then she pipes up in the back, "It's Shakonda."
Oh my God!
You're like, what?
Anaconda? What? What'd you say? Shh. Anaconda.
It's Shakonda.
Lord have mercy where they come up with these names. Now, of course, they might look at like Rob and Paul and be like, "Oh, yeah, what kind of name? That has no meaning whatsoever." And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not embarrassed to say my name.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they're embarrassed.
They're not either. They're not either. Or
Yeah.
they'll put like sometimes they'll put Sir in front of the name, like Sir Gregory, And if you ask the mom why, and it's like, well, so that my baby will always have respect on his name.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's committed 14 felonies. I don't know that anybody respects him. Whatever. Maybe I'm stereotyping.
No, just make sure the judge has to call him sir when he gives him his sentence.
Yes, sir.
His 20-year sentence.
Sir Gregory, you have been sentenced.
I'm going to make sure that judge addresses my son with respect.
He's standing there in his orange jumpsuit. He's standing there with his orange jumpsuit and his cuffs on, but he's got respect, damn it.
Mother's in the courtrum. See? That's why I named him
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
It's like, oh, you take that to the bank.
Don't you send my sir to prison? Lord have mercy. I can't, Paul. I can't.
Oh, my goodness.
We officially just got canceled. We just got canceled.
Okay, so Judge Sparkle Suknanan has struck down the Trump administration's expanded Save Voter Verification System, ruling that federal agencies unlawfully created a centralized database containing Social Security and citizenship data. Eric Daugherty says that Elon Musk agrees it's time to ban all foreigners from serving as a federal judge of the United States after Judge Sparkle Suknanan protected non-citizen voting nationwide. Suknanan was not born here. Now she's abusing the bench to block President Trump from having illegals removed from the voter rolls.
She was a Biden appointee, was she not?
Oh, I'm sure.
I think that's what I think that was a report that I read. Look at her with her smug ass smile.
I think that
She's
may be
sparkling.
an AI animated with Grok. So
She's sparkling.
But yeah, she does look like that.
Yeah, sparkle.
So, in keeping with that theme, we have this we can go to this. We're kind of leapfrogging over some stuff, but all deportations are wrong. Mamdani-backed socialists. This is by Wyatt Fest over at the Blaze. The real Daria Liza. How do you pronounce that name,
See,
Rob?
If I can't pronounce your name,
we did not plan this at all. We did not plan to rip on black
Daria
names.
Liza. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. If I can't pronounce your name, I probably don't want to hear what you have to say.
I think that's got to be Daria Liza. Daria Liza.
Daria. Well, it's if you just take Garia.
Daria Liza.
Daria Liza. Daria Liza.
It's got to be Liza. I don't think it's common to use the I as the Italian pronunciation. It's going to be the American, which would be I.
I think it's pronounced retarded, Paul. That's what I read.
All right, so Daria Liza. I think the only way to interpret how to spell it, how does it best sound like if you were on like a country porch, calling your kid home.
Daria Liza.
That's how it's pronounced then.
Like a southern belle.
Sort of, I guess.
They wouldn't be caught dead with an African American.
Daria Liza, Avila Chevalier. Anyway, has become the latest darling for the day. I guarantee you she gave herself this name to be the next Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee you this is not.
But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just kind of rolls.
Yeah.
Because the AOC. Mm-hmm. Is she going to be a DAC?
Yeah, DAC. Old DAC over here.
What do you got over there, DAC?
All right,
Dick.
So she's become the latest
Dick.
darling. All right, as New Yorkers head to the polls Tuesday, incumbent Democratic Representative Audrey. Okay, this is somebody else. Okay, so Adriano Effelet. New York is over. New York is over. New York is done. I mean, I already knew this, but it is just over, and I don't even care. I don't care that they voted themselves communist. It's going to be terrible for them. I can't even read the names of their politicians.
Golly.
Because I'm not cultured, I guess. Because it's not my culture.
I don't get it, man. Where's the Tom McMullins, the Irish people? Like where are they? In New York, you got these. If your people, if you can't pronounce your representatives' last names, then and you're wondering where your problem is. You're wondering why you're paying too much for this, and you can't afford housing and all that stuff. It's because the people paid to represent you. You can't pronounce their name, and they have ulterior motives. They look at things from their bubble, and they're like, well, socialism sounds great. Although you can only say about that, while you're sitting there with this iPhone that was built by capitalism, wearing clothes that was built by capitalism, living in an apartment building built by capitalism, but you're going to just piss on all capitalism because you're a socialist. Take from the rich, give to the poor. Like the rich aren't just going to move to Florida, and they're already doing it. They're going to move to places that aren't going to do that. And what if you're overtaxed here in the United States? What are we seeing some of these celebrities do? Get citizenship in a different country so they don't have to pay the taxes here anymore. Get dual citizenship. They're going to find a way to do this. So how about you just quit spending so much money? Quit spending it. You're taking in billions of dollars in the United States instance, trillions of dollars. Quit spending it all on stupid crap.
Mamdani balance the budget, I hear. So,
well, we've got to make sure we've got this government-run grocery store.
So the incumbent is Democratic Representative Adriano or whatever. Drano. The 71-year-old was first elected to Congress in 2016, representing the district that encompasses northern Manhattan and the section of the West Bronx. Okay. I'm the first formerly undocumented member of Congress. I'm the first Dominican-American member of Congress in a city that has 1 million Dominican Americans, he said. Despite his membership in the Congressional Progressive Caucus and classification as one of the most liberal House members, he doesn't seem to have been adequately radical enough for Mayor Zoran Mamdani and his fellow Democratic Socialists. Enter Daraliza Avila Chevrolet, a community organizer and the daughter of a Dominican immigrant and he's challenging Ebspalat or whatever for the seat.
What was the quote from her up there in bold red?
The quote is...
No. Middle of the page, right there.
I forget to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me.
When did that happen? Where's the context of that?
I don't know. They want me to unlock the article.
They want you to pay for that article?
I'm not going to do that, Blaze.
It's
sorry.
tough. We want to bring you all the news, but we can't pay for every single streaming article.
She says all deportations are wrong. So
yes.
So
the Trende Aragua gang member rapist.
So America is not a nation to her. It's just a place anybody can come. There's no qualifications. There's nothing. Just America is whatever you want it to be, and it's not a people, not a culture with a common language, common ancestry. Just total nonsense, total madness, and that's what awaits New York City. It's going to be pretty bad.
But if their ideas are ever called into question in a forum, like you see it on street interviews all the time, where they say, "Well, you know what really upsets you about this and that? What has Trump actually done there for you? You know, what you're saying he's taking away rights. What right has he taken away? Well, I can't name those right now." And then they're like, "Oh, I see what this is. This is one of those." And you're just like,
"Oh, I see what."
Wait a minute, no, don't change the channel. Don't change the channel here. I just asked you to defend your position. You're out here spewing a bunch of BS, talking about this, talking about that. I just am asking you to defend it. Just say, if Trump is so bad, if Trump is doing this or that, he's racist. What's one thing that he said, that was racist to you? Well, I can't think of anything right now. Oh, I see what this is. I love
that when you said that. Oh, I see what this is. This is a trap.
Right, it's a trap. And it's like, no, you're just talking out of your rear end, and I'm calling you out on it.
That's hilarious.
I hate them. I hate them. I'm not supposed to hate anybody, but I can't hate. If you're so stupid that you can't even defend your positions, then just shut up. Just shut up. And sure as hell don't walk around with a sign saying this or that, and then when people walk up, well, can you give me one example of why of making that sign true? No. You're a fascist. You're a racist. You defend a pedophile. My God, you're an idiot. I can't stand people are so stupid.
I know.
They're so stupid, Paul. And we don't just send them to an island and just be stupid together. They'll be dead in 2 weeks anyway because they're so damn stupid.
Well, this is why, other cultures used to, even American culture, right? At the very beginning, you had to own property in order to vote. So, I'm just throwing that out there.
Was that a terrible thing? I own some property.
I don't. Yeah.
Hey, so I own rent houses. Do I get multiple votes?
Maybe you should.
That'd be great.
Maybe you should.
I'll vote in this county, this county, this county. I don't know.
I think, right, originally, right, you had to have, obviously before women could vote.
Yeah.
All right, but we do have another court decision that's the positive. Nick Sorter, massive Trump win. U.S. Appeals Court has just allowed the Trump admin to expedite the removal of illegals from our country. A 2-1 ruling affirms illegals anywhere in the U.S. can be removed without seeing an immigration judge if they'd been in the U.S. for less than 2 years before their arrest. The policy used to only be in the immediate vicinity of the U.S. border. Now it'll be implemented nationwide. So keep pushing for more deportations. So that's definitely a positive. In other news, we still have a problem with Venezuelan gangs in Tren de Agua. The Gateway Pundit reporting that Venezuelan illegal alien, also a former Illinois teacher, was arrested by ICE after driving a Tren de Agua gangsters to Chicago house party, which was a massacre that killed 3 and wounded 5.
Oh, my God.
32-year-old Venezuelan illegal immigrant who was teaching in an Illinois classroom has been arrested by ICE. Her name is Giovanna Mercedes. If I have to pronounce, I didn't set this up on purpose, but if I have to pronounce one more foreign-sounding name, I don't know what I'm going to do today.
That last name is an interesting one.
And it's 4 names. Okay.
Ochapinti.
Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Ochapinti. Ochapinti.
Why you got to have 4 names anyway?
I don't know. Maybe is that a Latin thing to have 4 instead of 3? Most people have 3 names.
It's a stupid thing.
What's your middle name?
Ray.
Ray?
Yeah, perish the thought.
I like
a normal
that.
middle name.
That's a normal middle name. Mine is normal. Mine is Christian, let's say. My middle name's Christian, but it is not normal.
So my great grandfather on my grandmother's side, so his name was Ray Roberts. Okay? Mean old guy.
Yeah.
Just mean. He died when I was in 3rd grade. But anyway, I was named after him. So they just named me Robert Ray.
I like it.
Yeah. So
I like it.
Anyway, I go by Rob, obviously.
She was taken into ICE custody on May 13th, 2026, and is currently being held at Grayson County Detention Center in Leachfield, Kentucky. My middle name is Jethro, by the way. Pending removal from the country.
Jethro Bodine?
Yeah, or Moses' father-in-law. Either one.
Or the Clampetts.
Or Moses' father-in-law.
Or struck oil in the Beverly Hillbillies.
I mean, you guys, we're
eating a whole bowl of cereal.
We're not fake Arkansas here, though. That's the thing. This is genuine Arkansas. This is what are they saying in the chat? Anything yet?
Oh man, our chat's crazy. I love them.
All right. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Ochapinti drove 2 alleged TDA gang members, Ricardo Granadillo Padilla and Edward Martinez Carmeno, to a house party in Chicago's Gage Park neighborhood in December of 2024. The gunman opened fire on the crowd. 3 people were killed and 5 were wounded. Federal authorities say she then helped the shooters flee the scene of the slaughter. Chicago police arrested Ochapinti just 3 days later on December 5th, 2024, after finding multiple weapons in her vehicle, but because Chicago and Illinois are militant sanctuary jurisdictions, she was released without ICE ever being notified, despite the obvious public safety threat tied to a triple homicide. The 2 actual shooters were eventually deported. One had even been released from ICE custody earlier by a federal judge due to prosecutorial issues. Ochapinti remained free in the community and was reportedly working as a teacher at a school in the Chicago suburb of Elgin until HSI agents finally tracked her down months later. Illinois officials have refused to disclose to DHS which school employed her.
So she helped facilitate a triple homicide. What's the big deal?
Yeah, what's the big deal?
What's the big deal, man? 3 people are dead because of this fat, ugly wench.
Well, I mean, that's what's so crazy
Look at
about
her. She
this.
looks like a pig.
What's so crazy about this is it's like, you say never judge a book by its cover, which, by the way, you should sometimes. But in this photo, if you just pass this person down the street, you'd have you wouldn't suspect.
I mean, I would change to the other side of the street.
Well, yeah, but you're not going to suspect that this person is affiliated with Trende Agua.
No, I wouldn't think that she's a gang member.
Exactly.
I would just think she's like an ugly trans.
It's just
fat
crazy,
man.
You just never know. That's what I'm trying to say. You really never know.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah. So anyway,
all right, real quick, I want to cover this. So President Trump, just real quick update on the Iran war. People are trying to, attack J.D. Vance. They want to attack Trump. The Mark Levins of the world, they really, really want to attack Trump, but instead they're attacking J.D. Vance, trying to say that this is Vance's plan and not Trump's plan.
Do you want to know why that? I think there's 2 reasons here. Is the fear of retribution if they're a conservative going after Trump, right? Fear of retribution there. But number 2.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, there's a secondary possibility, and that is Trump is attacked so much that us supporters of Trump, all those criticisms mostly fall on deaf ears these days. Like if CNN's running a hit piece on Trump, what do we care?
Yeah.
Like we're not listening to it because we know they're liberal hacks.
Yep.
Right. So we're not paying any attention to it. So if you go after Trump, everybody always goes after Trump.
Yep.
Right? And so it falls on deaf ears. So maybe it's a combination of both things, or maybe it's I don't want Trump after me. Whatever the reason, it's cowardice because I think honestly Rubio is our next president, but J.D. Vance, I mean, are you going to be disappointed if J.D. Vance is our president?
No, I think I would prefer Vance over Rubio right now. That's the camp that I'm in.
Yeah. So I just think that, unfortunately, we can't have – I don't know that what's the scenario where both of them would serve in the next administration?
Yeah.
I don't know. It would be, do you think J.D. Vance would be the vice president to Marco Rubio?
Probably not. But we'll see.
He might. He's only been one term.
Allegedly they're friends, but I don't know. But I'll say this. I mean, sometimes I agree with Steve Deace's takes. Other times I don't agree. But he did make I think a good point, and of course he is I think very much kind of in the. Well, I don't really know enough about him to qualify, but he was telling all of his Israel friends that they're actually hurting their cause by attacking JD and saying Marco Rubio for president, because you're saying you're automatically pigeonholing Marco as being the guy who is for the war. They're trying to throw. They're afraid. They're showing that they're afraid of J.D. Vance, and they're already basically sabotaging Rubio's campaign, because they're saying once Rubio gets branded the way you're framing it, nobody's going to want to vote for him.
Yeah,
or at least people are going to say, "Oh, he's more pro-war than J.D." But in this clip, Trump has praise for them both. But anyway,
I think Trump is going to allow the primaries to play out. I don't know if both of them are going to declare. Right now, I mean, are they? Would you call them the two most popular people in the Conservative Party?
And polling showed that JD had surged over the last week because he's seen as the guy kind of taking the bull by the horns with this. So
and we saw so much with Rubio. Anytime you can't get Rubio or J.D. Vance. You can't have a gotcha with them.
They're both very talented orators.
Skilled assassins with that. Mm-hmm. They're not going to be pigeonholed. But I will say, I don't know if we played this on the show, but I did see a clip of Trump being asked about all the gold that he has at the White House.
I saw
did
that,
you see that?
And Rubio said...
so Trump said, he's like, well, are you... The reporter was like, are you afraid that, you put all this gold in, the next president won't like it and will have it removed? And he said, Cubans love gold.
Well.
And so a lot of people ran with that one.
Yeah, of course.
And they're just like, okay, Trump is saying that it's going to be Rubio. But, I would not be disappointed whatsoever with J.D. Vance. As a matter of fact, whatever we got to do to keep them both is where I'm at.
Here's so anyway, the media's trying to paint some daylight between Trump and this Iran deal. This is what happened.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. What's the latest you've heard from the Vice President? Are you happy with his negotiations?
Yeah.
And can you share a little bit about what Secretary Rubio will be doing in the Middle East this week?
I think that they're doing a fantastic job. Our secretary is fantastic. I think he's maybe going to go down as the best ever. And I thought J.D. Vance this morning was fantastic. I watched his news conference, and from Switzerland. He's a very smart guy. He did a great job. When I look at the Democrats.
Okay, so he goes on to slam the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Also, President Trump posting this Iran deal polling 67% are in favor of the peace deal being reached between the U.S. and Iran. This on the heels of the Washington Examiner. 8 out of 10 Americans, 80% want the deal to go through. Like you said, Trump's over it. The American people are over it. They want this to go away. And then we have Mark Levin.
Oh God!
I have to do it. Okay?
I want to hear the voice.
Okay. And this one is a doozy. What about ballistic missiles? How are discussions going on with ballistic missiles, Mr. Producer? Ballistic missiles are off the table. It's a fact. The most deadly, conventional, he shakes when he talks.
Yeah.
Weapon in Iran's conventional weapons inventory is not an issue at all, Mr. Producer. And the regime can use its billions in new revenue to build thousands more. You defend it. Okay. Off to dinner. Enjoy.
Where he won't tip. I'm sorry. Did I say that? Did I say that quiet part out loud?
Oh,
did we say that about
that was a maniacal laugh for me.
Money.
So then he gets asked. President Trump gets asked this question.
Here's another beauty. What's this one?
Well,
here's a real beauty.
Earlier today, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point.
Who did he tell that to you?
He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't?
Well, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problem solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
All right, including
Well,
with
I'm not going to tell
Bibi.
you. I'm
So,
not gonna tell you.
by extension, Mark Levin's going to post, here in a minute that President Trump is calling Bibi a problem, which he's actually called him way worse in the last 3 weeks. So,
yeah, I mean, we just queued that one up. He's already got that tweet.
And then President Trump says, despite their protestations and false statements to the country, coupled with the drumbeat of the fake news, which is doing everything possible to make the U.S. victory as small and insignificant as possible, Iran has completely agreed to highest-level nuclear inspections long into the future. This will ensure nuclear honesty. If they do not agree to this, there would be no further negotiations based on this and other major concessions being made by Iran. I have agreed to allow the Hormuz Strait to remain open with no further naval blockade. However, all ships are remaining in place should it be necessary to reinstitute the blockade, which seems at this point highly unlikely. The money and or sanctions that the U.S. Treasury is releasing goes into escrow controlled by the USA and will be used for the purchase of food and medical supplies exclusively from the United States, including corn, wheat, soybeans, and our great American farmers. Okay, so I think there was something like $12 billion in Iranian assets that were unfrozen today, according to the reports that I saw. So things are moving quickly. Yesterday they had yesterday we had they can now sell oil on the open market. Today they get $12 billion unfrozen. So
I'm going to say this. Quit listening to a single solitary word that comes out of Iran from their leaders. I don't care what they say. I do care about what they do. Because if they are bombing people and they're killing people, then while we're supposed to be under a ceasefire and all of that stuff, okay, then that's an acceleration here. But quit listening to what they're going to say. Do you remember when we bombed their nuclear sites?
That was like a year ago yesterday?
Yeah.
So 2 days ago?
So we bombed them, and then what did they do? They contacted President Trump and said they were going to fire some missiles back, but none of them would hit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then what did they say? We've dealt a punishing blow back to our enemies and all that stuff. They have to present this bravado to their country, or there will be an uprising. If the captain of the ship is not seen as the leader, if he's not seen as tough, if he's not seen as the person who is in charge of that country, there will be always a revolt. Mm-hmm. You know that. And so they have to project strength, and the only way they can do that is by lying. So quit listening to what Iran is saying, because everything that they say out of their mouth and on television with the press conferences or certainly in their tweets, it's all BS. Just watch what they do.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break, going to reset here, and when we come back, we're going to finally talk about the algae and the reflecting pool, and I mean, I don't even, it's like, spoon, it's man. Ridiculous.
Idiotic.
But this is the Paul Herald program. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vive has been fantastic for our bottom line.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herald Program.
All right, folks, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. Broadcasting loud and clear. I hope loud and clear from the state of Arkansas. This reflecting pool. I've ignored this story, Rob Spencer, because I think it's dumb. I'm now forcing myself to pay attention to it because it's once again leading us to understand the psychosis behind the Democrat Party. But what are your thoughts on it? When did you first hear about the blooming algae in D.C.?
Gosh, I don't know. Like right after the construction was complete, leading up to the UFC fight, there. So it's just ridiculous because what we've seen here is that the Democrats, their only position, they just keep reaffirming it. Their only position is whatever Trump does, bad. Whatever Trump does, we oppose. Whatever Trump does, we protest.
Yeah, it's whatever he cares about, too. Because this is so stupid.
Yeah, you had this most disgusting stuff there. It's pretty toxic. And there was a bid under Biden that was over $300 million to redo this reflecting pool. It's $300 million. I'm like, what are you talking about? You could build an entire apartment building in Fort Lauderdale, Florida for $300 million. What are you talking about? And so so I'm glad that that never went through. I'm glad that he didn't give approval for it. And then the original quote was just a couple of $1 million, I think, for this. And then they got in there, saw that it was worse, and it ended up being $16 million. But it was half the renovation that Obama paid for.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and obviously the renovation that Obama didn't work, but you got people vandalizing this.
That's what's so crazy.
I don't understand it.
President Trump announces 6 arrests in reflective pool vandalism, confirms massive 350-foot gash slashed by sharp knife or razor in the dark of the night. 6 people, he said, have been arrested. 7 people have been cited for the damage they did. 350-foot gash made by a sharp knife or razors is actually numerous slashes. Likewise, the small area at the bottom of the pool was cut and powerfully lifted off the surface, leaving very jagged, uneven edges. In any event, even prior to fixing those areas, the reflecting pool is as beautiful as it can be. We will drain some of the water either immediately before or after the 4th of July to do the permanent repair. As the Gateway Pundit reported for days, deranged leftists and Trump derangement syndrome-addled radicals have been targeting President Trump's beautification project from the start. Yeah, that's what's so crazy. It's like it just goes to show you how, they're bent on destruction, but they also hate him so much. They don't want him to beautify the nation's capital, and it's like, so they love government, but they only love the government that affirms their lifestyles, affirms their politics. Like they hate us. They hate us with the passion of 1,000 fires.
Paul, what did they do with the National Guard? I mean, you had the murder rate in Washington, D.C. that was just so insane, and he sends the National Guard in there and cleans it up, and the murder rate plummets, and you had people that were like, oh my gosh, I can actually walk outside without feeling like I'm going to get shot or stabbed or raped, or kidnapped, whatever. And you're just, and people griped about it. Well, you shouldn't use the military for that. What was his alternative? Give a pep talk to the Washington Police Department?
Yeah, beg the mayor for help.
Yeah. What are you going to do? No, you have a power. It's not a state, so he had a lot of power to do whatever he wants in that area, in this district. As much as the liberals would love for it to be a state, they would have 2 additional representatives in the Senate, and I guess probably just, I don't know, based off of the population, just 1 member of the House, if they were considered a state. But regardless, this just proves why. If it takes the president of the United States to clean up your area, and then you still have liberal lunatics that are willing to destroy it to try to get Trump, then can you stop and take a look in the mirror and ask yourself this question: can Trump do anything that I would applaud, other than resign or die or something like that? But can he enact any policy? Can he do anything that I would applaud? And if the answer is no, if you're just constantly saying no to anything that Trump does, are you not just completely infected with a mental disease here called Trump derangement syndrome?
Yeah.
Are you not just completely infected with that? Because if you can't look at anything objectively, we on this side, we've had so much fighting over the last year because our frustrations with Trump on certain things. I still agree with him on 90% of the stuff here, maybe 99% of the stuff, but there's a few things. I felt sick to my stomach when I read his Truth Social post about Rob Reiner, who had his throat slashed. I know Rob Reiner said some disgusting things, but that's not the time, man, when him and his wife were violently murdered by their deranged son. That's not the time. I didn't like it. I thought it was beneath him. I understood why he was coming from it, because Rob Reiner was just awful to Trump and everything. But I look at it, so I had a problem with that. That's a legitimate thing that they could gripe about Trump on. They could gripe about his immigration policies, call him inhumane. They could say all that stuff, but he's cleaning up one of our national monuments here. One of the most important things. I mean, for God's sakes, Forrest Gump was filmed there.
Yeah.
Right? Jenny ran out there, and this big hug and all of this stuff. This is an important location.
So, can we also kind of, I kind of tend to think in patterns and symbols, and so to me it's just not, the left is willing to embrace filth and dirtiness, to get down in the muck, because that's kind of who they are, that's where they're comfortable. Beautiful things offend them. It's sad.
Harmony.
Harmony.
Yeah, we've got to oppose things, Paul. We have to what's the word? Resist. They got their damn bumper stickers and all that stuff. Resist at all grounds. Everything Trump wants to do, we have to resist it. And I just want to say to you, go outside, touch grass, and watch the countless videos of foreigners who have come into this country for the World Cup and have fallen in love with the United States.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
there are also foreigners who are coming into this country illegally and leeching off of the United States.
Big difference.
And that's a whole...
Don't appreciate it at all.
Correct.
Yeah,
they don't appreciate it. It's a means to an end for them to send money back to their family. And on certain levels, I respect it, because if our government is stupid enough to give them the money, then, hey, they're going to go ahead and take it. But if you are a liberal who hates this country and can't even stand to hear the Star-Spangled Banner because you hate this country so much, I say, number one, watch all those videos. And if you are unchanged, get the hell out.
President Trump went off on ABC News over its coverage of the reflecting pool renovations and refusal to mention the vandalism of the monument on Monday, warning that lawsuits are being drafted. I like their money, which will be given to the U.S. Treasury. President Trump undertook the project. Okay, so he's threatening the press
ABC.
here. I mean, it is kind of odd when you have these CNN report. They've got nothing else to talk about. Then they're pool people, and they're going and taking water samples. It's just
we saw the water samples, and they're like, we're going to send this off to the lab and see. We're going to see how dangerous this is.
So ridiculous.
We're CNN, and we take baths and lotion of bull crap because all we care about is hating on Trump. Trump bad. Trump bad.
So here's somebody called Turley News or Turley.Steve over on TikTok.
So she's got a pretty good following here. I don't. This was the first encounter with her, but she's a good follow.
Anyway, she's blasting CNN here. Listen to this.
This reflecting pool has really always been a problem. Here's this woman saying the quiet part out loud on CNN.
The thing that I keep coming back to in the course of this reporting is this idea that back in 2012, President Obama was president when there was a $34 million renovation of this reflecting pool. And it also had a massive algae bloom right after it was refilled. Why don't we remember that? Why weren't we talking about that? Why are we talking about this now? Because President Obama wasn't personally involved. He did not insert himself. He did not drive his motorcade into the pool. But for Trump, that is how he does things. He is very personally involved. He views himself as the developer in chief. This is part of his legacy.
Did you notice the quiet part that she said out loud? That the difference between the algae bloom during Obama's administration and the difference between the algae bloom during the Trump's administration is because it's Trump. They didn't care when Obama was in office. She's saying we care about this now because Trump cares about it. They're so obsessed. And that's the difference. It's not that Obama didn't insert himself into these issues. President Trump inserts himself into everything because why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he insert himself into the cleanup of the city that he lives in? And now CNN is reporting on its own hypocrisy because they've realized that the algae in this...
So I'm reminded of what, to her point, it's just like a bully on the playground.
Mm-hmm.
If it's important to you, even if it's just the most basic thing of making the Democrats were kings of saying, well, the government just needs to do the things the government's supposed to do. It's such a cop-out of trying to say the government is apolitical when most of the time everything the government does is political. And you can even make the argument here to make the city look beautiful. Fixing a problem that should have been fixed is going to get him political points. So that still stands. But it's like a kid on a playground that doesn't care anything about basketball. But the guy he hates loves basketball. So the kid goes and, all of a sudden loves basketball and takes the ball away. You know what I mean? It's just targeting somebody out of just sheer cruelty.
Yeah. It's like a bratty older brother, who's always just picking to be picking. And that's literally, if you watch CNN and, of course, MS Now is just, it's just garbage. Like, these people you have no morals whatsoever. If you're going to go on national television and just lie, that's all you're doing.
Yeah.
You're just lying. Joe Scarborough went on before the 20, after Biden, announced that he was going to run again in 2024. And Joe Scarborough, he was like, I'm going to tell you the truth. And if you can't handle it, then F you. I talked to Biden recently, and this Biden is the best Biden. And I'm like, dude, 2022 Joe Biden, 2023 Joe Biden was not 2008 Joe Biden. Certainly not 1995 Joe Biden.
Yeah.
He's always been a moron. Although I agree with him on a lot of stuff, like he gets so much flack about the super predators and stuff. But he's right when he in a lot of ways he was talking about all of these people that are on the streets and then they're getting arrested and just put back out on the streets again. And he's like, these people are so bad. Like if the NYPD when they came out and said if we keep arresting the same 3,000 people in a city of 20 million. We keep arresting the same 3,000 people. And he said, if you take these 3,000 people out of the of the crime, if you just take them and put them in prison, that crime would reduce by 90%. So that's what Joe Biden was talking about in the early 90s there when he talked about the super predators and all of that stuff, that they're beyond the pale. They can't be saved. They're so rotten from the inside. So I do agree with some of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the lies, I've gone way down this rabbit hole
keep
here.
Keep going.
But the lies of the leftist media, when Joe Scarborough sat there and said that 2023 Joe Biden was the best Biden, and it was no more than a month later with that disastrous debate, and the dude was just had lost. I mean, it was painful. It was painful to watch Joe Biden in that debate with Donald Trump. It was painful because I said, this is our president. I disagree with...
Well, technically not, I mean...
Well, he was,
yeah.
Well, we can go down that rabbit hole, too.
He was appointed president, I
He
guess.
was appointed, yeah. He had president after his name, and he's getting $400,000 a year for the rest of his life, however long that may be. But regardless, it was painful to watch. And it was based off of the lies, they propped him up. All of these people that were working behind the scenes, his cabinet are criminals,
yes,
in my mind.
Yes.
Because they were running this country like a shadow government. We knew that they were running this country like a shadow government because you obviously knew that the dude can't even hold a press conference. And you want to sit there and tell me that Donald Trump is slipping? Donald Trump talks to the press every day, multiple times a day. Joe Biden didn't talk to the press for 6 months. And the reason is because he couldn't finish a damn sentence. And you're talking about somebody that couldn't even talk, who is the leader of the free world. All of those people were criminals, and they were propped up by the media lies. Exactly what that young lady was talking about. The hypocrisy of the leftist media knows no bounds. And for me, I think that they need to be silenced from their pulpits, but at the very least, there needs to be disclaimers put at the bottom of their channel. This is all opinion. None of this is verified. We're full of trash.
Well, that's one of the reasons NPR or PBS, when Musk took over, they rage quit Twitter because he said government funded. He attached a government funded media tag to their official pages.
Oh, they couldn't handle it.
They hated it because they don't want to say that they're just propaganda outlets, but that's exactly what they are. Real quick, this came across my feed while we were on break, and it's from yesterday. Alana Treen says that firings at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence started today. Sources had previously told CNN that Bill Pulte was looking at cutting hundreds of jobs. Last week, Pulte showed up to his new job a day early after asking for a list of every employee in the office, catching even outgoing Director Tulsi Gabbard off guard. And so that has, let's see here, the Last Refuge conservative treehouse says CNN mainly receives their internal government leaks from the State Department. Given the context of their focus, it would appear their information stems from the State Department liaison desk staff inside the office of the DNI. I presume the liaison staff is on the chopping block. I mean, the people leaking out the firings are the ones afraid that their jobs are. I mean, I think that's logically sound. Yeah. When we saw what happened, at the Institute for World Peace or whatever, when they tried to barricade the door. So I just wanted to give that update on what's going on. The fact is, I'll reiterate this, we don't know who the official Director of National Intelligence is going to be, the confirmed one. Is it going to be this Jay, what's-his-face guy? I don't from the SDNY.
I don't know.
I don't know. His nomination has been put on hold. Pulte, who both the Democrats and the Republicans seem to despise.
Sure.
All the right Republicans and all the right Democrats hate him. Makes me like the guy. I don't
And
know anything about him.
He's the active guy, right?
He's now active. Yeah.
So,
Pulte's
and how
now-
long can he stay? Is it 200?
I think we're like what are we? It's 200 something days. We're 170 something days until the midterms, as
Okay.
it is right now. So, yeah, we'll get past the midterms, and then you see Jay. I can't remember. Is it Cutler? Is it Jay Cutler? Is that his name? From the SDNY has been nominated, but we'll have to see.
We've got this great follower on Twitter. His name is Matthew Schollenberger. He's great, and he loves the Lady G segment. So
we'll have to bring that back.
Yeah, we got to bring back Lady G.
We'll just got to figure out what other crazy things. You just got to go scroll his Twitter.
Yeah.
Here is real quick. I'm going to give you an update on Fauci because it proves a point I made last week. But here's Rand Paul. This is on CNBC. Listen to this.
Pardon, and he's got pardon going forward, pardon going backwards. I don't know whether those stand up, but 2 years ago, David Sachs, I'm sure you know him, he said this explains exactly how he orchestrated the pandemic, or at least knew about gain-of-function research, and then changed his story. And I tweeted at the time, can someone explain to me why Dems line up to defend this guy? Can you explain why Democrats have lined up to defend Fauci when it was clear as the nose on your face what had happened?
I think he represents Big Brother in public health, the Big Brother that tells you what to do, doesn't give you advice, but commands you and tells you what to do. And the left really is fine with an authoritarian approach to medicine. But to give
He's the only one that says anything on CNBC that makes any sense. This guy,
yeah.
I don't really know his political leanings. He's at the very least he's an independent, but he is so sick and tired of the hypocrisy.
So Fauci backs out of voluntary testimony. Rand Paul has put another subpoena on him.
Mm-hmm.
But the Gateway Pundit has this article where they make the point that I made last week, and I want to get your take on it, Rob, and just see how you think about this. Now that we know what happened, Tulsi Gabbard releases all of the bioweapons labs and the stuff on Fauci, right? Got him dead to rights. Fauci was using USAID to fund COVID research in Wuhan, resulting. So basically, Fauci funded the Wuhan lab, yada, 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 whether it was intentional or an accidental leak. 7.1 million people died.
Yeah.
What does that make the U.S. government?
Enablers of a murderer. I mean, honestly, we are funding.
I mean, Fauci couldn't have done this alone. I mean, there's other people behind him doing this. He's not. I don't think he's just. The parties of the U.S. government are now up there in the history books with some of the worst governments in human history.
The implication there being that had we not funded Wuhan,
7 million people would be alive.
COVID-19 would have never happened.
Yes. So I mean, just marinate on.
It's hard to believe, and somebody might argue, well, another country might have, stepped in and and funded the research. I don't know. You never know what that's going to be, but I can tell you this: USAID is responsible for a lot of deaths.
Yeah,
because of the massive slush funds that existed and the funding of evil. We know directly that USAID funds were going to terrorist organizations that were murdering and killing Christians. And so USAID could not have been ended fast enough, in my opinion, here. And had it happened in Trump 1.0, early in Trump 1.0, it'd be interesting.
Look at this. And speaking of USAID ending, 7 Latin American elections since USAID have been defunded. The far right has won in every one of them in South America.
Wow, it's really interesting.
Every one of them. So the global left, socialists, communists, they're losing now.
Well, I mean, in South America, I saw a map there that since all of that stuff has happened, the amount of it that has gone red versus blue. There was only just to see small pockets of conservative people in South America, and it's and what we realize is that it wasn't a small pocket.
Yeah.
It's just that their votes were it's being suppressed, and we saw this propaganda machine that was happening, and it was being funded by the American taxpayers because liberalism needed breeding. It needed to breed further and further and spread out. And then all of these people that have been bred under this liberalism immigrates to the, they come on into the country here. And then, you go to California, you go to these states that don't require voter ID. And which way are they voting? They were indoctrinated before they even got here.
Yeah.
We never had a chance as conservatives.
Yeah, you're right. All right, so I've got to reset here and take a break. Rob, I know you've got you're out at 4:30,
Yeah,
3:30.
I got to roll out today.
5:30, whatever time it is. But hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Eric may be here as well. So
I should be able to do the full show tomorrow.
But I have to go to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, good for you.
This energy powder has gone right through me, so we're going to take a break. I know that's too much information. Don't go anywhere.
Paul,
yeah,
real quickly, I want to say we love our chat. Our chat is amazing. You guys, I monitor all the stuff there, and I want to say so many things, but I don't want to distract Paul. You guys are incredible. We love you. Love this chat. We love LFA TV, and we are honored to be with you. I know I say that all the time, but I just mean it. I love it. So,
all right, folks, we're going to go to break back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vive has been fantastic for our bottom line.
The Paul Herald Program.
Fine things. Man. Have to do a better job of putting those ads in blocks instead of having to play them one at a time. So wouldn't that be better? Okay, so healthcare. Let's talk about it. I've got this article. Got this article I want to share with you guys because I discovered something about, I don't know, it's like a decade ago, about how some people are actually getting around the medical industrial complex and their price gouging, and what I really just think is organized crime at this point. So you go over here and you look at this headline from Families USA. I don't know if these people, it says the voice for healthcare consumers. I don't know if these guys are liberal, conservative, or whatever. Somebody named Casey Hampton writing today, hospital prices are crushing Americans. It's time for bipartisan bold action to lower costs. And they say, when Families USA and the right-leaning Paragon Institute agree on something. So, yeah, Families USA is leftist. I thought they were. Congress should take notice. Both organizations, with very little else in common, have released major reports this year reaching the same conclusion. Sky-high hospital prices are the leading driver of healthcare affordability crisis in America, and hospitals have failed to act. Well, here's the deal. It's insurance companies and hospitals. They literally are, it's a hand in glove, and it's organized crime, in my opinion. In May, Families USA published Big Systems, Bigger Profits. Consumers are paying for the price of corporate hospital power, finding that a handful of large corporate health systems dominate the majority of the hospital market and exploit the dominance to overcharge consumers. You know, many of these hospitals bear the names of Christians or Christian denominations. And here in my home state of Arkansas, when we fought the expansion of Obamacare here in Arkansas for a long time, I watched as a lot of these hospital lobbyists would go to the end of committee tables and essentially, lie. They would use their hospital math, and they would, claim that they had X amount of dollars in uncompensated care, uncollectibles, and that's why they needed more money. And then you have, well, if we don't do this, rural hospitals are going to die. I mean, just everything under the sun that they could do to get the government to spend more money. And so I've seen this, and the healthcare system is, it's just about money. It's not about people at all. It's about money. So I guess about, I don't know how many years ago this would have been, 2009. Yeah, this would have been about 2014, 15. I found the Surgery Center of Oklahoma. The Surgery Center of Oklahoma, we're glad you're here, and we want to briefly explain what sets us apart and why it matters to you. And they've got this great YouTube channel, and I want to give you an example. This is 11 years ago. This is about the time that I heard about the Surgery Center of Oklahoma, because they're able to give you surgeries. This is not a paid ad at all, but they're able to actually give you they're able to give you surgeries there for a fraction of the price that big hospitals are giving you. But before we get into that, I want you to listen to the lead doctor there talk about the $100 aspirin.
Hello again, Dr. Keith Smith here, Surgery Center of Oklahoma. I thought I would quickly go over something that I've talked about for a long time now and have written about. It's the $100 aspirin. Why do big hospitals charge $100 for an aspirin? And they do this knowing they're only going to collect probably $5 for the aspirin. But they only paid a penny for the aspirin. What is all this about? Why do these charges, why are they so much more than what the hospitals know ultimately that they will collect from the insurers? The simple answer is that charging $100 and collecting $5 allows the hospital, particularly if they're a not-for-profit or so-called not-for-profit hospital, allows them to claim that they actually lost $95 or that they provided $95 of care for which they were not compensated. This is called uncompensated care. I call it the uncompensated care scam, because having paid a nickel or less for the aspirin and actually being paid $5 and writing off $95 as if they lost that just simply allows them to maintain the accounting fiction of their not-for-profit status. Hospitals many times will claim that they provide millions or tens of millions of dollars of uncompensated care, and that allows them to basically maintain the fiction of this not-for-profit status. The other thing they do is they use this uncompensated care number to justify the kickback that they then later receive in the form of disproportionate share hospital, or DSH payments from the federal government. So if you think about it, the extent to which the hospitals actually claim that they lost money, they actually make more money. To the extent that they exaggerate their losses, they actually generate more of a kickback from the federal government in terms of these padded dish payments. It's like I refer to it as a reverse Enron, where Enron overstated their earnings. The hospitals are inclined and induced and incentivized through this arrangement to overstate their losses. That's the brief story of the $100 aspirin. And in the next blog, I will get into why the insurance companies, even though they know that the hospital paid 1 penny for the aspirin, are happy to pay $5. Happy to pay $5 when facilities like mine give the aspirin away.
Again, that is Dr. What did he say his name is? Keith.
Hello again, Dr. Keith Smith here.
That's Dr. Keith Smith. Again, the Surgery Center for Oklahoma. So that was a video that he made 11 years ago. This is one he made 3 weeks ago, or this is one he made 1 year ago. Listen to this testimony.
We had a patient from Georgia who needed a transurethral resection of his prostate, and our online price all in was $3,600. He went to his urologist in Georgia, and they got a quote from the hospital for $40,000. Again, wow. 10 to 1. And so the patient told his urologist, I'm going to Oklahoma City. Well, it turned out this urologist had lost another patient to us about 2 months before. So they marched over to the hospital, walked into the administrator's office, and the urologist said, you guys are killing me. This will be the second patient I've lost because you're quoting these insane prices. And the administrator said, what was the price in Oklahoma City? He says, $3,600. So they matched our price. Well, the patient reached out to me. He did not come to Oklahoma City. He stayed in Georgia. The patient reached out to me and he said, do you realize you saved me $36,000 and you did not even perform the procedure?
So somebody explained this to me in a way that doesn't involve greed and I would say criminal activity. So somebody explained to me how this is legal. And you really can't without saying, well, this is you know, and you know, back on the whole $100 aspirin thing, under-reporting your profits so that you look like a poor hospital, that is lying. And again, many of these hospitals bear the names of Christians or the names of Christian denominations. And the whole system is set up to help people, but they're cooking the books and they're actually bearing false witness. They are lying about the truth of their situation. And we wonder why people can't afford the hospital bills and their health care. Hospital prices are crushing Americans. It's time for bipartisan bold action. I don't want, the thing is does anyone have confidence that any sort of thing could happen in Congress that wouldn't benefit the congressman and make the problem worse? You know it would. These people are all bought and paid for. It's insane to even ask Congress to fix this because they won't. And if they do, they'll just find a way to enrich themselves or enrich the hospitals more or enrich the insurance companies more, and then at the same time name it something like the Affordable Care Act that makes all of our prices go up. So I don't really have an answer here at all other than I'm just exposing this as a huge problem. And the solution, though, is this guy, this surgery center in Oklahoma is one just solution. Here's a guy that went out on his own. He literally lists the prices for his surgeries on his website. Okay, so right here, it's just right here on the website. If you have to have your Achilles tendon repaired, that's $6,561. If you have to have arthroscopy, ankle with Bronnstrom ligament repair, that's $8,171. Bronnstrom ligament reconstruction, $5,765. Let's see here. What's some more things here? Your elbow. You got arthroscopy elbow problems. That's $6,000. Bilateral knee, $6,000. What else? What else do they do at the Oklahoma Surgery Center? A shoulder spider retractor, rental free, occasionally necessary, $675. And they have little asterisks by I don't know what the asterisk means, but I mean, look at all of the surgeries that they do. They'll do a lap band removal for $6,000. They'll do a laparoscopic gastric bypass for $18,000 for people that are overweight. 18 grand. I'm sure the insurance company charges something like 100 grand for that. Reconstruction, breast surgery, $14,000. They do everything. Let's see what else. Looks like they're even doing reconstruction, nose job. I mean, just every surgery, ear surgery. They've got ear surgeries now. I mean, but it's all just listed on their website, like any other consumer product or service. Hey, how much is that going to cost? Well, here it is. Try to get that from a hospital, and you're going to get a million different answers depending on what your insurance plan is. They're doing eye surgery now, eye muscle surgery, more than 2 muscles, $5,000. Your orbital floor fracture. I don't even know what this is. I mean, it's just crazy to me that this is a real thing. Crazy to me that this is a real thing. And now we have some really red-blooded American men. So Keith Day 777 says, I'll reset my own arm. I'm imagining that's how you say it. I'll reset my own arm. Let's see. Da Patriot 01 says, hospitals got billions of dollars during COVID right after they started shutting down. That tells me that administrators were skimming the money. America has been ripped off from one end to the other. Yeah, I mean, that's why. I mean, Todd Blanche and the Justice Department, to their credit, $6 billion scam. 500 people did $6 billion worth of scamming in 56 different U.S. attorneys' jurisdictions. And, folks, that's only scraping the surface of the fraud that's going on in this country. It's at least $1 trillion a year. R*77, it all ties together. Go to my doctor once a year for Medicare coverage. We've had some very interesting conversations over the past 6 years. He doesn't dare ask me about pharmaceuticals. Yeah, because no one trusts that anymore. Let's see. Hospitals and doctors don't tell you what it costs here. We have Crying Chuck 321. My son's a nurse practitioner for Baylor. He runs the unit after the recovery unit wakes you up. Tough job. Bad Moon 001. Motorcycle accident was considered a COVID death. Yes, that did happen. Also, Da Patriot, they got money out of Pfizer too. Phaja was, what does that stand for? Is that an acronym or is that a typo? Phaja was stolen out money from conference rooms and all kinds of things so they would use their drugs. Darlene Dempsey wants to know how much the Oklahoma Surgery Center charges for Botox. Well, the website is called surgerycenterok.com. You can go check that out. Who knows? I don't know if Botox is a surgery per se. But anyway, is this not just maddening though? I mean, it's absolutely super frustrating to the point where it's like I saw this, I thought it was comical. You mentioned Big Pharma and you mentioned how nobody can trust them. Somebody made this parody about what a pharmaceutical ad would have been like in the dark ages. Hang on a second.
Even his simplest choice in life.
Let's see if I could get this thing to work again. Oh, something went wrong. Let's see if it'll work. Oh no! What if I go back? No. Maybe that'll work right there. I think I may be losing the internet. I'm not really sure what's going on. Yeah, here we go.
Your Crohn's unholy curse. Even his simplest choice in life can feel impossible. And my symptoms were keeping me,
be right back,
from where I needed to be. So I spoke with my apothecary and learned that Rattus Curativa is for people with the Crohn's unholy curse. And Rattus Curativa can help people achieve remission that can last. So you can experience few or no symptoms. So you can get back to doing the things you were meant to do and take back control of your life. Rattus Curativa helps realign gut humors using the natural warmth of a rat worn at the neck. As that warmth flows downward, it soothes the lower humors and helps restore digestive balance. Ratus curativa may lessen your body's ability to fend off plagues, poxes, or wandering illnesses of the realm. Serious and sometimes fatal afflictions have occurred, including black bile fever, lung rot, witch's cough, confusion between your thoughts and a rat's thoughts, and unexplained bouts of scurrying. Do not begin Ratus curativa if you currently have an illness, fever, or active plague. Be there for you and them. Talk to your apothecary today about Ratus curativa. With Ratus curativa, remission is possible.
So that is by a guy by the name of Boomer Casserly. That's a fantastic parody. And of course that you can't really talk about the pharmaceutical ads that you see without talking about how captivated our country is with all of this, how we are a captive nation because the pharmaceutical industry owns the airwaves. They own the media. They're still advertising, and they shouldn't be allowed to. That's one of the things I hope RFK eventually makes good on, is banning pharmaceutical ads on our TVs. Completely ban them. I don't want to see any more ads for Sky Rizzy, whatever the heck that is, and who's naming these drugs. The names of these drugs are ridiculous. Sky Rizzy? I don't even know what that treats. But I've seen the ads, because, I don't even have cable, but, I mean, if you watch a YouTube video, you're going to see a pharmaceutical ad at some point. And the side effects are ridiculous, and you've seen plenty of people make the parodies, I mean, side effects include death, I mean, it's nuts, and they're constantly doing this, and they're not doing this to sell drugs. I don't think there's really anybody that watches those ads that is like, I'm going to ask my doctor about this medicine. It's a way to make sure that the media never covers anything critical about what we were just talking about. If the media en masse started reporting on the $100 aspirin and made that dinner table knowledge, the pharmaceutical companies would immediately say you can't report on that, and because we're giving you, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, millions of dollars a month to run our ads, and we're going to pull our ads if you report on the medical industrial complex and the corruption that it is. I don't know. Did any of you guys just experience a stream interruption? Because if you did, I apologize. It doesn't look like I do have one stream interruption going out to our the cable network that carries this show in north central Arkansas. It looks like that stream is down, and I don't know that may be because rural Arkansas has lost internet, but it looks like we're still up and going. Bad Moon, money and depopulation was all this was intended to do. Money and depopulation was all this is intended to do. Well, I mean, certainly that's the case. I mean, I don't know how you can look at what COVID and the whole vaccine rollout was other than that. We've had how many, like a whole generation of people have been raised to think that the earth has an overpopulation problem when that's not true at all. Not true in the slightest. Let's see here. Let me check some headlines as we wrap this up today. Oh, yeah. Did you see that a Missouri judge struck down? Let me check something else real quick. UN group to rescue 11,000 sailors stranded in the Middle East. What is this? There are soldiers. The Epoch Times is reporting that the United Nations International Maritime Organization announced on Tuesday that it would start the evacuation of more than 11,000 sailors who were stranded in the Middle East this year due to the war between the United States and Iran. This large-scale operation will be carried out in close cooperation with Iran, Oman, and all other coastal states. And the reason the United States and maritime industry, the group secretary said, operation will be carried out in the Strait of Hormuz. We've secured the necessary safety guarantees and have thoroughly verified the conditions for safe navigation to support these operations. I had no idea that there were sailors. I mean, I guess, all countries in the world, use this strait in some capacity, you would think. Moving these oil tankers through. You would think that. Speaking of here's another story that I did have pulled for this that I meant to include in the other segment, because this is crazy. The Gateway Pundit is reporting that the one of the pilots that survived the drone attack, U.S. pilots that was shot down, is now describing the drone activity that he encountered, and it sounds crazy. Honestly, it sounds like a level of technology that is just rarely reported, if not been reported at all in Western media, not in this great detail. Jim Hoff says that a U.S. fighter pilot rescued after his plane was shot down in Iran has given a bone-chilling account of the moments before he was forced to eject, describing how he was swarmed by Iranian drones, excuse me, moving together in unison like some nightmarish jellyfish from hell. The way this is described, it reminds me of the drone, that one Spider-Man movie where they have the drones that do the holograms, projected holograms. I'm not saying they did holograms in this instance, but it's what it reminds me of. Quote, multiple drones interconnected and moving as one, with smaller drones below the bigger ones like legs, according to CNN. Quote, real alien excrement, the source added, recounting the pilot's stunned reaction during his intelligence debriefing. Another source told CNN the pilot described witnessing a minefield of drones in the air. While the exact cause of the F-15 downing is still being investigated, initial reports indicated that it was possible the drone formation had in some way enabled Iran to shoot down the American jet, according to two of the sources. The F-15 carried a crew of two, a pilot and a weapons system officer. U.S. forces immediately launched search and rescue efforts, CNN previously reported. So this is when you had this operation, the rescue operation where they had to make their own runway and everything else that we heard all about. And there's some other reporting that this was actually a mission that didn't go well. That was a mission to try to get the uranium dust. There's multiple stories about what really happened that day or that in that period of time. But if this is true, I mean, and by the way, drones are really cheap. If this is true, this also kind of makes you think a little different about what we were actually facing here, because you can disable the missiles all you want, but you've got these cheap drones that apparently don't cost a lot, and Iran has been investing in this drone capacity for a long time at this point. The Gateway Pundit writes, this is the new detail emerging from the April 2026 downing of a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle over southwest Iran during Operation Epic Fury. As the Gateway Pundit reported at the time, the jet was struck and destroyed. The pilot and weapons officer ejected. One crew member was pulled out quickly. The second evaded capture in a brutal multi-day fight against Iranian IRGC and Baathi terrorists, hiking ridges, using SEER training, and holding out until elite U.S. Special Operations Forces, pararescue, launched a daring combat search and rescue mission under heavy fire. It was hailed as an Easter miracle, with 0 American lives lost despite intense ground combat and even rescue helicopters taking hits. During an interview with Axios, President Trump went into more detail about the mission. This included the fact that the U.S. at first worried that a message from the stranded pilot of the F-15 shot down by Iran was a trap set up by the Iranians to lure U.S. forces into a bloodbath. Trump also revealed the pilot gave a short message on the radio that seemed unusual. He said, "Power be to God," Trump told Axios. What he said on the radio sounded like something a Muslim would say, the president added. A U.S. defense official later confirmed Trump's account, but said the phrase was actually slightly different. God is good. The CIA pulled off a clever trick on the Iranian enemy. The Daily Mail reported that they deceived. They did some deception to find the colonel who was missing. And then a final twist, 2 U.S. transport planes were sent to extract the team. They became stranded at a remote base inside Iran, but our military had a solution. Excuse me. Sorry. Commanders ordered them destroyed rather than risk sensitive equipment falling into enemy hands. So they're saying now that what kicked all of this off was a pilot coming into contact with a massive amount of drones that were actually working in tandem with each other as some sort of drone drone defense shield or something. I don't know. I'm trying to picture it in my head, but when you hear it looked like a nightmarish jellyfish, something out of like an alien sci-fi movie, a minefield of drones just hovering in the air. It's kind of wild when you think about it, if this is an accurate report. And it kind of goes with what we've been saying on the show. I mean, we said this at the beginning of the war, that regardless of what advisor said what, or who opposed the war, or who said it was a good idea, obviously Bibi Netanyahu thought it was a great idea, that Iran's military, you know, we get told in the Western media that it's just a Middle Eastern country and they're stupid and dumb and they're not technologically advanced at all. And certainly, you know, missile to missile, they're not on par with us, but they've got cheap drones, and they do have what's considered to be a conventional military. But that didn't stop, Admiral Flaps, the guy wearing the mask, from going on, Fox News and stumping for the Iran war. Still didn't want to pull on his face when he went on Stitchfield. Still didn't want to do that. And I'll remind everybody that, yes, I do believe that he was wearing a mask, and the question is not whether it was a mask, in my opinion. The question is why, why would you do this? And that can be any number of answers. But just go watch the first Mission Impossible movie, about the first 30 minutes of the first Mission Impossible movie with Tom Cruise, and they tell you right there, we're using Senator so-and-so? Yeah, you're going to wear Senator so-and-so. You're going to be him. He's a fly fishing. But, quote, he's one of ours. That particular senator is one of ours, and so you're going to impersonate him in Prague while he's on vacation fly fishing. Pretty interesting stuff. Truth is stranger than fiction. That's all the time that I have for this edition. I'm going to be back here tomorrow with Rob and maybe Eric. Who knows? We'll have to see. And I'm not guest hosting for Jeremy tomorrow, so you'll see me at 3 Central, 4 Eastern. God bless everybody out there watching. Want to give a shout out to my sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon, Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, and Sherrod Chiropractic. God bless everybody out there. Thank you so much.
The Paul Herald Program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values. Hey, Flyover family, we are backstage at the Remnant Rising. We are back together reunion, and we're so excited to have Dr. Brian Ardis.
Yeah,
welcome.
It's so exciting to be
Well,
here.
just like every interview we've done, we've been laughing for like the last 10 minutes.
I know, before
getting
we
ready
actually
to
start
getting ready
recording.
to start. Producer Colton's like, we got to get going. So we actually need to record something,
of value.
Of value.
Maybe.
Let's lean into that for just a moment, because you talk a lot about health, and there's, hydration's important, and fighting off diseases and protecting yourself from everything people are doing. But, I'm sure the whole story of like laugh your way to better health, and I forget the doctor's name who sequestered himself and treated himself with humor, doing that. But
Norman Cousins.
Norman
was his
Cousins,
name?
yes. The mindset though of how you go into a day and what you expect with it and be in a good place has got to be almost equally as important as every supplement you can take and every medical treatment and everything. Like, the way that you look at the world and finding oh, that's a bad situation. It's what I like about Clay. Whenever you're talking to Clay, and it could be the worst day, and he's still going to be like, woo, guess what happened? And just kind of find the funny in it.
Oh, yeah.
Way to do it. Talk about your mindset as you do that, because you do business and family, and your plane got delayed and you had to drive today, and it's not like bad things don't happen to you like anyone else, but a part of health is that mindset.
Yeah, I actually was very passionate as a teenager when I watched the Patch Adams movie for the first time.
Yes.
And he was just making all his patients laugh, and I
Yep.
remember watching the movie going, wait a minute, a doctor can have fun with his patients? And the whole phrase we've all heard our whole life, laughter is the best medicine. Norman Cousins was a great, he wrote a book called Anatomy of an Illness, was given a terminal illness diagnosis, laughed his way to health, vitamin C and rest. It's a pretty amazing story, and he recovered. It was amazing. I truly believe laughter is the best medicine for your whole life. Like, find the light side of life instead of the heavy, dark.
Yep.
Anyway, I just think it's very, very important. All right,
And
so
you do that. You do that well.
Because it's not like your head's in the sand and you don't know about all this stuff.
Exactly. But you bring it into every conversation. We always spend a lot of time laughing. Even in some of the darkest times, there was still laughter.
Oh, big time. So for me, even during COVID, we were suing hospital systems all over the place, and I'm doing my depositions, turning over all this information, testifying in state capitol, and laughing the whole time through it. And every attorney would look at me in depositions and go, How do you do this with a smile? It's like the ugliest, evil stuff ever. Governments, states are incentivizing hospitals to give these people remdesivir in 10 days.
Yep.
Medicare is bribing these hospitals with a bonus of 20% on the whole hospital bill if you'll just give it to the elderly for 10 days.
So sad.
Knowing 53% of them will die.
Yeah.
And we know now, but they had the numbers then. They knew.
So for me, and I would just sit there and smile, and I'd go, isn't it exciting to uncover and unveil their deceit? Like, to me, that's what I always say to the attorneys. Like, isn't it amazing that you think they're getting away with it? They think they're getting away with this, and no one's going to notice or find out. And I'm all over there digging into their research studies, digging into their personal websites, the health agencies' websites, finding all these documents and these incentives to hospitals they're secretly sharing, because they weren't putting this in the mail and sending it to all of you, making you all aware this is what we're doing to the elderly on Medicare. But no, it's all very dark. But for me, every single year of my life, I was voted class clown in every single grade.
Why.
Even in college, that's what they would say, like, oh my God. And everything was just fun for me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why you have to be so bogged down with depression, anxiety, panic, fear. And for the most part, and it's not like life doesn't suck sometimes. It really did suck this morning when the flight got canceled.
Yeah, and you have to drive.
Wait, I have to drive 4 hours now? Okay, lame. Oh, 4 hours. I mean, we just got here like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
you got to go back.
I know. We caught
Now I
you
got
as
to do
soon
it
as we
again.
could.
Yeah,
I
now
know.
as soon as I get off the stage, we're going to go back. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
this turned into like a 3-hour flight back and forth to 8 hours worth of driving.
Yep.
Anyway, it's still going to be fun. We're going to laugh our way through it.
Definitely. Busting bucks with Jane. I mean, does it get any better
Building
than that?
good memories. But I want to go one level deeper, because there's people watching like, okay, well, then you were like that in high school. You're wired that way. It comes easy for you. What kind of actual advice and prescription you have for somebody that's watching, and they're like, I'm dealing with a lot of bad stuff. You don't know what it's like for me. It's different. What's like step one for starting the day? People probably in a routine. What's something people could do to kind of break a cycle and say, you know what, I can kind of reinvent this. I'm going to turn this franchise around. I'm going to create a new brand. How do I start my day off and inject more of that into it?
Yeah, so a few things. All right, so number one, this is a great question, by the way. I'm excited to have this conversation with you. David?
It's practical. People need this.
It's
a
very
dark world.
practical.
They're watching the news all day and they're like, ah.
Okay, so I'm the oldest of 5 kids. I don't know if you know that, but I'm the oldest of 5.
I would have guessed youngest.
No, I'm the oldest. All right, so... But my parents, I'll just tell you, this is very true. As an adult, if I ever went to my parents' home, I could only be there 5 minutes, and then I would leave. Now, this is a part of how you handle this practically, okay?
Yeah, practical.
Very practical. I just see the bright side of life almost 95% of the time. I just see the bright, everything's exciting, everything's going to work out, this is how it's going to go. That's just how I am. Couple things. God's greatest gift, I think, to all of us as his children, we'll spin this a little spiritually, but for real, this is my viewpoint. When God said he created us in his own image, what does he do? He's a creator. So if he made us in his image, that means we have the ability to create what? Anything we can create our reality in every given day.
Yep.
We can create how we're going to respond in any given moment that we're confronted with. We can either bury our heads in the sands, get mandated, locked down, stay in our home during COVID because the news said that and my boss said that. And what did we do? We jumped on planes and flew all over the place, testifying and hanging out with everybody, no mask, confronting people who were telling you to do that. It was just nonstop. No, I'm not doing that. That's weird. No. Okay. We have free agency, I believe, is the greatest gift God gave us. Number one. Number two, we are creators. All right, so you have the agency, the ability to choose how you're going to see the world, how you're going to see every moment. You have the opportunity to do that. All right, so I started this by saying, you don't know this about me. I'm the oldest of 5 kids. Okay, every one of the 4 younger siblings can go to my parents' house and hang out for hours. I would go in for 5 minutes and never sit down, ever. I'll be 50 this year, so 30 years of this. Okay, I walk in. Hey, Brian, do you want to sit down? Do you want to hang out? Do you want to have dinner? No, I just wanted to come see how everybody was, and then I'm out. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Okay.
Because I choose more positive environments than negative environments. What was the negative thing? It wasn't my parents and it wasn't the family. It was the news was always on.
Oh, shoot.
In the living room. Always had Fox News.
Just background.
Always the news is on. I'm like, okay, I got to get out of this depressing environment. I can't listen to that. I need to get out of here. This is the lesson for you guys at home practically, okay? You can choose what you decide to focus your attention on. So do you want to be depressed, anxious, live with panic disorders, fearful of the world, fearful that the world's going to end? If you do, turn on the news all day long and watch it. Get on social media, choose with your free agency to watch everything on Facebook, TikTok, whatever. I don't care, whatever it is. Go watch it. Or you can actually choose to go watch comedy movies, comedy skits, watch Saturday Night Live reruns, whatever, from the 70s and 80s, whatever, to bring up your mood. Like,
that is so good.
Or choose to be around people who have similar personalities that are light, joyful, that you then can mirror and get joy from them, right?
That's scriptural. The joy is my strength. The joy of the Lord is my strength.
So I think you just need to choose to experience joy, laughter by choosing what you engage with. That's people, family. I would just keep any negative influences. I would just be there for very limited time, and then I would walk away. And then I decided years ago, anybody who's negative, like consistently negative, wanting to put you down, shame you, to make them feel themselves feel better about life, I kick them out of my life. They don't deserve my time, my energy, my focus. I don't need to try to solve why you want to choose to be upset today. That's your free agency. I'm out. I'm going to choose to be happy and go hang out with Jane or my kids. Those things that bring me joy. So you have the ability to create whatever reality you want. So if you want to be happy, joyful, you get to choose to do it. If you want to be depressed, go hang out with depressed people. Go hang out watching depressed stuff, or go watch, the really depressing movies if you want to.
Well, the key that you said, free agency. And we have that ability. Nobody's duct taping you to a chair and force feeding that. You're choosing what content, where you spend your time. There's probably a little bit. Maybe your coworkers got this thing, but you can choose to engage, or not engage in the gossip or what's happening. So these are all important choices. And it kind of comes back to, it weeds into your philosophies for health, because those are all still choices. You want to be part of the machine. You want to participate in, because I know when the whole people being bit by ticks and these things were coming out, and the alpha gal, you weren't chewing your nails, by this thing. You're like, okay, I'm going to make choices, and I'm not going to enter into fear. I'm not going to participate in those things, and you bring up solutions.
Yeah, in fact, I did in December on my podcast show, I did an entire show that had nothing to do with health, kind of. It was called The Law of Gratitude.
Ooh, I like that.
So the whole thing was how to live from a viewpoint of being grateful. And so one thing that I've never done in my whole life, I actually started about 2 months ago. I was like, I've never done a gratitude journal. I'm just going to do it. So I'll write 3 things I'm grateful for that given day. And then I'll turn the page over and write in the future what I'm grateful that I'm going to experience.
Oh, I love that.
Future,
creating the future.
Gratitude for what I'm going to have in the future and what God's going to give me in the future.
That is so good.
Gratitude, being grateful. This is different than being pissed, angry, upset, at life
and
in
it
general.
really is your perspective. Something David and I, when we first got married, I can remember, let's say that we were going to the airport and something happened and we weren't getting there as soon as I thought we should get there. I'd say, oh my gosh, we're going to miss the flight. And David would look at me and say, that's your choice. You have a choice. You got 50-50 here. You might as well say, hey, we're going to make it. Than focusing all your energy on, hey, we're not going to make it.
Until the doors close and we're not on it, I'm making this flight.
And now we've been married for 33 years and things have really changed.
My
life is much better than it used to be. I used to live in stress and worry and all of that. And once you're like, hey, I got a 50-50 chance, I might as well go with the positive.
Don't pay the rent on a possibility until it's happened. Comedian John Crest is a podcast, and I just saw this little cut, but he asked this question. Someone had posed to him, and it kind of changed his mind. He said, if you could take your biggest problem right now and put it in a jar, and everybody in the world gets to put their biggest problem in a jar, would you want to reach in there and grab one?
No.
And he's like, No, I want no part of that jar.
I do not want that part of that jar.
You know, and it's like, okay, that's maybe my thing, but I don't have to be consumed with it, and I certainly don't want anybody else's problems.
Yeah.
You know, either, because, be honest, a lot of ours, we kind of have a solution. We kind of know a way out. We're kind of complaining about something. We're complaining, I need to lose 10 pounds. Or I need to do this. I need to cut. You know, a lot of our problems we do have agency for.
Of course, yeah.
Especially the mindset.
Oh, yeah. And then, you get to choose what you think.
Yes.
And
That's
how
100%.
you experience anything anybody
Exactly.
says to you, how you're going to react. You get to choose all of it. Okay, so your choices matter.
Yes.
Okay. Who you're with, who you're around. I mean, if you're on Sundays watching news all day and you're depressed starting on Monday, why aren't you at church? Where
Yeah.
people are uplifting each other and supporting each other and getting excited about the future, right?
Yep.
And hope being provided to you and preached to you. All right, so I'm going to throw out a book I probably never talked about here, but
Okay.
there's a book to help people practically
write this down,
understand life as we're discussing it right now.
Okay.
So Napoleon Hill, you ever heard of him?
I've heard
I have heard of Napoleon
There's
Hill.
a very popular book that's used right now by almost every entrepreneurial coach in the world. It's called Think and Grow Rich.
Oh, yeah.
Napoleon Hill wrote that.
Yep.
This is not the book that I'm talking about. Napoleon Hill wrote another book in 1910 to 1920, and it's called Outwitting the Devil.
Outwitting the Devil, yes.
Have you read it?
I have.
Have you told your audiences to read it?
And the audio. Actually, we've probably never talked about it on the show.
Okay. Yeah.
It
All right.
is such a fascinating discussion. It's so cleverly written.
Yes. So, Outwitting the Devil, I would recommend everybody read it, because what we are discussing are the abilities to choose, have agency that God gave us to make choices about what we engage with, what we think about, what we put into our mind, heart, soul, whatever. All right. In Outwitting the Devil, if you remember this, Napoleon Hill is absolutely convinced he has an interview with the devil. And then he sets the stage in the beginning. He's thinking about doing this interview. He likes interviewing people, and he decides, I want to interview the devil. I want to find out how he controls the hearts and minds of men and women. So the devil shows up, he tells you, in his car, and then he lays out some rules. You have to answer every question or we're not doing this interview. And the devil agrees. Okay, I'll answer. Okay. I found that intriguing because once he gets to what questions he's going to ask, which has to do with what we're talking about here, he asks him eventually, what's the number one tool you use to deceive all men and women around the world? And he goes, I don't want to answer that question. He goes, you committed at the beginning that you would answer every question I asked you. I did, so you have to answer it. And he says, the tool is called drifting. And he goes, well, describe drifting. And he goes, well, as we have already discussed here, he explains, God is your father, and he created all men and women on the earth as his children, and he created them in his image. What his children don't remember is that he created little creators in his image.
Yes, he did.
And they can create whatever life they want. So, I, as the devil, had to come up with a tool to make them forget that they can create and choose through their agency to create any life they want. The tool I use that is the most effective is called drifting. And he goes, well, give me an example of what drifting is.
Yeah, what is this?
And he goes, I don't want to tell you my actual tools that are the most effective. And he goes, you promised you would answer. That was the agreement. You have to hold to your agreement. And the devil reluctantly says, my two greatest tools for success, 1910, 1920s when he writes this book. He says, the two greatest tools I use to cause men and women to forget that they are little creators and create whatever life they want. And in the book, the devil contextualizes and explains, as creators, you can create any life, any business, any home that you want.
Yep.
So the greatest tools I use is I invented religion and the education system, schools, to cause men and women to forget that they have the agency to create whatever life they want. And my most powerful tools are religion and then schools.
Yeah.
He goes, because we're going to program you to become workers for other people.
Oh, yeah,
Which
the
is why the
bell
public
system,
school system,
everything. Oh, yeah.
why the school system was built, was
Yep.
to create workers for people who own companies. You have to get this little certificate called the diploma to be able to get a high-paying job. You still see the same narrative being
ask
thrown
to go
around
to
the
the
world.
bathroom. You can get up when the bell rings. Like all of those different things.
And I have said this nonstop to my kids. Literally, I have 4 kids that are adults now, and they're all finding their way in life, and I'll go like this. So, kids, I want to ask you, name one person in your life that everybody looks up to, celebrates, sees as iconic and heroic in life, making achievements at will, it appears. Their life is so grand. I said, name one who's an employee of a company. Name one. No one can name an employee that stands out as iconic, heroic, or has achieved any level of success. Ever. However, Steven Spielberg, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, these are called entrepreneurs. Guess what entrepreneurs do? They create their own job. This is what the devil was telling Napoleon Hill.
Yeah. Oh, if you're a landscaper, you know, you're creating your day. You're creating something. You know, so two other books that kind of fit in that same line, and almost a similar era, is C.S. Lewis with Screw Tape Letters. You know, is that mindset of what does the devil do to create gossip in church? What do you do to create, you know, these things that take you away from your own agency of being powerful. And then Dale Carnegie is super famous for How to Win Friends, Influence People. But I would argue his best book is called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. And he documented so many people from Lincoln to you name it that suffered with depression, that were going through terrible things, and then worry consumed them, and they got it to the side. So like this content was around decades before any of us were born, and these ideas are available, but they kind of get drowned out with the urgency of the what's going on in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz and the Alfred Gal syndrome and whatever.
Can you address, because maybe somebody's listening and they're like, yeah, but Dr. Artis brought up some people that have created a lot of pain in our world today, you know, as these creators. Let's say Bill Gates, for example. You know,
so as you watch them,
so how does that work then, as you know, a Christian, you know, like this is a principle that God gave, that the devil tries to get people, but these aren't necessarily people that we look at them and say, oh, they're Christians. How does that work?
Yeah, so for those individuals who've created their own lives, that it appears in the media we're all celebrating, right? Elon Musk is now what? The first what?
Trillionaire.
Yep. How many people in America watching the news are like, oh my God, I'll never be a trillionaire?
Right.
Yeah, because you work for a paycheck every hour wherever you're working. These guys are entrepreneurs and just dreaming. Okay, so how do you create your own life to counter the negativity you think they're creating? I didn't say you create Elon's life, you create Bill Gates' life. You are in control of your own life. So what are you going to counter that with? What are you going to counter the negativity of Bill Gates' world with?
By creating something new yourself.
With Zika carrying viral mosquitoes. Exactly. I mean, how are you going to combat that?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you go create your own essential oils based mosquito repellent or something to try to combat it, and then go build your own company. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can.
Everyone has something that angers them that they were designed to create and solve.
And I think too, like my point with that is that God put something in place that's a principle, just like gravity, that works for somebody, you know, whether they believe in God or don't believe in God. Gravity works either way because it's a biblical principle. It's something God put in the earth. And so we are created in God's image, whether somebody knows it or not, or believes it or not. And it's like we are creators. It's just they tended to understand that and follow through, even though they aren't necessarily following maybe God's will or way or whatever, but they're applying a principle just like gravity that works either way.
Amen. And then when it comes to the drifting principle in the Napoleon Hill book, Outwitting the Devil, this was in 1910 to 1920. Was there social media back then?
No.
Would the devil have said this is my greatest tool?
No.
In 1910, 20? No. Television? Was it around then? No. All right, so are there other tools that he has figured out how to control the hearts and minds of men, and the majority of your thinking time every single day where you get to create using your amazing mind? I don't know. Hardly anybody walking younger than 30 years old is even looking up at the sky, looking at the sun, looking at the sunset, looking at mountains, trees. They're looking at a screen, like 4x6 screen all day long, even when they're walking through life. So these are drifting tools to make you forget you have the potential to create whatever life you want to see. So as long as you ignore it, let Elon Musk, Bill Gates create the world they want you to see. All right. So you can be like the David and Goliath story here, right? You can be the little peon who's an employee right now going, I want to change my life. You have the ability to change your life.
Yes.
All of it. In fact, I used to tell all my patients when I was in practice, does your car bring you joy? No. Sell it and go get something else. Does your job bring you joy? No. Quit your job and go find another one. Like, does your wife bring you joy? No. Let them go and go get another one. Like, why? Do you think God put you on this earth to be miserable? Man are that they might what? Have joy. Okay. Who gave us fear? Did God give us fear?
No.
How many people in this world live in fear?
Probably the majority.
The majority. All right, so who gives us fear?
The devil.
The devil does. Is there a scriptural reference to that?
Oh, yeah. And then we come in agreement with it because we give him the opportunity, because the devil can't do anything in our life without us agreeing to allow him to do that.
Amen. And choosing to follow it.
And step 2, got the mindset right. You're going to live each day a little more positive. You're going to control the environments come around you. Then number 2, and we'll wrap this up in like maybe 60 seconds or so, finding health, finding the energy to do it. It's hard to do if you're not going number 2. It's hard to feel great if you're dehydrated. You don't have elements and nutrients and stuff in you. So tell people how to find your show, and then maybe just one quick little plug on the hydrate.
I do have to say this, though, because it's so funny that as I was going around this event, I've talked to several people, and those 2 products came up in my conversations. It's so funny.
And we can put a link to our most recent interview, because it was only a week or 2 ago.
Yeah.
And down below, and you go into depth on some products you have that you've been working on for 7, 8, 9, 10 years that are solving these big issues. But tell people how to find you, and then maybe talk about maybe the hydrate real quick, because I think that's one of the biggest game changers that's come in to the marketplace in a long time.
Yeah, so you go to the drartistshow.com. It's the DRARDIS show.com, or type in artist, Dr. Artist, you'll find it. But on that website, you can find interviews and me and videos of me discussing the formulations of products that we made. The most recent one is a 8-year journey that just got released about 8 months ago. We're very excited about. So excited. In fact, just found out yesterday that Costco is ready to have their next meetings and bring that into their stores.
Wow.
Man, come on.
That is so exciting.
We actually have 3,500 stores by April of 2027 nationwide that want to carry it. So this Hydrate Complete product is very, very exciting. So this has been an 8-year project. Just, 75% of all Americans, adults, are chronically dehydrated. And those symptoms include fatigue, headaches, tremors, you name it. Heart palpitations, arrhythmias, bradycardia, tachycardia, strokes, heart attacks are all signs of dehydration. UTIs for all the elderly, that is a dehydration symptom. Okay, constipation, dehydration symptom. So 75% of all adults in America are chronically dehydrated. Up to 45% of all Medicare-age people that go to the hospital, they say 45% of all their visits are only complaints directly caused by chronic dehydration, which is why if you ever go to the hospital for any symptom, what's the first thing they're going to give you?
IV.
Without ever seeing a doctor, doing a diagnostic test of any kind, they're going to inject you with salt, chloride, and water, distilled water, and start giving you a few electrolytes and minerals. So this is the perfect evidence that the medical profession is taking advantage of a scenario that they have influenced actually by telling you salt's bad for you. 100% of the time, the first thing you're going to get in emergency medical care is salt at 9,000 milligrams a day everywhere you go.
To get what you need, you need to go to drartistshow.com. We'll put a link down below to our most recent interview with you where you go into the details with that, because I think it's essential
gave
people to
everybody a
get.
discount, too. So when they use the promo code FLYOVER, you get a discount. So thank you so much for treating the FLYOVER family.
You guys
so
are
great.
awesome.
We love you, and we're thankful for you.
Thanks, Doc.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930, and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did. Hey, Flyover family, we are backstage. It's the end of the day of day one. Such an incredible day at the Remnant Rising. And, it's been an incredible reunion, getting everyone back together again. I have to say, I've been so excited about this interview right here because this is somebody that I've been watching for a very long time. But I even told this guest here that these last few months, what she's been sharing online, everybody in our country needs to know, and it's truly like where she's preparing us for what we are supposed to be interceding for, what God is showing her that we are interceding, and truly, I believe, is going to save lives. And so I'm so excited to have today's guest, Amanda Grace!
Hello!
Yay! Truly an honor to have
you
you
spoke
here.
last night at our meet and greet,
I
which
did.
which I loved. It was amazing.
Which Clay threw on me, by the way.
I know, he did.
Okay.
Clay's just a pro. He's just kind of sucks
Yep.
you, get sucked into the Clay vortex.
Yep.
If
The
you're-
Clay vortex.
If you're around, you just gotta get pulled in. And you had a great speech today. The thing that stood out to me is using this term "supersize me." And there's a funny documentary a few years ago of a guy that only ate McDonald's for a month. So this idea of supersize me kind of has another context. But you put it in this framework of God supersize my faith, supersize us, but you even said supersize my obedience. Can you talk what does supersize means? And when you said supersize my obedience, I'm thinking, man, that is such a convicting term of how big can you increase my obedience, God?
It's interesting because the Lord gave this to me this morning. Perceive the Holy Spirit just had given that to me because we're so quick to ask for, very casually. We go through drive-thrus, we go through different places for food. Oh, supersize. We don't even think about it, right? And it's just like second nature. Well, why don't we do that with the Lord and say, Lord, why supersize my faith? Supersize my prayer life. Supersize. Like the Lord says, you have not because you ask not. So we should be asking. And when the obedience literally flew out of my mouth on stage. So that wasn't one that was in my notes, that it kind of just came out in that moment. And asking the Lord, that's a tough thing to supersize your obedience.
Everyone's got to supersize their bank account.
Yes.
Or supersize these things, but like starting with those things like my faith, my obedience.
Yes.
Where you're so obedient to even in the
because that's how you get the other things.
Yes.
Yes.
That's how you get the other. Yeah.
Leaning into that as a request, and then everything else will follow. But leaning into I thought that was just unbelievable.
Thank you.
It's so powerful. I would love for you to kind of touch on this 911. I remember.
The 911.
Because we're back in Tulsa when God originally gave you 911 in Tulsa, right? This was many
woke
years
me up
ago.
at midnight, before President Trump was indicted for the first time, and he woke me up with that,
Gave you the 911, and you've been able to put these numbers together, and obviously talking about the book of numbers, and numbers are extremely important to God. So I just wanted to give you the
new
opportunity.
altar in Chicago.
Yeah, the new altar that's in Chicago, and midterms and everything, and so I just want you to touch on that, the significance of that, and then obviously we'll point them to your channel because you've done lots of shows on it, and it's so important. But let's talk about that first, because I think that's really important for the audience to be aware of.
In this year especially, because this year is 25 years since 9/11, right? And there has been a pattern that has started since President Trump took office. His presidencies equal 9/11. So he's the 45th, 47th, 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11, 9/11. So his own presidencies testify to what we see happening in this nation. And so the Lord woke me up before he was indicted and said this to me. He was the 45th, he's going to become the 47th. This is what it means, this is what it equals, you have to pay attention to this. So then I started seeing this pattern with him, where I started seeing, I started to realize late last year when I realized Rosh Hashanah 2026, the Feast of Trumpets, begins on 9/11 this year. Of all years, it begins on 9/11, right? And then I started to realize his State of the Union speech this year, before they attacked Iran, began at exactly 9:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then when they attacked Iran on February 28th on our calendar, it was actually the 11th day of the 9th month on the Islamic calendar. So there was 9/11 again. And then you've got what's going on in New York City with Mamdani, which is ground zero for 9/11, right? And he gets raised up in this year of all years, which goes back to the 9/11, 1683 Battle of Vienna. Right? For the golden apple. Now, what's interesting about this, and I know Robin Bullock talks about this too, we're in the same vein.
Yes,
me and
you
Robin
are.
And so, President Trump, when he won, said America is entering its golden age, right? Mamdani wins in this year in the city that's called the Big Apple.
Yes.
So you've got your golden apple, Vienna, 9/11 all over again, coming full circle in this time. And this is why he's being raised up in this time, in the year that's 25 years since 9/11 and America's 250th anniversary. All of this is converging, and it's not going to stop. This is a pattern that's going to keep going through his presidency.
With a very important window here, too. I remember you talking about, there's a 2-week time period, ending on July 4th that we need to be very aware of. Can you talk about that, too, and how people should be praying right now?
It's watching what happened since the signing of the memorandum, right, that they did with themselves in Iran. Going to July 4th, it's about a 2-week window, right? Now, on July 4th, something very interesting is happening besides our 250th anniversary that we have to be very aware of, because the enemy is highly symbolic when he attacks. He is very strategic and deliberate. He's never random. He wants you to think it's random. It's never random. And so on July 4th, we all know we've got the World Cup going on. at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. That's the July 4th game. So literally what used to be our nation's capital, where the Declaration of Independence was signed on America's 250th anniversary, at Lincoln Financial Field, of all presidents, who was assassinated 5 months after he won his second term. This is all converging within this 2-week period. And it's something we have to be very aware of, that we just watched actually the drone plot come out, right? So we just watched what happened here with this UFC White House drone plot that came out, right? This is all converging within a cluster at the same time for a reason, because what the enemy is going to try to do is he's going to try to come rapid fire. If he's not accomplishing it by trying to strike here and there, he's now going to try to come rapid fire. And this is what he's doing.
I have another question for you. Something that you have been very vocal about. You even had this prayer, and I believe it's on arcofgrace.org, about witchcraft. Witchcraft has been coming up a lot in the prophetic.
Yes.
And so I wanted to address that and how people are supposed to pray against that. You know, obviously not to be afraid of it, but to be aware that this is happening. We hear about Charlie Kirk, obviously. We heard about a witch is trying to place a curse on President Trump. Like, this has become very, very in our face.
Yes.
How, as the body of Christ, as the remnant, as the ecclesia, how do we stand against that, and what do we do? And do you have that prayer on your website that people can actually find that you released? If not, I believe it's on the Prophetic Report website.
Okay, if it's I'm not sure if it's on our website or not. I'll check, but if it's on yours, then beautiful. That's wonderful.
Flyoverconservatives.com under Prophetic Report, put in Amanda Grace, and you'll be able to find the witchcraft prayer.
Now, in our blog section, the current blog, if you search Command the Day, it's in that Command the Day teaching too. I believe there's some of those points that I touch on in that teaching. So witchcraft is a very real thing. It is, we have to understand we're dealing with a formidable opponent here. So they don't have the power that Almighty God has. They don't have the power we have through Christ Jesus, but it's a formidable opponent you're dealing with. And when someone is dealing in witchcraft, right, you have to take it as something very serious. You cannot brush it off. You cannot think, you don't have to disable it in the name of Jesus Christ. So what I do personally is when I'm praying against things like this, I go, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command be broken, canceled, aborted, destroyed, dismantled, disabled, thwarted, disrupted, blocked, nullified, voided, disarmed, canceled, and rendered powerless. Every witchcraft spell, incantation, potion, enchantment, smote, dark magic, black magic, curses, any form of weaponized demonic activity sent against me. And I command in the name of Jesus Christ, it is nullified and rendered powerless against us and reversed upon the heads of the senders sevenfold, that they would know that Jesus Christ is Lord. Now, why do I do that? Well, when you get something in the mail that's not yours, you return it to sender. You don't keep it. You write return to sender and you send it back. You don't open it and you send it right back. If they open it, that's their problem. And so basically what you're basically doing is returning it to the sender.
Come on.
You're returning it upon them sevenfold for even daring to engage in such a thing against you, with the ultimate goal that they would know that Jesus Christ is Lord.
I love that. Return to sender.
Yep, return it to the sender. It doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong anywhere near you. And when you get into the discipline of doing this, you begin to become sensitive to when it's being deployed against you. So you begin, the more you pray and the more you enter that discipline, the more you're going to become sensitive around you when you can sense it's there. And so I just go on the offensive before it even comes. I'm just on the offensive every day. I just say, you know what, I'm going to get you before you get me. And that's my, that's my goal.
That is so good. One last question I have, and then you may have something, but I just wanted to address something very significant that you pointed out, and that it was by multiple prophets that you don't listen to, but I listen to, and I know that these all came together.
You're like the hub of the big wheel.
But the significance of President Trump turning 80.
Oh, yes.
Moses.
I would love to point this out.
This is really important.
So this is something the Lord showed me. So yes, he turned 80 this year in office, and there's something setting up that may demonstrate what the next 2 years of his presidency is going to look like. And so Moses when he turned 80 years old, is when the Lord appeared to him that year at the burning bush. So the Lord fully revealed himself and who he was to Moses and commissioned him, right? So after this happens, Moses goes down to Egypt and he helps deliver the people of God in 1446 BC. Well, I started looking under the unction of the Holy Spirit at President Trump and his life and his birthday, and I realized he was born June 14th, 1946.
Is that amazing?
1446.
What are the odds?
What the odds? Slim. The odds are
Exactly.
slim
Yep.
unless the
Incalculable.
Lord aligns it that this would happen. But we know what the prophecies say about being filled with the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah.
That's what happened to Moses at the burning bush. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him. So President Trump turning 80 in office and having 1446 in his birthday, and then him wanting to deliver as well, you
Yep.
know, not only this issue, but other nations, it's aligning. But you know why, though, too? There's a second part to this I talked about today. Moses, when this happened, was given a staff.
Yes.
He was given a staff that he lifted up for the showdown at the Red Sea, right? That parts the Red Sea. Now, you need a specific kind of staff to do that. So President Trump is about to get a staff that is going to be able to lift up in the times when the showdowns come. So the staff is going to change hands, and the staff is going to be equipped for the time that we are entering, not with the best credentials, not with the most degrees, but those that were actually built for the time.
Maybe not as many degrees as day in the week.
Yeah, that's what I said. Not as many degrees as the days in the week.
We
Yeah, we've
listen
got
to
more
you.
degrees
Yes,
than days
we
in the
do.
week. Yes, I
We
can
listen
tell.
to you closely.
Yes, I
Not
can
as closely
tell.
as she does, but pretty,
What
pretty
you're saying
closely.
is extremely important, and we're so glad you're such a great vessel for the Lord.
Want to just drive people to your site and your channel.
Yep,
Make
Ark
sure
of
we
Grace.
have that.
arcofgrace.org, as well as Ark of Grace on YouTube, Rumble. There may be other places.
I love it.
Facebook, Instagram, Ark
I
of
love
Grace
to hear you
88,
teach.
yeah.
You're like you remind me of. I just like sit up, pay attention, almost like fearfulness when you speak a little bit, because you're like this teacher that you would have in school that like nobody messes around in the class, but everybody leans in, they learn more,
Yeah.
and they actually really enjoy it. I had a couple of teachers like that. They're kind of a no-nonsense
That
teacher.
everybody respected.
They're very
Uh-huh.
respected, and they kind of like do their homework and get it all in. That's how I feel. You have this authority in the body of Christ right now that I think is so needed, and a credibility
God.
that you
Thank
bring
you.
to the prophetic that's so insightful, and your teaching is so on point. Just very thankful that God placed you at this point in time,
Praise the
because
Lord.
it's so
Yeah.
necessary
Yeah.
and so needed.
And before we let you go, we got to bring up a special guest.
Oh,
because
yeah,
you
my
have
hubby.
a very special guest with
Chris,
you today.
come on down.
Yes.
You're your first flight partner in a long time.
Yeah.
Yes,
For a
I
while,
know.
so-
It's
Come
been
on in here,
6
Chris.
months since he was allowed to fly, so this is the big deal.
Now, throw me off a little bit with the beard and the hair, like this all.
He's
you
having
know,
a Moses moment himself, my husband. I mean, I don't know what he's gone Duck Dynasty on me.
Cast.
Where's your staff?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Exactly. There's no doubt
So
about
glad
it.
you're able to make
We
it.
are so glad you're here,
You're
Chris.
fighting strong.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay, before we let you go, can you just pray?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we would love it.
Right before I pray, I'm going to tell you something very interesting. There's a quote I recently heard that I think is very important for believers, and it was from Chuck Missler. And he said, I read the Word of God to find out what the Lord is doing, and I read the New York Times to find out what the devil is doing.
Oh, that's
and I
really
think
good.
that is a great way for us believers to look at what's going on right now. Okay.
I love that. That's really
Okay.
good.
Okay. Ready?
Yes, we are definitely ready.
Father God, in the precious name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we come before you this day. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you that we are gathered together, Father God. Lord, we praise you, Father God, that you are on the throne, Father God, that you judge the matters and weigh the matters of men and nations, Father God. Lord, we ask in the name of Jesus Christ that you would equip us for this time, that you would sharpen us, Father God, that you would cause our roots to go deeper, that you would drive us higher toward the higher things of God. Father, help the people of God to come up to the standard that you are raising in this time, Father God. Help us to be the voices crying in the wilderness that say, prepare ye the way of the Lord. Father, we ask in the name of Jesus Christ you would fill us with your wisdom, counsel, might, power, and the reverential fear of the Lord, Father. Lord, we just ask you would equip us with every good and perfect gift that comes from above. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, right now, we put on the full armor of God according to Ephesians chapter 6, Father. We put the shield of faith up in front of us to quench the fiery darts of the wicked one. In the name of Jesus Christ, we command every arrow, dart, and weapon being fired at us by the enemy and his agents be reversed upon the senders now, in Jesus' name. And we take the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and in the name of Jesus Christ, we command be activated the sword of the Spirit in all its capabilities to now work in our favor, to destroy the snares the enemy attempts to place in our way, to pierce, puncture, dismantle, and destroy every plot, assignment, word, weapon, device, agent, snare, or campaign the enemy would attempt to deploy at us, to remove every physical and spiritual demonic blockade and embargo the enemy would attempt to place in our way, and to make the way straight for us to walk in the victory, power, authority, and prosperity that the Lord God Almighty has ordained for us. Lord, give us eyes to see and ears to hear what the Holy Spirit has to say. Let us hear your voice, know your voice, and as strangers we will not follow. Sharpen us and fill us, Father God, with a precision to hear you, to know you, to obey your instructions, Father God, to go deeper in your word, Father God. Lord, we just ask in the name of Jesus Christ that you would help us run the race with excellence that is set in this time, Father God. You have brought us in this time and this hour for this very reason in the nation. Help us to bring you glory. Help us to do your will, Father God. Help the world to see the light of Christ, Father God, and come running to the light of Christ. Help us as the church, Father God, to go outside the four walls, into the towns and the cities and the squares, Father God, doing your work, proclaiming your name, Father God, being that light that is driving out the darkness in the darkest areas, Father God. Lord, we just ask that your Spirit rest upon us, Father God, that we hearken unto it, that we obey it. Obedience is better than sacrifice, Father God. Help us to be obedient even when we don't understand, Father God, even when we don't see the picture. Help us to trust you, to know you are already in the future speaking to us in the present, Father God, and help us to obey, Father God, as you order our steps, for the steps of the righteous are indeed ordered of the Lord. Father, we ask that you bless flyover conservatives, Father God. Continue to enlarge their territory, enlarge their tents, Father God. Amplify their voice, Father God, in this time. Help us, Lord, to be those amplified voices in this time that speaks with a conviction of the times and the holiness of who you are, Father. We praise you, we thank you, we give you all the glory in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Wow.
Supersize our obedience. So
Yes.
thank you so much for joining us, Amanda and
Thank
Chris.
you.
We love you guys.
Hello, Flyover family. Join me every Wednesday for the Prophetic Report at 11:11 Central. You can find it on Rumble. You can find it on the Flyover app. We have such an incredible time of hearing from all of these different prophetic voices like Robin Bullock, Julie Green, Barry Wunsch, Amanda Grace, and Hank Kuhneman. Every week, it's either 5 or 6 different prophets that are speaking, and what's interesting is God is speaking through them, and all of these voices come together like puzzle pieces. It is so exciting to hear what the Lord is saying. We're hearing from medical, we're hearing from military intelligence, we're hearing from the financial world, we're hearing from mainstream media, but the most important is, what is God saying? He has not fallen off the throne. He's not nervous. He's not chewing his nails. He is in control. He has plans to prosper us and not to harm us. What a great time to be alive, and I'm so excited for you to join me every Wednesday at 11:11.
All right, Flyover family, we are backstage here at Tulsa, Oklahoma at the Reawaken America reunion tour, and our second time to interview today's guest. And you probably know him if you paid any attention during the COVID era and people standing up, because some people stood up like, okay, I'm standing. Other people threw a party. and said, hey, we're going to move down the parking lot. We're going to actually lean into this. I understand what real health is about. And this guy was MAHA before there was an acronym, and has helped make a lot of what you would consider MAHA actually happen in real times. Walks it out in real life. The one and only Mr. Alfie Oakes.
Welcome.
From
We are so glad to have you.
Great free state of Florida.
So great
Yes.
to be here. Yes, and Florida. You know, with things, these midterms are scary, and the direction of our country. I mean, we have faith in God no matter what. We know that when bad things happen, we can turn it around. But I'm very blessed to be living in the free state of Florida, and you know, right now feel super blessed to be there.
I love your story. When we talked before, we kind of went into a bit of the background of like you as a kid, and like, you know, side of the road stands, and, you know, literally like selling fruit, you know, and vegetables, you know, to people, but understanding like I'm touching something that's real. Mm-hmm. And it probably didn't seem like a great life lesson at the time, but now you look at the world and it's fake food and fake news and fake pictures, and you know, we have people that are obese but malnourished.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
like how do these things happen?
No.
You understood what real food was from the beginning and made a life of it.
It's been one of the blessings of my life. And even though, you know, I grew up, my dad had open air markets, and we grew up very poor, and we were usually just eating produce because my mom could rarely even afford meat and things like that. Mm-hmm. but I was my building blocks of my body, which is why I'm healthy. My dad didn't vaccinate us kids, and then we had just really fresh fruits and vegetables, what we had to eat. Even though I probably wanted other things, I might have wanted.
You didn't know it was a blessing.
I might have wanted a triple from Wendy's or something, but you know, that's just the way that it was, and you know, it turned out to be a blessing. But you know, today I came and I gave a different message today about what I've been through, and that spirit came over me last night, because I was going to talk specifically about health and about, you know, I usually start that out, and I did mention it today about, you know, there's God's food, which is the food that we know that is out there that God made, and then we have, you know, man's food, and man's food keeps getting worse and worse and whether that's the processed garbage or even man interfering with genetically modifying the food, and as soon as man thought that he could do a better job making food than God is when we kind of went off the tracks, right? So, but yeah, so that's my life mission right now, has been to try to grow food. Like we're doing a lot of testing. And in Florida we have sand, so we don't really have really rich soil. So if we can do it there, we can do it anywhere. But we're trying to build this really dynamic soil that's filled with nutrients and that will make fruit that is super popular, super dense in nutrients. Because if you go back like 100 years ago, the food was 7 to 8 times more nutritious, like just a pepper or a tomato or a strawberry.
Probably look the same, but
they look the same. Yeah. But the nutrition,
100%.
Your brain, you can put this dead food in your body, and that's why so many people are obese, because you put this dead food in your body, and it fills your stomach for a minute. But, you know, an hour later, 2 hours later, you're hungry again, because your brain knows it didn't get what it needed, and it's telling you. So this is what we have to correct. And my mission now is we have on 4th of July, we're doing a big freedom event at a farm that's a field trip farm that I do, just 10 acres. You know, we farm thousands of acres, but it's 10 acres that we do to teach kids about healthy food. And at this, we've put some domes in there. I built these domes that are cold plunge with steam around it, and we just have a lot of different things going on out there for the 4th of July. But it's all about health, and we have our raw milk and our grass finished steak and all of our vegetables that are grown with this high vitality. And if we can get the country people to start growing things like that, it has to go back. Yeah. You really need this whole ecosystem of having like the cows and the chickens, and you can use, if you feed the chickens the right stuff, then their waste is the right stuff to grow with, and the same thing with the cows and the milk.
Everything we needed was there from the beginning.
Well, we just got to go back to doing it the way, you know. I mean, we've just destroyed the natural system in which it would.
God
work.
didn't put Bill Gates in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah,
it was like everything we needed was there from the beginning.
He might have been there as a snake, right? So,
So, what do you think about this? I know you're. I'll just say friendly. I don't know your relationship exactly with RFK Jr., but you run in these circles. But now he took the food pyramid though and turned it upside down.
You know, I don't even like to say this, but I came up with a Maha hat before any Maha had been. I made a Maha hat, and I did it a year before because it was Make America.
You get a percentage on all those.
No. I made it as like more of a joke, right? And then it came out, and I was like, this is amazing. And maybe I talked about it, right? And I don't know. I think it's a very logical thing to come up with. But I had this hat that I'd made a year before, and the first day that I met Bobby, and because I was, when he came on the Trump team, I went right to him, and I was trying to get Bobby to pick Thomas Massie to be the Secretary of Ag, and because I thought he would be great for that, because I knew he was not a good congressman because he was too true. Like you almost got
ideological.
You got to not be. Yeah. It's really, you know. And then there's some good congressmen out there, but you got to play ball, and he's not a guy that plays ball. And I'm like, and I was saying you can talk Trump into I know that they weren't getting along, and I talked to Thomas a lot too, one-on-one, and had a lot of the inside baseball and what was going on there, and he wanted to do it, so he had to basically go and talk to Trump and say that you know, basically like, I'm sorry, and would you offer this business? And I thought that's what was going to happen. So so the first time I met Bobby, I was supposed to spend a half an hour with him the very first time, and we met, and he said, you're like my soul brother,
for sure,
right? And I was blown away that he felt like that, right? So he had to leave, and we spent an hour. So then about 2 hours later, he calls me back, and I couldn't believe he was calling me, and he said this might sound weird, and no is a perfectly good answer. If no is the answer, he said, but I'd like you to, if you could, come speak with my wife, because she's having a big problem with me coming on the Trump and all the stuff she's taken in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, if that's weird, then it's not going to affect us working together. I'm like, it's not weird. It's an honor. Like you just met me and you think that much of me that you. And so I did. I went and talked to him and his wife for like 3 hours. And then when we were leaving the restaurant and someone came out and was like, they were getting in the car. And I was saying goodbye to him and hugging him, and someone, like, he didn't really have a bodyguard at that time. He had a driver, and the driver was kind of like a bodyguard. And he was standing there, probably supposed to be watching a little better than he did. But Cheryl got in the car, and Bobby was getting ready to get in, and so this crazy woman came out of the restaurant. She's like they could say
no.
like right up next to him, like in his face. And the bodyguard and I kind of jumped in the way. And Bobby was just cool as a cucumber. He said, "Cheryl, I think they're talking to you." And he just laughed it off, and they left. But I got to see firsthand of what she was experiencing there. And but yeah, so we developed a great relationship. And
who could probably do more pull-ups? You were.
I'll put my money on him. No, I don't think. No.
Did you see the video of him the other day catching that snake?
I didn't see it. No.
He was just out like. He's wearing a suit and stuff, and there was a snake that was crawling through this area where they were eating. And he comes over, he's looking at it, and then he just grabs it. Yeah. And he's looking at this thing, and everybody's freaking out, but he's like, I had to get out of here, and everybody was scared of it, and he just picks it up and hauls it out. I'm like,
he's truly an amazing
he's real
man.
deal.
Yeah. I mean, for him to really know, and I believe that he does know, I don't want to speak for him, but I've talked to him a good bit, but I think he knows that the government powers, world powers, took his uncle down, took his dad down, and he put himself in a position to be taken down, and he went in there knowing that, obviously being a guy that doesn't have to do that, and did it for the right thing. So I got the utmost respect for him. He's one of my heroes for sure. Yeah.
The last question I have for you is, during the 2020 and the lockdowns and everything, you just didn't comply to it, and I think that as Americans. They were really hoping that they could knock us down and that we would stay down, that we wouldn't come up swinging.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to talk to you a little bit as a Christian, what does righteous rebellion look like? Like when you have this herd mentality of just following the person in front of you and doing what you're told, even though maybe it's not right and it doesn't make any sense. You just didn't do that. Can you talk about that and why that's significant?
Well, I fought against a lot of the insanity because I just knew, at the end we know that we win. The battles might be fought here, but we win ultimately, and if we stand in principle. And it was easy for me to do, and I grew up with no money, so I've never been afraid to risk it all the time. Maybe even to some people would say to a ridiculous degree, but I wasn't afraid of that. I'm not secure in worldly things. I'm secure in my faith, and that's where people need to focus on what really matters, because this is temporal here, and just keeping that in mind, and knowing that and more people need to be bold. And I think that what I did there, and when I was at my birthday party 3 days ago, and all the people around there were doing the cheers, and everyone said a certain thing, and a lot of these were fairly new friends that I had like 3 different gatherings, and they were all saying how they moved to Naples, like half of them because of me, right?
Wow.
And it really hit me, like I didn't realize what I was doing was going to make a big impact. I was just being me, and the reality is I was having fun doing it. Like I really, when you know you're doing the right thing, you're unafraid. I mean, even at one time when there was the 2-week lockdown in Florida, we didn't know when it was going to end. It was like 10 days in.
Yeah.
And
when's this curve going to lower?
We never social distanced. We never moved our chairs. We never closed our what they call bars or whatever. We got 5 places where we sell alcohol in the store there, and everyone was partying, having a good time.
Sometimes I'll give a little platform there. I think where like Charlie Kirk was doing some shows, and
Charlie did 3 shows from there. We have had a lot of amazing people have run through. But the Dan called me down there, and he said the ATF is here, and these guys come up there all dressed in their garb, with the guns and all that stuff, and they're like, you got to shut this down. And I'm like, really? I gotta shut this down. It's like Saturday night's packed. And I'm like, every person came in here by their free will.
Right.
And they're like, you got to shut down. I'm like, well, let me ask you a question, guys. I'm like I remember Waco, and like there was tanks and all that stuff. Is there tanks coming, or is it just you 3 guys? And they said, it's just us 3. I said, well, we're not shutting down. I said, you can cuff me and take me out, but we're not shutting down. And they didn't know what to do. They ended up leaving. And when they left, I told Dan, I'm like, we're probably going to be in trouble. Like they're going to organize and come back or whatever. But then, by the grace of God, the mandate ended like 4 or 5 days later, and so we never heard from him again. But you just got to be bold in what you believe in, and I can honestly just tell you that it wasn't hard. So and even this that I'm going through right now, and this was maybe one of this where I'm going through right now with what happened with the company and all, has been the toughest maybe long term of digging out, but I know that we're better than ever, and I can see that by next year we're going to be in amazing shape.
Well, I know you're an institution there in Florida. Everybody loves it.
Oh, they do.
Absolutely. It's actually a part of the culture. You know, you have such a loyal base of I call them customers, but they're fans.
Yeah.
You know, they partner with what you're about. And Flyover Family, if you've never been to oaksfarms.com, you can go there and check it out. You probably already know. You follow them on Instagram and
I have Alfie for America on Facebook, but I don't make many posts since all the raid happened a year and a half ago. I've been kind of laying low. This is the second public speaking event that I've done, but things are moving in the right direction, and I've really been spending 100% of my time on the company. But I'm getting ready to get out there and start throwing some punches again.
I wouldn't say 100% of the time we're going to let you go, but also you look like you could do more push-ups than most 20-year-olds. So you're taking care of the temple.
You know,
at the same time.
Everyone thinks I work out 45 minutes twice a week, and it's really about what you put in your body.
Yeah.
But I just turned 58, and I went barefoot skiing, which is really, I don't know if you've ever, like, barefoot skiing, you got to do 45 miles an hour on your feet. You're kind of spinning on the ground.
Yeah, even getting up is hard.
It is.
Bruised up.
And even in my 30s and 40s, I would do it, and I would still feel sore afterwards. But right now, I barefoot on my birthday for almost an hour, and usually at a minimum, if I didn't take any really bad falls and wasn't sore the next day, I would have bruises on my feet. Nothing, no inflammation at all in my body. Yeah, I did a parasite cleanse and a really strict parasite cleanse, and then a yeast cleanse, and then I've been on a very strict diet without any sugar or flour or anything like that.
Awesome.
Really just eating vegetables and meat. And I honestly feel right now at 58 as good as I did when I was at 20.
Well,
you look amazing.
It's working. It's working. Alfie, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you so much, Alfie.
Thank you.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everybody, how you doing? And happy Saturday. Hey, before we start the show today, I do want to give a big, massive shout out to Brickhouse Nutrition's Take Lean. Now, if you don't know what Take Lean is, I'll explain it to you. But right now, if you look down at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a website and a code. It's takelean.com, code LFA for 20% off when you check out. Now, what lean weight loss is, it is a diet pill, basically a weight loss pill, not a diet pill, a weight loss pill for people who are not just casual dieters. If you're out there and you're busting your butt and you're trying to lose that last bit of 10 or 20 pounds and you can't do it, maybe you're a little older, maybe you're 46 like me, and your metabolism isn't what it used to, and burning fat isn't like what it used to be, you know? Well, this is where lean weight loss comes in. It's 100% effective. It's 100% safe. It's from Brickhouse Nutrition, the same people that bring you Field and Green. Related weight management weight loss. All the multi-pathway, metabolism, appetite, and healthy fat utilization.
This is Secret America.
For 98, and I started off with 3 pills a day. That was a little bit too much for me.
Danger,
so I went to
Jay Gatling, and as you can see, Jay, I am coming at you live from Los Angeles Skid Row. They were nice enough to spray paint Secret America on the wall for us. So,
Let
that was
lean
actually
weight
nice.
loss
Right before I got
be
here,
your
the
assistant.
bums,
I'm
I gave them
telling
a couple
you,
of
it's
bucks and
amazing.
some paint.
It's not like
and they
the
spray
shot,
painted on so you
okay?
can see Secret
It is
America
very
right there.
safe,
So that
very
was nice of them to
effective,
do
and it
such a thing.
supports
Other than that, though, it
metabolism
sucks. You can see the
and
tents.
energy.
You see, all the people
20%
using
off
drugs. This
by
dude
going to
behind me right here, he was snorting just before we
and
went on
using
the air.
promo code
Where's his dog? Are there any
LFA20.
dogs back there? I don't see any right
I
now.
did see a couple of dead dogs
today.
because there's been some
Thank you
strong
for our
fentanyl
sponsor.
going around.
Now,
so
enjoy
I got a couple of dead dogs
Patriot
here.
Pals.
Unbelievable, because they got to
It is
test
what it
their-
is,
they-
but
they
this
gotta
is
test
Skid
their
Row
drugs
now,
on the. They got to test their drugs on the dogs.
Yeah. This is Skid Row now. This is what it is. But at least we are not permanently enshrined, because somebody's going to come along and put some boobs and dicks all over the wall. But for now, we're right there, my man.
All right, I like it. And they did a nice job with the graffiti. Whoever the bum was, very talented. Maybe he should
Absolutely.
Be doing,
$5 is all it cost me. $5.
Well, with that kind of talent, maybe he should be doing something else.
He should be.
Yeah.
But for $5, I'm going to tell him not to do anything else and just spray paint for me for $5 at a time.
Maybe you should be a tattoo artist, Jack. Maybe somebody you would go to put a little new ink on. I think it's safe.
Well, I wouldn't trust him around a needle. He's a drug addict, so I'm not going to trust him around a needle. Anyways, everybody, make sure real quick, I want to talk about our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You could scan the QR code at the top right, or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You have the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. You've got the 2026 midterms. There has never been a better time to shop at Max Associates than right now. They are the only place you're going to get 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. If you want anything that is patriotic, whether it's a bag, a shirt, whether you want a phone case, whether you want a mug, whether you want a hat, whether you want, a flag, whatever you want, they have it. But they also have 20% off any order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. maxassociates.etsy.com. All right, Jay. So our top story today that we're going to talk about, obviously, is healthcare. And as you can see, the people behind me need it more than anybody, Jay, but they're not getting it. Nobody's getting it. And you know why? Well, for one, they're giving it to illegals, but for two, it's also dying because of fraud. Take a look at our thumbnail for today. It says you're not safe just because you're dead. You got Jay and I right there laying on the cold metal tables. You got the coroner saying pleasure doing business with you as he takes money from the guy who loves insurance fraud. And he says, call me when you get more. And if you guys can see the clipboard, it says dead healthcare recipients, Jack Danger, check, Jay Gatling, check. So he stole our healthcare from us while we were dead. And that's been going on big time, Jay. I want you to listen to this video, and then I want to get your reaction on this, because this is huge. People don't understand just how huge this really is. So I'm going to play it real quick, and I want to get your reaction, and everybody else. I want everybody else to hear it and get their reaction in the chat. So take a listen.
Medicare fraud scheme. According to the indictment, the owner paid illegal kickbacks to obtain personal information of deceased Medicare beneficiaries. One of the ways that Colin and Dr. Oz have been chasing down hospice fraud, we've closed now 800 hospices in LA. And one of the ways that we've been able to detect that fraud is that in many of them, the patients never die. They live forever. That's not supposed to happen in hospices.
The patients never die, Jay. They live forever. Before you say something, though, I got to ask you, Jay. I like RFK. I like RFK Jr. Okay, I like him. I used to like him. He's kind of gotten rocky lately, but I still, for the most part, like him. But his voice, okay? His voice, I know he has that problem with his trachea. He has that deficiency or whatever the hell he was born with. But, dude, you got to let somebody else speak. I mean, I understand this is a big moment, and the fraud is a huge thing. And he is the HHS secretary, but he has absolutely no mass communication skills. He is not a public speaker. As much as he wants to be one, he cannot with that voice. It sounds almost as if he needs to drink and cough every time he talks. Take a drink and cough. But that doesn't work for him, Jay. So tell me, before we even get into the fraud, does that not bother you? I mean, does it not hit a little less with him speaking and than it would with somebody with a little more bass in their voice?
Yeah, I think that's natural, right? I mean, he makes Alex Jones sound like Luciano Pavarotti.
Ain't that the truth?
You know, and it's not, and obviously it's not it's something, it's not his fault. It's not like he's got laryngitis because he screams all the time. It's a medical
Absolutely.
condition. But
Absolutely.
yeah, when you have something that's this big, you kind of want somebody to be performative with it a little bit to kind of make it really resonate with people. And
Exactly.
he's just not capable of doing that
Nope.
because of his condition. So I hear you.
Nope.
One thing about our thumbnail, first of all, it looked like Bizarro Jack and Jay were the ones. Look at it. That's Bizarro Jack and Jay right there. Look at that. Right? We're actually on the on the slab, and Bizarro Jack and Jay are the ones smiling. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, but Bizarro Jack is a little small to be Jack, though. He looks like he's about 5'8".
Listen, I don't know. They didn't get that one exactly right, but I mean,
well, they weren't actually supposed to be Bizarro us, though. But it's cool that you see that particular area.
I like Bizarro Jack and Jay in this one, to be honest with you, Jay. It doesn't bother me at all.
Well, that's because you love insurance fraud, though.
Yeah, and Bizarro Superman was one of my favorite characters. But, that aside, yeah. Is there any more of that RFK, or is that the end of his speech that we have?
Well, honestly, not only is that about the end, but even if there was more, I couldn't play it. I can't listen to that anymore, Jay. I can't.
I know. It's a shame. It is. And I'm like kind of indifferent on RFK. I thought it was cool that he was brought into the coalition. I think it was important he was brought into the coalition.
Oh, Trump might have lost without that. He got RFK. RFK would have siphoned all those votes from him.
It would have been, it definitely would have been dicey if RFK didn't join the, and endorse President Trump. As far as him, though, I'm not like a health expert or anything like that. I know people that are involved in the field and involved actually in the government. One in particular who's not a huge fan of his. They think that not enough is getting done. They get like, the food dyes are a big accomplishment, and this stuff with the fraud is very good, but they don't think enough's been done vaccine-wise. They don't think enough's been done just in general. And I think
they're right.
It's hard work. It's the amount of red tape and the amount of, again, people have to remember, forget about HHS. Put it to the FBI, put it to the CIA, put it through DNI, put it through Homeland Security, any Social Security, any of these government systems or agencies. Jack, it's decades and decades worth of mess and rot and fraud that you're trying to clean up in a matter of a couple of years. It's not an easy task. And I get it. Hey, you took on the job. You got to get it done. But at the same time, they're trying to move mountains here in a matter of minutes. And I guess
it's been a year and a half, though. It's not like it's been a month.
I know. But again, this is decades worth of people that are entrenched in these.
But they need to be more forceful.
Mike Pence calls it the blob, right? The blob.
But Jay, the problem is they're not forceful enough. Let me tell you right now, if a Democrat got in that position, they would force things. And how? Because there are points of orders, there are procedures, and there are rules that you can use, loopholes to get around things. But they aren't doing it. That's the problem. They're not doing it. They're not strong enough. They're not forceful enough. If they were, they could force this shit to happen. I can promise you. And don't say it can't happen, because if the Democrats get in, they're going to force it to reverse. They can do it, and it can be done. They just don't.
No, yeah, well, and they also, here's the other thing. The Democrats also have the media on their side to actually push narratives and push agendas. We don't. Yeah. It hurts. It hurts. It just does. It doesn't get public opinion on your side, because we know it's manipulation, right? It's propaganda. And when people, the Democrats, have that on their side, where the media could be out there, yes, this is a good thing, this is a good thing, and gets the public behind it 100%, it helps move those things. We don't have that. Now, somebody mentioned in the chat on LFA TV about the food pyramid being switched up by RFK, and that was actually a big deal. That was a good accomplishment. There are good accomplishments. So I think we have to appreciate those, but also push on them and say, hey, we want more. We voted for more. Get it done. Do what you got to do. Like you said, push. Do what you got to do. Get it done.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to get it done because, like I said, the Democrats in that same position would get it done. They would force it in there. They would make sure it got done by any means and under any circumstances. It wouldn't matter. Their agenda would get through.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And so many, and I love these chats that we have. We have great chat on X and everywhere else. We have a great chat on LFA TV because people give you like they're listening and they're like, "Oh, what about this?" And I'm saying, and somebody else said, we're also battling rhinos who pretend to be Republicans and they're not. Democrats don't have that. We know that, right? It's all in, or else they get kicked out and they never.
And they don't battle the Republicans either, because the Republicans just they just slink away.
Because they're not fighters. We only have a few real fighters as Republicans, right? I mean, the president's one. You could probably name a few in the Senate. You could name a few in the House. You know, we have Tim Burchett. We know a few.
We got to talk to Tim Burchett, man. I got to know why he's not on that 25-member pledge of the SAVE Act. Yeah.
No, we were just talking about that in my space with and when Scott was
we talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, and we actually talked about it, and it came up about not because the president was in Pennsylvania today, and he brought up the SAVE Act twice at his speech at a Mack truck plant in Pennsylvania, and he brought it up to say that President Trump, there's a housing bill that's going through Congress right now that President Trump wants. It's a big thing, and he might have to say, guess what? I'm not signing it unless you guys get the Save America Act on my desk.
That's what he needs to do.
That's
he
what he
needs
said.
to halt every single bit of legislation. I'm talking government pay, the government funding bills to fund the government. Let it shut down. He needs to halt every single thing. This pen does not go to paper until the SAVE Act is attached to one of these things. That's it. That's the bottom line. You cannot give on that. You can't say, okay, I'll sign this for the good of this. No, you have, because the more you stop, the more you don't sign, the more pressure is put on those people to attach the SAVE Act. If you're not funding the government, every single one of the ATF, the FBI, the TSA, they're all going to yell at the Democrats, add the SAVE Act and he'll sign it. It's that simple. So the less you sign, the more pressure they will get. So he's got to stop everything.
It's another one of those things where, I agree with you. But if we had the media even being honest about it, it would help. But they're not. They're not honest about it. The fact that 85%, 90% of the country, whether a Republican, a Democrat, or independent, wants voter integrity, wants citizenship, wants citizens only voting, wants voter ID. It doesn't matter because the media will flip it. Because the Democrats tell them to and say, look, President Trump's destroying everything because he's not signing legislation. They will flip it somehow. It's like, Jack, it's like being a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest every single freaking day. And it's hard to get these things done. But again, it's not an excuse. We voted for it. We want it done. I think if there's any president that's got the guts to do what we just said, it's him because this is his last election. Jack, you know what I think is going to happen? And this is why, guys, you got to get out and vote in the midterms. Here's another reason.
Tell me what's going to happen, Jay.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. If we win these midterms, I think you're going to see a very, very even different President Trump than you see right now. You are going to see somebody that doesn't give.
I don't think we're going to win.
Well, I think we have a shot if we turn out. We always do if we turn out. But you want more Judge Sparkles? You want more Judge Sparkles? The Sparkle yesterday who President Trump that we can't use social security numbers to verify whether illegal aliens are on rules and dead people and everything else. You want more of them? Or Jack, just before we came on the air, a judge in California, a Biden-appointed judge, just said that ICE officers can't arrest illegal immigrants at immigration court. You want more of that? Because if you want more of that, stay home. And I'm going to say this. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Hold your nose. Hold your nose because you have to. Susan Collins, Jack, is there any more person that we need to hold our nose for than Susan Collins right now because we can't have Graham Plattner?
Yeah, we hate her, but Graham Plattner is in a position to win. But let me tell you, Jay, I'm going to tell you why we're not going to, and I want everybody to vote. But the problem is, and as much as you hate this person, Jay, he has a lot of influence on the younger generation, okay? So the reason we're not going to win the midterms is because of Nick Fuentes. And I'm sorry, you hate him, I hate him, but he has a lot of influence on the younger, and I hate these words, but I'm going to use them, the younger white supremacist crowd, the people that hate the Jews, the people that hate blacks, the people that hate this, the people that hate that. He is a hate monger. He is someone that feeds on hate. And there's a lot of people out there, Jay, especially a lot of the youth that hate. So they are on his side. And if he says, I hate this, they're going to say, you know what? I hate this too. I hate the Republicans. So you know what? We're not going to vote Republican. We're going to vote Democrat this time. So if you want the truth, Nick Fuentes, his own self, could sway a couple million votes.
We'll see. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't have influence.
He has a
but
lot.
We
of
have some
influence.
time. There's still some time to try to counter him. And we'll
You got
see
to
what
counter
happens.
him and the Democrats, and you got to counter the media narrative that the Republicans have no chance. So it's going to be very, very difficult.
I think that has started to happen. Even on CNN, the polls that they're showing now is that the Democrats' lead has significantly shrunk for the midterms. It has.
I mean,
that's how
polls
damn
are polls.
bad-
You know, they said
No,
that
I get
Trump
it.
had 4% chance to win against Hillary Clinton. You know?
No. But my point is, if those polls are going out on CNN, that's the media kind of losing their grip on a narrative that this is a shoo-in, that this is, it's just going to happen because it is. Because it always happens in presidential cycles where the incumbent party usually loses the midterms. That happens anyway. So we're up against it just with that to begin with. All right. But the Democrats are so bad and have turned so far left. In New York today during the primary in New York City, you have Zohran Mamdani endorsing 3 Democrat socialists. They're not hiding it anymore. They're not pretending to be in the
Not at
middle.
all.
They are socialists. They're telling
The only
you
thing
they're
they're not
socialists.
doing, Jay, the only thing they're not doing is straight up coming out and saying they're communists. That's the only thing they're not doing at this point. But it will get to that point. It will get to the point where they say, look, I'm communist. Deal with it. And you know when it's going to get to that point, Jay? After the election, after those people win. Then they're going to say, you know what? I'm not actually a socialist. I'm a communist. Deal with it. And then every one of the people that voted for him is going to be like, yes, I was hoping that's what you'd say, because I want all the wealthy people to redistribute their wealth to me. Those people want something for nothing, and they think communism is the way to get it. The problem is, when you take from other people, in order to get everything, you have to take from others. And eventually you run out of other people's money. Then what do? Slave labor. The government forces you to work for universal basic income. And they own the means of production. If the government owns the means of production and they own your universal basic income, they own you.
Yeah, people don't realize, they don't get that part though. They just think it's free. Everything's free. Nothing's free.
Free stuff. That's what they see. Free
nothing's
stuff.
free. If you think things are expensive now, wait until they're free. Okay? Just wait. Wait till they're free.
That's a cost you don't want to pay.
No, Margaret Thatcher said what you said. It's great until you run out of everybody else's money. Socialism.
Absolutely.
It's just so true. But this younger generation, they've been brought up to somehow think they're entitled to something. That
They have.
And I get it. Times are tough out there for younger generation, but guess what? They were tough out for every younger generation. Jack, your first house shouldn't be a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bathroom with a pool. Okay, that's not your first house.
Yeah, they think because they were born, the world owes them. That's what they think. And Deborah, I would love to be a Charlie Kirk and speak to the young. The problem is, for me personally, I don't have the time. I work a full-time, 6 days a week is what I work. That's why we do this thing at night and we don't do it on the weekends. I would love to have the time to go around to college campuses, but I don't make enough money from this show yet. If we ever make enough money, I will go around and speak to the young. I will take my free time to go around to college campuses, to go, speak at any kind of event that I can speak at, because personally, I love public speaking, and I would love to inform people that, the only way we're going to win is if we stick together. The Democrats have a unifying figure, Jay. You know what that unifying figure is? It's hate. They all hate. They have a unifying bond of hate. The Republicans, especially the younger generation, need something to unify around. It was Trump. But if you want the truth, the war kind of tore that apart for some. And we can debate the war another time, Jay. The war is not up for debate here. I'm saying the war tore that apart for some and others. The younger generation doesn't like it. So the thing we got to do now is find something else to unify over. Trump was it for a while, but that can only last for so long. But you know why the Democrats' hate lasts forever? Because they're never going to be satisfied. That's why hate lasts forever. They'll never get that satisfactory feeling that they want. Like, oh, I won this, so I'm done. It's never done. So the hate will always be there. Republicans need something that will always be there that we can unify together with, Jay. What is that thing?
The thing to unify together? I don't know. Freedom?
Something that is constant.
Freedom. That's constant. And if you're going to lose it.
The problem is that's not going to unify us, Jay.
what is capitalism? No,
No,
that's not going to do it.
For the young, Jay, for the young, it's got to be emotion. Okay. That's why on Democrats, it's hate. It's got to be emotion. If you're going to reach the young, they do not think logically. There is no critical thinking is not taught in schools anymore, Jay. It's no longer. Now it's all emotion. How do you feel? How does this make you feel? So if you want to unify everybody, it's got to be under a single emotion. Do we hate the Democrats enough to unify? I don't think so.
I hate communism enough, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but the problem is the younger generation, they don't hate communism enough because they don't know anything about it. They've never lived under communism.
Well,
they think it's all free shit.
Yeah, they're not taught about it. They're not actually taught that in school. How
No.
many hundreds of millions of people communism has killed? That's the thing.
Oh, it's in the It's got to be in the billions by now.
So, right. So they're just not taught that, and that's by design. They're not taught that because the
Absolutely.
Democrats control that too. It's another thing that
Absolutely.
Republicans have allowed the Democrats to seize control over the past 100 years, which is our education system, especially higher education. So they're not learning anything. They think, like you said, government is their friend. Government is the solver of all problems. Government is their God. And there's also not enough people in this country, Jack. And I'm not a very religious person, but I believe in God and I believe in a higher power. I believe in it leads your moral compass. They don't believe in any of that. The government is their God. Government is going to solve their problems. Government is going to make them feel good. Government is like what?
That's more for the left side, though. For
But
our
it's
side,
what-
Jay, do you know that for our side, for young conservatives in school, that it is actually almost illegal to be a conservative in school? You will be bullied. You will be ostracized. You will be put out by teachers and principals. You will be forced to take off your backpack and remove your shirt and change it if you have a "don't tread on me" thing on it. If you are a conservative, a young conservative in school, you are an outcast. So that is why conservatism, how do you say it, Jay? Conservatism?
Conservatism. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Conservatism.
What?
Yeah.
Conservatism. Why is that hard to say? Conservatism. That is why conservatism. God Almighty. That is why conservatism, Jay, is not growing the way we want it to grow, and that is why we do not have that unifying thing. What we need, Jay, our unifying feeling needs to be righteousness. That needs to be our unifying feeling. We are constantly the people that are denigrated, maligned. We're hated, we're yelled at, we're screamed at. We never fight back like that. We are the righteous, and that needs to unify us together, okay? Instead of these people, if there's a little kid that's being ostracized at school because he's a conservative, parents need to go over there and help him. Other little conservative kids need to band together. That's the thing, Jay. We are all individuals. Democrats, whenever they see another Democrat, they band together. They are together in groups, okay? But conservatives, they're all just individual people. That's not gonna give them the feeling of camaraderie. It's not gonna give them the feeling of being part of something, and it's not gonna make them want to go out and vote.
Well, listen, yeah, Deb, I'm older, but I'm just gonna say this. I was talking about the left, and you're right. That's the left I'm describing. The young on the right, the conservatives on the right, the young one, this Gen Z on the right. Yeah, righteousness. Okay. Charlie Kirk was such a huge loss. I mean, the huge
And that's
loss.
why they killed him. That's the main reason they killed him. Now we have nothing, Jay. We have nothing.
Yeah, we don't. Well, he's irreplaceable right now. I mean, somebody might come along. There'll never be another Charlie Kirk, but somebody might come along to try to fill those shoes and maybe do a good job at it, but there'll never be another one like him. It's a huge loss. Charlie Kirk helped unify the right and actually helped bring young people over to the right a lot.
I would love to try to do what he does, but again, we don't have the time or the pulpit, if you will.
I'll be honest. I don't have the talent that Charlie Kirk had. I don't have the mind that Charlie Kirk had. Charlie Kirk, Jack, I think might have had a photographic memory. That guy could literally recite Bible verses on demand.
I will give you that. Public speaking is something that I'm great at, but when it comes to memory, I can memorize a lot, but I can't memorize every little word of the Bible. I just can't. Plus, I've never actually read the entire thing.
That's what I'm saying. He not even the Bible. He knew, everything just off the top of his head. He didn't need to bring notes. He didn't need to bring nothing. He could take anything anybody threw at him and basically tear them down, respectfully and with facts.
Well, you know, we're similar like that, Jay. You realize we do our show spontaneously. I don't think a lot of people know this. We don't have any notes. We don't talk about the show beforehand. He doesn't know what subjects we're going to talk about. This entire show, every night for a full hour is done completely spontaneously. Everything that we talk, it's why we can move from this subject to that subject. It's why we can spend an hour on one subject if we want to. This show and every interview that we do, no matter who we interview, whether it's Roger Stone, whether it's Representative Tim Burchett, it doesn't matter who it is. Every single thing we do is spontaneous. It is off the cuff. And that's why, Jay, I think it really helps. Those are the kind of people, and I'm not saying us in particular, but those are the kind of people that other public speakers need to emulate. People that can speak well, know what they're talking about, and can do it off the top of their head. Because if you got somebody that you're seeing there that's public speaking and they're holding a notepad, they're looking at notes, they're going through their notepad, they're looking on their phone, that is not somebody, A, that you're going to trust, B, that you're going to listen to, or C, that you're going to care about. Okay? You want somebody that believes in what they're saying. And a person that believes in what they're saying already knows what to say.
No, that's true. Authenticity is a big thing too, and that's something that I don't think a lot of people on the left who come to quote unquote debate have. I think they just come with talking points, whether they believe in them or not. I think most of it they don't believe in. They just told to say this, and this is a talking point. This is kind of a gotcha thing, and it's a lot of gotcha stuff. And they kind of try to make you look stupid. And they put you on the defensive all the time. They're very good at it. They're trained.
That's exactly what it is. Those gotcha debates. It's bullshit.
They're trained to put you on the defensive, to make you look like a bad person or a morally inferior person when in fact you're not. They are.
Love to be a part of one of those, Jay. I would love anybody out there that wants to do one of those leftist, those timed debates where you want to put somebody on the defensive. I would love to be a part of that. That would be so much fun. I love that kind of stuff. I love spontaneity in public speaking.
Yeah, no, I see them all the time where they'll have like the conservative with like 20 people around and they keep asking questions. And I see the reverse where it's like, yeah, I enjoy watching those. Charlie Kirk did one of those. I remember that. But
I'd love to be a part of it.
I don't know. Oh, getting back real quick to Fuentes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know he's got a big following. First of all, how many of them actually going to go out and vote? I don't know.
If he tells them to, Jay, that guy gets $10,000 super chat.
I don't want to give this. He's such a twerp. He's such a disingenuous twerp.
Well, no, he sucks. Don't get me wrong, but his following is real.
I'm not saying it's not real, but is it really going to get engaged, or are they going to?
If he tells them to, it will. They're just like the Democrats, Jay. They're unified by hate. Just like I told, just like the Democrats are unified by hate. He has found a way to make them unified by hate. Because it's centered around the concept of white supremacy, and I hate saying white supremacy because it's not a real problem. But with Nick Fuentes, it's true.
Yeah, he taps into something that a lot of people in that generation, I guess, feel like they need. I don't know.
I mean, sometimes I feel the same way when I see black people ganging up on a white person. Sometimes what Nick Fuentes says resonates. I mean, it depends.
Yeah, listen. A broken clock is right twice a day. So that's Nick Fuentes. Sometimes I think he's a broken clock with just one hand. Maybe it's once a day. And sometimes he's a broken clock that doesn't have any hands. He's never right.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? But I just think that because of these primaries, I mean, I know it's a Republican primary. I understand that. But because of the primaries and the way every one of those candidates that was along that line of thinking pretty much got shredded. Every last one of them got destroyed. All of them.
But you're right. It was just a Republican primary.
It was. But that kind of gives me some hope to say, yeah, guys, maybe you're not as influential as you thought you were. You're certainly not as influential as you thought you were within the Republican Party. Now,
he didn't tell anybody to go vote during the primary.
Well, he says don't vote for Republicans.
He did. But when he tells them to go vote, if he actually says, look, guys, everybody out there, this is what they're doing. We need to beat them. Go vote for the Democrats. They will. I'm talking at least 1 million people, Jay.
That is insane to me. That
it is
because listen, it goes against, and he's not for. I don't want him in the Republican conservative tent, whatever you want to come back.
You heard what he said.
He's out. But it goes against the Democrats. Go against probably 90% of the stuff that he talks about.
Oh yeah,
they go against it. 90% of it. The only thing I think they have in common, Jack, is they all hate Israel. That's it. Other than that, Nick Fuentes has nothing in common with Democrats, or his followers have nothing in common with Democrats. That's why I think a lot of people maybe that were following him, and I'm not saying all of them, but I'm sure some people that were following him when he now says vote Democrats went like, wait, what? Wait a minute. What are you talking about, dude?
I don't know how many of those there are, though.
I don't know either, but there should be some who say, what are you
would
talking
think.
about?
You would
You would
think.
hope. You would hope that some of them said, what are you talking about? I get it. You don't like this. You don't like that. But now you're telling me to vote for Democrats who are going to open the border with all these people coming across that you say you hate?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
I'm saying it's I mean, he has a lot of people, you know, that listen to him for whatever reason. And I have no idea. Like I said, it's got a lot to do with the tapping in of the anger and the hate, just like the Democrats. That's the thing that unifies them. And it's why they all vote together as one block and stay together as one block. All right, Jay.
Yep.
I want to show you something. I actually found, did you know that guy yesterday, you know, the guy, the bystander that was shot by the female cop?
Yeah.
He was actually wearing a body cam. Did you know that?
I did not.
Take a look at this. I want you to see this.
Oh,
He was, and this is the point of view. He was actually wearing a body cam.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Check
saw
this
this.
out, Jay.
I did see this. Yep.
Take a look.
Yeah.
That right there is what happened. Jay. That is the exact thing that happened. That is not a recreation. That was real right there.
All right. Too soon. Too soon.
Hey.
Anyway.
Hey, she did it. I didn't do it. She did it.
Listen, I'm seeing people. I was looking at it. I forget, maybe it's Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
and there are people like blaming him.
How the hell
Like,
would you blame him?
I don't know.
He don't know what the hell's going
like
on.
you shouldn't have run up on her like that. You scared her. And
How's he supposed to know she's behind that thing?
I don't know. We weren't there. We're watching a video. I don't know what he saw. I don't know.
But
what
you could
she
see her
saw.
duck down to where there's no way he could have seen her. These people are
Again,
stupid.
It's a tragic. Listen, as the whole thing DEI aside, which we talked about yesterday, and people can watch yesterday's show.
Yeah.
It's a tragic situation. I mean, awful,
Yeah.
awful
The DEI,
situation.
the whole thing. Yeah.
The whole thing is terrible. I mean,
I have another one though, Jay. Check this out.
All right,
This
what do
is
we have
another DEI one for you, real quick. Okay.
Go ahead.
This
Yep.
woman, the point of view of this is this woman, you're at a kid's birthday party, but a female cop is who they invited to a kid's birthday party. Let's take a look.
Who makes these? Who makes these things?
I don't know, but I gotta say they're right on point, aren't they? Oh my god. That's why you don't hire DEI. That's why yesterday we said DEI will make you DIE, and that's why.
And the media painted this whole thing at first. They tried to paint this active shooter, another psychopath. They tried to paint him as a right-wing incel. An incel is somebody who's involuntarily celibate, who has no luck with women, right? But that's what they tried to paint him as. But no, he's not. He's a Marxist.
Jay,
That's
real
what he
quick,
is.
I want to clear something up for
Go ahead.
everybody that's in the chat right now. That was an AI video. I mean, I thought it was obvious, but I guess, but it's an AI video. Both of them.
Which
were,
wait,
actually.
which one?
They were both AI videos.
Right.
Yeah.
But which one are people confused about?
I think
The
it was
first
the one we just showed. The one we just showed.
What?
seemed-
No,
Yeah,
like the kids?
Yeah.
No.
But what those videos represented was what it's like to have a DEI female officer there. And again, we're not saying that women shouldn't be officers, but the only women that should be officers are the ones that can do the same standards that a man could do, because they have to do the same job. It's not like they get a lesser job.
No, it's an important job. It's a
Absolutely.
job that you need to be physically able to do certain things and mentally able to handle certain things. What do I hear right now? Oh,
Sorry,
there
I was trying to put together this. Check this out, Jay. I want to show you this actually. I'm glad you. So, did you see the thing with the hot air balloon, the tragedy that happened in Brazil? This was correct.
No, I saw
only
the
reason
bungee jumping. The bungee jumping.
No, not that one. This is.
Did you
this is
see that
different.
one?
Oh yeah. That one they forgot to put her cord on, which is insane. How do you forget that?
God.
But this, Jay, was a tragedy that happened in Brazil. It was a family of 21 people were in this hot air balloon, and it caught on fire in the air. Take a look at this.
I don't trust those things.
Well, honestly, I want to go to a hot air balloon, but this right here unlocks a new fear for everybody involved.
Yeah.
All right.
Like the
Take a
Hindenburg.
look.
It's like the Hindenburg.
Yeah.
That's
That's a person, by the way, jumping from the thing because it was on fire.
Oh, well, that's it for that person.
Yeah, that's a person.
Oh.
There's 21 people. There's 21 people in there.
How are there 21 people?
That's the people right there.
That's too many people.
Oh, yeah. You think this is crazy, Jay? There is actually video of when the thing is on fire in the sky. Look at this.
Oh my god, I smashed my head so hard! Tem gente pendurada.
That's AI right there, the second part. But it's actually that thing somehow, Jay, caught on fire in the middle of the sky, and one person jumped, obviously, most likely to their death. But miraculously, Jay, only 8 people died out of the 21. Somehow 13 survived, and don't tell me how. I have no idea.
That thing actually landed?
I don't know. I don't see how it could have landed. It would have fallen like a stone.
It had to have landed somewhere if it only 8 people that were in there died that were left in the basket.
I don't know how. Out of 21 passengers, 13 survived. I have no idea how that happened. How do you survive that?
I don't know. I'm thinking it must have landed somehow, and the one person probably was like too close to the fire. It reminds me of the World Trade Center, where people just rather jump than burn to death.
Yeah. Oh, and honestly, jumping to your death is a much better death than burning to death. And I know you'll be scared to death on the way down, but being scared to death and then feeling nothing is 10 times better than being scared to death and feeling intense pain.
Yeah, the heat, just the heat alone is just unbearable.
Heat alone would melt your skin before the fire even touched you.
Yeah. No, it's horrible. That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's scary shit, man. That's just another fear unlocked.
Listen, I will say this. I will never jump out of a perfectly good airplane. And I'm not.
I am doing that. I am going to be skydiving.
I'm not doing that. I never thought that was a good idea. And secondly, I will not go. I'm not going in something that resembles the Hindenburg.
No. I wanted to go hot air ballooning, but after seeing this, I'm not going to. But I will go skydiving. And I'm not going to go bungee jumping because I don't trust the cord. Well, but with jumping out of the plane, I have a chute, and then I also have my backup chute. And the odds of both being disabled are incredibly slim.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. Now in bungee jumping, you have to worry about also not only the cord itself, you have to worry about the people actually attaching the cord to you.
That's the thing. But why would she get on top of them without the cord being attached to her? I'd have been like, hey, guys, where's the cord?
I don't know. She probably never done it before, and she probably thought everything was good. It looks right to me.
Why are they throwing her? What bungee jumping place do you see where they throw people? Usually people jump.
Yeah. Aren't they charging them with like murder?
Yes, even though I don't think that's right. Maybe negligent homicide.
Right.
But murder, I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think they intentionally didn't hook the cord up and threw her off the ledge. I think, they forgot to do it. It's negligent homicide.
Exactly. Should they go to prison? Yeah, but not for 30 years.
No, but it's
maybe
awful.
five years.
That was They should go for a lot less than Carmelo Anthony goes.
Oh hell yeah! Now that's murder. They were just negligent homicide. They killed somebody by being negligent in their duties. So they deserve prison, but they don't deserve like max sentences and shit.
No, civil lawsuit though. That'll be bad.
Well, you're not going to get any money out of an old bungee jumping place in Brazil.
Well, what I'm saying is this: whatever money those guys ever do make, they'll be giving to that family.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
Put it that way.
I would make sure that happens.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be working under the table for the rest of their lives.
Exactly.
I would not support that.
So Jay, did you see what Netanyahu said? I gotta say, this guy is becoming more and more like the I wonder if he's the Antichrist, Jay. Is Netanyahu the Antichrist?
I don't know.
Take a listen. Take a listen to what he says here. I want you to tell me what this means, okay?
Also wrote the lessons of...
Let me turn that shit up. I can't even hear it. All right, take a listen to what he says.
Also wrote the lessons of history. very brief 100-page book in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan.
He said Genghis Khan.
Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good.
Evil will overcome good if you're strong enough, powerful enough, and ruthless enough. Is this guy the Antichrist? I wonder.
What is he talking about there? What is the context of that
I have
statement?
no idea. I just know that he said it, and there was a gleam in his eye.
Listen, you hate that guy.
I
am
hate
not
him.
saying-
He sucks.
I'm not a Netanyahu fan or non-fan. It is
He's
what
terrible.
it is. All right, it is what it is. I'd like to hear the context of what that statement, why he said that, and why he even brought it up. I don't hate Netanyahu. I don't love Netanyahu.
Yeah,
It is
and
what
for
it is.
Kate, for everybody out there that loves the juice, the juice. For everybody out there that loves the juice, I am not squeezing the juice. All right, I'm talking about Netanyahu. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about Netanyahu. Okay, not the juice. Just so everybody knows.
Yeah, listen, I could take it or leave it. I don't care at this point. I just want us to get a deal right now that benefits the country, and
Can
I
we just
want to
get
win
this
the
shit over
midterm.
with?
I
Yeah.
want to win the midterms. That's what I want to do. That's it.
It's not going to happen if this shit isn't done. I can
Well,
promise
that's
you that.
why do you think we're doing what we're doing right now?
Gotta
Do you
get
think
it done
the
fast.
president knows exactly what he knows exactly what we know, that we're not winning the midterms. If this is still going on, it's got to get done.
Absolutely.
And I do need to see the context because Grandma Kate is saying he's correct. I need the context of what that is. That's all. I don't know
she's
enough
talking about
that
what he
piece.
said. He's correct. She's not talking about the context overall.
No, what he said is correct.
Yeah, she's saying that evil will overcome good. She's saying what he
Yeah.
said was correct.
Yeah,
but
well, I don't understand the Jesus Christ Genghis Khan. Again, I don't know.
Yeah, he
enough
said
about-
Jesus Christ has no more advantage over than Genghis Khan, and that if you're ruthless enough, if you're evil enough, evil will overcome good. Anyway,
Evil-
doesn't matter.
All right,
Doesn't matter.
All right.
I know he's a horrible human being. So
Yeah, I don't have any.
That's
I don't have
just
that
me.
I don't have that opinion of him. I leave it kind of in the middle.
Oh, Jay,
Yeah.
privately, you tell me you hate the man. I've heard you say many times how much you hate
I have never
Netanyahu.
said that to Jack
I mean,
privately.
one
publicly.
time you
I've
actually
never said
threatened to kill him, and I had
that.
to calm you
See,
down.
that-
I was like, Jay,
now this is just being made up whole.
I was like, Jay, you got to calm down. You don't
Right.
want to threaten to kill Netanyahu.
No, listen,
you know?
I'm not. I always knew he was alive.
Well, Jay, why would you put out AI videos of a man that's alive? It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. Now we find out that he did have, I believe, prostate cancer. Maybe they kept him under wraps at that point. Maybe.
Netanyahu prostate?
Yeah, he had cancer.
Do we
Go ahead.
know that, or is that just something they tell us?
No, check that. I think it's documented he had cancer.
No. I mean, did,
What?
did-
We're not going to
did
believe
he
that now?
tell us? Huh?
What? We're just not going to believe it.
I'm not believing anything he says. Nothing that comes out of Netanyahu's mouth.
I'm going to look it
will I
up.
believe.
I'm going to look it up right now.
Well,
Real
Jay,
quick.
when you look it up, all it's going to say is they said he's had cancer. Now, how do we know that that's true? Anything that people say, Jay, how do you know it's true?
Well, Jack, I could say that about anything. but I'm gonna-
Exactly. So
I'm
how
not-
do we know
yes,
it's
it
true?
says he was diagnosed with and successfully treated for early stage prostate cancer. In
Says
April
who?
20
Who says
in
that,
April
though?
2026, Netanyahu publicly announced that doctors.
Oh, he
discovered-
told you. He said it happened.
But Jack, you could say that about
he
anybody.
said it, Jay. No,
You could
Jay,
say
he
that about-
said it, so it must have been true.
You could say that about anybody. So if we're
Of
just going
course.
to not
Yeah,
believe
but right
anything,
now I'm saying it about Netanyahu.
but if we're not going to believe anything, then what's the point?
No, you believe stuff based on people's standing, and he is not in good standing with me, so I don't believe him.
That's you, right? You don't have to believe him.
I don't believe him. I don't believe a word that comes out of that MFer's mouth.
All right. So it says he underwent radiation therapy for early stage cancer, and his doctors confirmed was fully treated with complete disappearance of the tumor. Said he delayed releasing annual medical report by about 2 months to avoid it being used as propaganda by Iran amid regional conflicts.
Oh, so he cured cancer. He was in Israel, the Holy Land, and he cured cancer.
All right, hold on. You can cure prostate cancer is
I
curable.
didn't say you couldn't, but I'm saying it's pretty convenient that this is the man in the Holy Land
All right,
curing cancer. He's the Antichrist, man.
You
He is
just
the
can't-
Antichrist.
You just can't stand him. We got it.
Oh, he's the Antichrist.
We got it. You got it. You got it.
Oh,
Jack.
Jay.
Jack will not be sending a good Hanukkah wishes to Benjamin Netanyahu.
No, I'm sending him a happy Kwanzaa bouquet.
Go. Yeah, don't send that to anybody, please. That's really below the belt. I mean, you want to you want to talk. I get it. You don't like him or you hate him, but that is really, I mean, my God, is it?
Yeah,
that
that's
bad?
the ultimate, man. I'm gonna send him an African scarf on Juneteenth.
Oh man, hey, maybe listen. Maybe on Juneteenth.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna make sure he gets it on Juneteenth.
Listen, Grandma Kate says Israel does have great doctors. That's for sure. It's true.
You can say that about any country, though.
It is true.
What country doesn't have great doctors?
Oh, please. Plenty of countries don't have great doctors.
No, I'm not talking about every doctor. I'm talking about in every country, there are at least some great doctors. Yes?
Maybe one.
There you go. But you could say that about any country.
Come on. We have a lot of great doctors in the United States. I would say Israel's a lot of great doctors.
Trinidad and Tobago, excellent doctors.
I don't think. Yeah. Oh no, they have judges that we bring here that are named Sparkle.
Yeah.
That's what they have.
Excellent doctors in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah. Well,
I can personally vouch for it, Jay. Yeah. I had prostate cancer, and it was cured from Trinidad and Tobago doctors.
Why didn't you tell us then? You're telling us now?
I didn't want it to be used for Iranian propaganda.
Oh, no, but how many years ago was this now?
It happened right around the time the AI videos of Netanyahu came out. We both had it at the same time, and we both talked and decided not to announce it, Jay. We didn't want it used for Iranian propaganda.
I'm glad that you are cured.
Yeah. You see, and I had to make sure that it wasn't going to be used by Iran for propaganda. You know, so
all right.
That's why I didn't tell anybody.
Okay, got it. Let's move on.
What time is it? We still got a little minute.
We wanted to hit on Nancy Guthrie real quick.
Yes. Oh, let's do that. Let me pull this up. Everybody's got to see this shit. This is insane, dude. This happened. What was it? When did this happen? When was this? February? When did the whole thing happen? Do you remember?
February.
Okay, guys, take a look at this stuff right here. Check this out. All right. So apparently they are now saying that in one of the ransom notes, the early ransom notes, back in early February, like a few days after she was, quote, kidnapped, one of the ransom notes said that she was already dead. It said she died shortly after and was buried with nature, meaning she was most likely buried underground. So they've had this ransom note this whole time. The whole world was watching for months. Is she going to come back alive? Is she okay? But apparently they knew she was dead this whole time, Jay?
Yeah, this whole thing, Jack, I've had more than, I mean, you want to talk fatigued? I am. How fatigued are you? We were fatigued. Now they're bringing it back.
I'm less fatigued and more curious as to what the hell is going on here, Jay.
I don't know.
It disappeared from the public consciousness as fast as it came in. And then all of a sudden, a couple months after it disappeared, they tell us, hey, by the way, we had a note 2 days after she was kidnapped that said she's already dead. What?
Well, here's what I'll say, Jack. Ready? Here's my problem. I've had questions about the whole time. The sheriff.
Yeah, the sheriff. They went to the basketball game during the murder. And you remember that?
Yes.
Right when it happened. When it happened.
Yes. I'm going to run. His name is Chris Nanos. And guess what? He's a Democrat. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let me run through a quick bullet point list for you all about this sheriff, and maybe it'll add some insight as to why this has been such a complete debacle from minute one.
Insane.
You ready? Okay.
Yeah.
He attended the UA basketball game on February 7th. Now, 1 week, Jack, 1 week into the case, this guy's at a basketball game. Now,
I saw that. That was crazy.
I'm sorry. You don't have time to go to a basketball game when you have this national story in your jurisdiction where you're trying to find a missing woman of a public figure. I mean, are you kidding? So that's
the whole world's watching this thing at a basketball game.
And this guy's at a basketball game. I mean, you want to talk about tone deaf? I mean, beyond. Anyway.
Unbelievable.
And then his excuse, I needed to decompress and can't work 24/7. I understand that. Do it in your house and watch Jeopardy for a couple hours. All right. You don't go out to a basketball game and hang out, having a couple of beers and pretzels, watching a college game to decompress when this is going on in your jurisdiction. One. Here's another one. Ready? Accused of delaying limiting early FBI involvement in blocking key evidence access. Reports claim he kept FBI out initially and routed items like DNA, gloves to a private Florida lab instead of the FBI's Quantico lab. He denied blocking them, citing consistency in early joint work. FBI Director Kash Patel later criticized the handling. Another one, admitted early missteps, including releasing the crime scene too soon, risking contamination, and other operational issues like search delays. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Critical for poor optics, inconsistent messaging, and alleged ego-driven decisions. Sources have described the case as an ego matter, which strained relations and focused on personal visibility. Accused of perjury. I didn't know this, Jack. You know this? Ready?
No.
This
I didn't know
guy
that.
accused of perjury and misrepresenting his past. In 2025 deposition, he allegedly denied prior suspensions. El Paso PD records show 8 suspensions, 34 days total, including excessive force and resignation in lieu of termination. County officials called it a long-term fraud. Perjury referred to the Arizona AG. Faced removal of no confidence efforts by Pima County supervisors and unions over leadership credibility, past record, and case handling. Ouster motion failed in May 2026. Scrutiny intensified around the 100-day mark of the investigation.
That's incredible.
Other reported issues. Last one. Ready? Allegedly benched experienced detectives early on. Expressed anger at officials sharing info with the FBI. Additional lawsuits, criticism unrelated to the case, as far as like jail conditions, etc. That thing about the perjury is very interesting.
Real quick, Deborah, you say you're texting me. I have not gotten a single text, so I don't know what you mean by you're texting me because I have not gotten a single text. Jay, that thing you're talking about, that's insane, man. I did not know that he was cited for perjury and that all these things were going on, that he actually benched their best detectives early on in the investigation. He didn't want them sharing information with the FBI. He went to the basketball game when he should have been working on a national case, and he was cited for perjury. What the hell is going on here? I don't understand what is happening here.
I don't know. That's exactly right. What is happening here? And the part of the reason why nobody knows what is happening here is because of this guy. That's why.
Yeah. But it's just weird, Jay, because none of the evidence or any of the stuff that's coming out makes any sense. The video makes no sense. Who that person is, nobody knows. Yet that person is on video, yet somehow that person was able to remain a ghost, even though we have all this new technology. That person is a ghost. They don't know who it is. They've never made an arrest. They can't even find her body, despite the fact there being a camera on every corner. I'm sure they could track where the car went, but they haven't found anything. None of the evidence. They found a glove. That's it. None of the evidence makes any sense, Jay. I don't know what's happening here.
Well, I think they're in over their head. I think they have been from minute one. He didn't want to ask for help, maybe because it's political, maybe because
this seems almost purposeful, Jay. There's screwing up is one thing, but when you bench your best detectives, when you're cited for perjury, which means you were lying under oath. I mean, this seems purposeful to me.
It's one of the things, my favorite saying, you can't be this bad by accident kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And yeah, I didn't know that either, that in 2025, he was cited for perjury, lying about his past record. Yeah. This guy. Hey, you get to vote for this guy. Just so in Pima County, hello, you get the vote. Vote for a new sheriff.
I mean, it's unbelievable, dude. I mean, nothing about this case makes sense. And it's funny because even on some cases, you at least have a little bit of evidence or a little bit of inkling of what's going on. Here, there is absolutely nothing. There's a little bit of blood in her house, but then there's a guy there on camera, but then there's a glove behind the house over by a manhole. And then there's a car you see going away. You can track it to where, and then it's gone. There is nothing to say. First of all, there's no evidence that she ever left the house. Second of all, there's no evidence of anything, Jay. All you have is the little bit of blood, the glove, the video. None of it tracks together. It doesn't lead anywhere. It doesn't make any sense. And then you have whatever the hell this sheriff's doing. And then you have the notes, the ransom notes, one of them saying she's already dead. Why would you put out a ransom note and then tell them that she's already dead? That doesn't make any sense either. What is happening?
I don't know. This makes the O.J. Simpson investigation with Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. This makes that look like the best run investigation of all time, is what this makes it look like.
It does. This has to be, Jay, you're right. It has to be purposeful. You're saying you can't be that bad by accident. You can't. It's gone too far. It's gone past the point, Jay, where you can be that bad and it be an accident.
Yeah, I wonder now if we're ever. I mean, it's been a while. I think eventually we'll find out something. Eventually, by accident. By accident,
Someone's going to find her body. Yeah, a hiker's going to find her body somewhere.
Right, or some animal's going to dig up, like a coyote, or is going to dig up
Exactly.
her body somewhere. It's like, oh, we found her. Then now we maybe have some evidence, some clues because of the body. But
exactly
until then, I don't think we're ever going to find out anything, because whatever, it almost feels like stuff's been buried on purpose, mishandled on purpose, botched on purpose, not even looked at on purpose.
Exactly. And Hope said there was a woman missing September 2024 to December 2024, found in a well on her property due to an anonymous tip. Believe it or not, they searched all of the wells and manholes on her property and did not find her. They expected to find her because they actually got a tip about her being in one of those manholes or wells on her property, and they did not find it. They did search all the holes, and that is where they actually found the glove next to one of the holes. The thing is, like I said, like you said, Jay, none of the evidence makes any sense. It has to be done on purpose to just mislead people. Otherwise, why release this now, Jay? Why now? 6 months later, after they said she was dead in the note, 3 days after she was, disappeared. 6 months later, they released that to the public. Why now?
All I'm thinking is, well, 6 months is way too long. But maybe I'm thinking in the beginning they didn't want to release it because they didn't want to give up hope and have people stop looking. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe
That's
have
a
people stop
possibility, but
caring.
why release it at all then? And why now? What's going on right now? Today specifically. Yesterday, it was released yesterday. What is going on right now in the stratosphere, Jay, that makes them think if I release this information now, maybe this will happen? There's something that they want to happen. There's something that they are trying. There's some goal they're trying to accomplish by releasing this information now, Jay. What is it?
I don't know. If I
don't
had, I don't know. I'm just being honest. I can't
don't
think of
either.
anything off the top of my head as to why
It's
they would do it
weird,
today.
man.
I don't know. Maybe, maybe at this point to get people interested again. I don't know.
But if they're going to do that, then they got to ramp up the investigation some more. You got to put out flyers. You got to put out. They just put that shit out yesterday and then nothing. You never heard from them again. I don't know what. This is weird. It's just weird all the way around. It's weird.
Grandma
All right,
Kate
guys.
says she sent me a DM. I'll check it, Grandma Kate. During the show, it's real hard to check that stuff, guys. I'm just letting you know because I'm looking at the chats. I want to talk to you guys there. I want to look at the LFA TV chat, and we're running everything, and it's kind of hard. But I'll look at it after. I appreciate it.
Yeah. We got a lot going on. All right, guys. Make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Trust me when I say you will not regret going here. Your order is, as long as you order at least $20 worth of stuff, which is easy to do. Everything is expensive these days, but actually at Max Associates, the price is still pretty good. But if you order $20 worth of stuff, you get 20% off your order. So if you order something that's $20, you automatically get it for $15. You might as well order the shit, or $16, excuse me. You might as well order it. Okay. So you get 20% off your order and free shipping. You know how expensive shipping in these days? It's insane. So you get free shipping anywhere in the United States. So make sure you check it out. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, guys, make sure you follow us and subscribe on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It is Secret America TV, guys. We do this show for you. We do it for free. We don't charge anything. We don't have crazy ads all over our screens. We do this show basically on our own dime. So, we want to know that we're making an impact. That is why we do this show, is to make an impact. So subscribe and follow us. Secret America TV is our screen name on every single one. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Please subscribe and follow us. Let us know that we're impacting your life. And we are live Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Every single weekday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Today is what? Today's Tuesday? That means we are live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Back and better than ever. So make sure you guys check us out. All right, guys, I think we have solved all the problems we can for one day. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger, and thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.